In the magnificent, resplendent palace of Asgard, Frigga, a goddess as beautiful and noble as a fairy, was quietly sitting beside a huge table. Her expression fluctuated between relaxed smiles and slight frowns of annoyance as she held an open letter in her hand, her emotions so rich that they seemed capable of conveying a myriad of feelings. Dear Mother, when you see this letter, your handsome son has already committed numerous offenses, such as seducing the guardian of Asgard, privately opening the Rainbow Bridge, and then leaving the realm of the gods. Please forgive me for not being able to say goodbye in person. After all, this doesn't mean we will never see each other again. I don't think it's a big deal. Moreover, I have 1,000 legitimate reasons to support my actions, and if you're willing to listen, I would gladly recount them 1,000 times when we meet again. My big brother, that fool, is completely oblivious to everything, and my second brother, that clever one, is secretly enduring and toiling away with who knows what. That's right. I've almost verified what is about to happen between these two fools through careful investigation. All that's left is to face my second brother for a truth or dare session between brothers. I think even you, Mother, wouldn't want to see such a scene. Just imagining the 123 times I have knocked my second brother down and the 1,234 times he has made excuses to avoid our glorious duels is enough. When it comes to actually throwing hands, the outcome is obvious. However, I swear on my life and the glory bestowed upon me by Asgard that if the situation really gets that bad, we all know as long as you are around, Mother, that day will never come. I will definitely return at the first moment with the most upright attitude and a loving embrace to personally resolve the conflicts between them that no one but you can handle. We all know that day will never happen. Additionally, I'll be taking Wind and Moon, and now the whole of Asgard should be aware of the special relationship I have with them. Although, from a personal emotional standpoint, I don't want everyone to see me and them as a second pair of my brother and Mjolnir, but freedom of speech, right? I also know that, given my current strength, I am not worthy of them. Father doesn't allow me to use them for long periods to protect me from being torn apart by their overwhelming power. But who could help it if I have already developed love for them? Love is always blind, making one willing to disregard everything. Even so, I solemnly assure you, Mother, that before I become strong enough, I will absolutely not indulge in their power. The time I use them will not exceed half an hour, and my daily exercise will not be less than half an hour. I will certainly meet Father's requirements. But speaking of this, I can't help but feel deeply fortunate for Father. Just imagine if he had not met you. Would there also be some different stories circulating between him and his eternal spear? Cough, cough. I know my kind mother will not blame your handsome son for accidentally saying something wrong, which is why between you and Father, my most beloved person will always be you, and that will not change. Please ensure that Father does not see this letter, as I have also left him a farewell letter detailing my offenses. I believe he would want to see that one first. All right, let's end the small talk here. Perhaps my departure this time can help my brother slightly understand that brotherly concern is not just about being boisterous. Sometimes it also requires something called understanding. Or it might help my second brother, that crafty guy, realize that me beating him up so many times is not to prove that I'm stronger and more suited for the throne, but because beating him up is really enjoyable and exhilarating. Haha. You know the above two sentences are my heartfelt words, but when explaining to those two, I hope you can help me cover it up a bit, like saying I went to retrieve Odin's treasure, the cosmic cube, which is also one of my small goals this time, or that I found my true love in that place called Earth, aside from Wind and Moon and Moon and Wind, which is really not the case. I really don't want to get married right now. Even saying that I have already realized I am adopted by you and Father would work. Didn't think you so many people could hide it for so many years and still be discovered by me, hands on hips and laughing. In short, that's it. If my departure can lead to any change in my big brother or second brother, then this trip will have been worthwhile. Sincerely, your sweetest and most charming son, Bruce Odinson. After reading this letter, Frigga was both angry and amused, rubbing her forehead as she began to worry about how to plead for this little rascal in front of the king of all Asgard, Odin, her husband. Or perhaps using his discovery of not being our biological child as a breakthrough would be good. She couldn't help but think, but then she involuntarily started to worry about Bruce Odinson, the one who had written this letter. She was truly afraid that her third son, who usually had the most clever ideas, even surpassing Loki, and who saw things the clearest, might actually be unable to bear discovering his identity, and thus chose to run away from home temporarily. Thinking of this, she couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stood up to find her husband, the most powerful man in all of Asgard. She needed to tell him about this matter at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, in Odin's palace, a soldier presented a letter without a signature to Odin with both hands. He opened the letter. "Old man, you've deceived me for over 1,000 years. I am not your biological son, and I never want to see you again in my life." The exclamation marks nearly filled up the remaining space on the page, and the letter contained only this little bit of content, as if conveying the writer's endless anguish and hatred. Odin frowned, feeling a mix of emotions as he weakly set the letter down. Just then, he casually glanced at the back of the letter and noticed there was more writing. "Hee, just kidding, old man. As long as you are willing not to pursue the little mistakes I made 20 minutes ago, I will forgive you. How can there really be an unresolvable grudge between father and son? What do you say, old man, deal or not? Your third son, Bruce Odinson." After reading both sides of the letter, for a moment, Odin truly wanted to personally go and bring back Bruce Odinson, who had written this letter to Asgard. But soon, he smiled in relief, recalling that before reading this letter, he had been filled with the thought of capturing this wayward son who broke the law, and now he found himself feeling somewhat grateful that he had not lost that mischievous son who could make him laugh heartily at any moment. "Alas, fine, since you desire freedom. As a father, I shall grant you this freedom," he murmured softly. Just then, Frigga, the queen of Asgard, happened to come to find him and caught sight of the letter in his hand. "This." Frigga sat down beside Odin. "How about we arrange for some people to guard him?" Odin's mood had already improved, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but retort, "Guard him? From whom?" Frigga replied, Odin took hold of Frigga's hand. "Don't worry, Bruce is a clever boy, and besides that, I will also have Heimdall keep an eye on him." On Earth, in Brooklyn, New York, a handsome Asian youth dressed in a black trench coat and black silk pants was strolling along the bustling streets, filled with curiosity about everything around him, his eyes sparkling as he carefully observed all that he saw. Some people passing by him, upon seeing his appearance, would turn around and exclaim, "Country bumpkin yellow-skinned pig." Though their voices were barely audible, he heard them clearly. While maintaining a friendly smile on the surface, he would casually toss small stones at the bends of their legs, whether at the left leg, the right leg, or both. His small stones never missed. Each one hit its target precisely, and those struck would immediately stumble forward, crashing onto the concrete pavement. In the best-case scenario, they would only scrape their hands due to the simple country bumpkin remark. In a moderate case, they would bump their heads because of the derogatory yellow-skinned pig. In the worst-case scenario, they would face both the country bumpkin yellow-skinned pig, insult, and other accompanying curses, ending up with scraped hands, a bumped head, and losing 2 front teeth as an extra. With a joyful heart, the young man in the black trench coat continued his exploration, his pace unchanging. When he reached a shop named Brooklyn Antiques, he stopped. He became somewhat interested in several items displayed in the window, evidently from that ancient and mysterious Eastern country. The familiar style and simple craftsmanship left him momentarily entranced. After standing there for quite a while, his outstanding temperament and appearance drew the attention of others nearby. Next to the antique shop, there were 2 men idly chatting, one leaning against the wall and the other sitting, continuously sizing up every passerby on the street. "Hey, sir, are you very interested in these treasures?" The man leaning against the wall initiated a conversation with him. He was engrossed in admiring the antiques in the window, and casually responded, haha. "I must say, every treasure here is extremely expensive. If you truly fancy any of them, you'd better prepare enough money in advance," the sitting man chimed in. Only then did he shift his attention from the displayed items to the 2 men talking to him. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he suddenly understood why most people's first reaction upon seeing him was one of dislike or disdain, with the best case being neutrality, while these 2 seemed interested in him. "I'm not involved in your business. I'm just looking around, and now I'm leaving," he said, intending to walk away. "Business?" The sensitive term he uttered provoked the 2 men. They immediately placed their hands on their waists. The first man who had spoken to him quietly commanded, "Stop." This left him somewhat helpless, but without being offended, he didn't want to stir up trouble, so he halted his steps and sighed, Your quality and observational skills do not match the task you are burdened with. The man who had stopped him asked warily, "What do you mean?" With a sense of resignation. He turned around, a movement that made the two men tense up, almost reaching for something from their waists. He had to coax them like children. "Relax, relax, relax." "Oh, you too," he said, hands on his hips, speaking slowly. "Your physique, the calluses on your hands, and your habit of observing your surroundings while talking all clearly indicate your obvious yet awkward warrior identity. Simply put, the moment you appeared in front of the enemy, you already exposed yourselves. Do you understand this explanation?" The two men exchanged glances, and the first man, with a complicated expression, asked him, "Who exactly are you?" He felt even more helpless. "I'm nobody. I'm just a passerby. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have already walked away." But the two men did not listen. The one behind directly commanded, "Put your hands up." This line left him stunned, as if a herd of alpacas had rushed through his mind. So it turns out talking to you two has been useless. He was contemplating what to do, like giving them a borrowed knife to kill, informing them that the true enemy was actually the two men in suits chatting beside a car not far behind him. At that moment, bang! Tat 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 tat. A gunshot and a series of submachine gun fire erupted from the antique shop beside them, and a man in a gray-white suit, with a gunshot wound to his right hand, burst out of the store. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, except for the two men in suits waiting by the car and him in the black trench coat. The intense déjà vu in his mind made him understand what was happening, yet it didn't leave him hesitating for long. He quickly darted behind another car, while not forgetting to ridicule the two who had just told him to raise his hands. "You two fools. Now do you believe me?" Only then did those two realize what was happening, and without bothering to deal with him hiding behind the car, they pulled out their handguns and began shooting at the man who had rushed out. At this moment, he actually stopped being in a hurry to leave, loudly instructing the two beside him, "Idiots! You can't hit a moving person. Don't you know to shoot at the stationary target?" Unfortunately, in the heat of the gunfight, not everyone could remain calm enough to hear the commands clearly and execute them without hesitation. His words were completely ignored by the two dim-witted men. In the end, they only managed to hit one person, and with the time gained from the fallen individual, the man who had rushed out of the antique shop had already gotten into a car with another man in a suit. He watched from the side, shaking his head and sighing as if lamenting that some children cannot be taught, and some wood cannot be carved. The car had started, and the man in the suit inside leaned out of the window, wielding a submachine gun, sweeping fire towards this side. However, these two dimwits didn't even know to duck, stubbornly shooting at the moving car. "Alas, lucky for you two to have met me. Who knew I would be a good person?" he muttered to himself while constantly trying to keep his figure hidden, then lunged forward, saving the two brainless guys from the submachine gun's fire. "No need to thank me." He waved at the two still lying on the ground, who had yet to react. At that moment, a gallant woman in military uniform finally burst out of the antique shop's entrance. She decisively aimed at the enemies inside the moving car, and even as the car behind her exploded, it only slightly interrupted her. She remained unfazed. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the driver of the distant car collapsed, shot in the head. "Well done." He couldn't help but cheer for her from the sidelines. She glanced over in response to his voice, her expression puzzled as she looked at the Asian stranger who had appeared here. "Excuse me, who are you?" The driver in the gray-white suit, seeing no other option, abandoned his car and abruptly seized a yellow taxi that had just come to a stop, starting the engine and speeding towards the military lady like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, the young man in the black trench coat, who had been watching coldly, pointed to himself and asked the military lady, "Are you asking me?" The military lady nodded slightly. "My name is Bruce Odinson, but right now, I think you should focus on that taxi that's not stopping." Bruce Odinson elegantly gestured to her, indicating that the taxi would be upon her in just 3 or 4 seconds. The military lady immediately raised her gun, aiming at the man in the gray-white suit in the taxi, ready to fire. Just then, a robust young white man in a white t-shirt suddenly dashed out from the side, leaping forward to save the military lady from the oncoming taxi. The military lady, slightly annoyed, said to her savior, "I had already aimed at him." Bruce Odinson coldly added from the side, "That's right, at the cost of your life. Admit it, lady, he is indeed your savior." The young man who saved her quickly got up from the ground and was about to chase after the fleeing man in the taxi when he glanced at Bruce Odinson and said, "Thanks." He then threw another remark over his shoulder to the military lady. Also, sorry. And took off running after the taxi, speeding away in the distance. Bruce Odinson raised an eyebrow. As he shook off his preconceived notions about the young man, he realized he seemed to be much more interesting than he initially thought. He stepped out from behind the car that had served as cover and approached the military lady who was back on her feet, asking, "I haven't even asked yet. What's your name?" The military lady looked Bruce Odinson up and down. With his handsome features, straight, shoulder-length black hair, tall stature, and rugged face, even by a white person's aesthetic standards, he was undoubtedly a good-looking guy with a score of over 90. Coupled with his earlier kind reminder, she quickly smiled and replied, Peggy Carter. All right, Miss Carter, then for now, please allow me to meet another very interesting new friend. If fate permits, we shall meet again, Bruce Odinson said, mimicking the previous young man as he took off running after the white t-shirt youth, who was nearly disappearing around the corner. Wait, you won't catch up to him. As Peggy Carter's voice trailed off, she noticed Bruce Odinson, like the previous young man, was running faster and faster, quickly surpassing the limits of normal human speed. Oh, another future track champion, she sighed, covering her forehead and beginning to think about how to describe this suddenly appearing handsome Asian youth in her report. Bruce Odinson had no trouble catching up to the white t-shirt youth, clearly faster than him. Coincidentally, just as he caught up, the young man lost control and crashed into the window of a bridal shop. Hey, buddy, why did you just thank me? He called out from outside the bridal shop's window to start a conversation after catching up. The young man in the white t-shirt jumped out of the window, looking surprised at Bruce Odinson while resuming his interrupted pursuit of the taxi. How'd he catch up? He wondered. Of course, he soon found out the answer. He was astonished to discover that Bruce Odinson was just as fast as he was. Had it not been for their earlier encounter and the clear lack of hostility from Bruce Odinson, he might have swung his fist, which had grown as large as a sandpot, at him. Although their objectives were different, the two youths still embarked on the athletic route to chase the yellow taxi together. Hey, buddy, you haven't answered me yet, Bruce Odinson said. Running alongside him in sync, the young man replied as they jumped over a high iron fence in front of them. You were right earlier, plus, you were helping me, so of course I should thank you. Oh, a polite pioneer, Bruce Odinson exaggeratedly remarked. Well then, polite pioneer, need any help? By the way, my name is Bruce Odinson. The young man looked at him in surprise once more, and upon seeing his serious expression, he said, I definitely need it. Thanks, by the way, I'm Steve Rogers. Well then, nice to meet you, Steve. Likewise. The two of them, using their super speed, took a shortcut and rushed to the back of the yellow taxi, with the enemy now in sight. Bruce Odinson asked, What are you going to do now? Jump on top of his car. Steve countered, What else is there? As he spoke, he was already plotting the perfect route in his mind, preparing for a leap. Maybe I have a better idea. I mean, at least, it's better than jumping on top of the car. Is that so? You'd better be quick. Not far ahead is the dock. I'm sure he's back up waiting there. Maybe even a getaway boat. Steve said. Bruce Odinson remained silent. He didn't want to spoil this predetermined outcome that everyone would discover in the next minute. He also didn't want Steve to think he had a knack for jinxing things. He began to sprint alongside Steve, mentally rehearsing a suitable route and timing for his next move. Now, the yellow taxi drifted around a corner, and he seized a rare moment of opportunity. Hey, Steve, watch this. He called out, leaping into the air and clearing a small car in front of him. His right hand extended with a small, pebble-sized stone pinched between his fingers. Got it! With a whoosh, the stone struck the front tire of the yellow taxi, instantly causing it to burst. However, disappointingly, the series of dramatic scenarios he had imagined, flipping over, leaking oil, exploding, did not occur at that moment. He merely managed to slow down the taxi significantly. Nice job, Steve shouted loudly. The yellow taxi suddenly made a turn in front of them, and they followed closely, the slower vehicle making their pursuit much easier. Hey, Bruce, maybe you can repeat that move from earlier? Steve suggested. Bruce let out a helpless sigh. Sorry, Steve, it's not that I don't want to, but... Steve immediately associated Bruce Odinson's appearance with many things and asked earnestly, Is it that you can only use that kind of attack once a day? Huh? What? Oh, no, that's absolutely not the reason. Hey, Bruce, you don't need to explain. I can understand. Your Eastern traditions have very strict requirements regarding oaths, like only being able to fight once a day. I've heard many stories like that. Don't worry, you don't need to do it again. I'll catch him right away. Steve reassured him. Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes in exasperation. I just ran out of stones, that's all. It's really that simple, Steve. Steve suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the yellow taxi that had come to a stop in front of them provided him with a distraction. The man in the white suit jumped out of the car, brandishing a handgun and firing several shots, forcing them to find cover. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the suited man began to run again. His legs looked comically short compared to the other two. Hey, Steve, I'll distract him. Bruce Odinson proposed what he thought was a very reliable suggestion. He looked around but found nothing useful. There were no stones on the ground, so he just pried a small piece of brick off the nearby wall, sighed, and rushed out from behind cover. His actions left Steve dumbfounded. He had expected Bruce to have a more clever way to distract the man. As the suited man ran ahead, he quickly noticed that someone pursuing him was at least twice as fast. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed a small child from nearby, using them as a hostage and pressing the gun against the child's head. Hey, don't panic, you little brat. Bruce Odinson slowly approached, hands raised, always wary of the handgun in the suited man's grasp. He kept pace with the suited man, neither getting closer nor further away. Steve began to get anxious. Unarmed in this situation, he couldn't think of an effective way to cooperate with Bruce. Reluctantly, he mimicked Bruce Odinson, raising his hands and stepping out from behind cover to stand next to Bruce. The suited man had planned to shoot Bruce, but Steve's action bewildered him. He couldn't understand what these two were scheming. Deciding to shoot both of them, he prepared to pull the trigger, but then, damn it, you idiot fool, wasn't I telling you to shoot him from behind? Why did you come out? Don't you understand what cooperation means? Bruce Odinson shouted upon noticing Steve beside him. He stopped pressuring the suited man and ceased watching the gun. In that instant, the suited man seemed to vanish. Steve furrowed his brow tightly. What do you mean? I came out to save you. And even if your life doesn't matter, he still has a hostage. You just casually mentioned a broken plan without considering that child's life. So, helping you was a mistake for me? Bruce Odinson's voice suddenly rose. He glared at the suited man. Hey, you ugly, suit-wearing freak. Tell me, why did I chase you this far? Was it not to help? Don't you think his attitude is disheartening? The suited man remained cautious, not responding, still retreating step by step while also keeping an eye out for anything around him. He felt the farce unfolding before him resembled an enemy ambush. Meanwhile, Steve caught a glimpse of the stone Bruce Odinson was holding and angrily pushed him. Assessing things? What do you think you are? Just because you look decent doesn't mean you're not Asian. Just walking in our Brooklyn neighborhood is a pollution to it. If it weren't for how Peggy treats you, I would have knocked you down right now. Bruce Odinson, infuriated by Steve's shove, immediately swung a punch at him, but Steve deftly dodged. Cool word. If you're that capable, don't dodge. Bruce Odinson mocked. Steve, incensed, shot back. You think I need to dodge now? He sent a punch directly at Bruce, who didn't flinch and took the hit, being pushed back 4 or 5 steps, filled with rage. You're forcing me. He lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Steve's face. Steve dodged again, but this time, a small piece of brick flew from his fist, heading straight toward the suited man's head. The piece of brick flew quickly, and the suited man had subconsciously relaxed his guard, focusing on non-existent ambushes around him. In the next instant, the brick struck him squarely on the forehead, embedding itself half a centimeter deep. Due to the brick's hardness, mass, and the distance, Bruce Odinson's throw didn't kill the suited man. It merely left him dazed. Steve was already prepared. As soon as he saw Bruce Odinson throw the brick, he charged toward the suited man at top speed. He snatched the child from the suited man's grasp and seized the gun still clutched in his hand, pointing it directly at him. At that moment, the suited man, weakened by Bruce Odinson's brick, tilted his head and collapsed to the ground. The child was successfully rescued and ran far away. Bruce Odinson and Steve stood tall, surveying the slowly regaining consciousness of the suited man. Not bad at coordinating, Bruce Odinson casually remarked. Oh, don't say that, Bruce. That wasn't coordination at all, Steve replied as he crouched down and searched the suited man, finding a small vial of blue liquid. Just admit it, Steve. That earlier moment was definitely a perfect coordination, Bruce Odinson teased. Steve tightened his grip on the recovering suited man. Who are you, and who sent you? Besides, that was at best a decent improvisation. Bruce Odinson countered. Don't say that, Steve. You jumping out from beside me was the real improvisation. Mine was a flawless plan. Amid their banter, the recovering suited man realized everything was irreversible. He made a chewing motion with his mouth, foam bubbling at his lips, glaring fiercely at the two of them. Cut off one head, 2 more will grow. Hail, Hydra. With that, he slumped over, lifeless. So this guy chose to commit suicide just like that? Quite a bit of spirit, isn't it? If Hydra herself knew he had such fervent and loyal followers, do you think she would be excited enough to resurrect from the underworld? Bruce Odinson remarked as he stared at the frothing corpse of the suited man, uttering some rather unusual words. Steve rummaged through his pockets, but found no suitable place to keep the vial of blue liquid, so he had to hold it in his hand for the time being. What are you talking about, Bruce? Do you even know what kind of power he belonged to? Bruce Odinson looked incredulous. Come on, Steve, haven't you ever read Greek mythology? That Hydra, the legendary monster with 9 heads that can't be killed no matter what. I know that. I just thought. Steve displayed an awkward expression again. Wait, what's this? He pulled out a small metal box from the corpse. A remote control? Upon seeing that small gadget, Bruce's eyes lit up with excitement. Why not press it and see what happens? No way, it could be a remote bomb. He tucked the device away, preparing to turn it in to the authorities later. Finally, things had come to a close. I have to say, Steve, you're quite to my liking. I look forward to seeing you again. Bruce Odinson yawned, stood up, and was ready to leave. Wait, Bruce, Steve called out to him. You're just leaving like that? Bruce Odinson raised an eyebrow. What else? Waiting for you to treat me to a meal? I think you'll be busy writing reports soon, so you probably won't have time to take me out to eat. By the way, if you really have that kind of money, you might as well buy yourself a new pair of shoes first. I'm fine waiting. Steve felt lost again, unable to keep up with Bruce Odinson's words, and could only watch him turn to leave. By the way, bro, what you just said to me wasn't your heartfelt words, right? Steve looked puzzled, almost wearing his confusion on his face. What did I just say? About those comments regarding yellow-skinned people. What? Of course not. I knew it. Bruce waved his hand without looking back, turned a corner, and disappeared from Steve's view. From a distance, he could already hear shouts behind him of over here. They're over here. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He was quite satisfied with this encounter. Walking down the street in a cheerful mood, he found everything pleasing to the eye. Although the merchandise for sale didn't spark his desire to buy, he could still pick up some small stones and restart the previous game of punishing those mouthy little brats. Couldn't he? Given that you clearly aren't afraid of bullets, why not just charge in and finish everything? At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly reached his ears. He was already accustomed to someone speaking right next to him. Who would have thought the mighty guardian of Asgard would be so leisurely, leaving matters like this to you? But speaking of which, actively contacting the fugitive from the realm of gods, knowing their location yet failing to report it. Doesn't that bother you, Heimdall? Yes, the voice that suddenly appeared beside him, imbued with magnetism, belonged to Heimdall, the guardian of the realm. Do you really think your father would go as far as to hunt you down? He casually replied. Are you talking about Odin after reading my letter, or Odin before reading it? Heimdall asked. Is there a difference? Well, there's a slight difference. By the way, you're not going to tell him about our conversation, are you? Heimdall's voice was as calm as ever. I will. You still haven't answered my question, Bruce. Oh, that? It's actually nothing. Our bodies really can't be harmed by those bullets, but when a bullet hits me, it still hurts, you know? Come on, if it didn't hurt, why would I put myself through that? Heimdall was silent. Hello? Still there? Yes. Do me a favor. You say, help me find someone. My life on Earth depends on whether I'll be eating scraps or living a high life. Ooh, a man named Howard Stark. How do you know? Hey. I've already said that all these memories were passed to me by wind and moon, moon and wind. Don't keep asking. My mom doesn't care about this stuff. As a friend, I'm very worried about your wind and moon, moon and wind. You really plan to name them that? Are you serious? Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes. We've had similar conversations over a dozen times. I'm quite certain there are no other souls within wind and moon, moon and wind. I also know that I'm still the complete and unchanged me. As for the name, why do you care? You, the old procrastinator, can you speed things up? Every time I come to you, you drag your feet. Maybe it's because every time I help you, it's unpaid labor. Does that sound like something a person would say? Oh, sorry, I made a friend who's too smart for his own good. Bruce Odinson's earlier cheerful mood vanished. He even thought about ending his brief foray into running away from home and returning to Asgard to give that man he was speaking with a good beating. I found him. He's in the antique shop where you were before and is about to leave. Hiss. Bruce Odinson inhaled sharply. He had been trying to avoid dealing with those American generals, so he had left rather decisively, and now it had turned into this. If he went back now, he would inevitably run into Steve again, and his initial intention to avoid those portly American generals would be thwarted entirely against his wishes. He could only continue walking forward, planning to find a place that sold hamburgers. Let me know when he's alone. By alone, you mean? A dark line appeared on Bruce Odinson's forehead. I mean when there's just one person. Okay. Oh, by the way, one more thing I forgot to tell you. That idiot who shouted "Hail Hydra" has already used up all the bullets in his gun. Heimdall's voice remained flat and uninteresting. After saying this, there was no further response, and no matter how much Bruce called out, he received no reply. This made Bruce Odinson even angrier, feeling like stomping his feet in frustration. I knew you'd just be here blabbering. Wait until I get back. We'll see if I don't give you a good scare. He walked into a burger joint, replaying in his mind the hundreds of battles he had fought against Heimdall, all of which he had won. As his thoughts gradually calmed, so did his inner turmoil. That night, Heimdall finally contacted Bruce Odinson again. That Howard Stark he is currently. After hearing Heimdall's detailed location, Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes and said, "It took you so long?" Heimdall quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry. I had to take some time to enjoy my hard-won first victory against you." Bruce Odinson merely hummed in response. "The goddess reached out to me afterward," Heimdall continued. Bruce Odinson looked at him in confusion. "She asked me to tell you that no matter who you are, she and the All-Father will always love you. Also, the Cosmic Cube isn't that important to us Asgardians. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left on Earth back then." Bruce Odinson rubbed his eyes and said, "Tisk, even our divine bodies can't avoid small annoyances like getting sand in the eyes. All right, you can continue, but don't bother me again. Seriously, you're the guardian of all Asgard, yet you never get anything done. Can't you at least search for the locations of Asgard's enemies and give my third squad something to do? I left in a hurry and didn't give them the standby order. If they cause any trouble in Asgard, I won't take responsibility. You don't need to worry about that. The All-Father has already made arrangements. He specifically told me to convey that he won't assign your third squad under Thor or Loki. The old man has a bit of conscience." Bruce Odinson thought to himself. He didn't respond further and headed toward the coordinates Heimdall had provided. As he walked, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. I could take a car. How could I be so silly? Howard Stark was in a spacious workshop, focused on some research involving a single-man mini-submarine. Bruce Odinson silently entered the workshop, and at that moment, Howard was the only one there. "Looks like Steve actually pressed that remote." Bruce's voice echoed in the empty space. Howard, startled by the sudden voice just as he was about to hammer in a protective steel plate on the submarine, lost grip on his hammer, accidentally knocking off a piece from the submarine side. Oh no, Bruce Odinson looked at the accidental scene he had caused and said, "How did you end up unscrewing the screws on top too?" Howard put down the hammer and began to think about how to quietly call for backup. He asked, "Sorry, who are you? Come on, look at my clothes, then look at my handsome face. Didn't Steve and Miss Carter mention me during the day?" Howard connected the dots. "You're the Bruce Odinson? So, Mr. Odinson, you're using a pseudonym, huh?" Bruce Odinson followed Howard's giant leaps in thought, feeling a bit helpless. "Excuse me. What I mean is, who uses their father's name as a surname, right?" Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes and said, "I'll be sure to relay your words to my father. But I'm here to discuss serious matters with you, very sincerely and kindly. Also, you should know what I did today, so please don't do anything a smart person wouldn't do. We're not enemies, okay?" Howard abandoned the idea of reaching for the alarm nearby and said, "All right, so you came here specifically for me?" Bruce Odinson shrugged and said, "Just as you said. Okay, Mr. Odinson, what serious matters do you want to discuss with me?" "Please," Bruce Odinson frowned his handsome face, "please don't call me Mr. Odinson anymore. While it's technically correct, just call me Bruce. Thank you." "All right, Bruce." Howard walked over to a nearby resting area. "Coffee?" Bruce didn't bother to be polite, sitting down first and saying, heavy on the sugar and cream, "Thank you." Howard brought a cup of coffee for both of them. After taking a sip and finding it quite good, he puffed out his cheeks and blew a breath into the cup before starting to drink heartily. He satisfiedly set the cup down, noticing it was already empty. All right, now our conversation officially begins. Howard raised an eyebrow, not gulping down like Bruce, and said, "Please, I want money, a lot of it, enough for me to spend lavishly. And I believe you, Howard, can satisfy that need quite well, which is why I came to see you." Howard sipped his coffee, saying, "I'm listening. Is your cup heavy on the cream and sugar?" Bruce Odinson suddenly asked. "What? Oh no, mine's a bit bitter. I need it to keep me alert. I don't think it would suit your taste." "Fine." Bruce Odinson's face showed regret. He collected himself and returned to the main topic. "You can rest assured, I believe in equal exchange. I won't take your money for nothing. You should know a bit about what I can do. But I usually don't encounter any danger, and having someone like you as a bodyguard would be a waste for both of us." "Oh no, Howard, don't misunderstand. I wouldn't be anyone's bodyguard. Let me put it this way. I can, to some extent, foresee the future. Do you believe me?" Now, it was Howard's turn to frown. "Bro, I'm pretty sure I didn't add any alcohol to that cup of coffee. And I knew it would be like this. All right, forget what I just said. Let me say it this way. The power I exhibited in front of Steve today is merely half of my capabilities. And in fact, I can do much better. Then why don't you?" Bruce Odinson smiled and replied, "If I had done that, would you have discovered this submarine hidden underwater so easily?" Howard glanced at the damaged submarine and said, "Let's just say you're right. And I'll use my strong abilities as a guarantee. Before I die, I'll owe you one condition, which you can use to ask me to do anything that doesn't go against my conscience and justice. I won't stop until it's done. How does that sound?" After saying this, Bruce Odinson stood up and walked over to the coffee-making area, mimicking Howard's previous actions to make himself another cup of heavily sugared and creamed coffee. Meanwhile, Howard fell into contemplation, thinking about everything that had happened and whether it was worth doing so. "Why are you willing to do this? You know what I mean? With your abilities, you could easily get more on your own," he asked. As Bruce brewed his coffee, he answered, "Well, if you're asking that, the range of my answer could be quite broad. I just want to experience the thrill of getting rich overnight. You, Howard Stark, are basically the richest man in America, right?" Howard looked a bit helpless and said, "My brother, could you be a bit more concise?" Bruce Odinson started adding cream and sugar to his cup, saying, "I really must say, even if the conditions here are a bit lacking, you're a big boss and shouldn't be so simple." "Instant coffee? Are you serious?" Howard, interrupted mercilessly, replied, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Actually, it's nothing," Bruce said, enjoying a sip of his freshly brewed coffee. The next moment, he exclaimed, "Howard, what you just gave me is definitely not instant coffee, right?" He snatched the half-filled cup from Howard's hand and drank it all in one go. "I knew I was right. You little, why is this so bitter?" Howard shrugged, helplessly retrieving the coffee grounds he had hidden away to brew another cup for both of them. Bruce Odinson contentedly took the new cup and, after a sip, said, Let me just say, I think you're worth the price I'm offering you." Howard replied, All right then, 10 million, paid over 48 months. How does that sound?" Bruce calculated for a moment before saying 20 million. "Deal, but I have a small request." "Would that be all right?" "What request?" "During this time, I hope you can provide some reasonable assistance for my personal safety." "Which means, be my bodyguard?" "Uh-huh," Bruce Odinson said with a smirk. "You're dreaming." Bruce Odinson and Howard Stark both got what they wanted in the end. Bruce then used the excuse of not having a place to stay to shamelessly follow Howard back to his residence. Thus, an entire night passed quietly. Feeling refreshed, yet still groggy with dark circles under his eyes, Howard, along with the equally disheveled Bruce Odinson, arrived at the military-controlled research facility, the same place where they had a rather enjoyable conversation the night before. However, this room was not the same as the one from last night. While it still housed the unique single-man submarine missing one wing, the coffee and cups that Howard had personally provided were nowhere to be found. Howard greeted the others in the room, indicating that Bruce Odinson was his associate and advising everyone to be more aware. He then walked straight to the submarine to dive back into his research, which still left him perplexed. Bruce Odinson, feeling bored, wandered over to a small table and picked up the latest newspaper. "Oh, which idiot took this photo of me and made me look so ugly?" he muttered indignantly. The newspaper in his hands prominently featured a photo of him standing shoulder to shoulder with Steve, both of them raising their hands high. It was clearly a capture from their confrontation with the suited man yesterday. He walked over to Howard and said, "Hey, buddy, can you influence this New York Observer?" Without turning around, Howard replied, "Of course, I have some shares there, and I'm Howard Stark. Even if I didn't have shares, they'd give me some respect." "What's up?" Bruce pointed at the name of the photographer under the photo. "Get this guy named Cass removed from the photography department and make sure he never touches a camera again. It's infuriating. If he can't take a decent photo, he shouldn't take one at all. Why does Steve look so handsome on here? That guy must be biased, or he's just jealous of me." Only then did Howard turn to look at the newspaper in Bruce's hand. After just one glance, he burst out laughing. "Pfft. Oh, sorry, I'm not laughing at you, really." Pfft. In Bruce Odinson's hands, the newspaper had made him appear as if he were a black man, with everything from his clothes to his skin being black, except for his eyes, which sparkled with a captivating light. Even the purest black person standing beside him would look whiter by comparison. This was definitely a photo accident caused by someone tampering with his part of the image during development. Howard had turned his head back, but his shoulders still shook slightly with suppressed laughter. Bruce Odinson felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something disgusting. The brief joy of being in the newspaper had completely vanished. "Hey, oh, sorry bro, I just remembered something funny. Really, I absolutely wasn't laughing at you." Bruce Odinson moved his fist closer to the back of Howard's head, tightening his grip slightly so that the crackling sound of his knuckles was clear in Howard's ears. "Unless your wife just had a baby." Howard instantly became serious, turning around, placing his hands on Bruce's shoulders. "Don't worry, brother. Your affairs are my affairs. I'll call the New York Observer right now and have the person who tampered with your photo fired. Whether it's out of racial bias or jealousy of your looks, I'll make that person regret their foolishness." Bruce Odinson's good mood early in the morning was utterly ruined. He walked straight out of the room, finding an empty place to begin his morning workout. He dropped into a horse stance, executing a set of punches that were simpler than military boxing, yet not as complex as Zingyikwan. As time passed, he began to sweat, but his movements didn't stop, as if there were another person beside him measuring with a ruler, telling him how much force to put into each punch and how wide to make each movement. Gradually, his body became more fatigued, his breathing grew more rapid, and his stamina was nearing its end when he finally finished his entire set of punches. He slowly straightened up, adjusted his breathing, and then began to prepare for the next physical training project. "Hey, Bruce, we meet again." A familiar voice came from behind him during his brief rest. He turned to look, and sure enough, it was Steve, who had gone to the newspaper but looked 100 times better than him. "Hey, Steve. Good morning." "Good morning." They exchanged simple greetings, and Steve continued walking into the room without stopping. Their interactions perfectly illustrated the saying, "The friendship of gentlemen is as insipid as water." Knowing what was about to happen to Steve, he sighed in resignation and shook his head, starting to do push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. After finishing 20, feeling that his stamina had mostly recovered, he began to play with new variations, deviating from the norm. First, he raised his palms, supporting himself with 10 fingers. 1, 2, 3. After finishing 20 like that, he pulled back one pinky finger from each hand. He did 20 as a set, and after completing each set, he would retract a finger until, in the end, he managed to do push-ups using just 2 fingers. After playing around for a while, he stood up and checked the time, estimating that it hadn't yet reached half an hour. He was contemplating whether to continue with some other exercises when his keen hearing picked up new sounds coming from the nearby room. This made him abandon the idea of continuing and return to the room. "Your workout time is still 5 minutes short." For the first time, Heimdall spoke to him about such trivial matters. "Don't you have anything else to do? Can't you care a bit more about your best friend Thor and not just hang around me for attention?" Heimdall replied, "You don't need to worry about your training not meeting the standards. I will report it truthfully to the Queen. Also, I am following the All-Father's orders to keep a close watch on your movements, and everything I'm doing now is legitimate." Bruce Odinson. After entering the room, Bruce Odinson missed a discussion about how generals, senators, and Hydra spies arrived at the general's secret laboratory in the senator's vehicle. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. He caught up just in time to hear Howard, that shameless guy, declare himself the best mechanical engineer in the country before seamlessly following up with, "But I don't understand how this submarine operates." Hearing that, Bruce couldn't help but laugh. His laughter sounded particularly out of place in the room. "Hey, brother, Howard was originally going to continue telling the two important figures that they hadn't even scratched the surface of this technology, but upon hearing Bruce's laugh, he immediately turned around, visibly annoyed. Sorry, my bad. Please, continue. Bruce Odinson apologized and took a step back. Now, Howard had lost interest in reporting to the two technical novices and wrapped up by stating, Hydra's technology is at least 10 years ahead of us. The senator, who had been about to ask who Bruce Odinson was now distracted by Howard. Who is Hydra? The general chimed in. I thought you read our reports? The senator replied, I'm quite busy. I hold positions in several committees, Colonel. Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes from a hidden corner. Hydra is the enemy's advanced research organization, led by Johann Schmidt. A female voice joined in. Steve and Peggy Carter walked in from the side, entering the discussion about how to handle Hydra. As Bruce watched them wrap up their discussion, he was eager for the moment he had been anticipating, and soon enough, it arrived. Steve saw that both Peggy Carter and Howard Stark were named by his commanding officer to head off to battle, and he couldn't help but speak up, Sir, if you're going to fight Hydra, I want to join you. Unfortunately, his application was met not only with a cold rejection from the commanding officer, but also a verbal reassignment to a place completely unrelated to Hydra. After the commanding officer left, Bruce saw the suited senator walk up to Steve to talk to him, and his eyes lit up. He knew he was about to witness the birth of a Captain America legend. At that moment, bring me the newspaper, the suited senator said to his aide. Bruce Odinson's complexion darkened completely. Look, this is your glorious achievement from yesterday. Who is this? Never mind. Anyway, kid, do you want to serve your country on the most important battlefield? The senator coaxed Steve. Bruce Odinson, even though he knew that the newspaper and that photo had helped divert the idiot senator's attention, he couldn't feel pleased about it. In fact, he wanted to stage a reunion of good friends right then and there with Steve. Suppressing the urge to do so, he saw Steve and the senator shake hands. Congratulations, you've officially been promoted. Steve smiled, and the suited senator left, satisfied. Watching Howard packing up his things, Bruce walked over to Steve's side and looked at him sympathetically. You're a hero, Steve, but you have no idea what harsh trials you'll face as a national hero. Lost in the joy of finally getting an opportunity to serve his country, Steve turned his head slowly. Hey, brother, what did you just say? Bruce Odinson flashed a big smile. Nothing, congratulations, Steve. Looking at Bruce Odinson's sunny smile, Steve felt there was something off, but out of politeness, he sincerely said, Thank you, brother. As Steve walked away, Bruce Odinson, standing next to Peggy Carter, finally spoke up. He really has no clue what kind of political creature a senator is, does he? Peggy Carter, still watching Steve's back as he disappeared, confidently replied, He'll understand in due time. She turned her attention back to Bruce Odinson. Now, let's talk about you, the suddenly appearing Mr. Odinson. Bruce Odinson looked surprised. Me? I thought you liked Steve. I'm serious right now, Mr. Odinson, because you reminded me yesterday, since you saved those two idiot soldiers, I violated the strict rules I must uphold as an intelligence officer. So now, please show me your sincerity. Bruce Odinson was genuinely taken aback. Wow, Miss Carter, are you saying you didn't report my situation? No, I reported it, but I used a version from those two idiot brothers. Those fools have no idea how special you are. Bruce Odinson raised an eyebrow. You Americans are so arrogant. Sorry, I mean them, haha. So, Miss Carter, what do you want to start? Let's start with who you really are. Bruce Odinson shrugged nonchalantly. My name is Bruce Odinson. I'm a prince, third in line in my family. I'm here for a vacation, to relax and have fun. Secondly, to make friends. And thirdly, to recover some long-lost treasures from home. How's that for detail? All right, Mr. Odinson. Please just call me Bruce. Bruce, are you our enemy? I thought you would ask which country I'm from. Well, that's easy to guess. Your skin color and noble demeanor. Few countries could produce someone like you, and I'm pretty sure your country starts with AC. Peggy Carter was full of confidence. Bruce Odinson was pleased she thought so. Thank you, though I'm honored you would think so. Believe me, I knew long ago I wouldn't have that fortune in this lifetime. His words left Peggy Carter quite confused. That's impossible. I have detailed knowledge of Korea and Japan. If they produced talents like you, they wouldn't let you go. All right, bringing up that topic is my fault. Let's discuss whether we could hypothetically be enemies instead. After the plane from Brooklyn landed in London, Bruce Odinson, Howard Stark, and Peggy Carter continued on their journey to the battlefield where they would confront Hydra, currently sitting together in the back of a military truck. Bruce had laid out some clothes to create a makeshift bed and was now dozing off with a soft snore. Peggy Carter glanced at Howard's dark circles thoughtfully. "So you didn't sleep on the plane?" Howard shrugged. "Obvious. So, did he really say he is the third in line to a throne?" Peggy Carter nodded. "You know, I can easily tell whether someone is lying." "That's quite. Who would have thought such a person would be walking broke on the streets of Brooklyn? And you? Are you really willing to spend that $20 million? Haha. Originally, it was just a break-even. After all, he possesses powers that can rival or even surpass someone like Steve. But now, I feel I'm really getting a great deal." Peggy Carter looked at him enviously. She too wished to have such luck where good fortune came knocking at her door. "Oh, by the way, I want to ask you a question." Just as the topic seemed to conclude, Howard suddenly spoke up. A faint tall figure that had just crossed her mind was dismissed, and Peggy Carter calmly replied, Do you know what your thinking peach means?" "Ah." Howard's face turned awkward. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. You're thinking about peaches?" Peggy Carter felt puzzled, instinctively glancing at Bruce, who was happily snoring in a bumpy truck. "Is that what he said to you? Tell me the details of what happened then." Howard replied, "All right, it's like this." After everything was explained, Peggy Carter furrowed her brows, lost in thought. "You're thinking about peaches. You're thinking peaches peach." A phrase that made no sense in English left her deeply puzzled. At one moment, Peggy Carter suddenly recalled her earlier conversation with Bruce Odinson. "Thank you. I'm honored you would think so. I'm honored you would think so. Since it's not true, why say it?" She thought of something and instinctively pronounced it, each word carefully articulated with her not-so-fluent accent. "Thanazi? No, and I siang pai." Bruce Odinson was not pretending to be asleep. He was genuinely immersed in his dream. He understood that he was in the back of a moving military truck, but he didn't mind the fact that he was having a lucid dream. In fact, to some extent, he was actively fueling this dream, contributing considerable mental support to maintain its stability. In this dream, he found himself in a cinema, entirely alone in a screening room, with the screen playing a film. Thanks to his excellent eyesight, he was comfortably settled in the soft seat, right in the middle of the last row. He held a big bucket of popcorn in his lap, and a large cup of ice-cold cola sat on the armrest next to him. The movie being played was titled Captain America. At that moment, he was watching a scene where Captain America, Steve, was battling an ugly creature inside a fighter jet soaring high in the sky. Yes, he was essentially here to catch up on events regarding Steve that had already happened or might happen soon. After all, he was a young man who had lived for over 1,000 years, and Captain America was a film he had seen in his past life. Even though he loved the Avengers series, he couldn't possibly remember all the details. In fact, had it not been for the recent help from Wind and Moon and Moon and Wind, he wouldn't remember anything at all. More accurately, he wouldn't be able to recall anything. He wouldn't remember who he was in his past life, wouldn't recognize that the world he was currently in was fondly referred to as the Marvel Universe by many, nor would he recall how he ended up here. If he couldn't remember those things, he wouldn't have specifically come from Asgard to Earth. His heart was filled with gratitude. Family knows family affairs. Regardless of who orchestrated this crossing, that person had perfectly closed the chapter of his previous life, giving him a satisfying ending. Particularly, they even sent him a set of artifacts that belonged solely to him, which made him no longer hold a grudge against the person who had tampered with him. The past need not be dwelled upon. The future is still full of hope. Having been Bruce Odinson for over 1,000 years, he now only wanted to live this life more excitingly and change some things he must change. Snap! He suddenly snapped his fingers while sitting in the cinema. The screen paused on a scene where the ugly creature was holding the cosmic cube, shouting loudly as a starry sky suddenly appeared above its head. He compared that entire star field with the ones he knew and found that he had never seen that place before. He didn't even know which corner of the universe it was. Just forget it. I already know the name of that place. I'll pay attention to it later. For now, this isn't something that concerns me. Snap! He snapped his fingers again, and the screen resumed playing. The ugly creature was teleported away, and upon discovering that the fighter jet couldn't stop and was carrying many high-yield bombs, Steve decisively chose to crash land with the jet in the most extreme manner possible. Bruce Odinson turned off the screen, having made a decision in his heart. At the very least, he wouldn't let Steve end the fight in such a way. Ugh. He awoke from his dream, stretching widely, inadvertently waking both Howard and Peggy Carter, who had dozed off. "Good morning," he greeted them. "Where exactly are we?" Peggy Carter replied. "Oh, thank you for correcting me, Bruce. I thought it was already evening." Howard, still bleary-eyed, looked outside. "And we'll be arriving at our destination soon. I have to say, Bruce, you have a strong physique. I still can't understand how you manage to sleep so soundly in this bumpy truck." Bruce Odinson chuckled. Just being envious won't help. Experience some military life. Eventually, you'll adapt to any harsh environment, just like I have. Keep up the good work, brother. I have faith in you. Howard mumbled. Had I known you could sleep so soundly, I should have just changed vehicles. His implication was likely that it was a pity not to see Bruce embarrass himself on this military truck. Peggy Carter was focused on another point and asked Bruce Odinson with interest. "Oh, have you experienced a similar battlefield environment before, Bruce?" Bruce Odinson replied, "You have quite the skill in conversation, Peggy. But why not just ask directly? I thought we were friends." Peggy Carter rolled her eyes. "I'm one of the best intelligence agents in the world. Do you think you can make me obtain the information I want in the most foolish way?" "Why not?" Howard chimed in. "I understand that he's saying you're a fool, Miss Carter." Peggy Carter smiled kindly. "Thank you for your translation, Mr. Stark. Well, let's put it this way. Yesterday was just a simple burger meal, and the only decent thing was the coffee Howard treated me to. Today's brunch is even worse. I'm stuck with canned food. I'll be willing to talk freely with you too if I get steak tonight, as long as it's plentiful and delicious." Howard patted his chest. "That's easy. It looks like you'd better prepare a thick script in advance, Bruce." Bruce Odinson shot Howard a sideways glance. "If that's the case, then how about you just settle my salary tonight as well?" Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk Howard straightened up. "A mere $100,000, I don't really care about it. But Bruce, you need to understand that this is the most chaotic battlefield. If I transport that cashier, who knows what might happen to it?" Bruce Odinson nodded in realization. "So if it's not that you, the wealthiest man in America, are out of money? Hey, you should have said so earlier, brother." Watching the two chat, Peggy Carter suddenly interjected. "Bruce, did you just say that Howard treated you to coffee? He personally brewed it with his coffee machine." Bruce Odinson looked puzzled and asked, "Yeah, what's up? Is Howard's coffee particularly bad?" Peggy Carter smiled slightly and replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered a time when I wanted to drink a cup of his coffee, and he refused me." Howard quickly shouted in protest. "That's not how it went at all. She spat all the coffee in her mouth onto my face." Bruce raised an eyebrow at the two of them and teased, "You guys, don't tell me there's a story behind this?" Howard rolled his eyes and said, "She wanted to drink my coffee. I made her a cup, but she didn't like it and spat it all over my face. It's that simple." Peggy Carter also rolled her eyes, adding, "It's because this playboy said to me while I was picking up the cup that drinking his coffee would make me his." Bruce Odinson let out a dry laugh and said, Haha, that really sounds like Howard Stark style." Howard looked a bit displeased and said, "Hey, brother, that was just normal interaction between a man and a woman. How did it sound so inappropriate coming from you? Besides, you, who are using a coffee machine to make instant coffee, have no right to say, 'I have issues.'" Bruce Odinson's smile gradually faded. As someone who hadn't dealt with earthly matters for over 1,000 years, knowing that a coffee machine was used to brew coffee was already the best reflection of his concern for Earth. He thoughtfully said, "So, being able to drink coffee brewed by Howard Stark is actually a symbol of status?" Peggy Carter pouted and replied, "I never said that, and I've always thought that people who enjoy Howard's type of coffee must be, Bruce Odinson tentatively asked, "Like people who have lost hope in life?" Peggy nodded. "Yes, how did you know?" Bruce Odinson let out a resigned sigh. "That's my most genuine feeling." The three of them began to chat idly, and fortunately, it wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. By the time they got there, quite a few soldiers had already been stationed. After settling in, the three of them started their unique three-person steak dinner that evening. Thanks to Stark's wealth and the fact that he served as a technical consultant in this army, their living conditions were far better than those of ordinary soldiers. Seated in an environment specially prepared for technical talents like Stark, Bruce Odinson whistled and said, "From now on, I'll take a neutral stance on capitalism." Food was served by designated personnel, and they only had to sit there and wait. Fortunately, the red wine was served first. After pouring a glass for each of them, Peggy Carter said, "No, you just like Howard's money. Howard shrugged and said, well, in fact, I like it myself. The three of them laughed together. Howard then said, all right, Bruce, let's talk about something that could deepen our friendship. Bruce Odinson spread his hands. Maybe you should serve me some steak first? I mean, you two only had a little to eat today. Aren't you hungry? Peggy Carter replied. I thought you, the third prince, would be somewhat special, like not being afraid of hunger or something. Bruce Odinson shot her a sideways glance. So it's starting, huh? Howard quickly intervened to ease the tension, saying, friends, maybe we should leave our professional habits outside during this dinner. Peggy Carter said helplessly, I haven't even asked anything yet. Bruce Odinson laughed and said, I'm sure you're not treating Steve the same way as you are me. He successfully sparked a new topic among the three. Howard wore a knowing smile and asked, what do you mean? Bang! Peggy Carter pulled out a handgun, slamming it down on the table. This thing has been digging into my waist all day. It's really uncomfortable. She looked at Bruce Odinson and Howard with an innocent expression and said, gentlemen, you wouldn't mind if I leave it here, would you? Bruce Odinson and Howard exchanged awkward smiles and replied in unison, not at all. Not at all. Not a problem. Peggy Carter let out a long breath, saying, oh, the steak is here. Dinner began. Before this meal, Bruce Odinson had always thought that only Asgard had that bold and unrestricted style at the dining table. But after today, he understood that this style of dining wasn't defined by geography, but rather by the people. At first, everyone was polite, laughing and behaving properly, but after drinking 3 or 5 glasses of red wine, drink, all of you drink. Peggy Carter suddenly stood up, commanding Bruce Odinson and Howard to drink. Drink, drink. Who's afraid? Howard also stood up, matching Peggy's enthusiasm. Bruce Odinson wore a pained smile, realizing that Peggy Carter and Howard Stark were pretending to be drunk. How could the best intelligence agent from Britain and the richest playboy in America get so tipsy from just a little red wine? He could figure out why they were doing this with a little thought. He said seriously, Howard, no matter what personal motives I have for being here, I'm currently acting as your temporary security advisor. Even without considering our financial relationship, out of personal sentiment, you shouldn't treat me like this. His words reached the two standing there. Peggy hesitated for a moment before continuing to act foolishly. Meanwhile, Howard Stark stood there, stunned, blinking at Peggy Carter before calmly sitting back down. With a serious demeanor, he pointed at Peggy Carter and said, it's all her idea. She made me do it. After finishing his plate of steak, Bruce Odinson called out, another plate, please. He then took the plate in front of Howard and nonchalantly grabbed a knife and fork, cutting a piece of beef and putting it in his mouth. Seeing Bruce enjoying his meal, Howard opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say, that's what I've eaten. Peggy Carter sat down, forcing a smile and saying, am I too obvious? Bruce Odinson replied, well, considering your hesitant expression the entire time, yes, you're acting quite obviously. However, through your performance, we at least proved one thing. I'm pretty good at reading people, aren't I? Bruce Odinson looked puzzled and asked, yeah, what's up? Is Howard's coffee particularly bad? Peggy Carter smiled slightly and replied, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered a time when I wanted to drink a cup of his coffee, and he refused me. Howard quickly shouted in protest, that's not how it went at all. She spat all the coffee in her mouth onto my face. Bruce raised an eyebrow at the two of them and teased, you guys, don't tell me there's a story behind this? Howard rolled his eyes and said, she wanted to drink my coffee. I made her a cup, but she didn't like it and spat it all over my face. It's that simple. Peggy Carter also rolled her eyes, adding, it's because this playboy said to me while I was picking up the cup that drinking his coffee would make me his. Bruce Odinson let out a dry laugh and said, haha, that really sounds like Howard Stark style. Howard looked a bit displeased and said, hey, brother, that was just normal interaction between a man and a woman. How did it sound so inappropriate coming from you? Besides, you, who are using a coffee machine to make instant coffee, have no right to say, I have issues. Bruce Odinson's smile gradually faded. As someone who hadn't dealt with earthly matters for over 1,000 years, knowing that a coffee machine was used to brew coffee was already the best reflection of his concern for Earth. He thoughtfully said, so, being able to drink coffee brewed by Howard Stark is actually a symbol of status? Peggy Carter pouted and replied, I never said that. And I've always thought that people who enjoy Howard's type of coffee must be, you know. Bruce Odinson tentatively asked, like people who have lost hope in life? Peggy nodded. Yes, how did you know? Bruce Odinson let out a resigned sigh. That's my most genuine feeling. The three of them began to chat idly, and fortunately, it wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. By the time they got there, quite a few soldiers had already been stationed. After settling in, the three of them started their unique three-person steak dinner that evening. Thanks to Stark's wealth and the fact that he served as a technical consultant in this army, their living conditions were far better than those of ordinary soldiers. Seated in an environment specially prepared for technical talents like Stark, Bruce Odinson whistled and said, "From now on, I'll take a neutral stance on capitalism." Food was served by designated personnel, and they only had to sit there and wait. Fortunately, the red wine was served first. After pouring a glass for each of them, Peggy Carter said, "No, you just like Howard's money." Howard shrugged and said, "Well, in fact, I like it myself." The three of them laughed together. Howard then said, "All right, Bruce, let's talk about something that can deepen our friendship." Bruce Odinson spread his hands. "Maybe you should serve me some steak first? I mean, you two only had a little to eat today. Aren't you hungry?" Peggy Carter replied, "I thought you, the third prince, would be somewhat special, like not being afraid of hunger or something." Bruce Odinson shot her a sideways glance. "So it's starting, huh?" Howard quickly intervened to ease the tension, saying, "Ha ha ha, friends, maybe we should leave our professional habits outside during this dinner." Peggy Carter said helplessly, "I haven't even asked anything yet." Bruce Odinson laughed and said, "I'm sure you're not treating Steve the same way as you are me." He successfully sparked a new topic among the three. Howard wore a knowing smile and asked, "What do you mean?" Bang! Peggy Carter pulled out a handgun, slamming it down on the table. "This thing has been digging into my waist all day. It's really uncomfortable." She looked at Bruce Odinson and Howard with an innocent expression and said, "Gentlemen, you wouldn't mind if I leave it here, would you?" Bruce Odinson and Howard exchanged awkward smiles and replied in unison, "Not at all. Not at all. Not a problem." Peggy Carter let out a long breath, saying, "Oh, the steak is here." Dinner began. Before this meal, Bruce Odinson had always thought that only Asgard had that bold and unrestricted style at the dining table. But after today, he understood that this style of dining wasn't defined by geography, but rather by the people. At first, everyone was polite, laughing, and behaving properly, but after drinking 3 or 5 glasses of red wine, "Drink! All of you drink!" Peggy Carter suddenly stood up, commanding Bruce Odinson and Howard to drink. "Drink, drink! Who's afraid?" Howard also stood up, matching Peggy's enthusiasm. Bruce Odinson wore a pained smile, realizing that Peggy Carter and Howard Stark were pretending to be drunk. How could the best intelligence agent from Britain and the richest playboy in America get so tipsy from just a little red wine? He could figure out why they were doing this with a little thought. He said seriously, "Howard, no matter what personal motives I have for being here, I'm currently acting as your temporary security advisor. Even without considering our financial relationship, out of personal sentiment, you shouldn't treat me like this." His words reached the two standing there. Peggy hesitated for a moment before continuing to act foolishly. Meanwhile, Howard Stark stood there, stunned, blinking at Peggy Carter before calmly sitting back down. With a serious demeanor, he pointed at Peggy Carter and said, "It's all her idea. She made me do it." After finishing his plate of steak, Bruce Odinson called out, "Another plate, please." He then took the plate in front of Howard and nonchalantly grabbed a knife and fork, cutting a piece of beef and putting it in his mouth. Seeing Bruce enjoying his meal, Howard opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say, "That's what I've eaten." Peggy Carter sat down, forcing a smile and saying, "Am I too obvious?" Bruce Odinson replied, "Well, considering your hesitant expression the entire time, yes, you're acting quite obviously. However, through your performance, we at least proved one thing. I'm pretty good at reading people, aren't I? Are you planning to use my 20 million to find me a psychiatrist?" Bruce Odinson said slowly. Howard was about to deny it when he continued, "Becky, you've seen my abilities with your own eyes. Do you not want to believe the facts in front of you now?" Becky Carter was at a loss for words for a moment. At that moment, Howard suddenly remembered how Steve and Becky had described him before, which made him maintain his stance, but noticeably weakened his confidence in speaking. "Well, maybe, just maybe, you're also a super soldier like Steve?" Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes. "All right, then tell me, how can I prove that I'm not lying?" How about calling your father Odin?" What about Thor?" Bruce Odinson looked at Howard as if he were an idiot. "Odin has many sons. You should be able to call one over, right? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm the youngest among them." Bruce Odinson said calmly. "What? All those myths are fake?" Howard exclaimed. his face full of disappointment. Bruce Odinson. You're asking me? Then, does Thor really exist? Is his name Thor? Yes. Who's your other brother? Bruce Odinson smiled for some reason. His name is Loki. So Loki is Odin's son? Howard, still unwilling to believe it, began to eagerly explore this big revelation. Bruce Odinson ignored him, letting him think wildly. Instead, Becky wasn't shocked by the news he casually dropped. She asked, "If there are no other witnesses, Bruce, do you have any other evidence to prove what you're saying apart from your superhuman abilities? Didn't you already believe me? Belief is one thing. Didn't you say you wanted us to understand you better?" All right. Bruce Odinson put down his knife and fork, stood up from his seat, and walked 2 meters away. Open your eyes wide, because what's about to happen is not magic. With a thought, the next moment, a bright light began to shine from his palm, and a shiny silver spear appeared out of thin air in his hand, which he gripped tightly. He casually waved it around a couple of times. The spear, over 2 meters long, seemed to come alive in his hands. He thrust it into the ground, and in an instant, the concrete floor was forcefully dented, creating a hole the same size as the spear. What? Becky Carter and Howard exclaimed in unison. Fortunately, there were no other people around, and their voices weren't too loud. Otherwise, someone might have come over to check the situation. Howard was the first to lean closer, his eyes fixed on the spear in Bruce Odinson's hand, as if he wanted to see through it. Becky Carter was a bit more composed than Howard, but still asked, "How'd you do that?" Bruce Odinson thought for a moment. "Use your brains?" Howard was no longer satisfied with just looking. He asked, "Can I touch it?" "Of course not." Bruce Odinson refused him without hesitation. "Not to mention how lecherous your eyes look right now. Just the fact that Wind and Moon weighs 182.5 kilograms. With your physique, you might not even be able to move it if I lay it flat on the ground. Gene, is it a unit of weight?" Howard awkwardly uttered a word. It turned out that the concept of gene didn't exist in English, and Bruce Odinson found unit conversion too troublesome, so he mixed in some Chinese. "All right, it means 182.5 kilograms. In short, you definitely can't lift it. If you don't believe me, you can try." Saying this, Bruce Odinson let go of the spear. Howard looked skeptical, but to be safe, he reached out with both hands to support the spear. "It's called Wind and Moon? Though the name sounds nice, why not just call it Wind and Moon?" Just a moment ago, Howard had been casually asking questions, but the next moment, a tremendous force suddenly surged through his hands and spread throughout his body. He struggled to stay upright, trying to maintain his balance, but ultimately failed and fell to the ground along with Wind and Moon. Bruce, who was watching, finally intervened, supporting the spear and the falling Howard from the spearhead. "Because I like to call it that, and it likes this name, right?" The surface of Wind and Moon emitted a faint white light, as if responding to Bruce Odinson's question. Howard, hanging under Wind and Moon, was so mesmerized by this magical scene that he forgot to stand upright, staring at it with deep affection, motionless. Bruce Odinson had to help him up, frowning as he said, "Why do your eyes look even more lecherous than before?" Howard was pulled back to reality, rubbing his hands together. Now I believe you. Now whatever you say, I believe it, noble third prince. I wonder if I have the honor to." "No." Howard's expression froze instantly. Bruce Odinson thought for a moment, and Wind and Moon disappeared from his hand again. This strange scene happened before everyone's eyes again, which made Bruce Odinson receive looks of astonishment from Howard and Becky Carter, while also hearing Howard repeatedly confirming with him. "Did you really just describe yourself as an alien and not a god?" Bruce Odinson sat back down. Yes, you heard right. No, as a scientist, you wouldn't really believe that there are gods in this world, would you?" "Howard, I didn't expect the word G to come out of your mouth so smoothly." But his eyes suddenly widened. Then God can't be an alien too, right? His question made Bruce Odinson want to pry open his head and see what was inside. He never expected that Howard's associative thinking ability was so strong, instantly bringing the topic to God. One could say he was one of the best scientists in America. He helplessly replied, "First of all, you mentioned the word D first. I was just answering you." Secondly, Howard stared at him with a tense expression, and Becky Carter had the same look. Bruce Odinson no longer kept them in suspense. Neither I nor anyone from Asgard has ever seen a being like God in this world. Feeling disappointed, Howard and Becky Carter surprisingly let out a sigh of relief at the same time. "Well, I suppose you have no doubts about my identity now, right? Bruce Odinson leisurely finished his fourth steak. Howard and Becky exchanged glances and fell silent. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you one last question. Howard hesitated, putting down his knife and fork. Bruce Odinson casually took the meat from Howard's plate and added it to his own, mumbling, go ahead. Are all the people from Asgard, the gods like you? Please give me, an alien from Asgard, a little respect. Don't call us gods. We're just a bit stronger, that's all. As for what you mean by like me, which aspect are you referring to? Powerful, handsome, carefree. Bruce Odinson's lips curled into a slight smile. I am the third prince of Asgard. I should naturally be better than others, right? Actually, the common people of Asgard are quite similar to Earthlings. We get hungry, need to sleep, and enjoy good food. Becky Carter curiously asked, how old are you this year? Bruce Odinson was taken aback. What did you say? You this year. Becky Carter was about to repeat herself when Bruce Odinson interrupted. I heard you clearly. How rude of you to ask someone's age. Becky Carter widened her eyes. Beg your pardon? You're a grown man getting hung up on this. Miss Carter, are you being sexist? Bruce Odinson snorted. No need to ask. The answer is 18. Bruce Odinson, will forever be 18. Howard and Becky exchanged helpless glances. In terms of shamelessness, Beatrice, am willing to call you the strongest today, Bruce. Becky Carter grinded her teeth. Aren't you Becky Carter? Why did you become Beatrice? Howard took a sip of his drink and said slowly, well, congratulations, brother. It seems you've gained quite a bit of initial goodwill from Miss Carter. The three continued eating, and Howard subtly switched his knife and fork back to his right hand, as he was accustomed to using it. Bruce, what are your plans next? Becky Carter asked, as she was the first to finish eating. Oh, nothing much. Just following Howard around. I'm getting paid after all, and I still have a bit of professionalism. Howard had a strange expression. Brother, how about I give you a raise? He hadn't expected Bruce to give such an answer, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Bang, bang, bang. Becky Carter banged on the table. We're discussing serious matters here. Can you stop bringing up money? Bruce Odinson stood up and advised, It's fine, it's fine. I actually enjoy the feeling of countless amounts of money slapping my face. Becky Carter looked at Bruce Odinson with a complicated expression. Why does my years of experience as a spy tell me that what you just said is true? Bruce Odinson was greatly displeased. Everything I've said before is the truth. All right. Becky Carter saw through Bruce Odinson and didn't give him a chance to keep talking. She asked seriously, but you mentioned needing to retrieve the Tesseract from Hydra. Are you really okay with letting such a weapon stay in Hydra's hands? Aren't I helping you? Helping you in the war against Hydra. You clearly haven't done anything. Of course I have. I'm responsible for protecting Howard Stark. As long as he's safe, you'll eventually win against Hydra. Howard blinked. I'm honored. Aren't you the third prince of Asgard? Where's your glory? You know, woman, it was just a joke. Don't get so worked up, Bruce Odinson said, eating his seventh steak. I'm just waiting for Steve to arrive. This is his chance. Becky Carter wasn't angry anymore. Waiting for him for what? What chance does he have? I mentioned I'm a seer, right? I can foresee the future. In the future, Steve will join our fight against Hydra and shine brightly, becoming a star that no one can ignore in America. Becky Carter, are you serious? You're really a seer? Of course I'm serious. I can see parts of the future. With that alone, I deserve the title of a seer, don't you think? Suddenly, Howard's eyes lit up. Brother, can you really foresee the future? What's wrong? Quick, look and tell me who my future wife is. Excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, you, the biggest playboy in all of America, are asking me who your future wife is? Bruce Odinson thought this was simply absurd. Howard leaned forward, begging, please? All right, let me give it a try. Saying this, Bruce Odinson pretended to close his eyes dramatically. 10 seconds passed, and he remained motionless. Half a minute passed, and he still had no movement. 3 minutes passed, and he was still in that position. After 10 minutes, he suddenly sighed deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Howard hurriedly leaned in. So what did you see? Bruce Odinson patted him on the shoulder. Sorry, brother. I tried my best. I reviewed your life, but couldn't find S.H.I.E.L.D. Howard sat up straight, looking dazed and unable to believe Bruce Odinson's answer, mumbling, I'm so excellent. Yet no one wants me? At that moment, Becky Carter mimicked Bruce Odinson, placing her hand on his other shoulder. Maybe it's because, deep down, They know they're not worthy of you. Huffed. Ha ha, sorry, Bruce. I just couldn't hold it in, ha ha ha. As she spoke, Becky Carter burst into laughter and couldn't stop. Howard looked at Becky Carter with frustration, catching a glimpse of Bruce Odinson trying to suppress his laughter. The events flashed through his mind rapidly, and he quickly understood everything. Well, you, Bruce, were 2 million friends, and you actually played me like this. In the following days, just as Bruce Odinson had said, he truly became Howard's security advisor. Wherever Howard went, he followed, and if his senses weren't so sharp, he might even have followed him into the bathroom. Hey, don't forget to give me a raise, became the phrase he repeated most often to Howard, to which Howard could only shake his head helplessly each time. He really couldn't understand why a prince of an alien civilization was so concerned about his financial assets on Earth. Of course, being around Howard, who was passionate about various research topics, wasn't always smooth sailing for Bruce Odinson. He could at most bring up money with Howard, but what Howard usually had on his lips was, "Hey, brother, how about lending me some blood? Just a drop. I promise I won't let anyone know. Hey, brother, where do you usually keep your long spear? Is it in another dimension? Hey, brother, what kind of clothes do you guys from Asgard wear? Do you have suits? Hey, brother." At first, when Bruce Odinson was in a good mood, he would answer some relatively normal questions, like how everyone in Asgard was quite wealthy and mostly wore silk clothes, and that there were both black and white people in Asgard, with no racial discrimination, etc. But later, Howard's questions became endless, and he even dared to push the boundaries by asking him for blood to use for research. Did he think he was some kind of biological expert? This made Bruce Odinson so angry he wanted to take Wind and Moon out and poke a couple of holes in Howard to make him understand whether it was hidden in another dimension or within him. After the novelty of having an alien around wore off, Howard's demeanor toward Bruce Odinson finally returned to normal. One day, "Hey brother, last question." Bruce Odinson didn't even look at Howard. Howard eagerly brought him a super-sized, super-sweet cup of coffee. "Try this. It's definitely to your taste." Bruce Odinson smelled the sweetness wafting from the cup and transformed back from the expressionless alien to the approachable Bruce Odinson. He took the coffee. "Not bad. You've completely figured out my taste, brother." Howard smiled a bit awkwardly. He still couldn't understand how adding so much sugar and milk to coffee could still be called coffee. "All right, in light of this coffee, feel free to ask me anything." Howard quickly spoke up. "You were joking when you said I'd never find a woman in my life, right?" "Yeah, didn't you already know that?" "Phew." Howard sighed in relief. That's good, that's good." Bruce Odinson couldn't be bothered to engage with this workaholic obsessed with research. Having just finished a 30-minute workout, he drank Howard's coffee and picked up a large film reel from a box on the side, asking, "What's this?" "What?" Howard turned around to take a look and casually replied, "Oh, that's our friend Steve's latest film. What was it called again?" "Oh, right, it's called Captain America." Bruce Odinson's expression became a bit strange as he recalled some scenes from Captain America he had seen not long ago, and he asked, "Is there a screening device? I'd quite like to watch it." Howard shrugged and, within 10 minutes, set everything up in his studio. He managed to procure a box of popcorn from somewhere. Although they weren't on the front lines, popcorn was still considered a rare treat in their current location. The curtains were drawn, and a pale white light began to appear on their faces. Since watching Steve's Captain America, Bruce Odinson realized that Steve's era was about to arrive. He urged himself to get tense and prepare for the upcoming climax, while still sticking to his routine of 30 minutes of physical training every day, not doing anything else. At most, every few days when he went to bed at night, he would replay the real Captain America in his personal theater and nothing else. Personally, he was grateful to have made friends with Howard and Becky Carter. They knew that revealing his identity would greatly benefit the military, yet they didn't do so. Even when Howard asked for blood, he only adopted a humble demeanor as a friend. One day, Howard was still working hard as usual, focusing on the submarine obtained from Hydra. As he sat idle, reading the latest issue of Steve's Captain America comic, he suddenly said, "I suggest you don't worry about those drive systems for now. They're not as complicated or as important as you think. I recommend you first understand its core power source." Howard had about 30% progress in his research on the submarine, and upon hearing this, he was taken aback. "Shouldn't I start with the simpler parts? Wait, do you understand this stuff too?" Bruce Odinson shrugged. "After living a long time, you'll know a little about various things. Although we in Asgard don't focus on a technological path, there are more intelligent civilizations in the universe than just us. Howard really put down the propeller he was working on, intending to heed Bruce Odinson's advice. Well, I should consider myself lucky that the first alien civilization I encountered is someone as non-aggressive as you. Watching Howard get busy again, Bruce Odinson continued, As an Asgardian, I shouldn't meddle in human affairs. Those are my father's exact words. I've been doing just that these days, but, hey, need my help, friend? At this, Howard was genuinely surprised, lifting his head from the submarine. Anything goes? Dream on. Can you afford it? Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes. I mean, this thing you have here. That's not bad, Howard said, his face lighting up. Watching Bruce Odinson skillfully dismantle and reassemble parts taken from the submarine outside, placing a key component, which looked like the core of the whole submarine, aside, he couldn't help but hook his arm around Bruce's neck. Aren't you worried your father will start nagging you now? Bruce Odinson smirked. I'm stranded on Earth, forced to work privately for a guy named Howard Stark to earn a living. How do you think that excuse sounds? Howard suddenly thought of the figure in mythology named Odin, and his body involuntarily shuddered, but he quickly noticed a flaw in Bruce Odinson's words. Privately? Bruce Odinson just looked at him and smiled. Howard's eyes lit up, and he coughed, feigning seriousness. So, as an employee of my Stark Industries, you'd better start working hard from now on, Mr. Odinson. Get lost. Bruce elbowed Howard in the chest. Go make me some coffee. Sure thing. After getting Bruce Odinson's assistance, Howard indeed made significant progress in his research on the submarine. Bruce Odinson was not just there to lend a hand. Even when he couldn't provide professional answers, his insights often sparked ideas for Howard. Brother, do you really only have a slight understanding of this? Howard asked him. Bruce Odinson replied, If you can break free from the limitations of Earth in this era, what I see, you can see too. All right, I'll keep this friendship in mind. Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely give you a raise this time. Just focus on working at Stark Industries. Bruce Odinson said, Hee, let's settle the wages you owe me for last month and the month before first, capitalist. As time passed, Howard's analysis of the submarine rapidly progressed to about 70 or 80%. Just as Bruce Odinson had told him before, once the core parts were deciphered, the remaining details would pose no challenge for Howard Stark. One day, Bruce Odinson, as usual, worked alongside Howard while chatting. I didn't expect that Steve would be so popular in America. His comics are already in the 6th issue. Speaking of our old friend, when is that opportunity you mentioned for him going to come? I heard his performances have even made it to our military. What military? You, a researcher who fiddles around in the studio all day, have the nerve to associate with the real soldiers out there? Have some self-respect. Wait, is that Steve coming? When? Howard looked at Bruce Odinson's surprised expression with great interest and said, Looks like the future segment you mentioned is about to come true. Quick, tell me, is this it? Bruce Odinson just looked at him and stayed silent. All right, I'll go first. It should be today after lunch. I think the performance is divided into 2 or 3 shows. Bruce Odinson sighed in relief and shot Howard a glance, saying, You're really lucky to have a friend like me. Don't say that. Hey, lunch is almost here, and I had them prepare your favorite steak. Howard hooked his arm around Bruce Odinson's shoulder and walked out of the studio. When did I ever say steak is my favorite? After lunch, Bruce Odinson rarely left Howard's side and made his way to the soldiers' camp. Thanks to Howard's lab credentials and a badge that read, Howard Stark Assistant, Bruce Odinson, he had a smooth journey, encountering not a single soldier who stopped him to ask questions. When he arrived at the makeshift stage, Steve's personal show had just begun. Tall, blonde, and blue-eyed girls stood neatly on the stage, and as the music started, they began to step in rhythm. At that moment, tall and strong Steve, dressed in colorful attire and holding a shield that was wider at the top than the bottom, walked out from behind the curtain with a serious expression. Bruce Odinson, with his hands in his pockets, couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The scene felt like watching a concert. If you weren't there in person, you'd never know how you would react. His unexpected reaction drew the attention of those around him, and even Steve on stage couldn't help but glance his way. Recognizing a familiar face, Steve was momentarily taken aback, but the seasoned performer quickly regained his composure and returned to his stage presence. At that time, the girls began to sing, Who is that strong and brave? On stage, Steve started to deliver his lines smoothly. Not everyone can storm a beach or drive a tank, but we still have a way to participate in this war. Oh no, Steve, Bruce Odinson couldn't help but cover his forehead. He was certain the person on stage had flubbed his line since that part was only needed when rallying people to buy war bonds. In an instant, he understood what was happening. Evidently, his appearance had shocked Steve more than he had anticipated. Clearly, after delivering his lines, Steve also realized his mistake, forcing himself to finish the lines while letting the music and the girls reclaim the stage. He circled back to regain his state and quickly resumed the planned follow-up performance. Next, the beautiful girls sang and danced while he delivered some morale-boosting lines, and the soldiers sitting down responded enthusiastically to the stunning girls. There were applause and whistles, leading him to mistakenly believe he was quite popular among the troops. The atmosphere peaked when he effortlessly lifted a motorcycle with 3 women seated on it, causing all the soldiers to nearly stand up and cheer. Even Bruce Odinson, who had been focused on Steve the whole time, was momentarily dazzled. He not only admired Steve for lifting the motorcycle, but also mentally applauded the girls in their super short skirts performing synchronized high knees. The execution of those high knee movements was flawless, so pristine and straight. After the singing and dancing performance ended, the crowd finally settled down, but they still eagerly shouted, hoping the girls would stay on stage. Unfortunately, the girls collectively chose to ignore the audience's pleas and left without a word. Bruce Odinson sighed from the crowd. The ruthless nature of capitalism. Steve began to deliver some more inspirational words for the soldiers. These motivational speeches would remain surprisingly useful for decades to come. But in this context, they resulted in uninterested faces and some boos from the audience. Bruce Odinson maintained a smile throughout, but for some reason, Steve's gaze never lingered on him for more than 2 seconds. Steve was already aware that something was off with the audience below, but he stubbornly pushed through to complete the performance. And when he asked, "How many of you want to help me knock Adolf Hitler's jaw?" not a single person in the audience responded. That was when he finally realized how dire the situation was. His "I can hold out all day" spirit was on full display at that moment, as he still didn't give up and turned to the audience, asking, "All right, I need a volunteer. Who wants to come up?" What greeted him was a sea of indifferent faces and Bruce Odinson, who was still smiling kindly. "Hey, Captain, please give me this chance. Let me give it a try." Having been watching the show from the side, Bruce Odinson finally volunteered, excitedly jogging up onto the stage. Steve was equally puzzled by Bruce Odinson's actions, but ultimately, he appreciated Bruce's support at that moment. "Wow, looks like I finally found a brave partner," he said humorously to the audience below. The audience, "Hey, brother, can you hurry and call those girls back?" Bruce Odinson whispered beside him. Steve had already seen the situation below. "All right, no matter what. Thank you, brother." The tall, leggy girls returned to the stage, and Bruce Odinson seized the opportunity to pull Steve away from the awkward atmosphere. "I'm such a fool. They weren't cheering for me from the start, and I only just realized it," Steve said with self-deprecation backstage. "I'm glad you didn't realize that only after the soldiers started heckling." Bruce Odinson patted Steve on the shoulder. "Look at how dirty they are. You should know they wouldn't have any fondness for someone as polished as you." "Are you making fun of me, Bruce?" "Of course not. I'm your fan. I've read every issue of your comics and seen your movie, and I even have copies of all of them." Steve felt even more downcast by Bruce's words. "I thought I was serving my country in my own way, fighting for my nation on another battlefield." "Hey." Bruce interrupted him. By then, they had moved away from backstage, and he led Steve around, heading toward the direction where he and Howard usually hung out. "I'm not your confidant. I'm a pure man, you know? A pure man, the kind that doesn't mess around." "Steve, I'm glad you said that, but believe me, I have no such thoughts about you." "Wait, where are you taking me?" Bruce turned back and looked up at the sky. "It looks like it's about to rain, and don't you want to meet our old friend?" "Who?" Bruce slapped his forehead. "I've been meaning to tell you, since we first met, I've been working for Howard." He showed Steve the badge hanging from his chest. This made Steve's feelings even more complicated. Compared to Bruce, he felt that his work was akin to that of a clown in a circus in the eyes of the true fighting soldiers. He clearly could do more and do better. Bruce could read the thoughts on Steve's face, but chose not to address them. He absolutely didn't want Becky Carter's position in Steve's heart to be undermined by himself. He simply said, "Believe in yourself, Steve. You can definitely do better than anyone imagines, as long as you never forget what makes you truly special." The journey to Howard's studio wasn't short. And due to Bruce's words, Steve felt much better, starting to ponder what he should do if he didn't continue his current job. A serious question. The two continued walking, but unfortunately, they never made it to Howard's studio door, as they encountered someone blocking their way. A woman in military uniform, Beatrice Carter. "So, you're here, running around every day?" "Hi, Steve," Bruce Odinson whispered to Steve. "Every day, and yet no one knows where you've disappeared to. Whoever marries you in the future is going to have a tough time." Steve cleared his throat and said seriously, "Hi, Miss Carter. Didn't expect to see you, the big star here. What happened? No performance today." Steve, he momentarily didn't know how to explain his previous encounter to Becky Carter. Fortunately, Bruce Odinson stepped in. "Did you just say you were looking for me?" "Oh, right." Becky Carter walked over to Steve, pulling Bruce Odinson aside, and said seriously in a low voice, "Is the future you mentioned happening now?" "Bruce Odinson, isn't it obvious? She's here. What will happen next?" "If you're asking me, who should I be asking? What were you planning to do? Find you to ask questions." Steve, who was left out, watched Becky Carter and Bruce Odinson's exchange and felt increasingly uneasy. Cough, cough. At this moment, Becky Carter cleared her throat, finally ending her private conversation with Bruce Odinson, and turned to Steve, asking, "What are you doing here? America's New Hope." Steve opened his mouth, glanced at Bruce Odinson, and then turned back blankly. "Visiting a friend?" Bruce Odinson sighed deeply at the way Becky Carter and Steve were communicating. Then he forcibly interrupted their awkward conversation that was supposed to continue. "Agent Carter." Becky Carter turned around in confusion. "Huh? What were you planning to do?" Becky blinked. She was about to speak, but nearly revealed that she shouldn't be here. "I'm here to see friends too," she said. Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes. At that moment, a convoy of trucks passed by them in the distance, the honking and the prominent red cross on the vehicles reminding everyone that they were ambulances. "Steve, looks like they just went through a disaster." Bruce Odinson realized the opportunity had finally come and quickly seized it, walking up to Steve and sighing. "Who says they don't have it tough? They've gone through more than most. When Hydra sent troops to Azano, we only had 200 people to face them. In fact, among those who were your audience before, there were remnants of their 107th Division." Steve caught the sensitive term in Bruce's words. 107th Division? Bruce felt a surge of emotions, knowing he had finally pulled everything back on track. "I need to confirm something immediately." Steve waved goodbye to them and then ran back. Bruce Odinson and Becky Carter quickly followed, and as they ran, he asked Becky Carter, "Did my presence affect your lines?" Becky Carter didn't even look at him, focusing solely on catching up with Steve, who was controlling his speed and not running at full speed. The overcast sky finally began to drizzle. "Colonel Phillips!" Steve rushed into the tent where his former commanding officer was stationed. "Oh, isn't this the spirited and radiant young man?" Colonel Phillips looked up and teased. "What's your plan for today?" Steve wore a serious expression, completely ignoring Phillips' banter, and said urgently, "I want the casualty list from Azano. This isn't the place for you to be giving me orders, kid." At that moment, Bruce Odinson squeezed in from behind and playfully winked at the seated Phillips, saying, "Do me a favor, old man." "Oh, so you're here too? The one who does morning exercises at a fixed time every day," Bruce said, making a fierce expression. "One word, help or not?" Phillips rolled his eyes, but still asked Steve, "What do you want to know?" Steve quickly replied, "James Barnes from the 107th. Has he come back?" Phillips sighed and quickly gave Steve the answer. "He's not on the casualty list, and I think you know what that means, kid." "I'm sorry." In an instant, Steve felt like he had lost his spirit. He forced himself to ask, "Then, are there any rescue plans in place?" "Sure. The name of the rescue plan is Win the War," Phillips shot back. This time, it was Bruce Odinson who rolled his eyes. He directly pulled Steve, who wanted to say more, out of the tent, preventing him from saying anything that might make others think he was childish. Once outside the tent, Bruce Odinson let go of his grip, and Steve exclaimed, "Bruce, you are really strong." "Wait, why did you pull me out?" Becky Carter chimed in. "Because we all know you were about to say something really stupid." "Stupid? Those are our own people. Are we just going to leave them in enemy territory?" "Hey, brother," Bruce Odinson interrupted Steve, "do you really think these soldiers here can accomplish what you want? They've already lost once. How much fight do you think they have left in them?" At that moment, Steve finally understood. Instead of leading those soldiers to their deaths, it would be better to... You're right, Bruce. After saying this, he walked over to a nearby truck and placed a shield on the passenger seat. Bruce asked Becky Carter, does he know the way? Becky rolled her eyes and rushed over to stop Steve, who was about to start the engine, saying, what are you planning to do? Drive 30 miles in a truck to carve a path through the enemy. Steve started the truck and said, if necessary. Becky Carter replied, he might already be dead. We can't be sure of that, can we? Cough, cough. Bruce Odinson waited until they were done arguing before he approached and grabbed the steering wheel, saying, in fact, brother, I fully support what you're doing, and not only that, I have a plan that's even better than what you're thinking. Steve, thanks, what's your plan? In Howard's studio, after listening to everything Bruce Odinson had to say, Howard didn't respond immediately, but walked back and forth in place for a couple of laps. Finally, he returned to face Bruce Odinson and the others, saying, let me get this straight. Bruce, what you're saying is that you want me to fly a plane to drop you deep into enemy territory, then open the cargo door and drop you from several thousand meters up, and after you manage to fight your way back from the enemy, I'll fly back to pick you up, right? Bruce Odinson mentally replayed Howard's words and nodded, saying, yes, that's pretty much it. Steve, who had been quiet the whole time, asked, Howard, are you willing to help us? Howard glanced at Bruce Odinson and replied, I guess I'm willing. Howard piloted the plane as it took off and soared into the sky. Inside the cabin, Steve had already asked Bruce Odinson the same question for the umpteenth time. Seriously, Bruce, even though you're special like me, this isn't your fight. You really don't have to come with me. Bruce Odinson strapped on the parachute he needed and said, helping you out is just a side thing. Mainly, I finally found a perfect excuse to go skydiving, and I can't just let that slip away from me. Just as Steve was about to say something else, Howard from the cockpit joined their conversation. Seriously, Bruce, you're sure your Heimdall isn't watching you right now, right? Bruce waved dismissively and said, relax. Even if Heimdall notices you, he won't tell my father or mother about what I'm up to this time. Heimdall's voice echoed in Bruce Odinson's ear. Of course I will. Howard confirmed again. Really? Bruce Odinson maintained his composure and said, of course it's true. Besides, you, an ordinary person far away on Earth, are at most a little smarter. Why worry about this? Do you think you're so special that my father would personally come to Earth just to meet you for a friendly chat? Who said I was worried? I'm not worried at all. Steve looked puzzled and asked, what are you two talking about? Becky Carter kindly explained to Steve. They're discussing the likelihood of Howard facing retaliation from Bruce's family if something were to happen to him. Steve was even more confused and said, excuse. Becky Carter shot Bruce Odinson an inquiring look and asked, may I? Bruce Odinson shrugged. Go ahead. Becky Carter began to succinctly explain about Bruce Odinson to Steve, and as she spoke, Steve's gaze at Bruce grew more and more astonished. Bruce Odinson, on the other hand, remained cheerful. After Becky Carter finished summarizing, Steve looked at Bruce Odinson with a complex expression and said, I always thought that someone like me was already the strangest weirdo in America. Bruce Odinson shrugged and replied, so you should thank my existence for giving you a bit of comfort. Suddenly, the sound of artillery fire came from outside the plane, indicating that they had flown directly over enemy territory and had been spotted. Steve stood up from his seat, first securing the signal transmitter that Becky Carter had given him, then extending his hand to Bruce Odinson and saying, thanks for your help, Bruce. Bruce walked with him to the door of the cabin, saying, no need to thank me. I'm just a skydiving enthusiast. As he said this, he pointed his head. You get it. Completely. After glancing at the situation below, Steve strapped on his parachute and leaped out of the cabin first. Hey guys, Bruce Odinson turned inward and gestured to the two inside goodbye. He leaped backward and jumped out of the plane. Now they've really memorized the map, right? Howard asked from the cockpit, watching the two below quickly turn into small black dots and vanish into the dark night sky. Becky Carter slammed the cabin door shut with a bang and said fiercely, no more nonsense. Turn back. In the midst of the gunfire and chaos, Bruce Odinson and Steve successfully landed together. Given that it was night, visibility was extremely limited, and their small size allowed them to find an opportunity to escape unnoticed. Say, I knew I picked the right time, Bruce Odinson said casually while unbuckling his parachute. Steve didn't respond, but instead asked, so, the Guardian Heimdall is real? Uh-huh. Didn't you already know that? What of it? Then what kind of god are you? Bruce Odinson followed Steve closely, navigating forward using the map embedded in his memory. Just a god you haven't heard of. Come on, Bruce, satisfy my curiosity. Bruce Odinson looked at Steve, who was speaking in that tone, feeling a bit helpless. Are you serious? Of course, god of death. Excuse me, what did you say? Bruce Odinson kept moving, even stepping in front of Steve, speaking quickly, god of death. Such an impressive title. I've never heard of it in any legends. A few dark lines formed on Bruce's forehead, but he still appeared normal from behind. Do Howard and the others know? Not yet. He sighed in relief, thinking that the topic was over. With such a powerful title, why don't you tell them? Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes. How did this conversation come back around? Because everyone who has heard my title is already dead? Steve. 3 minutes later, he cautiously asked, Is that true? Of course it's false. Well, then I'm relieved. But brother, back to the point, why has your title never been known? Bruce Odinson felt frustrated at this moment, thinking perhaps he should have casually mentioned his brother's titles from the start. You're clearly a good person. It's hard to imagine that someone like you wouldn't have a title like Justice, Hope, or Light. Steve continued to prattle on. Bruce Odinson. There was a reason he didn't want to disclose his title. His so-called God of Death title hadn't officially been recognized in Asgard yet, but the name had certainly spread. However, there was a twist. The day he ran away from home was when he was officially titled God of Death. Unfortunately, he had left Asgard before that day arrived. So, calling himself God of Death wasn't a big deal, but every time he said the word death, he would receive Heimdall's merciless ridicule, just like now. Haha, our Asgardian God of Death is actually willing to say his title out loud. This is quite rare. I thought after you discovered your father had no intention of choosing a successor between you and Loki, you would stop being Asgard's God of Death. Bruce Odinson helplessly covered his head. Shut up, Heimdall. The throne has never been important to me. I have my reasons for doing this. And you, as the guardian who swore allegiance to Asgard, are you sure discussing the next heir to Asgard is really appropriate? Heimdall's voice echoed in Bruce Odinson's ear. What did I say? I don't remember. Are you sure you're not hearing things? Steve ended his rambling. Hey, brother, were you talking to me? No, you heard wrong. I wasn't talking at all. Bruce Odinson maintained a straight face. A moment of quiet passed, and soon Steve leaned in again. Hey, Bruce, I have another question for you. Bruce Odinson kept his eyes and ears open. Go ahead. You're all aliens, right? Yes. Then why do you speak English? Bruce Odinson turned his head and looked at Steve's hair. Steve felt goosebumps from his gaze. What are you looking at? Nothing. Just checking if you have any stray hairs. What? Bruce Odinson couldn't help but smirk, not letting Steve see. We learned foreign languages in Asgard, not just English. We even studied the rarely spoken Groot language in the universe, and I'm quite proficient in it. Sure. Bruce Odinson suddenly gestured to Steve, who instantly became serious. Look, a vehicle is coming. It must be heading in the same direction as us. Do you dare to hitch a ride with me? Steve smiled. As the third prince, it's my honor. Bruce Odinson didn't reply, but focused on the approaching convoy. Soon, he seized the opportunity, darting out of the woods, and, using the cover of night, agilely leaped into the back of the last truck. Steve, slightly slower, followed closely behind, making a running leap to climb onto the truck. Once inside, Bruce Odinson didn't pause. The two Hydra soldiers in the back hadn't reacted before he struck them hard on the neck with 2 punches. Crack, crack. The sounds of 2 necks breaking echoed, and the soldiers were thrown out the back as the vehicle moved forward. As Steve climbed in, his movements allowed him to avoid the fate of being hit by the 2 Hydra soldiers. Feeling the wind rushing past his head, he looked out and saw the bodies of the 2 soldiers on ground. Well done. He shrugged and lowered his voice. Now that we have time, we should discuss our specific actions for later. Okay, wait. Aren't we in this together? Of course not. Your action is called a rescue. Mine involves skydiving, causing destruction, stealing things, and drawing enemy attention. If possible, I also want to recover the items Asgard left on Earth. Feeling a bit dizzy, Steve said, I understand. Thank you, Bruce. You must live and reunite with me. The truck filled with Hydra members slowly entered the heavily guarded military zone. Hidden in the truck's cargo area, Bruce Odinson had already discussed and finalized the operation plan with Steve. As the truck gradually came to a stop, Bruce signaled to Steve, who nodded slightly in response. Bang! Crack! A low and muffled sound echoed as Bruce Odinson swiftly punched the neck of a Hydra soldier who had come to the back of the truck for a routine check, instantly shattering his cervical vertebrae, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood like the two soldiers before him. "Quick, we don't have time to hide bodies. They'll notice something's off soon," Bruce whispered to Steve, then without hesitation leaped out of the cargo area. With agile steps, he jumped directly onto the roof of the truck before anyone could spot him. Steve followed him out of the truck, tightly gripping his shield. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings before choosing a route, bending low and silently leaving the scene of the incident. Seeing Steve take the familiar route he had always used, Bruce Odinson began his own actions. He had mentioned causing significant destruction here, and he meant it, but there was strategy involved. He couldn't start with his strongest attack and let everyone know he was planning to single-handedly take on this Hydra weapons base. Not to mention that scoundrel Schmidt might initiate the self-destruct countdown for the entire base. His movements were more graceful than Steve's, his posture upright and steps light and silent, with an expression that radiated confidence. This didn't mean the route he chose was an absolute blind spot. There were still Hydra soldiers patrolling the rooftop. He dared to proceed because he had more experience in such large-scale operations, and compared to Steve, he had sharper senses, allowing him to hide or eliminate any enemy before they could spot him. He wasn't wandering aimlessly on the roof. After dispatching several patrolling Hydra soldiers, he knew his presence would soon be discovered since the moving searchlights would soon illuminate the corpses he left behind. At that moment, he was calculating the time, estimating both Steve's progress and how long it would take for the searchlights to shine on the bodies he intentionally left behind. About 2 minutes later, woo 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 woo. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. The roof has been breached by enemies. The roof has been breached by enemies. The Hydra alarm went off half a minute later than he had anticipated, clearly indicating they had finally discovered the bodies he had left for them. The entire Hydra base instantly fell into a tense state, and at that moment, Steve had just found the keys to the soldiers' confinement, preparing to unlock the shackles of the captives. Meanwhile, Bruce Odinson, following Heimdall's guidance, swiftly made his way through the roof to a larger, more spacious building that looked like the headquarters of Hydra's leadership. He didn't use any weapons. Instead, he delivered 4 or 5 powerful punches against the wall, instantly creating a massive hole. Entering through this hole, he successfully arrived in a deserted corridor. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. The searchlight illuminated the hole he had created, but he remained unfazed. "The item you're looking for is to your left." Heimdall's voice echoed in Bruce Odinson's ear. "Thanks, brother. I still don't understand why you don't just kill them all. Wouldn't that be simpler?" Old rules. See more, ask less, you know the drill. I didn't expect that the mighty guardian of Asgard would be so busy because of your petty matters today. Little brat, I didn't complain when you were snooping on my privacy all the time. Heimdall fell silent. Bruce Odinson proceeded down the direction Heimdall indicated, taking stairs down and turning at every corner without hesitation. Soon, he reached the lowest level and found the treasure he had been longing for. "Oh, my treasure, we finally meet." His eyes sparkled like stars. On Steve's side, upon hearing the alarm outside, he quickly opened the doors for the prisoners locked in their cells. "What's going on outside?" someone asked. "Don't worry, that's our allies," Steve said with a slight smile. "By the way, I'm looking for James Barnes. Has anyone seen him? There's a quarantine area in this base. Anyone who goes and never comes out. All right, here are the weapons I just captured from them. There will be plenty of enemies outside, but I believe with these, you shouldn't have any problems." "Of course, brother." A bearded man took the Hydra soldier's weapon from Steve. "Good. I'll go find the others and regroup at the infirmary." "Wait, you know you're invading the enemy base alone, right?" "I know. And by the way, you're mistaken. I'm not alone." After finally seeing the treasure he had been dreaming of, Bruce Odinson began to head back upstairs. His pace was slow and steady. He wouldn't forget that his presence had been discovered. The synchronized footsteps of Hydra soldiers came from ahead, but he remained unfazed. Just as he was about to encounter them at a corner, he rolled up the sleeves of his black coat. In the next moment, the Hydra soldiers, who were about to strike, encountered him unexpectedly. Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah! Each Hydra soldier was hit in the neck by his punch, instantly killing them. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, it was clear that they managed to fire their guns before dying. Unfortunately, they either hit a teammate Bruce Odinson had pulled in as a human shield or shot directly at the wall, creating a large hole. With clever planning, from the moment they engaged to the end of the fight, this 12-man squad didn't manage to hit him once. When everything was over and all 12 of them lay dead, Bruce Odinson hadn't even gotten his clothes dirty, finishing off the Hydra soldiers in less than 30 seconds. Bang! Boom, boom! Through the blasted wall, he finally heard the sounds of explosions and gunfire coming from outside. Well, it seems my mission of destruction and drawing attention is nearly complete. He stood still, too lazy to move any further, knowing full well that more Hydra soldiers would soon come looking for him. After successfully dealing with the fourth wave of Hydra soldiers that had rushed toward him, intent on ending his life, Bruce Odinson finally took another step forward. He was confident that he hadn't deviated too much from his timeline. In the most secretive part of Hydra, the location of their leader, S.H.I.E.L.D. This is not an ordinary situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. stared at the chaotic scene displayed on the monitor, realizing that his base was under attack. Earlier, when his soldiers had triggered the alarm due to the bodies Bruce Odinson had left behind, he had sensed something was off. However, judging by the signs on the corpses, he assumed the intruders wouldn't number more than 3, so he hadn't initiated the highest level of alert. These fools are reckless and arrogant, he mused, originally planning to use this opportunity to train his soldiers, but now he realized the reality was far from his initial expectations. All the prisoners had escaped, and in the areas he couldn't monitor, the arrogant fool who had left a trail of Hydra corpses as a taunt was glaring at him. Had he known that Bruce Odinson had already taken out 5 of his squads, he definitely wouldn't have underestimated them from the start. Without hesitation, he issued the highest level of alert from the control room, mobilizing all Hydra soldiers within the base to eliminate the enemy. He continued to monitor the surveillance, trying to locate the arrogant fool who had left the bodies while assessing the overall situation of the base. However, Schmitzu made a new discovery on the monitors. He saw Steve's fearless combat style. Under Steve's command, no Hydra soldier could stand against him. In every encounter, they were either knocked down or incapacitated by his shield. Schmidt found it difficult to even spot an opportunity for Steve to use a gun. At this point, he couldn't even be bothered to search for the arrogant fool anymore. He well understood that this shield-bearing Steve was Captain America. If one Captain America could take down his base, finding that arrogant fool had become irrelevant. Determined, Schmidt activated a row of switches protected by transparent covers, flipping them all without hesitation. "Oh no, what are you doing?" asked a short, bespectacled middle-aged man standing beside him. This man was Schmidt's most important scientist, Zola. Schmidt pointed at his monitor and said, "This man is Captain America. Now take a look at our soldiers." With that, he continued to flip the switches, and after witnessing Steve's actions on the screen, Dr. Zola silently ran out of the control room. Bruce Odinson, meanwhile, deliberately controlled himself to avoid provoking the remaining Hydra soldiers. Previously, he had aimed to draw fire, but that was no longer necessary. In the vast building, he moved about leisurely, as if he were just strolling. As he wandered, he soon found himself in a narrow corridor. After turning several corners along this corridor, he soon heard footsteps approaching. He quickened his pace, and at the next turn, spotted Steve, tall and clad in colorful attire, holding a square shield. "Oh hey, brother, what a coincidence," he greeted Steve while selectively ignoring the footsteps of the short Zola coming from the other direction. Seeing Zola disappear around the corner, Steve said helplessly, Don't dawdle. It looks like he took something important. Let's check this room. It seems important." Bruce Odinson seemed unaware of his previous actions. Steve could only smile wryly but still followed Bruce Odinson into the room, saying, "Brother, you did that on purpose to let him go, didn't you? You don't need to be so deliberate about it. He might notice. I think I can keep up with you. Didn't we cooperate pretty well last time?" "Yeah, whether it's deliberate or not doesn't matter. What matters is that short guy had to run away. As for whether he noticed or not, does he think that if he does notice, he'll just surrender and let us capture him?" Steve could only shake his head in resignation. The two entered the room, just as a weak male voice came from within. Upon hearing that voice, Steve immediately became excited. He had finally found the person he had been longing to locate. He rushed over, calling out the name, Bucky. Bucky was strapped to an operating table, mumbling some incoherent words. When Steve first called his name, he didn't react at all, as if he hadn't heard. Bruce Odinson stepped in to help, freeing Bucky from the operating table. The sudden movement finally brought the dazed Bucky back to reality as he questioned, Who are you? It's me. Steve signaled to Bruce Odinson that he could handle it alone. Once Bruce let go, Steve hoisted Bucky onto his shoulder, saying, I'm Steve. Steve. Bucky recognized his old friend. Although he lacked strength, he still made an effort to follow Steve as they headed outside. He looked at the other person beside him and asked, And you are? Bruce Odinson smiled, saying, Bruce. All right, thank you both. By the way, Steve, what happened to you? I joined the army and got a shot, if that's what you're asking. As they passed a map, Steve paused to glance at it. The three of them exited the room, and Bruce Odinson suddenly said, Steve, you remembered that map, right? Steve blinked and replied, Yes, why? Nothing, Bruce Odinson said. I just thought about how this is your first real battle, and you've already handled it so well. I can't help but admire the younger generation. Oh, so was your first battle performance terrible? Bruce Odinson. It was all right. I charged straight into the enemy ranks and took out their leader. Bucky, who was listening from the side. For some reason, he felt a bit out of place as the weakling in the group. Steve, Bruce Odinson, and Bucky walked side by side. As time passed, Bucky's weakened state gradually improved, and he was now able to walk on his own. Through some simple inquiries, Bucky had learned about some of the events that had transpired with Steve. Did it hurt? Bucky asked. Steve shamelessly replied, A little bit. At that moment, Bruce Odinson chimed in, Oh, how come I heard Howard and the others say you were almost shouting your voice hoarse? Steve remained unfazed. I was really excited at that time. Only Bucky asked with concern, Is it permanent? Steve, it seems like it's mostly recovered now. Bruce Odinson stopped interrupting. They were now heading toward the exit. He was well aware that they would soon encounter someone, so he was already thinking about how to conduct himself in front of the Red Skull. He certainly didn't want to ruin Steve's wonderful first meeting with him. The sounds of gunfire outside began to diminish, indicating that the Hydra soldiers had fallen into a disadvantage. As they moved from the corridor onto a high platform in the factory below them suddenly erupted in violent explosions. The countdown bomb activated by the Red Skull was finally taking effect. Bruce Odinson remained silent, following closely behind Steve as they ran. Captain America. I'm so excited. I'm your #1 fan. Red Skull, Schmidt's voice came from the elevated platform across from them. Bucky whispered to Bruce Odinson, He's still making movies? Bruce Odinson quickly replied, Not just movies, there are comics too, all called Captain America. Want to see? I have resources. Bucky decisively whispered back, Thanks. Steve pretended not to hear their conversation and slowly walked onto the platform that stood between him and the Red Skull, confronting the approaching foe. So, Dr. Erskine ultimately succeeded, Schmidt said, as if casually chatting with Steve. Although it seems like there's not much of an upgrade, I have to say it's indeed quite impressive. Steve remained silent and, once he reached a suitable distance, suddenly swung his fist hard at Red Skull Schmidt's face. You don't understand anything, he said calmly. Schmidt staggered back 2 steps. Oh, really? He then suddenly charged forward and threw a punch at Steve. Steve raised his shield. With a clang, Schmidt's punch left a distinct imprint on Steve's shield. Realizing that something was off with Schmidt, Steve was about to draw his gun. But unexpectedly, Schmidt followed up with a second punch, knocking him down onto the metal frame. Schmidt attempted to continue his assault, but Steve quickly kicked out, sending Schmidt flying back as he pressed his advantage. When Steve got back up, he noticed that the short Dr. Zola, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, had already pulled the lever to cut off the iron bridge connecting him and Schmidt. The 2 super soldiers, both born from the super serum, stared across the broken bridge at each other. Schmidt suddenly spoke up. No matter what lies Dr. Erskine told you, look at me. I am his most successful creation. With that, in front of everyone, Schmidt ripped off his entire face from his neck, including his hair, as if he were violently tearing off a complete mask. Clearly, beneath that human skin mask, the Red Skull was his true identity. You're not wearing something like that, are you? Bucky couldn't help but ask. Bruce Odinson replied nonchalantly, Don't worry, Steve's can't be ripped off. Steve, no. He casually tossed the ripped-off mask. Oh no, his own face, into the exploding flames below, while Schmidt smugly said, You've been played, Captain. You pretend to be an ordinary soldier, but in reality, you're just afraid of your own power, unwilling to admit that we have long since surpassed humanity. I'm different from you. I take pride in it, not fear. Steve, then why do you still want to run away? Schmidt didn't answer and instead walked into the elevator, pressing the button. Boom, boom. The explosions continued below, and soon the entire factory would be reduced to ruins. The violent blast jolted Steve back to reality, reminding him that the three of them were about to be blown to pieces. Looking up, Steve found a safe escape route on a higher platform and immediately turned around, calling out, "Come on, let's go up." "No need, Steve. I have a better way." Bruce Odinson, who had been thoroughly enjoying the show, finally stood up from the audience. Steve looked surprised. "So you can really fly?" Bucky looked confused. Bruce Odinson also blinked hard, but ultimately shook his head regretfully. "I can't fly, but we don't need anyone to fly right now." Steve asked curiously, "What do you have in mind?" Bruce Odinson's lips curled into a slight smile. "Have you ever played beanbag toss?" "Steve, huh?" Bruce Odinson stopped answering and, with a thought, a silver spear that had briefly appeared in front of Howard and Peggy Carter suddenly manifested in his palm. "Where did that come from?" Steve asked, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the silver spear covered in beautiful and incomprehensible intricate designs. "This is just so cool." Bucky couldn't help but exclaim at the silver spear in Bruce Odinson's hand. Bruce Odinson was already accustomed to being met with surprise and praise. He stepped aside and performed a beautiful flourish with the spear against the iron railing of the platform. Without any sound of metal clashing, a 2-meter-long gap suddenly appeared in the railing before him, and the piece he had cut fell into the explosive flames below, drawn by gravity. After putting the wind and moon away, the silver spear vanished from his hand, and he turned back, appearing as if nothing had happened. In this day and age, if we don't have a powerful weapon at our side, how can we dare to wander outside, right? Steve and Bucky approached Bruce Odinson with blank expressions. Bucky suddenly said seriously, "Bruce." Bruce Odinson looked over curiously and asked, "No matter who you really are, as long as you're not Steve's enemy, I recognize you as a friend." Bruce Odinson exchanged a glance with Steve and said, "I believe it now." Bucky asked him in confusion, "Excuse me, what did you say?" Bruce Odinson replied earnestly, "The relationship between you and Steve is definitely extraordinary." Steve and Bucky. All right, don't be nervous, just a little joke," Bruce Odinson said, this time genuinely putting away his playful expression and becoming very serious. "Steve, do you believe me?" Steve answered without hesitation, "Of course." "Good. Now I'm going to throw you over, and then you catch Bucky over there." "Do you dare?" Bruce Odinson asked while keeping a close eye on the elevator across from them, as he heard the sounds indicating that the elevator had just reached the top floor. Steve was taken aback by Bruce Odinson's bold idea, but the next moment he still answered without hesitation, "Bring it on." "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, Bruce Odinson didn't give Steve any time to react, suddenly lifting him by the waist and throwing him high into the air. Then he grabbed his ankles and spun around 360 degrees to build momentum before forcefully flinging him out. Bruce Odinson saw the expression on Steve's face in midair, which was a mix of wanting to scream loudly and feeling embarrassed. "All right, don't press that elevator button yet," he shouted at Steve, who was rolling and landing smoothly. "It's our turn." He turned around and said to Bucky, whose face looked a bit pale, but not very noticeable due to his skin tone. Bucky swallowed hard. "Maybe I can take the top route." Bruce Odinson directly tossed Bucky into the air, ignoring the screams coming from his throat, and similarly built momentum with a 360-degree spin to send Bucky flying from his hands. Over there, Steve shook his head, stood up, and immediately caught Bucky as he flew into his arms. In the end, Steve successfully caught Bucky, and his sturdy physique played a significant role as a human cushion. "Bruce, what will you do?" At this moment, Steve finally managed to say what he had been wanting to express. Bruce Odinson smiled and didn't even step back. He jumped up directly from the gap he had created. His graceful figure in midair made the two on the opposite side momentarily think their eyes were playing tricks on them. And in the end, it was Steve who reacted first, quickly stepping aside with Bucky still in his arms. Without making too much noise, Bruce Odinson lightly tapped his toes against the wall and elegantly landed next to Steve and Bucky. Indeed, to prevent any sudden explosions from happening beneath his feet, he exerted some force and even jumped a little. Steve and Bucky, who had finally left his embrace, approached. "Can you teach me how to do that?" Bruce Odinson walked to the elevator doors, watching the elevator slowly descend from the top floor, casually saying, "Sure, just call me Master from now on." "Bucky, so, are you really from China?" Bruce Odinson shrugged, while Steve answered for him, "No, he's an alien." Bucky looked confused. Bruce Odinson had been paying attention to the commotion in the elevator, and just as the elevator was about to reach their floor, he decisively pressed the elevator button beside him. Soon, the elevator doors opened, revealing a surprised short Dr. Zola inside. Bruce Odinson stepped into the elevator, then turned back to the two still blinking in confusion outside. "Aren't you coming in?" Steve and Bucky both entered the elevator, and the atmosphere inside became a bit awkward. The little doctor, Zola, was cowering in the corner, anxiously waiting for Bruce Odinson and the others to take violent action against him. The elevator doors closed, and Steve looked at Bruce Odinson, silently asking if he should press the button. Bruce Odinson shook his head and then reached out to Zola in the corner. "Don't hit me." Zola was so scared that he covered his head and squatted down. Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes. "The key. WH. I need a key to start the car on the 3rd underground floor. I think it's on you right now." Zola tremblingly took out a uniquely shaped silver key and handed it to Bruce Odinson. Good boy," Bruce Odinson said to the other two, his back. Steve immediately understood and snatched the briefcase Zola had been guarding. He looked at Bruce Odinson and asked, "Did you plan this all along? Since you saw that car on the 3rd underground floor?" Bruce Odinson smiled. "Guess." Hiding at the side, Zola listened to the tone of Bruce Odinson's conversation with Steve, and at that moment realized that he was not just Steve's little sidekick. A sudden flash of insight struck him. "It's you. You killed those people on the roof," he shouted loudly. Bruce Odinson turned back in surprise. He didn't expect Zola to dare speak so loudly to them at that moment. Bang! A punch hit Zola on the forehead, knocking the little guy out cold. "Bro, I'll leave him to you," he said to Steve. Steve smiled, shouldering the unconscious Zola. "No problem." The elevator doors opened, and this time Bruce Odinson took the lead, bringing the other two to the garage where the sleek black sports car was stored. He was in high spirits, mumbling things like, "My little baby, Daddy's back." However, his happy mood didn't last long. When he arrived in front of the car he had been thinking about, he discovered a serious problem. The car only had a capacity for 3 people. How about we look for the trunk?" he said to Steve, who was still carrying Zola. "It's fine. I can carry him like this for now." Steve voluntarily opened the car door, sat Zola in the slightly roomier back seat, and then handed the briefcase to Bucky. "Please?" "All right." Looking at his beloved car that obviously had no trunk, Bruce Odinson opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, inserting the key to start the car. Bucky, who had taken the briefcase, sat in the passenger seat, and only then did he truly let out a sigh of relief. "Ready to go?" Bruce Odinson smiled. "Of course." Bruce Odinson drove the luxurious sports car, successfully reuniting with the Allied soldiers who had broken through outside, along with the other 3. Steve finally put down Dr. Zola, who was then taken care of by the bearded men driving the tank. Afterward, Bruce Odinson and his group became the vanguard of the entire breakout team, paving the way for everyone. The thick darkness of night did not halt their progress. Everyone understood that now was not the time to rest. "I suppose even Howard's plane can't carry all of us back, right?" Steve remarked, pulling out the signal device that had been damaged by bullets, seemingly relieved it was broken. "Don't worry, brother. We'll make sure to return with everyone," Bruce Odinson confidently claimed, accelerating the sports car to tractor speed. He then pulled out a functioning signal device from his black trench coat pocket and tossed it to Bucky in the passenger seat. "What's this for?" Bucky asked. "Look, if a fight breaks out, your usefulness is minimal, so I've got you some work to do. Protect our only usable signal device," Bruce Odinson stated bluntly. Feeling even more out of place among the others in the car, Bucky fell silent for a long moment before slowly responding, "Is there anything else I can do?" "Of course." Bruce Odinson's words reignited hope in Bucky's heart. "What?" "Take care of my baby. If necessary, I'll allow you to drive into the enemies. Just make sure my baby doesn't get a single bullet hole." Bucky, expressionless, fell back into silence again, resembling an emotionless assassin. The next morning, Bruce Odinson, the vanguard of the breakout team, suddenly halted his progress. Ahead of them was a Hydra stronghold heavily guarded. There was no possibility of taking a detour, so he gathered with Steve, Bucky, and several others to discuss how to proceed with the upcoming battle. Having introduced themselves during the handover of prisoner Dr. Zola last night, Everyone skipped the small talk and got straight to the point. Steve and I will infiltrate to cause destruction. Once we draw most of the fire, you guys can flank them from behind. Considering the several waves of enemy convoys we encountered last night, there shouldn't be too many people inside that stronghold. Let's aim to take it all at once. Steve pondered for a moment and thought Bruce Odinson's proposal was excellent. Yeah, there are various supplies there. Once we take it, our soldiers should have enough time to rest, eat, and sleep well. Bucky listened silently throughout, saying nothing, while others wore expressions that suggested they were observing two madmen. After everyone collected their thoughts, a bearded man spoke up. You plan to repeat last night's madness, but in broad daylight? Bruce Odinson replied. Why do I feel like your words are so ambiguous? We're your saviors, Dugan. Can't you have a little faith in us? The bearded man, Dugan, said, I appreciate you, Bruce, and I know what you and Steve can do. But I still insist we charge straight in with those two big beauties behind us and go toe-to-toe with their defenses. At this point, Bucky stepped forward and proposed a compromise. 90 seconds. Let's settle on 90 seconds. Everyone looked at him. Huh. Bucky shrugged. We don't have time for a democratic meeting here. Since everyone has differing opinions, let's use both methods simultaneously. He turned to Bruce and Steve. You have 90 seconds to infiltrate. After 90 seconds, we'll attack with the tanks from behind. How about that? Bruce Odinson and Steve exchanged glances and said in unison, No problem. The group dispersed to finish their preparations. Hey, Dugan, I've been meaning to ask, what's that stick on your waist for? The bearded man turned back halfway. Oh, you mean this? Last night, I told a Hydra bastard that one day I'd have a stick just like his, you see? The others. When everyone was ready for battle, Bruce Odinson and Steve took the lead and moved to the front. They turned to Bucky behind them. 90 seconds, right? Bucky tilted his head slightly. What, you want a stopwatch? Bruce Odinson handed his car keys to Bucky. No need. Just help me protect my baby. Don't let it get shot. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Steve took off simultaneously, leaping forward with superhuman speed toward the distant Hydra outpost. Not only did the Hydra soldiers on patrol fail to react, but even their own personnel, who had been watching intently, could only see a fleeting shadow and couldn't grasp their figures at all. All right, we're ready too. Bucky gestured to Dugan and the others while opening the pocket watch he had. Dugan opened his mouth. So, you really do have a stopwatch. Daylight is indeed different from night. Bruce Odinson and Steve ultimately could not successfully infiltrate the outpost, which was 300 meters away, under the watchful eyes of numerous Hydra soldiers. However, this hardly seemed to trouble them. Even as the Hydra soldiers opened fire first, they did not slow their pace. Steve even raised the conspicuous shield he always carried with him. Bruce Odinson instantly felt the number of bullets near him decrease significantly. Entering the effective firing range of the Hydra soldiers meant they were finally closing in on the enemy. Before long, after about 7 to 8 seconds, Bruce Odinson surged ahead of Steve, charging into the midst of the enemy troops. The sounds of enemy shouts filled his ears, and alarms began to ring out nearby, yet none of this caused his calm expression to waver in the slightest. With a thought, the silver spear wind and moon was summoned into his hand. He swung the spear, and it flashed like a silver streak of light. Within a 2-meter radius around him, the enemies fell silent, each sporting a deep cut across their throats, visible to the bone. With thud and thud sounds as the silver light passed, no one was left alive. Steve was clearly stunned by Bruce Odinson's display of power. After throwing several punches and smashing a Hydra soldier's helmet with a shield, he shouted from a distance, "Is this really your true strength?" Once Bruce Odinson started fighting, it seemed he couldn't be stopped. He charged toward the Hydra soldiers who were about to throw grenades without hesitation. His voice drifted to Steve's ears from the air. "If it makes you feel better, then yes, that's it. You're something else." Steve began to charge forward with his shield, leaping to smash the helmet of the nearest Hydra soldier, then using his powerful fist to send 2 nearby enemies flying. "You really know how to take care of people." Bruce Odinson fought through the Hydra ranks as if there were no obstacles, effortlessly evading the soldiers' gunfire since they couldn't hit him with a single bullet. Sometimes, he would even deliberately guide the enemy's gun barrels toward their own men. If the enemies failed to react, that was all the better for him, as he wouldn't have to lift a finger. Even if they did react, they would hesitate because of their comrades, and he would swiftly help them out with a knife. Steve's kill count was being ruthlessly overshadowed by Bruce's performance. He felt somewhat regretful. After all, this wasn't just a battle for the two of them. It wasn't their duet. Given a little more time, just 10 minutes, they could have torn through the entire Hydra base and annihilated all the enemies. After the 90 seconds of excitement passed, he heard the shouts of their own men behind him, and Bucky was leading the charge in his precious car. Bruce Odinson glanced at the remaining enemies. Their morale was as fragile as a dying candle, and their fighting spirit had almost vanished. They were fleeing slower than snails. He put away the silver spear, wind, and moon, and took a small leap onto Bucky's car. You were definitely timing that, right? Bucky gripped the steering wheel with both hands, eyes fixed ahead, looking like a seasoned driver of 30 years. Absolutely. Bruce Odinson, sitting in the passenger seat, smirked and reached for the steering wheel. Let me drive. But didn't scratch my baby, did you? Bucky complied with Bruce's movements, allowing him to sit on his lap. Come on, it was such a short distance. If I could have scratched it, I wouldn't drive again. Bruce Odinson shifted his weight, pushing Bucky into the passenger seat. The party isn't over yet. Do you want to go down and play for a bit? Bucky rolled his eyes. Do you think I didn't see all the corpses on the way here? Does this party still need me? I used to think Steve was the least scientific person. I mean, you planned this from the start, didn't you? I can't let Steve take all the spotlight, can I? If I can't be the main character, I can at least be an amazing supporting role. Bucky propped his elbow on the car door, watching as Bruce Odinson drove past a still battling Steve toward the depths of the Hydra base. Are you sure you're not the main character? All right, actually, I'm not so sure, Bruce Odinson casually remarked, bringing Bucky to the center of the stronghold, executing a stylish drift, then shutting off the engine and opening the car door. I knew they'd stash the weapons in a place like this, Bruce Odinson stated as he got out of the car, not even glancing at the massive pile of weapons and ammunition ahead, instead walking in another direction. I'll leave this to you. If any enemies show up, you can handle it, right? Bucky snapped back to reality from the pile of weapons. Where are you going? What if someone comes and crashes into your car? Bruce Odinson didn't look back. I'm hungry. Can't you drive away? Bucky immediately began moving weapons onto the car. He didn't need to take them all, just enough to ensure he could finish the stronghold battle quickly with the superior weapons he collected. It had been an hour since Bruce Odinson and Steve occupied the first Hydra stronghold they encountered. The soldiers, having marched all night, had cleaned the battlefield, filled their stomachs, and had been sleeping soundly for half an hour. The only exceptions were Bruce Odinson and Steve, who were both surprisingly alert. They were acting as sentinels for everyone, preventing any unwelcome enemies from crashing into their position. Hey, brother, what are you planning to do after we get back? Still making movies? Bruce Odinson whispered to Steve. Steve looked a bit puzzled. I hadn't thought that far ahead, but I think I should be able to see some real combat. Come on, Steve, when you go back, you'll be the hero of the entire army, not just the people behind us. Even your old boss, that grumpy Phillips, will sincerely call you Captain America. Please stop teasing me with that, Your Highness. Steve replied, exasperated. And it's not just me. You've earned everyone's respect, too. They even look at you with more reverence than they do me. In situations like you mentioned, I usually attribute that to my charismatic personality, Bruce Odinson shamelessly concluded before smoothly transitioning to another casual topic. Do you know that Miss Peggy has actually liked someone for a long time? His new topic successfully caught Steve's attention. What did you say? Oh, I said Miss Peggy. Before Bruce Odinson could finish, wind and moon appeared in his hand, and he threw it to the left. The spear instantly pierced through the body of a well-hidden Hydra soldier in the distance, pinning him to the ground. Walking over to retrieve wind and moon, Bruce Odinson began searching the already lifeless Hydra soldier. Steve came over as well, his expression serious. Looks like we can't stay here any longer. Wait. Bruce Odinson found an identification badge from the body and glanced at it before speaking again. This is just an ordinary sentry. He might have been sent to check things out after the base sent out some messages nearby. He looked at Steve. You remember the map, right? The nearest Hydra base is also 20 miles away. Given that this sentry hasn't reported back for a while, even if they send more sentries, the two of us can handle it, and we can at least allow our people to sleep for another half hour before they bring enough manpower. Steve, isn't that a bit too risky? Don't worry, it's fine. Bruce Odinson pointed to the sky. Have you forgotten? I have a pair of eyes up there. Now, help me deal with this guy's body. Steve bent down to lift the body. Let me handle this. You continue with what you were saying earlier. Bruce Odinson grinned mischievously. What was I saying just now? On the third day of leading the troops through the layers of Hydra's encirclement, Bruce Odinson and his team had successfully broken through the enemy's heavy blockade. They were now only about 2 or 3 miles away from safely returning to their medical point. Bruce clearly remembered that the original Steve had spent 3 whole days to finally bring everyone back to the medical point on the 4th morning. Now, with his assistance, they had significantly shortened the return journey by an entire day. Hey, Bucky, where's the signal device? Bruce Odinson asked, turning to Bucky in the passenger seat of his precious sports car. Bucky, looking confused, pulled out the signal device Bruce had thrown to him earlier and said, "It's right here. What's up? We haven't used it at all on the way, and now that the fighting's over, we need to call for backup?" Bruce rolled his eyes dramatically and replied, "I need Howard to notify that old Phillips to prepare the medical supplies. It drives me crazy. It's one thing for the injured in the cells, but those guys were fine just 2 days ago. Now that we're almost safe, those idiots start messing around, acting like we're their parents, making sure they eat, drink, and take care of everything. They deserve what they get if they get captured." "Oh, I see." Bucky wisely handed the signal device over to Bruce. Then, with one hand on the steering wheel, Bruce started quickly tapping on the signal device. Steve leaned forward from the back seat, blinking in confusion as he asked, "How? Is this signal device so complicated to operate? Didn't you realize I was sending him Morse code?" Cough, cough. Steve and Bucky both awkwardly coughed, and Steve chuckled. "I just didn't expect aliens to know this." Bruce Odinson was multitasking, driving, sending signals, and chatting with Steve and Bucky. "Steve, do I look like the kind of arrogant idiot who dismisses all knowledge outside of my own civilization?" Definitely not. Then is it so unreasonable, illogical, or unbelievable that I learned Morse code?" "Steve," Bucky snickered before seriously saying, "Hey Bruce, Earth welcomes you." "Thanks, but it doesn't make a difference whether you welcome me or not." "Bucky." Now, it was Steve who was trying to stifle a laugh. Ahead, the camp where Phillips was located was clearly visible. As they got closer to their destination, Steve began to feel flustered and anxious. "Hey, Bruce, were you serious about what you told me before? You're not joking, right? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can always ask yourself." "Better not." "Huh, man." Bruce Odinson began to slow down the car. "You remember your promise to me. If you back out, I'll really unleash all my princely charm and make Miss Peggy unable to leave my side forever." Bruce Odinson spoke lightly about what was probably the most brutal thing for Steve, as if it were a casual matter. However, Bucky unflinchingly stepped in to dismantle the facade. "Didn't you tell me that kind of thing was impossible last time?" Bruce Odinson fell silent. Fortunately, there were sentries on either side of the road, and 2 soldiers with rifles stopped their vehicle, diverting everyone's attention. Before the 2 sentries could approach and ask any questions, Bruce Odinson pulled out Howard's lab ID from his pocket and calmly hung it around his neck. "Steve," he said, turning to look at Steve with a friendly demeanor before starting the car again. The rest is up to you now. Is that okay?" What do you mean, This is my only small request as your fan. Can't you fulfill it?" At this moment, Steve was concerned about other matters. "What about the report afterward? And your situation?" "Oh, you mean that? Currently, your country probably can't handle the shocking information about advanced civilizations that are hard to distinguish between enemy and ally in the distant universe. So you just figure it out. As long as you don't say anything about alien forces, I don't care how you spin my story." Steve wanted to say something more, but Bruce Odinson abruptly kicked him and Bucky out of the car. Watching the door close, the luxurious sports car sped off in front of them. After exchanging a helpless glance with Bucky, Steve chose to continue forward with the others, focusing on the tasks at hand. Continuing to drive the old sports car with the Hydra insignia on the hood, Bruce soon spotted someone he didn't expect, Howard Stark. He was actually coming out of his lab to greet him, which truly surprised Bruce. He slowly turned off the engine, driving the car up to Howard and honked twice. "Look who it is. The great genius. Were you waiting for someone?" With his hands in his pockets and his head held high, Howard replied, "Yes. I was waiting for an alien who clearly has a signal device but didn't know how to use it, insisting on waiting until he was safe before using it as a toy." Bruce Odinson smiled. "Do you think my new car is cool?" Howard couldn't hold back any longer. He opened the passenger door and jumped in, immediately launching into a rapid-fire rant. Honestly, I don't know what you were thinking. While it's unrealistic to have me fly back to pick you up, at least send a signal. The signal device I designed can run for 20 days. Sending a signal doesn't take much power. Then just now, I was busy working on the anti-gravity system, started to make some progress, and suddenly your series of signals began to come in nonstop. Almost. I was as close to blowing up my own engine. If it weren't for my steady hands and the automatic recording feature of my signal receiver, who else could receive your long string of signals? Let alone, no one else could decipher that long string of garbled code in just 30 seconds. After listening to Howard's long-winded complaints and watching his almost frantic expression, Bruce Odinson maintained a calm smile. So, you're concerned about me now? Howard instantly deflated, slumping in his seat. So you wrecked several of my cars just to bring this thing back, Prophet? This question finally prompted Bruce Odinson to respond directly. Exactly. Howard helplessly closed his eyes, feeling he needed a moment to collect himself. After returning to Howard's lab, Bruce Odinson's first priority was to find Howard's private coffee machine area. He poured himself a cup of Howard's signature coffee and then proceeded to dump sugar and milk into it without restraint. Howard, looking mysterious, approached him and waited until Bruce had taken a satisfying sip before asking, "So, can I borrow your so-called tesseract for research?" Bruce blinked innocently and replied, "What tesseract? What the F***? Don't tell me that as a prince of the divine realm, you lost it to a mere mortal?" Bruce remained calm, raising an eyebrow as he responded, "I never intended to retrieve the tesseract this time. Don't tell me you really just did this to help Steve? Didn't I bring back a supercar? Just go back to your work." Howard fell silent and turned away, returning to his research on the anti-gravity system. Bruce continued to savor his coffee, while silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. At the moment he counted to 0, Howard just happened to return, wearing a flattering smile and saying, "Bro, can I borrow that sports car of yours for 2 days of research?" Bruce glanced at him sideways and asked, "Can you say that again?" With a humble expression, Howard replied, "I swear I won't take your new baby apart." "Really? You can supervise me if you want. Is that what you've been after?" Bruce saw right through Howard's intentions, but Howard was unfazed and chuckled. "Bro, you really understand me." Bruce rolled his eyes, saying, "Pay me my salary first. Once I get my paycheck, I'll supervise you." "What's wrong with that?" As he spoke, Howard turned to rummage through the coffee machine area. "Don't tell me you put the check here." Bruce hesitated. "Ah, the check." Howard responded while searching, "Of course not. Something as important as a check is always on me." "Then what are you looking for?" "Of course." Howard suddenly turned around with excitement. "Found it. Look." Bruce looked over to see Howard holding a document, and the words on the cover read, "Share Transfer Agreement." He set down his unfinished coffee, took the document from Howard, and opened the first page, only to see explanation of partial share transfer of Stark Industries. He didn't continue reading and slapped the document against Howard's chest, saying, "Don't think this means you can avoid paying me. I've been diligent and hardworking for months. This isn't about shares. It's a real cash transaction." Bruce used Chinese idioms while saying this, which left Howard, who considered his Chinese level to be at least a 4th level, struggling to comprehend what he meant. Howard's expression then became complex as he asked, "So you just rejected me? Wasn't that obvious?" Bruce snorted coldly. "Pay me my salary." Howard tried to negotiate again. "How about you reconsider? This is Stark Industries stock, though it's only 5%. Bruce replied firmly, "You can't use that stock relationship to replace our pure financial friendship." Howard ultimately couldn't out-argue Bruce, and ended up signing him a check without a specific amount written on it. Bruce scoffed, "Huh, you had the check all along but refused to pull it out. Tell me, were you planning to share those shares with me from the start?" "You're a really good friend, Bruce, truly," Howard explained. Bruce proudly looked up and said, "I know that. I'm also an excellent son, an excellent prince, an excellent warrior, an excellent captain, and an excellent brother. I'll make sure to accurately relay your words to the All-Mother. I believe she'll be very pleased to hear this." Heimdall's voice suddenly echoed in Bruce's ear. Both Bruce and Howard fell silent. One was exasperated by Heimdall's constant invasion of his privacy, while the other admired Bruce for having to decline his invitation due to the responsibilities he carried, feeling both respect and pity for him. For a moment, both lost interest in continuing the conversation. "I'll go back to work, / I'll get another cup. they said simultaneously. Howard awkwardly interjected, supervise. After refilling his coffee, Bruce Odinson said, all right, let's go supervise. The next day, the interaction between Bruce Odinson and Howard returned to its usual routine. One was responsible for playing around, disrupting Howard's scientific research work while providing some constructive input, while the other worked diligently, enduring the disruptions and occasional constructive advice from his friend. At this time, Steve showed up, finally wearing his military uniform. Without the captain's outfit, he looked spirited and had a different charm about him. Oh hey, brother, you finally have time to visit us. Bruce Odinson was the first to greet him, conveniently forgetting that he had unceremoniously left Steve and the others behind to leisurely enjoy coffee. Upon seeing Bruce, Steve's face immediately turned melancholic, as if Bruce had just done something irresponsible to him. Hi, Bruce, Mr. Stark. After exchanging pleasantries, the first thing he said wasn't about how he would cover for Bruce in the report, but rather, bro, you said Peggy liked me. Bruce Odinson asked in confusion. Yeah, I said that. Then why did she reject me when I confessed yesterday? Wait, Bruce raised a hand to signal him to stop. So, you didn't come here to fulfill your promise to get my signature, but rather to seek my advice on love, right? That's one of the reasons I'm here. Howard, who had been working after greeting Steve, paused his activity, standing still and silent. Bruce and Steve looked at him, and he quickly said, it's fine. Just go ahead and talk like I'm not here. Are you starting your work related to S.H.I.E.L.D. manufacturing today? Howard waved his hand and said, those are just minor tasks. I can handle them easily. I have quite a bit of research in material science. Bruce Odinson and Steve exchanged glances, their expressions filled with helplessness. Don't try to back out of the signature you promised. Bruce Odinson pulled the conversation back to the previous topic. Steve immediately pulled out a pen from his pocket and asked, where do I sign? How much? After finally getting Steve to sign all the Captain America comics, cards, posters, and movie tapes that Bruce Odinson had collected, Steve rubbed his slightly sore wrist and sighed in relief, saying, that should be it, right? Bruce Odinson replied with satisfaction. That's it, of course. If you release any new merchandise later, I'll let you know. Upon hearing this, Steve shivered and said, now I understand just how scary being a fan can be. Especially when your enthusiastic fan is someone you really can't afford to provoke. Howard interjected from the side. Bruce Odinson scoffed, then picked out a dozen duplicate items from the many Captain America merchandise and asked, do you still want these? Howard quickly pleaded, momentarily forgetting Steve's strange look. Yes. Let's talk this through. After finally rescuing a large pile of cards, posters, and a precious Captain America movie tape from Bruce Odinson's hands, he sheepishly turned to Steve and said, honestly, I wasn't really a fan before. I promise. It's just that Bruce kept dragging me along to watch your works. You know how it is. Thanks for the support, Steve replied, momentarily caught off guard before finally responding to Howard. All right. Let's talk about what's going on with you. Bruce Odinson became noticeably impatient after Steve finished signing, looking like a scoundrel who wouldn't recognize someone after pulling up his pants. Steve instinctively glanced around before slowly speaking. Didn't you tell me yesterday that Peggy liked me? I thought, if that's true, I should take the initiative. I can't let the girl make the first move, right? So, I confessed to her. And then I told her I liked her too, and she just looked at me for a while, then said she understood and walked away. Upon hearing such a strange situation, even Howard was stunned, saying, that shouldn't be. I believe Miss Peggy likes you. It doesn't make sense. Even if she rejected you, she shouldn't have been so cold. Only Bruce Odinson maintained his composure, saying, tell me the details of the confession. Well, we had dinner together last night, and afterward I confessed to her, and she just said she understood and left. Were there any other people there? Bruce Odinson felt he was beginning to grasp the key to the problem. There were people in the tavern. Did they hear your conversation? Of course not. Bruce Odinson simply stared at him in silence. Under Bruce's gaze, Steve finally faltered, changing his answer. Maybe they heard, but we weren't too far apart. Howard and Bruce exchanged glances, their expressions resembling those of spectators watching the last single man on Earth. All right, it's not a big deal. Bruce Odinson patted Steve's shoulder and said, it's all about experience. Next time, find an opportunity alone with her and sincerely tell her again. Really? Bro, you're not lying to me, are you? Really? Besides, when have I ever lied to you? Maybe she'll even invite you to dance. Steve, still somewhat doubtful, said, but what if I can't dance? Figure out. Now hurry up and go. I'm busy here. Oh, okay. Steve turned to leave, but halfway there, he remembered he hadn't mentioned something else. He walked back a few steps and put on a serious expression, saying, "Bruce, I haven't told anyone about your true identity yet, but this secret won't last forever. Have you thought about what to do in the future? It doesn't matter. I never intended to keep a secret. Like I told you yesterday, the only reason it's a secret now is that you all can't handle news. I want to prevent those capitalists above you from coming up with some disgusting decisions that might delay the whole planet. Once Earth's hard power increases a couple of levels, whether these messages are hidden or not won't matter." Steve looked somewhat confused and asked, "Disgusting decisions that delay the whole planet? Why would they want to do that?" Howard shrugged from the side, saying, "After all, he's out here all alone, and all those divine realms are far off in outer space. Such enticing conditions make some people feel like they have an opportunity to exploit. It's inevitable." "What enticing conditions?" Howard pointed at Bruce Odinson's handsome face and said, "This one." "Excuse me?" Bruce, haven't you emphasized this to anyone else?" Bruce Odinson rolled his eyes and said, "Why would I bother telling others about something so unimportant?" "All right," Howard and Steve said. "This face has been around for over 1,000 years. How much more is still unknown, but I suspect it's likely over 1,000 years. Oh." Suddenly, Howard hopped on one foot, clutching one of his feet while spinning around, shouting, "Can you lighten up?" His loud voice successfully attracted the attention of others in the lab. Seeing everyone looking over, Howard quickly switched to a nonchalant expression in a second, saying, "It's nothing. You all just continue with your work." After dismissing everyone, Howard then said seriously, "Now do you understand?" Steve nodded seriously, then asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Bruce Odinson replied casually, "Of course I'm fine. That position, that force, that angle will only cause him extreme pain for a brief moment. There won't be any other injuries. Besides, that pain lasts less than a second and can even effectively promote blood circulation." Steve looked at Howard's face, which had twisted again, and asked, "Really? He often pretends like this just to trick me into making him work more. I fell for it the first time, too." Bruce Odinson pulled Steve to the side, leaving Howard to continue his act. Seeing the two of them truly ignore him and leave, Howard had no choice but to put away his expression and return to work, remembering that Bruce Odinson was right. He had received a new task to start designing a shield for Steve. Not far away, Bruce Odinson and Steve's conversation could still be faintly heard. "So, bro, how old are you really? Does it matter? Actually, it's fine if you don't say. I'm just curious." 18. From now on, I'll always be 18. After sending Steve off, Bruce Odinson resumed his seemingly ordinary life in the following days. However, he actually enjoyed such days immensely, leisurely sipping coffee, exercising, practicing martial arts, and occasionally creating a bit of chaos for the busy and overwhelmed Howard, acting as a personal security consultant. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that due to the box of energy clips that Steve brought back, Howard had a new research project, which was one of the reasons he became extremely busy. During this time, based on their purely monetary friendship, Bruce kindly reminded Howard, who was researching energy bullets, to avoid the reckless application of electric arc stimulation that could lead to an explosion, although deep down, he genuinely hoped to see such a scene unfold. "So, you dare to leave such a dangerous thing with Hydra? Aren't you afraid of getting blown up by a stray bullet?" Howard questioned him at that time. "I can keep the rain from coming near me. Why should I fear some toys that children play with?" Bruce replied. Later on, he even offered Howard a suggestion while he was making the round shield, advising him to use those high-grade materials to create a full-body shield, and the outcome was self-evident. Howard had an odd expression and refused him, citing insufficient materials as an excuse, and asked in return, "Do you have any comments on my design?" "No, I'm just worried that if Steve really chooses this round shield, his enemies will concentrate fire on his long legs," Bruce answered Howard. Time passed like a fleeting moment. Since the last time Howard gave him a blank check, he had not pushed Howard for his salary again. Aside from drinking coffee more frequently than before, there were no other issues. One early morning, Steve once again came to their laboratory because Howard had finally completed the shield he had meticulously prepared for him. Steve was there to select his future, lifelong partner. "Seriously, I still can't understand how those politicians actually gave Stark some face and didn't disturb you. The great hero who worked alongside Steve to achieve such significant accomplishments." "Hey, I wonder if you Asgardians have quietly placed people in the U.S. government. Howard was chatting casually with Bruce Odinson, completely oblivious to Steve, who had just walked in from a distance. Bruce Odinson gave Howard a punch, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Aren't you Stark? Can't you think of such a small thing? Just then, Steve approached them. I know why. The higher-ups don't want a person of yellow skin to replace my place in the people's hearts. Plus, they realize Bruce is very special to you, and touching him rashly might provoke your hostility, so they treated everything related to Bruce coldly. Howard instantly came to a realization, feeling quite peculiar. I didn't expect you, brother, to think of this. However, Steve awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, Becky told me all this. Oh, Bruce Odinson and Howard elongated their voices in unison. The attentive Bruce Odinson also noticed a bit of lipstick on the corner of Steve's mouth and made a funny face as he winked at Steve. Looks like you've been making good progress lately, huh? It took Steve a while to realize what Bruce Odinson was hinting at, and he hurriedly wiped his lips. Sorry, I didn't clean it up properly. Oh, Bruce Odinson and Howard started teasing again. So it was just not cleaned up. Let me explain. It really isn't what you think. Steve got anxious. Just then, Peggy Carter walked over from a certain direction, her expression neutral, casually asking, Explain what? Of course, it's about your little, Bruce Odinson, quick-eyed, immediately noticed something was off and hesitated to speak. Why is your lipstick color? Not pink. Peggy Carter instantly understood what they were talking about, and her face turned icy. Ahem. At that moment, Howard became serious, commanding the attention of the three people present. Come on, everyone, let me show you my masterpieces from these days. The other three silently followed him, with Bruce Odinson behaving very naturally. He even moved to stand between Peggy and Steve, whistling innocently, as if he didn't know anything. But the other two looked a bit odd. Steve appeared hesitant, while Peggy Carter held her head high, staring straight ahead, almost wishing the corner of her eyes would steer clear of Steve. Howard, walking in front, felt like he was being pricked by needles. Fortunately, the distance was short. After just 5 or 6 steps, they arrived at the place where Howard displayed his works, which made him breathe a sigh of relief and begin to introduce his creations without hesitation. This is a half-body shield. See, I've installed bulletproof glass here, ensuring that even if you crouch behind the shield, you can clearly see everything about the enemy. Then there's this. I've equipped this one with an electric current device. You know what I mean. Next is this. Hey, what about this one? Steve picked up a small round shield specifically placed below by Bruce Odinson. Howard proudly glanced at Bruce Odinson, implying, You see, I knew it. This almost made Bruce Odinson burst out laughing. Oh, that's vibranium, Howard said in a nonchalant tone. It's harder than steel, but weighs only 1/3 of steel and perfectly absorbs vibrations. Bruce Odinson watched Howard begin his performance, and from his perspective, the man with the little mustache seemed ready to wag his tail in delight, especially since Howard's backside was facing him. Why is it so amazing? Steve couldn't help but ask. Because it's made from the rarest and most precious metal on Earth. That little bit you have in your hand is the entire stock here. Bruce Odinson suddenly interjected, stealing Howard's closing line. Howard's face instantly turned to one of discomfort, akin to having his homework eaten by a dog after writing all day. Right, brother? Bruce Odinson chuckled, patting Howard on the shoulder, adding a taunt to his corpse. Yeah, right. Howard forced a smile, his expression appearing somewhat unnatural. At this moment, Steve was staring intently at the small round shield in his hand, his gaze as if he were looking at the one true love of his life. His hand gently brushed along the edge of the shield, as if caressing the delicate fingers of a beloved. What do you think of me like this now? Steve positioned the small shield in front of his chest, striking a handsome pose and eagerly seeking Becky's opinion. Are you asking for my opinion? Becky blinked slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of indifference. Sort of, Steve replied uncertainly. All right. A relaxed smile appeared on Becky's face, and then she picked up a loaded handgun from the table beside her and fired 4 shots at Steve with a bang, 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 bang. The 4 gunshots rang loudly in the relatively empty laboratory, echoing like a clap of thunder. Startled by the sudden gunfire, Steve quickly crouched down and raised the small shield, only cautiously peeking out from behind it after the shot stopped and there was no further noise. Becky, smiling brightly, said, Very good. I think it suits you very well. After saying that, she tossed the handgun down with a bang and told Howard and Bruce Odinson, Let's have drinks tonight, and the same high-end steak as last time. With that, she turned and left Howard's workshop without looking back. Howard peeked out from behind Bruce Odinson, questioning him with a puzzled expression. What does she mean by that? You're the expert at wooing women. Why don't you figure out yourself? Bruce Odinson smiled and walked over to pat Steve on the shoulder. Are you coming over tonight? Steve hesitated for a moment, but thinking of Bruce Odinson's handsome face and Becky's words before she left, he nodded vigorously. Sure, I'll come. By the way, Howard, I have some new ideas for my uniform. Can you help me out? He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Howard. Having recovered from Becky's earlier violent act toward Steve, Howard took the design sketch from Steve's hand and said, No problem, brother. Seeing Howard busying himself with his work, Steve grabbed Bruce Odinson, who was about to leave. Hold on, brother. I need your help with something. Bruce Odinson chuckled. Don't worry, brother. It's clear you and Becky are going to hit it off. I can tell just from her jealous actions earlier. I'd bet my cosmic cube that's not yet reclaimed on it. Oh, I'm not talking about that. Wait, were you serious? She was actually jealous? So, she really does like me? Steve was overjoyed, almost unable to contain himself. Once he calmed down, he asked, what's the cosmic cube? Oh, that thing? It's what Schmidt uses to power energy weapons, but in reality, it's considered an artifact from our realm. It has other names. Some people call it the space gem, for instance. So, the thing you mentioned needing to reclaim last time was this? Why didn't you take action then? Steve's expression grew serious. Do you want to hear the truth? Of course. Okay, I'll tell you. I shouldn't have appeared in this world, but as you can see, I'm here now. One of the reasons for my coming here is to help you. Different people often interpret the same statement differently, and Bruce Odinson's words made Steve immediately understand that he had come all the way from outer space just to help him. Why? Because in the future I saw, you are very important. All right, go on. Now I need to explain the second thing to you. My presence here is itself a variable, and variables tend to accumulate over time. Understand? You mean you're changing some things? Exactly, like Howard's progress in researching Hydra technology or the number of soldiers who survived because of me when we fought our way back from the Hydra factory. Those are all variables. Just the acceleration of technological development alone, I believe you understand how significant that will be for the future. Steve nodded seriously. But, Bruce Odinson said earnestly, but these impacts are nothing compared to the changes I would cause to you. As I said before, you are very important. What does that mean? It means I cannot change you too much. I cannot reclaim the cosmic cube at that time, or else Hydra would lose their strongest weapon against you, and they would quickly fail, which would greatly alter history. Sorry, Steve felt confused. Isn't that a good thing? It is indeed a good thing for now, but not necessarily for the future. Bruce Odinson poured himself a cup of his signature coffee, but didn't drink it, merely holding it in his hand. For example, this is the original you without me, the perfect you, along with perfect coffee. He took a sip, a satisfied expression on his face. Ah, so delicious. Then he downed half the coffee in one go and refilled his cup with regular coffee. And this cup represents the coffee that has been negatively affected because of my excessive influence on you, resulting in insufficient growth for you, and even changing the entire future. He took a gentle sip, then scrunched his face in distaste. So terrible. It's a disaster. It's only slightly better than instant coffee. I can accept being a substandard version. It doesn't matter. No. It certainly matters, Steve. As I said before, after this, you will bear a heavy weight in the future, as you will be changing the entire future. Think about it. If during a hostage rescue operation, you fail to block a crucial bullet, or in a raid, you don't manage to take out the enemy's firepower, or even what? You might not even survive to see the future I mentioned. How is that possible? Hydra has already been wiped out. Of course, it's possible. That's the wonder of the unknown. Imagine if I had reclaimed the cosmic cube that day. What would have happened next? What? Bruce Odinson's expression remained calm. I would have to return to Asgard to report, and although you would lose my help, Schmidt would have either been captured or killed. The remaining Hydra would be leaderless, quickly descending into chaos, crumbling under your assault. After repeated failures, cornered, they would ultimately choose to pilot their strongest fighter jet stationed far in the Alps to carry out devastating bombings on major countries, taking half of the Earth's lives down with them. And rest assured, they would certainly do it faster than you imagine. But that's not absolute, is it? Are you willing to gamble the safety of half the Earth on this? Steve fell silent. So, Now can you understand what I mean? I can certainly appropriately change some things, but that's on a controllable basis. It's my duty to make things better. However, there are some choices I cannot make, and if necessary, I wouldn't let others make them either. After saying this, Bruce Odinson let out a long breath. All right, now let's talk about what you needed my help with earlier. Steve did not respond immediately, but remained silent. After a long pause, he refocused his gaze, looking steadily at Bruce Odinson, and said, Bruce, can I trust you? Bruce Odinson was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. That's a question you might want to ask yourself. He could sense Steve's internal struggle. It wasn't just about believing what he said, but also about accepting the outcome of not defeating Hydra ahead of time. Accepting such a result meant that countless lives would be lost in the subsequent battles. For Bruce Odinson, a soul from another world, accepting this outcome was easy, but for Steve, it was undoubtedly a difficult choice. Watching Steve lower his head again, Bruce did not urge him. He simply waited in silence for Steve Rogers to provide an answer, even though he already knew what that answer would be. Well, Steve exhaled deeply. As you said, without you, everything would only get worse. If I don't appreciate your help and instead blame you for not doing enough, then I would truly be a complete jerk. So, Bruce Odinson merely smiled. So, I will absolutely trust you, brother, with every cell in my super soldier body. Steve looked Bruce in the eye and spoke earnestly. Bruce Odinson maintained a smile. So, can we now start talking about what you wanted my help with? That evening, Bruce Odinson, Howard Stark, Steve Rogers, and Peggy Carter gathered together at a table. The steak dinner that Peggy had reserved in advance was prepared meticulously by Howard, but strangely, each of them had only one plate of steak in front of them, and there were no knives or forks to be seen. Considering the last time they dined together, Howard, the perfectionist scientist who was meticulous about details, could not possibly be unaware of Bruce's appetite, nor would he neglect something as small as utensils. Steve looked at the piece of steak on his plate and said blankly, are you all on a diet lately? Peggy Carter snapped back. On a diet for whom? Howard, are you still holding a grudge for my rejecting you back then? And using this to brush me off? And you dragged Bruce into this too. Bruce stifled a laugh and said, Isn't it just because a flirt kissed him? Does it really need to be counted like this? You can't expect Steve to open his heart and show it to you, can you? Peggy Carter looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The other three fell into a helpless silence. At this point, Steve didn't even dare to ask. Howard pursued you. All right. You two can fuss over your little romantic drama later. I want to introduce you to the main event of tonight. Bruce broke the awkward atmosphere and shifted the topic. Steve quickly chimed in. What is it? So you're really not on a diet, right? Bruce Odinson shot Steve a look that told him to quiet down. Honestly, brother, you still have a lot of room for improvement on how to be a good straight man in this. Cough, cough. Steve lowered his head, looking at the steak on his plate. So my dear Prince Thor, what are you waiting for? Peggy said in a sweet tone to Bruce Odinson. Can you please be quiet? Bruce Odinson felt a headache coming on and wanted to cover his head tightly. He walked over to the only dining card in the room, pulled off the white cloth covering it, revealing plate after plate of ingredients. Slices of beef, sausages, meat skewers, steaks, tripe. All these ingredients were kept over ice to maintain their freshness. The entire cart was layered, with the second and third layers occupied by large plates of ingredients, plentiful in quantity. On the bottom layer, however, were some items that looked a bit hard to understand. Bowls, small pots, iron plates, tin sheets, iron rings, supports, and even a pile of wood. Oh, my dear Prince Thor, are you planning to host a grand Asgardian-style Roth feast? Bruce Odinson turned to look at Peggy with a teasing smile. If you keep saying things that gross me out, I might just bend Steve's will. You believe that? Peggy puffed out her neck, but the words I don't believe that couldn't come out. Steve leaned over slightly and whispered to Howard, What does bending mean? Seeing Bruce Odinson starting to fiddle with the items on the card, Howard leaned in mysteriously and whispered in Steve's ear, From what I've learned about Eastern culture these days, bending means to turn you into GY. After saying that, Howard quickly straightened up, completely ignoring Steve's strange look directed at Bruce Odinson. Bruce Odinson held a uniquely shaped pot in one hand and pushed the cart back to the group, at which point Steve complicatedly said to him, We're best friends, right, Bruce? Bruce Odinson felt it was strange. Of course, what's up? I just wanted you to know I have someone I like, and she's a woman, sitting right here, so it's impossible for us. Steve spoke earnestly. I, a prince, can have flocks of beauties rushing to be my queen in Asgard. You actually think I would like you? Steve's face turned awkward. Sorry, I thought. He started to say more, but couldn't finish, sending continuous eye signals to Howard, who ruthlessly ignored them all. With a bang, the uniquely shaped pot was heavily placed on the table by Bruce Odinson, drawing everyone's attention and effectively ending their inexplicable awkward atmosphere. It wasn't surprising they were so startled. The pot was exceptionally peculiar, as it had a tall chimney sticking out of the center. Tonight, we're having hot pot. If you don't understand, ask now. There's no teaching after the fact, he declared with confidence. Since Steve had said something earlier, Peggy's demeanor had shifted dramatically, and now she seemed somewhat distracted. So, Bruce, you can cook too? Steve asked curiously. Bruce, while busy preparing, casually responded, I can indeed make some dishes, but I'm no professional chef, and the food we're having tonight doesn't require any advanced culinary skills. He lit the fire, added wood, and adjusted the broth, quickly getting everything ready. As everyone watched the pot in the center of the table releasing heat, Bruce Odinson's skills sparked their appetites, and they began to feel excited about the meal. He had already explained the specifics of how to enjoy hot pot to the other three. Watching the chimney of the hot pot emit faint white smoke and the clear broth begin to bubble, Howard couldn't help but swallow and ask, So, is it time for us to start eating hot pot? Bruce Odinson, busy mixing his own dipping sauces, replied, Feel free. With permission granted, Howard clumsily picked up the chopsticks he had just received and struggled to lift the untouched steak from his plate into the clear broth. Steve looked on in astonishment, stating, I thought our steak could be eaten directly. Howard shrugged and replied, Didn't we say we're having hot pot tonight? He blinked and, mimicking Howard, placed his own steak into the clear broth, then said, You're right. Bruce, do you need any help? Steve asked, feeling a bit guilty seeing Bruce Odinson working hard while he just sat there. Sure, see those small plates? Each of you has one. Mix your sauces like I showed you. And just a friendly reminder to do it according to your own taste, Bruce said. Got it. Steve stood up to start preparing his dipping sauce, while Bruce comfortably sat down. He filled the table with plates of ingredients from the cart, effortlessly wielding his chopsticks to add various items to the hot pot. Howard glared enviously at Bruce before returning to his own struggle with the two small sticks and the large piece of steak he had dropped into the pot. It was a pity he only realized after the steak was in the pot that he couldn't retrieve it. At this point, Peggy had clearly calmed down. When Steve had asked her what dipping sauce she wanted earlier, she had replied with a bright smile, just like you. Watching Bruce Odinson skillfully use his chopsticks as if they were part of his body, then glancing at her awkward grip, her expression became quite complex as she asked, So what connection do you have with that Eastern country? Isn't it obvious? Clearly, I'm a huge fan of everything about that country. Howard finally managed to retrieve his steak from a pot, holding the plate underneath it. He then responded, So during your time in Asgard, you kept an eye on everything happening over there? Well, it wasn't that exaggerated. I just occasionally checked the news when I was free. After all, that isn't my world, right? Hey, Bruce. At that moment, Steve, looking at several labeled sealed metal containers on the bottom shelf, was facing a dilemma. What's up? Do you have any recommendations? Of course, the small jar labeled chili powder. It's a perfect dipping sauce for hot pot. Thanks. You're welcome. Ugh. Suddenly, Howard began to breathe rapidly with his mouth slightly open. Peggy, using a much more skillful technique than Howard, retrieved Steve's steak. Seeing Howard's exaggerated reaction, she teased, What's wrong, too hot? Howard held the piece of steak from his plate, which had a small bite taken out of it, and although he was breathing heavily, he wouldn't spit out the meat in his mouth. After a while, once Steve had brought over the dipping sauces for all three of them, Howard finally managed to chew a few bites and swallow the piece of meat. Phew, he sighed in relief, explaining, I forgot how hot this steak would be after cooking. The other three burst into laughter, teasing him. Peggy asked, Didn't you think to spit it out? It tasted a bit strange after it was cooked, Howard admitted awkwardly. Guys, stop chatting and start eating, Bruce Odinson said as he retrieved a slice of beef from the pot. With his call, the expressions of the other three varied as they began to wrestle with their chopsticks. Howard had a stubborn look, as if he was not afraid of even Hydra's highest technology, not intimidated by the two small sticks. Peggy was much better. Her nimble fingers had found some tricks for using the chopsticks, making her the second best in the group. And Steve? With a snap, the two chopsticks broke under his forceful grip. Feeling embarrassed, Steve looked at Bruce, who had already started to eat, and said, "You definitely brought more than 8 chopsticks, right?" "The bottom shelf of the cart has 16 more chances for you to practice," Bruce replied. Steve, feeling a bit awkward, grabbed all the remaining chopsticks to his side and carefully held his second pair for the night. Meanwhile, another problem arose. "Water, water!" Howard and Peggy called out in unison, urgency in their voices. Bruce Odinson glanced at the small dipping sauce plates in front of them and immediately understood what was going on. He then casually reached into the pot for the sausages he had added earlier, as if it was no big deal. Steve asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you two?" Howard and Peggy quickly poured themselves glasses of cold water, gulping them down, and then they both sighed contentedly, saying in unison, "Nothing, but you two almost fought over a glass of water." Steve swallowed the second half of his sentence. "If Howard, you couldn't out-grab Peggy, because this hot pot is just too delicious. We wanted to rinse our mouths out before eating more," Howard said without missing a beat. "Really?" Steve looked skeptical. "Absolutely," Peggy nodded emphatically. Bruce Odinson snickered internally, but maintained an innocent demeanor, dipping a slice of beef into his sauce and enjoying a delicious bite. Steve glanced back at Howard and Peggy, seeing their sincere expressions and genuine smiles. Everything seemed so normal. So he stopped asking questions and, following the method Bruce Odinson had taught him, clumsily retrieved a slice of meat from the pot, dipped it into the perfect sauce he had been recommended, and placed the slice into his mouth. The next moment, the room echoed with urgent calls similar to those of Howard and Peggy earlier. "Water! Water! Water!" Howard and Peggy's laughter filled the room as they burst into joyous fits of giggles. "This isn't my fault. This was Bruce's recommendation. But you made the sauce for us." Howard's clear voice rang out. "So admit it, Steve. This is your fault." After the four of them finally finished the hot pot, they slumped into their chairs, each facing a different direction, looking as if their bones had been extracted, utterly worn out. Howard and Peggy Carter had bright red lips that seemed particularly alluring. "I didn't expect this seasoning called chili to be quite delicious," Howard said, taking a sip of the cold water he had just poured. Peggy mimicked Howard's action, unabashedly saying, "That's right. Maybe we should try out more delicious things in the future." Bruce Odinson glanced at Steve, who was also slumped in his chair. "Brother, what do you think?" Steve, with his strong recovery abilities, didn't appear as disheveled as Howard and Peggy, but the sensations from the hot pot experience were deeply imprinted in his mind. The feeling of indulgence, the exquisite taste, the way it became more enjoyable with each bite, and the irresistible urge to continue eating, even when his mouth was burning from the spice, pushing the next piece of meat dipped in chili sauce into his mouth. "I completely agree," he said, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. "It would be perfect if we had a bottle of chilled cola right now." Bruce Odinson glanced at Howard. "What's the problem? We have a big financier right here." Howard replied helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. It's not that I'm stingy. He said we need to finish eating before we can drink carbonated drinks. I'm just following his orders." With great difficulty, he struggled to get up from his chair and walked over to press a button by the door. 1 minute later, the four of them enjoyed the freshly delivered chilled soda, and after a synchronized sigh of relief, they slumped back into their chairs, as if their bodies had lost all support. "Brother, I suddenly feel very sorry for pulling you away from such a life," Steve said to Bruce. "What? Didn't you say the brothers missed me? Was that a lie?" "Of course not." Steve suddenly regained all his energy, sitting up straight in his chair. "No matter what, I need to thank you properly." Howard sensed something was off, and, with great effort, was the second among the four to sit up straight with strong willpower. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I promised Steve I would go to the battlefield with him tomorrow," Bruce Odinson said casually, downplaying what seemed like an important matter. "No wonder you suddenly made this for us today. I knew there was something up." Howard felt that even the cola in his cup had lost its appeal. Peggy was the third to sit up straight. "Bruce, you've already done enough for us, really. You see, I told you I'm quite likable." Bruce exchanged glances with Steve. "You two don't need to be tense. This is my choice." "Did you forget I said I was a seer? Forget that I also said we would achieve ultimate victory. But you are my personal security consultant." Howard tried to persuade Bruce with this reasoning. "Unofficially, brother, don't forget, in our original agreement, I formally declined your offer. But you later said this was Steve's battle." Hey, let's take it easy." Steve felt confused. "Bruce is so capable. Don't you all know that? Why are you opposing him helping me?" Peggy rolled her eyes. You've been working with that congressman for so long, yet you're still so clueless about this. Just from that brief breakout battle, Bruce has already garnered attention from all sides. If it weren't for Howard's substantial capital and you being a more dazzling star attracting most of the attention, Bruce would have been in the spotlight all over America long ago. Have you thought about what would happen if he goes to the battlefield with you? Steve, not being foolish, quickly considered many unfavorable possibilities after Peggy's hint. He hesitated, saying, "You mean Bruce would expose some little secrets, and then those capitalists would come rushing in? They shouldn't be that foolish, right? What about in the face of sufficient profit?" Howard played the teacher role. "Steve, if there's enough benefit, those people might even charge in a battle against Hydra with rifles in hand." You're questioning their resolve to target Bruce? Steve realized Howard was right. He looked at Bruce, his expression complex, and said, "You've thought about this long ago, haven't you?" Bruce Odinson's demeanor was entirely different from the other three. Even as Howard and Peggy made the situation sound so serious, he merely smiled lightly, continuing to lean back in his chair, and asked Steve in return, "So, will you protect me, Steve, from those congressmen who might discover my little secrets?" Steve replied without hesitation, "Of course I would, at the cost of my life. You see, isn't that it?" Bruce spread his hands towards Howard and Peggy. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Howard slowly spoke. "I need you, Bruce. Together we can have a tremendous impact. I believe you can do those things without me," Bruce said with a slight smile. Howard and Bruce exchanged glances, ultimately conceding. "Give us a reason, Bruce." Peggy said seriously, "As friends, we cannot accept you putting yourself in danger while we are powerless to help, unless you have a compelling reason to do so." Bruce Odinson had to sit up straight now, first gulping down the soda in his cup in one go and exhaling deeply. Seeing Howard and Peggy still looking serious, he helplessly turned to Steve. "Say something." Cough, cough. Steve adjusted his posture and was about to speak, but the next moment, he realized that Peggy Carter's fierce gaze had locked onto him, and he immediately shut his mouth again. "All right, let me say it myself." Bruce shrugged and adjusted his posture like Steve. "It's about the future, our future, and that's why I must do this. Like you, I am fighting for the future, for precious peace." He slowly looked at everyone. "So, I must join Steve. What happened before was just small skirmishes, but what's coming next is the main event, and I must do something very important through this main event to help make our future better." The three quietly watched as Bruce stood up from his chair, looking up at them. Under the light, Bruce Odinson began to radiate a bright glow. "The moment that truly decides the future is in our hands. It is now." Phew! Howard exhaled deeply. "That's certainly a reason that's hard to refuse." The next morning, Bruce Odinson arrived early with Steve at the base of the Howling Commandos. "Hey, Bruce." Bucky, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot Bruce Odinson and immediately greeted him with excitement. As soon as Bucky spoke, the other members of the Howling Commandos turned their attention to Bruce, staring at him as if the scene before them was a mirage. The next moment, "Haha, boss, it really is you. We thought we were going to die missing you. Boss, you finally dared to come out of your sacred, inviolable territory. I knew it. Boss, you wouldn't just leave us behind. Boss." Every remaining member of the Howling Commandos referred to Bruce as boss. For a moment, Bruce was at a loss for how to continue the greetings. "Now I understand why Bruce told old Phillips the other day that we weren't ready," Bucky said as he walked over to give Bruce a friendly hug. "Excuse me." Bruce looked puzzled. Wasn't Phillips supposed to have Steve take us to attack Hydra?" Bucky chuckled as he recounted the previous events. "Yeah, and then Steve said he needed a team." Bruce looked around at all the members in the room and said, "I see now." "Then old Phillips said." Bucky cleared his throat, adjusting his voice to imitate Colonel Phillips. "We have gathered the most outstanding talents." Bruce recalled this detail from his previous review of Captain America and asked with interest, "And then Steve said." Bucky mimicked Steve's serious expression. "No disrespect intended, sir, but in fact we are not ready." Bruce and Bucky laughed together, while Steve, standing nearby, tilted his head slightly, pursing his lips with his eyebrows raised, saying, "I was stating a fact." Just as Bruce finished greeting Bucky, before he could react, the remaining members of the Howling Commandos rushed over, surrounding him completely in layers, hugging him tightly. Everyone was shouting, "Boss," their voices mingling chaotically like chattering sparrows. "All right, I can feel your longing for me. Bruce thought he was surrounded by enemy troops. Seeing them still teasing him, he had no choice but to unleash his secret weapon. Suddenly, he raised his voice to a booming command. Everyone, at attention. This was a tactic that was effective anytime, anywhere, established by the supreme authority he gained when leading everyone through Hydra's heavy encirclement. Sure enough, his voice was highly effective. The next moment, every member of the Howling Commandos immediately ceased their playful antics and stood at attention, regardless of what they were doing. Even Steve and Bucky reflexively straightened their bodies until they remembered that they were always fighting alongside Bruce and not facing him like this. They exchanged glances and quietly relaxed. The scene became quite peculiar. All noisy sounds vanished. Bruce, who was surrounded, found that the crowd surrounding him had transformed into wooden posts, not daring to sneak a glance at what those beside them were doing, standing silently before Bruce, perfectly still. Everyone, take 3 steps back. With the command given, everyone immediately followed orders, but thud, thud, thud. Due to the overcrowding, they couldn't follow Bruce's command in an orderly manner and ended up stepping on each other, all tumbling to the ground. The scene became quite comical. However, even so, they remained silent, standing up quietly without making a sound, continuing to complete the order to step back 3 steps. Let's see if you dare to tease me again. Bruce chuckled lightly, dismissed. Of course we dare. The first to respond to Bruce's previous statement was Ace, an Asian with a skin tone similar to Bruce's, who, saying this, was about to lead the others to rush at Bruce again. Bruce's eyes widened, instantly intimidating everyone into silence, not daring to move. Who just said they dared? Reporting boss. Duggan, who got along well with Ace, stepped forward. It was Ace who said it. He unhesitatingly sold Ace out. Bruce glanced meaningfully at Ace, then casually turned away, asking Steve and Bucky, "Are we ready to depart?" Steve, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "We'll leave as soon as my uniform arrives. I don't know why painting a coat takes so long. That's obviously because I made other things too." Howard Stark's voice rang out from outside the room. Bruce turned towards the door and said, "I had no idea what kind of treasure needed a person like you to escort it." Steve hurried over, having already seen the 2 large boxes in Howard's hands. As he took the boxes from Howard, he was about to open them, but Howard stopped him, saying, Hey, this one is yours, but this one isn't." With that, he took the rectangular box from Steve's hands, walked over, and handed it to Bruce, saying, "This is, of course, a gift for my friend." He answered Bruce's question. "For me?" Bruce curiously accepted the box, opened it, and found a neatly arranged set of metal armor inside, styled like that of ancient Eastern generals going into battle. "So, is this the origin of those dark circles under your eyes?" Bruce felt both touched and amused. "What? Don't you, a fan of Eastern culture like my new creation? I stayed up all night for this. Let me tell you, if you say no, you can forget about getting your salary in the future. I won't give you a single dime." Bruce's lips twitched slightly as he said, "If you dare to withhold it, I'll tell my dad." Howard blinked. "I'll tell my mom." Howard began to tremble all over. "I'll tell my 2 older brothers." Seeing Howard instantly change his expression to one of a wide grin, brighter than flowers, he said, "Oh, come on. Who do we think we are? How could I possibly withhold your salary? I was just joking." Bruce laughed. "Me too." Howard let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Bruce Odinson moved alongside Steve as they headed towards the remaining strategic strongholds of Hydra, as if delivering a fatal blow to the organization, much like hitting a snake at its most vulnerable spot. Unlike Steve, who had memorized the locations of Hydra's key bases, Bruce relied on his own connections within this world. Upon arriving at the first important military base that Steve remembered, Bruce stepped out of his sports car and kicked Bucky, who had been leaning against the car, out of the way. Spotting the long box in the back seat, he found himself in a dilemma. "Hey, what's up? Didn't you always wish for your armor to have this style? Now that your wish has come true, you're regretting it." Heimdall's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Bruce held back the urge to roll his eyes at the sky and replied, "What qualifications do you have to critique my superior taste when you're always wearing shiny armor? In fact, I'm quite surprised that this guy named Howard actually figured out your color preference and knew you liked black." After hesitating for a moment, Bruce opened the box and indeed found a full set of black armor inside. He said dryly, "So you really have nothing better to do than to meddle in my affairs?" Bucky, who had walked over, finally heard Bruce's quiet words. Bruce, feeling exasperated, said, "I wasn't talking to you. Get out of the way and don't interfere while I'm getting dressed." As he began to put on the full body armor that Howard had made for him, Heimdall's voice continued to buzz in his ear. "Yesterday you made that hot pot, and when I reported it to the goddess, she became very interested. She asked me to ask you if the hot pot broth could actually have many variations, right?" He finished donning the lightweight armor that Howard had made for him and walked step by step towards Steve, who was waiting by the parked motorcycles, saying, "Yes," and "Stop rambling." Heimdall fell silent. Seeing Bruce approach, Steve took his shield from his back, scanned him from top to bottom, and said, "It fits well." It indeed fit well. Howard had measured everything down to the centimeter, and the entire armor closely conformed to Bruce's body, looking quite tailored. Moreover, in the joints and other areas, Howard had used materials typically used for stab-proof vests, providing Bruce with ample flexibility and mobility, minimizing any impact on Bruce's agility and superhuman speed. The only thing he wasn't quite satisfied with was the helmet. He didn't understand what Howard was thinking. He had designed the helmet to resemble that of an ancient Eastern general, complete with a long antenna sticking out of the top. If Bruce stood up, he might even receive wireless signals with it. And atop the antenna, there was a large black feather. Bruce said flatly, "If you don't start talking about something important, I might just leave." Hey, don't do that." Steve quickly lowered his tone and pulled him back. "Look, the Hydra military base is just 200 meters ahead. We'll have to charge in again." He asked, "Is the backup ready?" "Of course, aside from our team, everyone else is prepared." Steve glanced at the members not far behind them. "Communications will be handled by Ace and the others. You know how capable they are in that regard." "Yeah," Bruce nodded. "You get in the car." With that, he stepped forward, causing Steve to look at him in confusion. "Come on, I'm not driving my baby into a pile of idiots, all right?" Steve restarted the motorcycle, placing his shield in front. The powerful engine roaring made even the usually composed him feel a bit excited. "You better keep up, brother." The motorcycle sped off, quickly overtaking Bruce. A small smile formed on Bruce's lips, and the next moment, he took off like a tiger, sprinting quickly to closely follow Steve. "You want me to wear this kind of armor all the time?" He thought about some trivial matters. "Well, Howard, you'd better practice your resilience." At the rear base of the Hydra battlefield, Howard himself was unusually not engaged in his usual research work. Instead, he was in the communications command center of the base, sipping coffee, while sitting near the phone. On the surface, he appeared relaxed, but in reality, he was closely monitoring every movement outside, especially when someone received a call. He wished he could perk up his ears to hear the contents of the conversation. At one moment, the person on the other end suddenly became excited. "Really? That's fantastic." Upon hearing such sensitive words, he immediately set down his now-cold coffee and rushed over to grab the phone, asking urgently, "What did you say? Say it again." "Sir, we have successfully taken down Hydra's first military factory, and all enemies have been annihilated. This is thanks to—" Howard couldn't hear the rest, casually tossing the phone back to the person he had taken it from, leisurely picking up his coffee cup, and swaggering out. 10 minutes later, back in a lab, he received the full report from the battlefield. Under the leadership of Steve and Bruce, the Howling Commandos had plunged into the front lines like a sharp knife, their fearless combat stance delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. By the time the supporting troops arrived, Hydra was already in a state of collapse, fleeing in all directions. After reading the complete message, he opened the special report he had commissioned about Bruce and began to read it carefully, especially focusing on the details concerning Bruce's armor. This was exclusive information that he and Peggy had collaboratively worked on. Boss made a stunning performance in this battle, killing one enemy with his bare hands, using firearms to take down 35 others, deliberately allowing the captain to take 13 heads, and granting the remaining team members a total of 23 credits. Observation noted that Boss's armor was in good condition with no bullet holes, suggesting that Boss sustained 0 hits during this battle. Additionally, Boss reported that the feather on the helmet was incredibly silly and suggested that Mr. Stark eliminate this feather design, or he would personally return to stick it on Stark's head. Reporter A. After reading this special report, Howard furrowed his brow, pondering, "Is my feather really that silly? Why did you sign off as A when reporting to them, Duggan?" Ace asked, puzzled, looking at Duggan. "It stands for answer. What's wrong with that?" Duggan replied casually, Are you sure your A doesn't refer to ace, just so that if the boss comes looking for trouble later, you could throw me under the bus? Of course not, brother. Don't say that I'm doing professional communication work for the boss here. And you forgot? The boss himself asked me to give Mr. Stark relevant design suggestions. Such a good thing wouldn't fall to you. But I can't shake the feeling that your A is a setup for when the boss comes after you. So you can push the blame onto me. You're just imagining things, purely imagination. The first assault on the Hydra military base had come to a successful conclusion. Aside from a few soldiers who had died and suffered minor injuries due to their lack of awareness, all members of the Howling Commandos emerged unscathed. From today on, our American daily is going to get lively, Steve said with a smile, watching the Howling Commandos chatting, laughing, and horsing around. Bruce smiled gently in agreement. That's inevitable. After today, you can no longer hog the spotlight. Don't say that. You've earned this. Speaking of which, have you thought about how to deal with the military folks? I don't have to worry about that, Bruce said with an enigmatic smile. Do you believe that soon I'll have a reputation on Earth that rivals yours? In Howard's laboratory, Phillips came in alone to find Howard busy with various tasks that he didn't understand. You all get out. With a single command, he cleared the large laboratory. Howard set down his work, puzzled, and asked, General, what brings you here? Right, it's about that kid, Bruce. What about him? Howard's expression immediately turned serious. He thought his secret telegram had been intercepted by the military. Phillips gave Howard a scrutinizing look. Don't be nervous. That kid came to see me late last night and told me some of his little secrets. I don't quite understand what you mean, General. Phillips smiled knowingly. If I didn't already know the truth, you could have actually fooled me. I must say, in terms of lying, Howard, you're not any worse than I am. Howard quietly waited for Phillips to continue. Aliens, right? Phillips walked over to the coffee machine that Howard had put out of service and pointed at it. Mind if I use it? I'm really sorry, General. It just broke down today, and I was planning to get a new one. So until then, as you can see, I can only drink that cup of cola next to you. Oh, it broke? How unfortunate. Phillips turned around, no longer beating around the bush with Howard. I've made a deal with that brat, and this deal requires your heavy involvement. Howard blinked slowly. What? Superhero manufacturing program? Steve asked, confusion written all over his face as he blurted it out. At that moment, Bruce, Bucky, and he were gathered together, forming a trio, discussing some undisclosed secrets. Yeah, what's wrong? Didn't I explain it clearly enough? Of course not, it's just, Steve said, looking puzzled. Isn't this the same scheme that the congressman pulled on me? Flashy and superficial, making me a performer on stage to deceive the entire American public. Definitely not. The difference is huge, Bruce said earnestly. What you describe is a false hero, while what I'm talking about is making us real heroes, fighting for the country and the people and maintaining peace in the universe. You get it? Steve replied, I can understand fighting for the country and the people, but peace in the universe. I should understand that, right? Bruce waved his hand dismissively. Then I'll take that as you understand. Bucky, who had been quietly standing by, felt increasingly out of place, as he seemed to not fit in with the two who were actively talking. All right, let's discuss the next question. Does the Colonel really want to help you? From what I know, he's quite a rigid, down-to-earth guy. Aren't you the same? Bruce shot a glance at Steve. What? I'm not rigid. Okay, stop rambling. Bruce quickly interrupted Steve before he could go on. That old man Phillips isn't so bad. He actually did me a favor by giving you the information you wanted. You remember that, right? Steve recalled how he had impulsively gone to Phillips to inquire about Bucky, not paying much attention at the time. Now, upon reflection, it was evident that Bruce had already established an unusual relationship with Phillips back then. Could it be, you Asgardians really have people planted on Earth? What? Of course not. Bruce rolled his eyes in exasperation. I charmed that old man into submission, okay? Don't let your thoughts drift to the dark side. Steve felt a bit awkward, sorry. So, Phillips is considered one of us now, right? Speaking of that, Bruce began to hesitate. What's wrong? Last night, when I went to talk to Phillips about this, he agreed, but he put forth a condition. That doesn't sound like something the Colonel would do. Didn't you say you'd already won him over? I did win him over. Now we're like brothers. I'm the older brother, and he's the younger brother. But considering our appearances, I call him old man, and he calls me little handsome guy. What's the problem with that? Little handsome guy? Steve looked skeptical, completely oblivious to the fact that Bruce had successfully shifted the topic away from their discussion just 5 seconds ago. After a while, he pulled his thoughts back from the Red Skull and said, "Wait, what condition did he actually propose?" Bruce spoke a bit sheepishly. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that his wife and son are huge fans of yours, and after our plan succeeds, you have to sign autographs for his wife and son. Additionally, he wants you to sign 11 more for him. He said those signatures are his economic security after retirement. Just signing autographs? What's so hard or embarrassing about that?" Steve said, confused. "Why are you making that face?" Bruce forced a polite smile. He said you have to sign everything related to your works and merchandise, including every single card. 13 sets in total. Upon hearing the word all, Steve's eyes instantly lost their sparkle. When he heard the number 13 sets, he felt as if his name had reached new heights. He muttered, "I remember, my comics are still being serialized, right?" Bucky, who had been quiet, pulled out a Captain America comic from his pocket and glanced at the back of it, responding, "Oh yeah, issue 17 is coming out in 4 days." The comics had reached issue 17, and the various other merchandise was even more impressive. Steve suddenly felt he had found a true meaning in his life. Hydra's defeat seemed all but predetermined, whether in the version Bruce had seen in his dreams or in the many versions he was continuously altering. With Steve, himself, and the Howling Commandos enduring one fierce battle after another, Hydra's lines were being compressed and compressed under their relentless assault. Notably, Hydra's leader, Schmidt, lost his most trusted aide, Chief Scientist Zola, who was successfully captured by Bruce at the start of the conflict and brought back. This move left Schmidt, receiving report after report of failure, furious and forced to take matters into his own hands, unable to find any other effective countermeasures in a short time. One day, after completing an ambush on a Hydra unit, Steve found Bruce lounging on the hood of a sleek black sports car, enjoying the scenery. "Latest news, we've successfully recruited Zola. He provided us with important information about Schmidt, including details about Schmidt's hideout in the Alps." Upon hearing Steve's words, a knowing smile flashed across Bruce's eyes. He jumped off the hood of his prize car, stretched lazily, and said, "All right, it seems that taking it easy in such small matters won't have too much of an impact. How is everyone doing now?" Steve shrugged, feigning indifference. "Everyone's fine. Maybe next time we have a situation like this, you should let me take a break too." Bruce chuckled lightly, teasing, "Don't even think about it, Steve. You're not the type to abandon your comrades on the battlefield." Steve looked seriously into Bruce's eyes and said, "You're the same, brother. Everyone knows you do this to give others a chance to shine. The brothers want me to tell you they don't care about that. They'd rather fight alongside their boss." Well, Bruce raised an eyebrow. "It seems I need to teach them a lesson about what regret means in the coming days." With that, he and Steve shared a laugh. "By the way, I came to discuss something else with you." Steve's expression grew serious. "What are your thoughts or plans regarding Schmidt's base in the Alps?" Bruce pondered for a moment and replied, "Right now, let's handle what's in front of us first. What you mentioned is still a bit far off, and I need to focus on dealing with the troublesome future situations that might arise." "Troublesome future?" Steve murmured softly, looking at Bruce with a hint of concern. Maybe, brother, you don't have to shoulder everything alone." At that moment, they noticed Bucky approaching them from a distance. Bruce's smile widened as he said, "Maybe you're right, Steve. Regarding this troublesome little future and our long-term future, I think it's time to gather everyone for a little meeting." With that, he ignored Bucky's greeting and turned to run off to find the boisterous Howling Commandos, who were always eager to fight and bicker. "What's gotten into him?" Bucky asked, puzzled. Steve thought for a moment and replied, "He's probably off to gather the members for a meeting." "Hey, Duggan, what did you write in the message you sent to Howard?" Ace asked curiously. "Of course, I wrote the truth, boss. You know I wouldn't dare send false intel," Duggan answered matter-of-factly. "TSK, our boss's #1 fan must be disappointed. After waiting for several days, he got a message saying, 'Sorry, nothing much today, so we're pausing updates.' You know, when it comes to our boss's admiration, nobody compares to Howard. Our boss is already getting comics now, did you know? Although only 2 issues have come out, the response has been great. Am I going off topic? Of course. How could boss's comics not be interesting?" A black guy in a Howling Commandos chimed in, urging, "Stop teasing us with previews. I want the full version." Cough, cough. Duggan cleared his throat, Last time Howard replied to us, he specifically asked me to probe for our boss's thoughts on whether he might sign autographs for the fans in his own works, and he insisted that I get back to him with an answer immediately. Oh, wow. At that moment, Bruce quietly approached the group, gossiping behind him. As soon as he spoke, everyone fell silent, with a few members instinctively shrinking back into their collars, including the previously boisterous black guy and Duggan, who had just been mentioned by Bruce. I admit that all the intel I sent was actually advised by Ace. To showcase his wisdom, he even signed every piece of intel with a... Ace internally rolled his eyes, thinking, I knew it would turn out this way. Bruce looked at the group of older boys and shook his head helplessly, saying, I didn't come here for that. Duggan quickly added, spreading rumors about you and Mr. Howard was Bucky's idea. Bruce, he took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he stepped closer to the group, saying, I'm not here for that either. However, just as he finished speaking, Duggan immediately chimed in again. Publicizing your special relationship with the captain was Miss Carter's idea. She said it would be beneficial for your reputation as a newly debuted hero. Enough! Bruce waved his hand to interrupt Duggan, genuinely afraid that if he continued, more unacceptable revelations would come out. However, he never expected that while he could silence one issue, he wouldn't be able to silence them all. He had only thought about Duggan, completely unaware of that. You only wore that helmet with the long feather once before disappearing again, even though it was only in one issue. It was Howard's idea, and he even incorporated your suggestions into the comic, saying that art is derived from life. Heimdall's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. After a long silence, Heimdall finally had something new to say. This time, it was news Bruce didn't particularly want to hear. However, surprisingly, upon hearing Heimdall's news, Bruce showed no signs of anger or an outburst. He simply looked at Duggan with a pleasant expression and said, contact Howard and tell him there's an urgent situation that requires him to come quickly, along with Peggy. I want to see them tonight. Seeing Bruce appear so calm, Duggan's brain immediately sent out a dangerous alarm, and he replied without hesitation, yes, boss. That evening, Howard and Peggy Carter indeed rushed to the battlefield where Bruce and the others were stationed. Although it was called a battlefield, it had already been thoroughly cleared by Bruce and his team, and a large contingent had moved in to secure the front lines, although the safety there was somewhat less than in the rear. Strangely enough, when everyone met, the atmosphere was not as warm as expected. Howard greeted everyone with a simple, hi everyone. Bruce responded with a half-smile, hi Howard. Everyone hesitated for a moment before saying hi. Peggy's behavior was even more off. It was unclear whether it was due to her guilt for having wronged Bruce or for other reasons, such as the footage that had just come back from the battlefield, showing several scenes of Steve with a pocket watch bearing her picture. From the moment they met, Peggy had been glancing nervously from side to side. She appeared calm on the surface, but her gaze never lingered on Steve for more than 2 seconds. Bruce led them to a quiet room, and on the way, Howard became uncharacteristically silent, no longer the lively Howard Stark everyone was used to. After the others greeted Howard and Peggy, they quickly left, and soon the room was left with just 5 people: Howard, Peggy, Bruce, Steve, and Bucky. The atmosphere grew tense, with Howard and Peggy lost in their thoughts while Bruce maintained a neutral expression. No one knew what he was thinking, but he secretly enjoyed this moment of tranquility, relishing the fleeting pleasure brought by Howard and Peggy. As for Steve and Bucky habitually diminished his presence, observing everything like an outsider, while Steve felt even worse than Peggy. Peggy was merely flustered because the situation had caught her off guard, compounded by the sudden summons from Bruce to this place, where she faced Steve directly. Steve, on the other hand, had been fighting hard these past few days, and despite having no guilt, he had become distant and had only given Peggy a perfunctory hi when she arrived with Howard. After all, he was the one who had a picture of his beloved on his pocket watch. Perhaps feeling the awkwardness after a prolonged silence, Howard cleared his throat and said seriously, Bruce, what important matter did you want to discuss with us? The others turned their attention to Bruce, pretending that everything that had just happened was forgotten. Bruce flashed a bright smile. Are you really unaware, Howard? With your support as my #1 fan, my reputation as this mysterious prince is almost on par with Steve's Captain America. I've even got comics out now, and my recognition across America is close to becoming a household name. Howard raised his hand hesitantly, testing Bruce's true feelings. No thanks. Of course, no need for thanks. Bruce flashed a bright smile that glinted ominously. The helmet you made has been crushed by me. If you don't want to meet the same fate, you'd better fix my image in the comics. Got it? Howard nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking for food, fearing he hadn't made Bruce's intention clear. All right, everyone, please take a seat, Bruce said. As everyone moved toward their seats, Bucky quietly remarked behind Bruce, "Hey, isn't that helmet still nicely stored in that big box?" Bruce rolled his eyes. "Don't worry about it. I'll melt it down when I get the chance." The room was small, and the distance between them wasn't far, making their whispers impossible to hide from anyone else. All of it was heard by the others. However, including Howard himself, at that moment, everyone wisely chose not to bring the topic back up. Once everyone was seated, Bruce finally resumed his serious expression, as there was no way he would worry about the matters between Steve and Peggy. "Okay, we're officially starting the meeting to discuss our future 60 years down the line." As the serious topic began, everyone straightened up. Steve quickly got in a groove. "What do you want us to do?" "It's not what I want. It's what we need to discuss together." Bruce pulled out 4 printed copies of document, distributing them to everyone. "To avoid me rambling and being interrupted while telling the story, I've written down some of the possible plot points that might happen. Please take a look, and we'll discuss how to respond afterward." The cover of the document prominently featured Bucky's name, James Barnes, indicating that the contents were clearly related to him. The 4 began to peruse the documents, while Bruce quietly waited for them to finish. The contents of the documents were brief, stating that Bucky would be captured by Hydra and, under their modifications, become a super soldier similar to Steve, gaining an even stronger superarm. Then there were no further details. Howard was the first to finish reading all the documents and promptly closed them, saying, "This can't be real, right?" Then came Peggy. "We've already captured Zola and incorporated him." Steve's voice was low. "No, this is entirely possible. According to intel intercepted by our team an hour ago, Hydra has a batch of advanced technology being transported by a train to a secret base. The journey is long, and we need to set off before dawn tomorrow, advancing at full speed if we're to intercept and strike." Bruce spoke up. "So, as I said, the future isn't looking bright." Howard shook his head. No, this isn't scientific at all. Time is fluid. The future is uncertain. You, the seer, have made so many changes that this kind of thing shouldn't happen to Bucky anymore. Okay, science first, but let's discuss how to address what's next. It's simple. We just need to swap people out. "Bruce, do I have the honor of fighting alongside you this time?" Bruce replied to Steve, "Of course, brother, if that's your decision." "No." Suddenly, Bucky stood up from his seat, declaring, "I've made my decision. Tomorrow we will proceed according to the seer's original plan." "What?" Howard, Peggy, and Steve all stood up in disbelief, looking at Bucky, while Bruce remained seated, seemingly having guessed some of Bucky's thoughts. Subsequently, Howard and the others began a heated argument over the idea proposed by Bucky without any suspense. However, surprisingly, at that moment, Bucky's eloquence unexpectedly improved significantly. He debated with the others single-handedly, unyielding, and his steadfast heart was not swayed by any of Howard and the others. Although he could not gain the upper hand in volume during the argument, his persistence left the other 3 feeling helpless. "I could do this all day," Steve said in frustration. "I absolutely will not compromise. Let's just keep this deadlock going." Bucky's momentum seemed to suddenly diminish, and he looked at Bruce, who had been sitting quietly observing the whole time, and asked in confusion, "Bro, are you planning to stay silent all night?" The other 3 turned in unison to look at Bruce, and Howard spoke up. "You called us together. You can't possibly not have a basic solution, right?" Bruce sighed helplessly and said, "Of course I have a solution, but you all are so worked up, and once you start arguing, you can't stop. What can I do?" He looked at the 4 of them in turn, making everyone realize that staying calm was the most important thing at that moment. And then he said to Bucky, "Your speech just now was excellent." Bucky hurriedly asked, "So, are you willing to let me drive your flying car for a couple more days?" The flying car was a name Bruce had given to his prize vehicle. "What? Absolutely not. It's already an honor for you to ride with me. I really didn't expect you to make such an outrageous request, Bucky. You've truly disappointed me." As he spoke, Bruce lowered his head, pretending to be sad, a look so realistic that the other 4 instantly figured out how to comfort him. "I'm sorry. I know the flying car has special significance for you. It's your first vehicle in this world," Bucky said, only to realize something was off. At that moment, Bruce happened to lift his head, revealing a mischievous smile on his handsome face. I knew it, Howard thought to himself in despair, relieved that he hadn't been the first to speak. Seeing the atmosphere finally returning to normal and everyone regaining their composure, Bruce smiled and slowly said, Actually, your argument just now wasn't entirely meaningless. You reminded me of something, which I think is quite important. Howard asked in confusion, What's that? When it comes to the future, no matter how careful we are, it's not too much to be cautious. In the face of an unpredictable future, if we directly plan something for 70 or 80 years from now, that would be truly foolish. Becky caught the meaning in Bruce's words, surprised. Excuse me, 70 or 80 years? Bruce shrugged and said, Didn't expect that, did you? Steve, however, was only concerned about the matter he cared most about and asked eagerly, So, do you have an updated plan regarding Bucky? To some extent, yes. Bruce's uncertain tone caused an inexplicable wave of unease among the other four. Bucky asked directly, So what I need to do? You've asked the key question. Bruce smiled confidently. Maybe you all would like to sit down and let me tell you? Then, Bruce began to slowly explain the rough plan he had just revised a few minutes ago regarding Bucky's future arrangements. Throughout the process, Howard and the others listened seriously, not interrupting or interjecting. Bruce's original plan was to follow the lead, allowing Bucky to be captured again and then stage a fake capture, so he could coordinate with the control Bucky outside to do things that would normally be difficult. This would help Steve and the others fully infiltrate the Hydra base that would control Bucky in the future, grasping everything there. Thus, Bucky could become that powerful Winter Soldier without suffering any unnecessary harm, just waiting quietly in a stasis pod for the future that needed him to arrive. But as he had said before, this plan had many variables, and the biggest hidden danger was the controlled Hydra base, which was ultimately composed of Hydra. At that time, that place was likely to become as complicated as the relationship between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., intertwined and inextricable. After listening to Howard and the others debate, he made the latest adjustment to his plan. He decided to completely separate Bucky from Hydra, ensuring that Bucky had no connection to Hydra, and to achieve this while guaranteeing that Bucky could reunite with everyone in the future, the best way was, So, to put it simply, you want to take Bucky to outer space, right? Steve exhaled, his expression complex. The reactions of the other three were identical to his. Even Bucky himself was shocked into silence for a full half-minute after hearing Bruce's plan. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm a prince. With me around, are you still worried he'll run into trouble? Howard smiled wryly and said, I thought that given our relationship, I would be the first Earthling to have the honor of stepping foot on Asgard. Don't be discouraged. There will be opportunities. Bruce comforted him while also calculating what would happen if he used this method on the future Howard. Then, he happily discovered that this solution fit Howard just as perfectly as it did Bucky. While solving Howard's future problem, his gaze subconsciously fell on Steve and Becky, wondering if he could also solve their futures today. However, the more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. Steve was the type of person he didn't need to worry too much about. Even if he made Steve follow the plot trend, when they met again in the future, Steve would still jump out in front of him full of life. As for Becky, she was the type of person he couldn't overly influence. This woman, surprisingly long-lived and resilient, had directly lived into the future. She had far too much screen time in the near future, so much that he didn't even know how to approach it. Bruce? 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 As the other three called out in succession, Bruce pulled himself out of his whirlpool of thoughts and came to his senses, a flicker of resentment igniting in his eyes as he looked at Becky. Seeing this, Steve couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry, fearing a misunderstanding might arise between them. Fortunately, Bruce spoke up in time, saying, How can you be so fierce, woman? Is there really no other man in the world aside from Steve who can handle you? Steve finally relaxed, but then Becky retorted unwillingly, You're not so bad yourself, Prince. Want to give a try? No, that's not necessary. I really think we don't need to test that. Steve hurriedly interjected. He didn't want to see Bruce actually get provoked by Becky. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't know what to do. As soon as he spoke, Becky gave him a strange look and said, Do you have an opinion? Didn't you already have a little cutie with pink lipstick? This female agent, who had been taciturn before, had turned back into the sharp and capable Peggy Carter in just a short while, leaving people baffled. Because, Steve stammered, unsure of how to respond. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly awkward, Bruce had to step in to break the tension. Ahem, Steve. Actually, last time when you confessed to Becky, it was just a slip of the tongue, right? After all, who confesses today and kisses another girl the next day? I believe you wouldn't be that kind of person. Steve was momentarily at a loss, not knowing whether to thank Bruce for his rescue or to tell him to shut up. Oh, Becky suddenly understood. So, it was just a slip of the tongue that day. Good thing I rejected you, otherwise I would. That wasn't a slip of the tongue. I really like you. Steve could no longer hold back and blurted this out, plunging the entire room into silence, as if even a needle dropping could be heard. So what? Becky asked calmly. I don't know. Maybe I should invite you to dance, but I'm terrible at dancing, Steve said dejectedly. I don't mind. I understand. I'm not a great dance partner, Steve continued, suddenly realizing Becky's earlier response, and asked in confusion, huh? Becky flashed a quick smile and said, I can't teach you. Everyone else watched the spectacle, while only Steve remained standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. Wait, are you saying, I like you too? Becky said nonchalantly, as if she were commenting on the weather. Steve stuttered again, unsure of what to say or do next. So I say, have you two finished your sugar-coated moments? Bruce suddenly interjected, breaking the sweet atmosphere between Steve and Becky. Ahem. Becky cleared her throat, regaining her composure as if nothing had happened. Done. Steve looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly said, Sorry. After speaking, he tried hard to appear nonchalant, but he found his mouth corners uncontrollably lifting into a smile. Alas, Bruce scratched his head. So, does anyone remember what serious business we were supposed to discuss? Bucky recalled. You're going to take me to your planet and put me into stasis? Very good. At least one person has been paying attention to the main point and hasn't gone off track, Bruce said appreciatively. At this moment, Howard, confused, spoke up, but didn't the off-topic part start when you mentioned that aside from Steve, no man can tame Becky? Bruce straightened his face and said, Is that so? You might be mistaken. Howard quickly caught on to Bruce's meaning and hastily agreed. Right. It must be me who's mistaken. Okay, so now that the plan has been discussed, does anyone have any comments or anything to add? Bucky raised his hand. You speak. Can't I just stay on Earth? Bruce replied without hesitation. Next. Howard raised his hand. Speak. If this plan succeeds, will you leave immediately? No, because it's not over yet, and I have other plans for you all that need to be discussed later. Next. Howard raised his hand again. So, will Bucky be sent off directly after the plan is completed? Yes, next. Howard raised his hand for the third time. Bruce smiled kindly and said, Please ask all your questions at once, or the next one to answer you will be my wind and moon. Howard's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he said, If you have other plans for us, can't we take this opportunity to discuss everything we need to talk about? No, I need to eat. Next. Howard struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately didn't have the courage to raise his hand for the fourth time. On the other side, Becky raised her hand. You said the future needs us, so I want to know, aside from Bucky who will be put into stasis, how do we get to the future 70 or 80 years from now? That's something I will discuss with you later. Next, Becky stopped asking questions. After surveying the group, Bruce moved on to the next step. Now that the plan is set, let's start voting. Please raise your hands if you agree with my plan. Aside from himself, everyone else raised their hands. The others looked at him in confusion, and he said innocently, What? I just wanted to see how you would vote. With that, he raised his hand too, and the plan regarding Bucky's arrangements was finally passed unanimously. Okay, meeting adjourned. Let's eat. The five of them stood up together, and Howard was the first to speak. I brought back a lot of the chili from last time, and I also brought the tools for hot pot. How about we have a meal? Bruce ruthlessly rejected. Nice try. Becky said, Bruce, since you know the future is 70 or 80 years away, why didn't you specify that in Bucky's biography, only writing up to his enhancement? Because I'm lazy. All right, then let me ask you, why is my interaction with Steve in the comics always so quirky and thought-provoking? Do you really wish for something to happen between us? Becky smiled brightly and said, How about you guess? The next day, on a snowy cliff, 7 or 8 people were gathered chatting idly. They were Bruce, Steve, Bucky, and the other members of the Howling Commandos. They had arrived early at the interception point and were quietly waiting for the train carrying the secret weapon that was about to pass by. "Tell me, Bruce." Bucky spoke up with a somewhat complicated expression. "In my original story, did I really follow Steve and jump off that train as a top sniper?" Bruce, sitting on the edge of the cliff and swinging his legs, turned his head, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "What do you think?" Bucky blinked in surprise, then laughed. "Now I finally understand why you all think my relationship with Steve is unusual." Steve stood beside Bruce, his tone uncertain, and asked Bruce, "We'll definitely succeed, right?" "Of course, why? Doesn't your invincible bravery give you enough confidence at this moment?" "Of course it does, after all. I have a nearly perfect teacher." Steve mimicked Bruce's posture and sat on the edge of the cliff, looking at Bruce beside him. "Speaking of which, since the last time we destroyed a tank together, I haven't seen your wind and moon again. I wonder if I have the honor to experience it again today." "That depends on what secret weapon is on that train." "No, something feels off." At that moment, Ace, who had been monitoring the Hydra communication channel, suddenly shouted. Steve quickly got up from the ground and walked over briskly. "What feels off?" Gabe, who was monitoring the Hydra communication channel with Ace, immediately spoke up. "It's a trap, Captain. This is a trap specifically aimed at you." "Oh, isn't it aimed at me?" Bruce still didn't turn around, quietly appreciating the rare, snowy scenery before him. Gabe hesitated. "Boss, they said they want to catch you and the captain in one fell swoop." Steve walked behind Bruce, asking seriously, "What should we do now?" "Cancel the plan." Bruce stood up from the cliff's edge, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Of course not, Steve. We will proceed as planned." "But you overlooked one thing, Steve," Bruce said calmly. "Even heavily armored tanks can do nothing to us. What could possibly be a trap on a speeding train that could deal with both of us?" Bucky looked a bit confused. "Are you saying we are invincible?" Steve seemed to suddenly understand. "You mean it's a self-destructing trap? From Schmidt's perspective, this is the most reliable way to take care of both of us at once." "Then we definitely can't go." Schmidt could certainly think of that too. "So, brother," Bruce smiled mysteriously, "can you guess what the filling in that trap is?" Steve blinked. "You mean?" "That's right. I'm sure Schmidt is on that train." Bruce said confidently. "What do you think, Heimdall?" "You guessed right." "Ha. Whether you guessed right or not, we both know in our hearts." Facing the confused gazes of Steve and the others, Bruce shrugged. "I'm right. Schmidt is really on that train." "So we—" Steve's words were interrupted by Bruce. "We certainly won't easily move against Schmidt. As I said, I have a future for you all to arrange." Bruce's words made Steve fall silent for a moment. "I understand." Steve let out a long breath, revealing a smile again as he looked at Bruce. "Do you remember what I told you, brother?" Bruce showed a set of white teeth. "You trust me?" "Absolutely, with every single cell in my super soldier body." After saying this, Steve turned around and hugged Bucky tightly, patting him hard on the back twice. "We'll meet again in the future." He said something that left the other members puzzled. Bucky, almost gasping from the force of the pats, returned with 2 punches of 90% strength. "Of course we will. If you admit right now that this is revenge for making you ride the hurricane roller coaster on Coney Island." Steve released his embrace and laughed heartily. "How could I? Why would I do that to you?" "Of course, because you threw up so badly that it was even... Maybe we can chat on the cable?" Bruce interjected. "Our ride is coming." On the high cliff where they were located, a thick, long cable connected to the mountainside next to the train tracks below, which is what Bruce was referring to. Steve and Bucky walked to the front, with Bruce following last. Each of them held a simple pulley device, obviously preparing to use the pulley to slide down the cable and parachute onto the train. The train in the distance had now reached a distance visible to Steve and the others. Estimating the time, Bruce suddenly shouted, "Steve!" Steve, already prepared, did not hesitate and, without thinking, let go of his feet, rapidly sliding down from the cliff. Bucky followed closely behind Steve, and finally, it was Bruce. Actually, before this, he had originally thought of just jumping down in one go, but then he remembered he had never tried this pulley roller coaster and thought he should experience this thrilling adventure. Quickly setting up the pulley, he lightly leaped forward, letting the cold wind whistle past his body from both sides. Relying on the acceleration of gravity, he rushed towards the train below. He landed lightly on the train, quickly walking a couple of steps to join Steve and Bucky, who were waiting for him. "Steve, can we start? Please." The three of them went down the ladder one by one, opened the door, and enter the train. Upon a closer look, they indeed saw the carriage filled with energy explosives. Steve immediately became tense, fearing that Schmidt, hiding in the dark, would detonate the bomb at any moment. Bruce's expression turned serious. "Not good. We've been tricked." At that moment, Schmidt's voice came from a speaker above them. "Oh, it's nice to see you again. The mysterious prince is still as charming as ever. Bucky, you actually dare to use yourself as bait? I had no choice. My chief scientist was captured by you, so I had to handle everything myself." Schmidt's voice sounded smug. "Today's feast is a grand farewell prepared for you, Captain and my esteemed prince. Please enjoy it to the fullest." Just then, Bruce suddenly thought of something. This train that is about to self-destruct can only carry people in the front. You are in the front. Haha. Even if you know, what difference does it make? Schmidt was clearly overjoyed at having successfully trapped both Bruce and Steve. The entire train is filled with explosives. From the moment you stepped onto this train, your fate has been sealed. In that case, why don't you detonate the explosives? Steve asked calmly. "Naturally, I want you to die in the most painful way imaginable. Captain, and my dear prince, everything you have done to Hydra, I will repay you in the next few minutes." The three of them ignored Schmidt, gathering together with serious expressions. Steve asked, "What should we do now?" Bruce shook his head with a wry smile. "I was careless. I should have brought all the equipment. This time, it's all up to you, Steve." Steve understood Bruce's meaning. "So we charge." Charge. With Steve leading the way, the three of them rushed ahead towards the front of the carriage, while Bruce controlled his speed, falling back a little with Bucky. Schmidt's voice still echoed in the speakers. "Seeing how determined you are not to give up makes me very happy. Otherwise, it would be such a waste of the grand gift I prepared for you." As his words fell, the door between Steve's carriage and Bruce's closed instantly, separating them. Hearing the noise, Steve quickly turned around, but it was too late. He could only hear Bruce and Bucky shouting his name from the original carriage. "Steve." The three of them exchanged glances through the bulletproof glass of two steel doors. Steve examined the door in front of him from top to bottom. He couldn't find even a little hole to grab onto, let alone a handle. "You're still too careless. You let me find an opportunity so easily." Schmidt's voice annoyingly echoed through the broadcast. Bruce and the others had learned to ignore Schmidt's irritating noise at appropriate times. Bruce said to Steve, "Go on, don't worry about us." Steve hesitated for a moment. "You'll be fine, right?" Bruce, knowing Steve's concerns, couldn't help but smile. "What are you worried about? Just because you learned a few moves, you're not taking your teacher seriously?" The relaxed atmosphere spread from Bruce, and just as Steve was about to say something else, the door on the other end of their two carriages opened, and two armored soldiers entered one after the other. These soldiers held Hydra's unique energy weapons. After entering the carriage, they didn't rush to fire, but waited until the door behind them closed before slowly closing in on them like a cat playing with a mouse. This was clearly Schmidt's deliberate arrangement. With no time to say anything more, Steve shouted to Bucky on the other side of the door, "We'll meet again in the future." And without hesitation, he moved to confront the two fully armored soldiers walking towards him. Bucky and Bruce also shifted their focus to the new enemies in the carriage. They quickly hid behind a pile of explosives in the middle of the carriage, secretly betting that the two soldiers wouldn't dare to shoot and detonate the bombs without further orders from Schmidt. Fortunately, they were right. Without Schmidt's command, the two Hydra soldiers indeed hesitated, unwilling to take any drastic actions, cautiously inching closer to them. Schmidt's attention remained fixed on Steve, completely ignoring the situation on their side. Therefore, before any new developments occurred, the two soldiers were destined to be cautious, striving to avoid any actions that might trigger the explosives. Of course, seeing the two fully armed soldiers closing in step by step put pressure on them. Bucky was already prepared to shoot at any moment, confident that his bullets wouldn't hit any unintended targets. Before firing, Bucky glanced at Bruce and noticed that he had just pulled out a handgun from his waist. "So, you plan to use that gun as a weapon?" He couldn't help but ask. Bruce replied, "What? You doubt my marksmanship? You've never used a gun before? Shouldn't I be skeptical? What if you miss?" Bang, 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 bang. Bucky's words were interrupted by a series of gunshots from Bruce. Bruce didn't stop until he had emptied the magazine, casually glancing at Bucky. The look in his eyes was unmistakable, boasting, pride, and provocation. Bucky watched with a complex expression as one of the Hydra soldiers in front of him slowly fell to the ground, lifeless. That Hydra soldier had only one bullet hole from head to toe because all of Bruce's shots had precisely hit the same spot. Through consecutive hits, he had penetrated the armor covering the enemy's heart and sent the deformed bullet deep into it. Bruce's remarkable marksmanship not only shocked Bucky, but also startled the surviving Hydra soldier, who quickly ducked behind the explosives, nervously watching Bruce and the others' every move. Silence fell, an awkward silence, as if three poorly trained actors had their scripts taken away. Unsure of how to improvise, the scene became awkwardly quiet. I remember you only prepared one magazine. Bucky finally broke the silence. Bruce looked at the gun in his hand and nonchalantly tossed it aside. Yeah, here, take mine. Bucky unhesitatingly handed over his spare gun. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Just then, Schmidt's voice rang out again. Seeing the prince's wonderful performance, I knew I got my money's worth this time. Taking Bucky's gun, Bruce raised it without thinking and fired 3 consecutive shots, all hitting the camera above the carriage, shattering it and producing puffs of white smoke. Bucky widened his eyes. What are you doing? You killed one with so many shots before, and now you waste 3 bullets on a camera. Bruce looked at Bucky as if he were an idiot. Are you okay? They have so many flaws. Why not just shoot one of them? Why shoot at the steel plate? Bucky glanced at the body of the fallen enemy, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, he really wanted to rush up to Bruce and yell in his face. Aren't you the one who first shot at the steel plate and set the wrong example? My dear prince, do you really think there is only one camera in this carriage? Schmidt's triumphant voice came through the speakers. Bang, bang, bang. Bruce didn't respond. He fired 3 more shots, this time directly towards the direction of the voice. Well, I guess there won't be a second speaker here. He coolly twirled his gun, then swaggered out from behind cover, walking towards the Hydra soldiers who were too scared to show themselves. Hey, Bruce. Bucky called from behind him. Bruce casually took a couple of steps forward, just a few steps away from the enemies. What's up? If you're so capable, why do we have to hide just now? You're right. Bruce thought for a moment. So what I want to do is none of your business. Am I not allowed to be scared? Bucky immediately fell silent, and at the very front of the train, Schmidt, watching the camera, sneered ominously. Very well. Since you're so arrogant, then die. Without hesitation, he pressed a red button on the controller. In the carriage where Bruce and the others were, the terrified Hydra soldier, waiting for further instructions from Schmidt, saw Bruce approaching and, driven by fear, chose to take the initiative. He leaned out from behind cover, ready to pull the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, but it wasn't from his energy weapon. It was from Bruce's handgun. Bruce was quicker. In the instant the soldier was about to pull the trigger, he rushed forward, grabbed the soldier's trigger finger, and without hesitation, pointed the gun at his chin and pulled the trigger. Watching the second enemy fall to the ground, Bucky showed no expression. This is too easy. Who says it's not? I guess Steve has already charged ahead to who knows where. After all, no one is there to chat with him. Should we go after him? Go after what? The whole train is filled with bombs, and we're at the back. Right now, it's more important to think about how to stay alive. Just as Bruce finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Boom! See, it's starting. Bruce shot a look at Bucky, who was still thinking about helping Steve in the situation. Bucky said with an odd expression, did Schmidt specifically detach the back carriage and then blow it up? Of course. I'm not deaf. They rushed to the place they had entered before. Bruce pulled open the large door with a clang, and a biting cold wind rushed in. Out the old way, hurry up. I estimate we don't have much time. Boom! At that moment, another thunderous explosion sounded, and they hadn't even begun to climb the stairs out. Fuck! Hurry up! Without a second thought, Bruce grabbed Bucky and tossed him onto the stairs outside the carriage. Facing life and death, Bucky dared not delay and scrambled up using both hands and feet. Meanwhile, Bruce, standing at the door, grasped the top of the door frame with both hands. With a powerful push, he easily performed a 360-degree backflip, landing on top of the carriage. Once on the roof, he looked ahead and saw that Schmidt had indeed separated their carriage and was pulling away. Boom! The third explosion went off, this time closer than any before, right behind them. The entire train had 7 carriages, and they were in the middle one, meaning the next explosion would target them. Bucky finally climbed to the roof and immediately asked, "What should we do now?" He spoke quickly, The intervals between the first 3 explosions were just under 3 seconds. This one will be the same, and we don't have time for anything else. Quickly hold on to me and don't let go. As soon as Bucky realized what Bruce meant, he was pulled into a tight embrace. He felt a powerful force collide with him, and in an instant he became like a weightless doll, with Bruce holding him as they jumped into the air. The biting cold wind on his face kept Bucky alert. He knew that everything happening before him was real and understood what he needed to do. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms tightly around Bruce's waist, refusing to let go. "Fuck, don't hold me like this," Bruce exclaimed in frustration. Just then, the carriage beneath them exploded with a boom, shattering into pieces, sending countless shards of metal flying towards them with unparalleled speed and force. Bruce's leap combined with the explosion's limited thrust couldn't compete with the speed of the flying metal shards, and it seemed that in the next moment, they would be pierced through. Clang! Ding! 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 A series of crisp metallic clashes rang out as Bruce, wielding a dark, broadsword, managed to deflect all the incoming metal shards at the last moment. What the hell? Bucky couldn't help but curse as he witnessed it all. Just like before, Bruce nonchalantly sheathed his dark sword, as if it were just a trivial matter. At this point, the momentum of their ascent could no longer be maintained, and they began to descend, preparing to succumb to gravity. His expression calm, Bruce pried Bucky's hands apart, holding him with one hand, and aimed for a slightly gentler slope on the mountain, tossing him in that direction. "Fuck!" Bucky's long exclamation echoed through the air. "You're doing this again!" After throwing Bucky, Bruce didn't look back at him. Instead, he methodically summoned Wind and Moon, thrusting it diagonally down towards the mountain wall. Wind and Moon pierced the mountain wall as easily as stabbing through tofu. He controlled its force and direction, quickly halting his descent. Stepping on a small protrusion of rock, he used it as leverage to leap again, and this time he finally landed on the gentle slope where Bucky was. "Can you do this to Steve next time?" Bucky, lying on the ground and gasping for air, asked. Bruce readily replied, "What's the problem with that? Every explosion is spaced out by over 3 seconds. I've deliberately left 10 seconds for our dear prince." "Captain, you believe our prince will be just fine, right?" At the front of the train, Steve stood before Schmidt for the second time, confronting him directly. Upon hearing Schmidt's concerned words, Steve's expression remained stoic, but a hint of determination flickered in his eyes. "You won't kill them." "Oh, really?" Schmidt took a couple of steps closer to Steve, his gaze piercing. "Then tell me, Captain, what will they do to survive in such a dire situation? Jump off the train? Or leap off the cliff hoping there's a river below? Or perhaps just do nothing and wait for God to rescue them? You'll find out the answer." Steve suddenly charged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Schmidt's face. The two engaged in an intense hand-to-hand battle within the confines of the train's front carriage. Although they both had more powerful weapons at their disposal, they chose not to use them. Steve even kept his shield strapped to his back, refusing to take it out. The sounds of their blows echoed in the relatively cramped space as they exchanged fierce strikes, neither of them yielding. Often, it didn't block or dodge, but collided head-on as if to measure the strength of their super soldier-enhanced bodies against one another. After a series of hard-hitting punches, Schmidt suddenly executed a chokehold, firmly locking Steve in place. "Ah, so it's rage that drives you, Captain. Do you also have moments when you let anger dominate your heart?" He leaned close to Steve's shoulder, taking a deep breath. "This scent is quite fascinating, especially since this emotion radiates from you. It's a pity I no longer have time to play with you, Captain. I'm sure we'll meet again later." "Is that so? I intend to do just that." Steve forcefully grabbed Schmidt's arm, kicked his legs forward, and slammed into the control panel with a powerful thrust, delivering a solid hit to Schmidt behind him. The impact left Schmidt momentarily dazed, and by the time he regained his balance, Steve had retrieved his shield and was holding it in his hands. "You have nowhere to run," Steve declared. "Really?" Schmidt pulled a switch behind him. "As I said before, I want you to experience true pain." As he finished speaking, the remaining carriages immediately exploded, and the violent tremors reached their position at the front of the train. Feeling the intense acceleration from the train's body, Steve furrowed his brow. "What have you done?" "Nothing much, just lightening the load and giving you a little push forward," Schmidt said, suddenly pulling out an exquisite metal revolver from a hidden compartment. "I think now you're not the only one who needs a weapon. We'll see what that gun can do." "Oh, of course," Schmidt said, and without hesitation, he fired several shots at Steve's feet. He exhausted all the energy in the gun, yet not a single shot hit Steve. Instead, a series of large holes appeared at Steve's feet, effectively isolating him from Schmidt. In the next moment, as Steve attempted to step forward and cross these holes, the front of the train was suddenly split in two by the openings. He found himself in the front half of the train, while Schmidt was in the back half. Schmidt steadied himself against the train body as the front half gradually decelerated, quickly creating distance between himself and Steve, who was still moving forward. Steve had no time to marvel at Hydra's impressive train-building capabilities as it continued to accelerate despite the damage. Without hesitation, he jumped from the train. Thanks to the shield's protection, although his initial speed was high, he landed safely on the tracks. The train had just entered a tunnel when he climbed up from the tracks and hurried toward the exit. Just as he was about to run out of the tunnel, he encountered Schmidt, who was already seated in a bizarre-looking aircraft. This made Steve fully understand why Schmidt had said, "We'll meet again later." The plane had ascended into the air, and seated inside, Schmidt smiled broadly at him through the transparent window. He then accelerated, soaring high into the sky and quickly disappearing from view. Steve stepped out of the tunnel's shadow and, rather than focusing on the already departed Schmidt, stared blankly at the sky further behind him. At that moment, a vibrant rainbow suddenly descended from the sky, appearing in his line of sight. He focused on that distant, brilliant light, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. So, there really is a bridge made of rainbows. The sight of the rainbow bridge descending from the heavens didn't just astonish Steve. It also captivated Howard, Peggy Carter, Dugan, Ace, and the others. Despite being in different locations at that moment, they all simultaneously turned their gazes toward the dazzling spectrum of light in the sky. Let's rewind time a bit. In the place where Bruce and Bucky were, Bruce was emotionally agitated, loudly shouting at the air. "Old man, don't push your luck. I admit I didn't notify you ahead of time, but haven't I already apologized? What are you bringing up Asgardian laws for now? Talking about the differences between humans and us. Do you believe I could sever our father-son relationship in a heartbeat? What? You're saying this now? 970 years ago, when you took us three brothers to see your proud victory medal, you said we were destined to be kings. But what happened later? Aren't you the one who decided to pass the throne to Thor? Didn't you just deceive us?" Bucky stood by, both astonished and thrilled, as he listened to the legendary Odin's family drama. He couldn't help but start to worry for his own safety, knowing so many secrets might cost him his life. "Hey, now you care about your son? My wind and moon are my companion weapons, destined to belong to me. Yet you locked them away for over 1,000 years, and only recently allowed me to interact with them. How can you say you're guilt-free? Oh, are we talking about contributions now? Although my time fighting for Asgard isn't as long as Thor's, it isn't short either. How do you think I earned that unwanted title of God of War? Don't tell me you're unaware." Arguing with me? I've never lost an argument before, let alone now," Bruce declared, hands on his hips, pacing back and forth. "Oh, has the old man returned?" he agreed. "Then hurry up and open the door for me." After a heartfelt and friendly exchange that felt almost like a father-son conversation, Bruce and Bucky finally awaited the descent of the magnificent Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, Bucky found himself inside the interior passage of the Rainbow Bridge. He nervously asked, "Are we really not going to run into any problems like, say, an air disaster?" Bruce smirked slightly, teasingly replying, "Well, who knows? If you keep clinging to my arm, there might actually be a 50% chance of making your dream come true." At this, Bucky quickly let go of Bruce's arm, waving his hands in a panic. No, I don't want anything to happen. By the way, is your relationship with your father not very harmonious?" Bruce shot him a blank look and coldly asked, "Are you really interested in knowing that?" "And no, I was just asking." Bucky quickly denied, then added, "By the way, when I meet your father, do I need to do any kind of ceremonial actions?" A glint of mischief flashed in Bruce's eyes as he chuckled. "Don't worry, you won't get the chance to meet him." Bucky was about to ask more when Bruce suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, Bucky felt the world spin, his balance lost. Shaking his head, he realized the scenery around him had transformed dramatically. He was now in a vast circular domed hall. It was at this moment that he understood the implications of Bruce's earlier action, so he quickly said, "Thank you." Just then, a dignified male voice echoed through the hall. Is this the kind of earthling that dares to challenge my authority as the king of gods? Turning towards the voice, Bucky saw a black man in golden armor wielding a long sword. It was Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, who spent his days stationed at the Rainbow Bridge and rarely spoke to ordinary people. Bruce rolled his eyes, retorting without backing down, "Mind your own business. Be careful, or I'll tell my father to revoke your position." Heimdall responded expressionlessly, "We both know that's not going to happen." Bruce stopped engaging him further, gesturing to Bucky, and the two began walking towards the exit of the hall. It was then that Bucky took a moment to observe the other sites apart from the towering dome hall. His attention was drawn to the seemingly endless transparent bridge outside. "Are we going to walk across this bridge on foot?" Bucky asked, a puzzled expression on his face. Bruce smiled slightly and suddenly looked up, whistling a long and loud call. Bucky stared at Bruce dumbfounded, asking, "Are you summoning some kind of divine beast?" Bruce flashed a proud grin and pointed to the sky. Bucky looked up and saw a small black dot growing larger. As the dot got closer, he realized it was a winged white horse flying swiftly towards them. "Is that yours?" Bucky asked, still in shock from the events unfolding around him. "Of course," Bruce answered proudly. The winged horse descended from the sky, and Bruce agilely jumped onto its back, reaching out his hand to Bucky. "Come on." Bucky, feeling excited, walked over and grabbed Bruce's hand, preparing to pull himself onto the horse's back. However, the white horse suddenly leaped forward, causing Bucky to lose balance and start to fall. If Bruce hadn't caught him in time, he would have definitely face-planted. "Hey, brother," Bucky exclaimed, still shaken. Bruce quickly apologized. "Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention that Tianyun doesn't like anyone touching it. Only I and my mother can interact with it." What does that mean?" Bucky asked, looking confused. Bruce smiled mysteriously and addressed the horse he called Tianyun. "Let's go." In the next moment, Tianyun soared into the air, flying high into the sky. "Ah!" Bucky yelled, hanging on to Bruce's hand like a kite behind the horse, terrified. "Relax, brother. You won't be in any danger," Bruce shouted into the wind. As Bucky's screams gradually faded, he finally stammered, "You have to promise me that if you get the chance, you'll do this kind of thing with Steve too." "As you wish," Bruce replied loudly. Tianyun flew at incredible speed, and Bruce didn't linger in the sky for long, knowing Bucky wouldn't want to take a leisurely tour of Asgard. Soon, he brought Bucky to his palace. Tianyun gently descended at the palace entrance, and as soon as they landed, Bucky released Bruce's hand and plopped onto the ground. Still so mischievous. At that moment, a beautiful and noble woman walked slowly out of the palace, her tone carrying a hint of reproach as she spoke to Bruce. Jumping off Tianyun's back, Bruce said excitedly, "If I had known that the most beautiful lady in all of Asgard was waiting for me here, I would have run back to see her at full speed, even if it meant breaking my legs." The beautiful and noble woman was none other than Bruce's mother, Frigga. She quickly approached Bruce and examined his face closely. 3 seconds later, she suddenly reached out, pinching Bruce's face, pulling and tugging at it angrily. "You little rascal. After just a few months, you've gained weight. I've fed you for 1,000 years, and you didn't get so big." Bruce struggled to utter a few syllables. "I'm still growing." Frigga's anger subsided somewhat, and she let go, huffing, "Humph. Now that you're tired from playing, you know to come back? It's not like you're not my biological son. Why bother running back like this?" Bruce rolled his eyes in exasperation, about to speak when he caught sight of Bucky, sitting nearby, who had inadvertently overheard a big secret, wearing a dumbfounded expression. "I went to Earth to handle some serious business, and although I had a lot of fun and met some good friends, I also found a super cool ride that could rival Tianyun." Hey, Tianyun, who hadn't flown off yet, called out in dissatisfaction. Bruce quickly reassured, Okay, the other ride isn't as good as you. Is that better?" "Humph." Tianyun proudly raised its head and kicked its hooves before flying off to play on its own. "Phew." Bruce shook his head helplessly, only to meet Frigga's mischievous smile. "Mother, do we have to discuss these things at the door?" Bruce said with a wry smile. Frigga smiled lightly. "I don't mind." Bruce, not daring to roll his eyes at his mother again, took a deep breath and forced a big smile. "I wonder if I'm fortunate enough to share a drink with this beautiful lady?" Frigga raised her hand with a smile. "Today is your lucky day, you little rascal." Bruce took Frigga's hand and walked forward, using his free hand to make a silly face at Bucky behind him. Bucky quickly got up from the ground, but kept a safe distance from Bruce and Frigga. Go get healer Leia and tell her I'm looking for her. Bruce instructed one of the guards stationed in the palace. Yes. The guard, excited, quickly left. Speaking of Leia, when do you plan on marrying her and making her your queen? Frigga asked casually. Bruce sighed in resignation and replied, Mother, I made it very clear in the letter I left for you. I really don't want to get married, and I definitely don't want to become a god of war. The mother and son continued their conversation about family matters, while Bucky, trailing behind, felt a mix of helplessness and emotion. He thought to himself that after this unexpected awakening, it would be difficult to wake up again, having inadvertently heard so many secrets that were never meant for him. Now that you're back, you won't go running around anymore, will you? I've already spoken with your father, and once we find an auspicious day, we'll hold the ceremony to officially bestow your godhood, Frigga said kindly as she sat beside Bruce. A hint of embarrassment crept into Bruce's smile as he replied, About running around. I just came back to take care of a few things, and I'll leave once I'm done. Father already knows. Frigga's smile vanished instantly as she covered her face and began to cry sadly. But you clearly said in your letter that I was the one you loved most in all of Asgard, and now this matter is being told to your father first, and you're leaving me. Bruce tugged at Frigga's sleeve, feeling a headache coming on. Mother, we have guests. Upon hearing this, Frigga immediately lifted her head, showing no trace of having cried, and smiled graciously at Bucky, who was sitting awkwardly nearby. I am Bruce's mother, Frigga. Bucky Barnes. Bucky quickly stood up, surprised. It's a pleasure to be in Asgard, and it's an honor to meet you. After elegantly greeting Bucky, Frigga gestured for him to sit down. She then turned to Bruce and said, I don't care. You must complete your coronation ceremony. Bruce sighed. Mother, don't refuse me. I begged your father all night. No, I intend to retrieve the Tesseract first. By then, with greater achievements, I can accept my godhood with a clear conscience and truly deserve the title of God of War. Frigga's expression brightened. You're willing to admit you are our God of War in Asgard? Can I really refuse? Frigga frowned. Of course not. Bruce shrugged. All right, I'll agree to your trip to Earth. Thor and the others will be arriving soon. They already know you were adopted, but don't worry, I guarantee they will still be good brothers to you. By the way, I haven't shown anyone your letter. I've kept it very well. Bruce immediately jumped up from his seat. What? They're coming too. Of course. You're brothers, and that will never change. No, Mother, that's not what I meant, Bruce said, pacing a few steps. When will they arrive? After their class, of course. Speaking of which, your grades are usually good, but you haven't graduated yet. If you continue to skip classes, the school will expel you, and it will be your father who personally expels you. When do you plan to come back? Bruce, distracted, replied, As soon as possible. Glancing at the time, he calculated that his two brothers, Thor and Loki, would finish class in half an hour, and without hesitation, he pulled a restless Bucky towards the basement. Let's go. I'll take you to prepare. Frigga hurriedly followed. What's wrong? Do you not want to see them that badly? Of course not. I've missed them, Bruce said as he walked. Frigga fell silent, quietly following behind Bruce. Upon arriving in the basement, the scene before them was in stark contrast to the opulence of the upper palace. Gone were the ever-burning flames. Instead, there were luminous white tubes embedded in the walls and ceiling, casting a gentle white light that set the overall tone of the basement. The basement was vast, comparable in scale to the circular domed hall where Bucky had previously met Heimdall, but the large space didn't feel cold. In the center stood a circular stone platform, entirely white, with a radius of about 2 meters. On it was neatly arranged a suit of medieval-style armor, shining silver and beautifully complementing the environment. Surrounding the space were thick, 3-meter-tall black columns, hollow in the middle and filled with various weapons separated by transparent glass, including flails, spike clubs, spears, long axes, and short hammers. These weapons added to the richness of the basement's atmosphere, resembling a futuristic artifact exhibition museum, while filling the space completely, indicating that the builders had carefully considered this aspect. Bucky initially wanted to admire the impressive basement, but Bruce didn't stop, leading him through it directly to the end of the basement, where a rotating stone door waited. Pushing the door open, they entered another space, similar in size to the previous one, but remarkably empty. The only features were the glowing tubes on the walls and ceiling, with nothing else indicating that this space shared the same designer, as the one outside. Do you remember the plan I told you about for your treatment? Bruce turned to ask Bucky. Bucky blinked, nodding. Of course I remember. How could I forget? Using your unique Asgardian slumber magic, I'll sleep for over 70 years without expending any energy, and then you'll come back to take me to our future. Exactly. And this place we're in now is your resting place. Bucky blinked, realizing Bruce wasn't joking. He pointed to the room and said, But there's not even a bed here. Bruce laughed. That's just a minor issue. I'll take care of it once you're asleep. Bucky. Frigga had followed quietly the whole time without interrupting. Once Bruce had arranged everything, she approached and said, So that's why you called Leia here. What else would I do? Confess to her on the spot? Please, Mother. I've said almost 100 times that I don't want to get married. I know. Just as often as you've said you don't want to see your two brothers, Frigga casually remarked. Bruce. Bucky, feeling like an unnecessary party again. He suddenly found himself wishing for the moment of slumber to arrive soon. Reporting. Lady Leia has arrived. The voice of the guard Bruce had sent to find her echoed from the upper basement. Relieved, Bruce said, Okay, I'm coming. Frigga watched Bruce hurriedly leave, a silent, bittersweet smile on her face. She understood her third son well, which was why she could completely guess why he didn't want to see Thor and the others at this moment. An adopted child? She mused, her thoughts drifting to another son. She thought of her second son, Loki, then of Bruce, and then back to Loki, and finally to her eldest, Thor, before returning to thoughts of Bruce. Having such excellent sons can indeed be a burden at times. As she smiled and shook her head, adding to her thoughts, Yes, it's a happy burden. A young girl dressed in a sky-blue robe slowly walked through the door of Bruce's palace. Just then, Bruce stepped out to meet her. So, what trouble do you need me for this time? The girl said without holding back. Bruce was completely unfazed by her attitude. After all, her immediate arrival in response to his summons said a lot. Did you bring your subordinates with you? He cut straight to the point. She rolled her eyes at him and huffed. I knew you weren't calling me for anything good. What do you want me to do this time? Of course, I need the most beautiful healer in all of Asgard to work her magic, Bruce said with a grin, leading the girl towards the basement. Frigga was waiting in the weapons storage room downstairs. Upon seeing them come down, her face lit up with a smile. Leia, you're here? Every time this little rascal has something to deal with, he only ever calls you, and you're always willing to drop everything to come. It's quite a bother for you. I didn't expect you to be here. It's great to see you, Leia said, suddenly becoming a bit shy as she bowed to Frigga. Don't be so polite. Bruce is a bit short on time. Let's get started, Frigga said with a knowing smile, casting a glance at Bruce that made him instinctively turn his head away. In truth, he couldn't quite articulate why he was reluctant to meet Thor and Loki. They had been brothers for over 1,000 years, but ever since he learned about his past life from Wind and Moon, thinking of Thor and Loki as his legendary brothers made him feel inexplicably uneasy. Bruce has already told you what to do, right? Frigga took charge of the situation. Leia nodded. Yes, it's to cast the slumber spell on a mortal. Let's go, he's inside. The three of them returned to the room where Bucky was. Upon seeing them enter, Bucky appeared restless, having begun to do horse stances in place. Leia and Frigga exchanged glances, both displaying strange expressions before turning to Bruce. Did you teach him that? Bruce shrugged. It's basic for fighting. How can he not learn it? Leia and Frigga. Bucky straightened up and walked over. What should I do now? Bruce casually replied. It's simple. Just wait. All right. Meanwhile, after checking her medical kit, Leia approached Bruce and said, All right, I have everything I need, but my dear prince, did you forget that this basement isn't our treatment room, nor the king's slumber chamber? Just with my slumber spell, you expect a mortal from Earth to sleep for 70 years. Technically, it should be 74 years, Bruce corrected. Leia's chest heaved with indignation. With your current conditions, nobody in all of Asgard can achieve what you are asking for. Don't be so absolute. How long do you think he can sleep at most? 35 years, that's the limit. See? That's not so hard. After the first sleep ends, you could just put him back to sleep again. Leia was so irate she couldn't find words. Frigga wanted to intervene, but she suddenly saw Leia's furious expression turn into a radiant smile. My dear prince, you truly are clever, she praised. Bruce smiled humbly. It's nothing really. However, achieving what you said is still somewhat difficult. The tools I brought might not be enough, Leia winked playfully. Whatever the problem is, just tell me, and I'll solve it. Bruce said, already calculating how to reclaim the account from Leia later on. Oh, that's just wonderful. Leia clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. This is something you, my prince, have personally said, and you can't go back on it. Bruce felt something was off with Leia's demeanor. Only Frigga, who had been watching closely, immediately saw through Leia's true intentions. Leia then decisively began preparing for the slumber spell, pulling out all sorts of peculiar items from her kit. Transparent vials filled with silvery gray liquid, a mysterious reddish powder, and unclear plant roots that seemed questionable in cleanliness. All of it made Bucky's eyes almost go cross-eyed. Are all these going to be used on me? He quietly asked Bruce. Bruce replied naturally, what's wrong? This is divine magic. It's complex and has its restrictions. Isn't that normal? Bucky, however, it wasn't long before he couldn't hold back his emotions and spoke to Bruce. So, I'll wake up once during the slumber, right? Right. Could you stop asking irrelevant questions? Bucky sniffed. This is way more intense than being captured by Hydra, and you expect me not to be nervous? By the way, you promised to solve the bed issue. How can the slumber spell be cast on me without seeing a bed yet? Bruce walked to the side of the door and pressed a spot on the wall. With a series of clicks, a rectangular, pure, white stone platform slowly rose from an opening in the ground, clearly made of the same material as the circular stone platform outside. This is it. Bucky looked at the pure, white stone platform that had emerged and held back his request for a pillow. Before everything begins, can I ask you one last question? Bucky's voice dropped low as he intentionally pulled Bruce to the far corner of the room, away from Frigga and Leia. Bruce found it strange. Go ahead. Your father, King Odin, is he Asian? No, he's white, just like the myths of Earth. What do you mean? I mean, your mother is very beautiful. But didn't Asgard teach genetics? When you discovered your skin color was different from theirs, didn't you ever doubt anything? Bruce rolled his eyes at Bucky, feeling helpless. When you get the chance to meet my two brothers, you'll understand why I never questioned it. Bucky, completely baffled. He had no idea what Bruce meant. Can we start now? Bruce called out to Leia loudly. Just as Leia finished a task, she clapped her hands. We can start any time, as long as we complete the last step. Okay, what's that? At this moment, Leia finally revealed her ulterior motive, smiling brightly like a blooming flower. Before casting the slumber spell, I need a kiss from my beloved to gain the power. Oh, so the conditions for casting the slumber spell have become this strict now. Bruce feigned a look of sudden realization. Leia, don't worry. I'll go find your mom and dad right now. Bruce, you big bad guy. Leia immediately flailed her arms and shouted loudly. You just promised me that you would solve any problem. At that moment, Frigga walked up beside Bruce. You mischievous rascal. You asked someone for help, and now you don't even want to give a small reward? How is that fair? Bruce instantly made a pained face. Mother, shouldn't you help me resist this little girl's unreasonable demands? Frigga replied. Oh, you say that, but Leia isn't my daughter-in-law yet, so of course, I have to stand on her side. Bruce looked at Frigga in horror. How did you become so unreasonable? Aren't you supposed to be the most beautiful goddess in Asgard, my mother? Cough, cough. Frigga ignored Bruce's attempt to change the topic and turned her gentle gaze to Leia. Leia, who is this heartthrob you mentioned? Tell me, and I'll help you get that person's kiss today. Bruce covered his forehead in resignation. In front of Frigga, Leia blushed and shyly pointed at Bruce, silently giving her answer. Frigga smiled kindly. Don't worry, my dear. As long as I'm here today, no one can bully you. Then she turned a stern look towards Bruce. You little rascal, you only know how to bully girls. After bullying her, you don't want to take responsibility. There's no way it can be this easy. Go pay up. Under Frigga's stern gaze, Bruce contemplated for a moment before walking up to Leia. At that moment, all eyes in the room were focused on the two of them. Just a kiss? Bruce confirmed. Leia crossed her arms behind her back, tilting her head proudly. If you want to kiss me more, I won't refuse. Bruce rolled his eyes. In that case, I should have let you fall and break your leg back then. Then I wouldn't have all this trouble. Upon hearing this, Leia opened her mouth, ready to retort, but Bruce suddenly hugged her little head and kissed her forehead. A faint fragrance wafted into Bruce's nose, and the warmth of his lips clearly transferred to her through her forehead. The atmosphere instantly became quiet and still. Their close contact didn't last long, probably only 3 or 4 seconds. After releasing Leia, Bruce turned to see Frigga and Bucky, both wearing identical, disappointed expressions. What are you all expecting? Bucky, no, absolutely not. Frigga, no, of course not. Bruce snorted. You guys are so insincere. I know you both too well. As for Leia, who had just been kissed on the forehead by Bruce, she had completely lost touch with her surroundings, as if she had forgotten the passage of time and her location. She felt her entire body temperature rise, especially her head, which felt as if it could fry an egg. She thought she desperately needed ice packs to cool down. Leia. In her daze, Bruce's voice gradually grew from faint to loud, bringing her back to reality. She blinked hard, regaining her composure. I'm here, what's wrong? I now believe your earlier words were true. That look you had earlier was definitely an essential magical component, Bruce said, adopting a serious expression. Leia's face, which had just cooled down a bit, immediately flushed again. Move aside. I'm going to start working. She lowered her head, nudging Bruce aside with her body. By the time she reached Bucky, she had completely regained her calm. You little rascal. Leia is so wonderful. You better treat her well in the future. Frigga came to Bruce's side. Bruce feigned a look of innocence. It's obvious that I'm the one who lost his first kiss. Mother, am I no longer your favorite son? Frigga rolled her eyes at him. Does Leia's scent smell good? It's quite fragrant. It must be jasmine. Realizing he had let something slip, Bruce quickly shut his mouth. Frigga smiled mischievously. So if you don't really like her, you'd be willing to kiss her? Humph. Don't think I'm getting old and can't see through things. Bruce awkwardly replied. It's mainly because jasmine smells really nice. I just like the scent of jasmine. I know. My son's taste is not something ordinary people can compare with. Frigga nodded in agreement. If it weren't for how nice her scent is, you wouldn't have risked your life to throw her off a cliff. Standing still and having nothing to do but watch Leia cast the slumber spell on Bucky, Bruce thought. As Leia began to cast the slumber spell, Bucky, sitting on the pure white stone platform, gradually started to feel drowsy. Ugh, this slumber spell works fast, he said weakly, his eyelids drooping. Hey, boss. He struggled to stay awake. Bruce crossed his arms and stepped closer. I'm here. What's wrong? Is everything progressing too quickly? Of course not. It's just about what we discussed earlier. You mustn't forget. Bruce recalled the two things Bucky had asked him to do with Steve. Don't worry. You can check on the mission anytime. He smiled. Good. Actually, boss, there's something the whole commandos wanted to tell you for a long time. Bruce raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Hee. Brothers, don't blame me. Bucky couldn't help but chuckle. What we want to say is that you're not scary at all. In fact, your face is kind of cute. We respect you just to take care of you. Hee. Didn't see that coming, did you? Bruce pondered. I see. Don't worry. I'll let the other commandos know that it was you who leaked this. With a sudden cute smile, he added, see you in the future. I hope you won't regret what you said today. Hee, regret? That's absolutely impossible. There's a future waiting for us to shine in. I'm already looking forward to it. His eyes began to sparkle with starlight, and in the next moment, he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Are you really leaving so soon? At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, Frigga gazed at Bruce with reluctance. Just after the slumber spell had been successfully cast, Leia hurriedly lowered her head and ran off, leaving only Frigga, Bruce, and the ever-watchful Heimdall. Mother, don't you want me to retrieve the Tesseract and come back to complete the godhood ceremony? Bruce said, trying to sound casual. Frigga shot him a glance, annoyance evident on her face. Stop pretending. Although Heimdall hasn't said anything, with your abilities, would it really take you this long to get the Tesseract? Seeing her reaction, Bruce quickly changed the subject. Just send me off here. If you go any further, you'll have to come with me to Midgard. Thor and the others won't finish class for another 5 minutes. Knowing you're here, it'll take them quite a while to get here. Why are you in such a hurry? Frigga looked at him, puzzled. Bruce was momentarily at a loss for words, mumbling, I just want to give them more time. Besides, I wasn't lying when I said it's better for you to think about how to solve their issues. Frigga looked at him lovingly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. You're all my sons. I love them as much as I love you. As for their issues, her lips curled into a mysterious smile. Don't play coy with me. You, who gained immense knowledge thanks to your artifacts, surely have some way to resolve the conflict between them. Bruce blinked, momentarily surprised, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. This matter, aside from Heimdall seeing it, I haven't spoken to anyone about. He hesitated to look at Heimdall, trusting him to keep this secret, but feeling confused as to how Frigga knew about his hidden connection with his two artifacts. "You little rascal!" Frigga playfully jabbed his forehead, pretending to be angry. "To hide such an important secret from the mightiest witch in Asgard? Do you really think I'm just an old storyteller? The day after you received those two artifacts, I knew you had something to hide. How could I think that?" Bruce felt guilty and avoided Frigga's gaze. "I thought my acting skills were pretty good." "Oomph. No matter how good your acting is, I'm still your mother," Frigga said sternly. Okay, you're right." Bruce nodded repeatedly, his breathing becoming careful, afraid his flattery would give away more than intended. "Good to know." Frigga finally calmed down and shifted the topic. "I'll speak to your father on your behalf. After all, running away from home is a family matter, but you must come back quickly. Midgard is so backward. What's there to keep you lingering?" Bruce smiled, unwilling to argue. For this most beautiful woman in the world, he could never bring himself to say or do anything to upset her. He knew that no matter what he did, she would support him unconditionally, just like this time when he frequently used the Rainbow Bridge just to put a mortal to sleep. "All right, enough dawdling. Hurry up and go." Frigga waved her hand impatiently. "Seeing your face makes me angry. Am I really leaving?" Bruce asked cautiously. Go. Hurry up." Frigga entered level 2 irritation mode. "Really?" Bruce asked again. Of course. Frigga had completely reached level 3 irritation. "Don't you want to let your dear son give you a hug before he leaves?" Bruce grinned, showing his 2 front teeth, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Frigga suddenly glared at him, a hint of barely perceptible tenderness flashing in her eyes before she said, "You know what to do. So come here." Bruce walked over with a smile, embracing Frigga and whispering, "Thank you, mother." This "thank you" expressed his gratitude for her love and support all along, as well as her understanding of his little secret. "Stop being so verbose, go." Frigga pushed him away forcefully and then signaled Heimdall to open the Rainbow Bridge. With a hum, the Rainbow Bridge began to spin rapidly. As Bruce stood at the teleportation position, a powerful force pulled him into the colorful passage. "Goddess, I believe he must have seen the tears in your eyes just now." Heimdall, who was in charge of opening the Rainbow Bridge, suddenly said. Frigga regained her noble composure as a goddess, tilting her head slightly and replying calmly. "Then you must remember to tell him that what he saw was just an illusion." After successfully transporting the passengers to their destination, the Rainbow Bridge stopped. Heimdall withdrew his sword from the switch and paused for a moment before saying, "In fact, he has never held it against you, even after learning the truth that he is just an ordinary mortal you picked up from here." "I know," Frigga said, the moisture in her eyes having dissipated as she smiled gently, filled with comfort. "I've always known he knows how to make me happy, not to gain anything, but just to see me smile. Though he is the youngest, he is the most sensible of my 3 sons." Heimdall fell silent for a moment, choosing not to speak further. He wanted to tell Frigga about the events that had transpired with Bruce recently, the events that had caused some new changes in him, but between Bruce and Frigga, one would never ask, and the other wouldn't easily bring it up. How could he be the one to speak out? "It's fine as long as I know Bruce will always be my Bruce. That's enough." Frigga seemed to sense Heimdall's hesitation and took the initiative to say, "I know your relationship with Bruce is better than with Thor. You are one of his best friends in Asgard. I don't want you to do anything against his wishes because of this." With that, Frigga turned and walked away with graceful steps. Watching Frigga's retreating figure, Heimdall fell into deep thought. "Hey, Peeping Tom, where did you send me? Do you know? Even if I didn't tell you my destination, you should have sent me back to where I was. Why did you send me to the bottom of this ravine?" Bruce's voice suddenly rang in his ear. He sighed helplessly and rolled his eyes. Standing still, he looked up, only to see the high cliffs where Hydra's train had passed, leaving behind empty iron tracks. "Bucky, oh Bucky, did I change your fate a bit too drastically, so now I have to bear some of it here?" Bruce muttered with a bitter smile. As Steve and the rest of the commandos finally made their way down the cliff to find Bruce, they were surprised to discover that Bruce had not only cleaned up the traces left by the Rainbow Bridge, but had also made a significant distance back on his own, without any external assistance. Upon meeting, Steve rushed forward without saying a word and tightly embraced Bruce. "Thank you, Bruce. I really appreciate it." Meanwhile, the other members of the commandos, still unaware of the full situation, exchanged puzzled glances. Bruce smiled and patted Steve on the back, saying, I was just helping my friend and preparing a bit for my own future. There's no need for thanks. As they pulled away from each other, Steve understood that Bucky's situation had been properly resolved, so he stopped expressing his gratitude and shifted to another topic. By the way, I cleaned up the traces you left when you left earlier. It took some time, since I'm still not very proficient in your acrobatics. Bruce pretended to be helpless, shaking his head. You can't blame me. As a teacher, I've already taught you everything you need to know. Steve scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I know, I just wanted to ask what I should learn next. Bruce straightened his face, saying seriously, You're not trying to dig up all my secrets, are you? First, master the basics of running and jumping, then think about other things. Steve was momentarily stunned. Bruce glanced at the commandos, who were still looking confused. What are you looking at? Do you all want to train with me? No, absolutely not. The commandos all denied in unison. Bruce huffed and waved his hand. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go home. With that, he strode ahead. Aside from Steve, who seemed relatively normal, the other commandos followed behind in silence, their expressions odd as they occasionally whispered to one another but tried to keep their voices down. After walking for a while, Bruce suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at the commandos with a mocking expression. What are you all sneaking around for? Nothing, absolutely nothing, boss. They all denied again in unison. Bruce sneered. You're a bunch of grown men acting all shy. Don't you know how bad you are at hiding your feelings? All the commandos lowered their heads in embarrassment. After a while, Ace, who was also of Asian descent like Bruce, finally mustered the courage to step forward and say, Boss, don't worry. We'll always keep your secrets. Bruce blinked, finally realizing what Ace was talking about. After Ace, Dugan, Gabe, and the other members also stepped forward, promising to keep the secret. Steve had been preoccupied ever since Bruce had rejected him, and only snapped back to attention upon hearing Bruce call his name. Why didn't you explain my situation to them earlier? Had Steve explained things about Bruce beforehand, they wouldn't have been so conflicted and acting so unmanly. I thought it was your secret, and you wouldn't want to share it. I see you're just worried about Bucky. Bruce rolled his eyes at him. All right, let's talk as we walk. Bruce had everyone follow him and began to share some of his own stories, including Bucky's situation and his prophet identity on Earth. By the time he finished relaying the basic information, the conflicted expressions that had been on the commandos' faces faded away, replaced by admiration and respect for Bruce. Let's hope it stays that way, Bruce said with a knowing smile before suddenly shouting, All of you, attention, stand straight. The commandos immediately snapped to attention, the atmosphere becoming serious in an instant. Meanwhile, Steve, who had been lost in thought, was oblivious to what was happening until he finally reacted. Bruce, unfazed, turned to the others and said, From visual estimation, this place is about 70 meters from the top of the mountain. I'll give you 2 minutes. If you're not up there by then, you'll be doing 2 kilometers of weighted sprints every day for a week at full speed. Remember, full speed. Oh no, boss, how can you do this to us? We're your closest team members, boss. Bruce sneered. Oh really? Because I heard Bucky say that you all think I'm not scary at all, and that I even look a bit cute. You respect me just to take care of me. Absolutely not. We could never think that. Bucky, I'm going to kill you. Bruce remained calm. The countdown starts in 3 seconds. There's still 2 seconds left. Go. Boss's punishment is terrifying. Everyone shouted as they rushed towards the ropes, scrambling to climb up. Bruce finally smiled. A bunch of troublemakers. He patted Steve on the shoulder. Stop daydreaming. If you don't hurry, Howard and the others are going to come looking for us. You don't want to see Peggy, do you? At the mention of Peggy's name, Steve perked up. You're right. He made his way to the nearby rope and found an unused one to start climbing. Bruce climbed the other rope beside him, matching his ascent speed, and casually asked Steve, So when do we start learning to fly? Excuse me? Hey, didn't you say you'd teach me how to fly? Did you really think I could fly? I can't even get myself up there. How could I teach you? What? You really can't fly. Of course not. Didn't I mention that before? You've been thinking about this for ages. Steve fell silent. Bruce and others gathered with Howard and Peggy, who were waiting in the rear, and then everyone returned triumphantly to the base, which was further back and allowed them a brief rest. That night, Bruce, Steve, Peggy, Howard, and various members of the Howling Commandos, along with some important military officials, came together to hold a very important meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss a strategy in response to Hydra's nearly maximum restricted front, and to come up with a practical solution regarding Zola's information about Hydra's headquarters and the missiles capable of destroying half the Earth within it. Just as Bruce was pretending to be invisible, zoning out during the meeting, Heimdall's voice suddenly rang in his ear. As per your request, your third combat team will officially start duty tomorrow, rotating daily to guard your palace. Before that, I will also keep a close watch on the situation at your palace to ensure that no unexpected incidents occur that we all wish to avoid. Ahem. Bruce stood up from the meeting. Sorry, please continue. I'll be right back. Saying this, he ignored the gazes of others and left directly, stepping outside. The people in the meeting were not ordinary individuals. Not to mention the widely known secret that Howard was backing Bruce as the strongest financial supporter. Just his performance on the battlefield, which had been exaggeratedly circulated throughout the army, made him someone they didn't dare to provoke easily. Therefore, at this moment, none of them dared to make a big deal out of Bruce leaving the meeting on his own. Currently, Bruce's status in the military, compared to Steve, aside from his unwillingness to accept an official military rank granted by the U.S. government and the fact that he had fewer comics than Steve, he was even superior to Steve in other aspects, especially after the news that he was Steve's martial arts teacher, was vigorously promoted by Steve. Just because he was Steve's martial arts teacher, Steve had once been lectured and even blamed by many spokespersons sent specifically by a certain senator. Later, Steve threw down a sentence to those spokespersons. This is the military. If you want to teach me how to do things, it should all follow military rules. Your politician tricks don't work here. After that, the senator never meddled in Steve's actions again. At that time, Bruce had specifically praised Steve for finally understanding how people like politicians operate. All right, let's continue. The remaining defenses of Hydra are concentrated, which means their strength is now gathered together, bringing great difficulty to our actions. Colonel Phillips, who was presiding over the meeting, continued his speech without changing his expression. Bruce stepped outside, and the soldiers outside saluted him. He waved his hand casually and walked a little further away. How are Thor and Loki doing now? Heimdall replied. Why do you suddenly ask about them? This isn't like you. You haven't seemed to care much about them before. I'm worried they might blow up my basement. Is that enough? You Asgardian Guardian, can you stop with the nonsense? You were just playing pretend with me earlier. How childish. Your basement is very safe. No one has entered since you left. Those guards at the door are very dedicated to you. You should know that. Also, Thor feels a bit lost without an opponent who can match him, and he is currently focused on completing his studies to graduate early and come to Earth to find you. As for Loki, he doesn't seem to be affected at all, if that's what you wanted to know. Bruce said, Don't tell me things I'm not interested in, you childish fool. If you weren't here to ask questions, why did you specifically come to a deserted place? Bruce was silent for a moment. Hasn't enough time passed for them to know my true identity? Loki has roughly understood it through various channels, while Thor still knows nothing. As for what you mentioned in your letter about hoping they would change because of your departure, I think you might be disappointed. Loki is still indifferent? Bruce felt a slight confusion in his heart, and then asked, What about that old man Odin? I just had a fight with him today. How is he now? Other than being angry that you returned to once again break the laws of Asgard, instead of sincerely wanting to come home, everything else is fine. By the way, can I ask you a question? You asked me to call the All-Father over. Was it really just to argue with him? What do you know? This is our special way of father-son communication. Bruce said dismissively. Any other news? Noni. Bruce immediately lifted his foot and headed back to the conference room. Entering the conference room and sitting down in his designated seat, the meeting had now reached the step of capturing the leader first. They had already decided that the solid defenses outside would be restrained by the army, while Steve and the members of the Howling Commandos would be responsible for raiding Hydra's lair to completely eliminate the organization. And surprisingly, Howard had unhesitatingly agreed to this plan on behalf of Bruce. Sorry to interrupt. Bruce had to speak up. Do you all think Hydra is like a big cabbage? You can deal with it however you want? And you dare to launch multiple lines of operations simultaneously? Shouldn't we take it step by step and first eliminate their remaining forces outside? Steve spoke up. But according to Zola's intelligence, the missiles in Hydra's base are enough to level half the Earth. If we don't act decisively now while we have the chance, the consequences will be unimaginable. So you're not considering the practical situation? Without Steve and the Howling Commandos, How can the other soldiers, who are so weak, guarantee their survival against Hydra's forces? Has Steve's previous victory inflated your heads to the point of losing your sanity? Phillips helplessly explained to Bruce. Even so, we must act. We cannot bear that cost. Once Schmidt, this madman, really does something, it will be too late for us to regret it. Steve, do you think the same? Bruce looked at Steve beside him. Steve nodded helplessly. Do you remember when I confronted Schmidt before? Bruce gestured for him to continue. At that time, he said that he and I would meet again soon and that he wanted me to experience what pain was. I think what he meant was launching this ultimate global destruction. Bruce pondered for a moment, and after a brief silence, finally nodded. You have a point. After eliminating your two best friends, taking advantage of your lack of fighting spirit to send you into the abyss of despair, that's exactly what someone like Schmidt would do. Then I agree to this operation. In that case, I announce that this decapitation plan is officially established. Phillips seized the opportunity and directly confirmed the most important matter of this meeting. Once the meeting was over and everyone else had left, Phillips came over and patted Bruce on the shoulder. I understand your feelings about not wanting Steve and the others to take excessive risks, especially since Bucky's matter happened too suddenly. In an instant, the remaining Howard and others in the room all put on expressionless poker faces. In the corner of Bruce's, I twitched slightly. Thank you. No, I should thank you, Phillips said with deep emotion. You, an alien, can achieve this, while some politicians in our country only think about stuffing money into their own pockets. Others, Bruce, all right, enough said. We're setting off tomorrow. The final battle is coming. Everyone save your energy and go back to rest early. By the way, I'm very sorry about Bucky. Bruce and his group watched Phillips leave, and once only familiar faces remained in the room, Bruce spoke up. So, how did you explain yourself to our colonel? Howard leaned over. Peggy also curiously asked. Yeah, and he already knows you're an alien, so how does he still not know about Bucky's situation? Bruce shrugged helplessly. I thought you guys would tell him. Howard hesitated to speak. Do we still need to explain to him about that later? Steve shook his head. Forget it. After the war, all of this won't matter to the colonel anymore. He should go back to his little farm and enjoy his old age. Some things we can handle ourselves. Speaking of handling things ourselves, Bruce walked over to close the door, ensuring there were no eavesdroppers around, and then said with a slightly awkward expression, there are some matters we need to hold another meeting about. Is there anything else? Howard asked, looking puzzled. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he quickly added, I swear, I've completely corrected your image in the comics. There's definitely no helmet. Really, if you don't believe me, you can ask Peggy. Bruce blinked and really looked in Peggy's direction. In that instant, Peggy recalled the very constructive suggestions she had made regarding Bruce's portrayal in the comics. And she said without hesitation, that's right. Not only did we significantly improve your image in the comics, but we also officially reported it in the newspapers, using the photos you took on the battlefield to prove the existence of Bruce Odinson. By the way, we also clarified the experience of you and Steve saving children together that made it to the newspapers. Not only did we vindicate your previous acts of heroism, but we also got some revenge for you by giving that newspaper that published your unflattering photos a good lesson. I can assure you that if that newspaper wants to operate normally after this, they'll have to transfer most of their shares to Howard. Really? Bruce looked at them with skepticism. Howard and Peggy both nodded vigorously in unison. All right. Bruce casually picked up the cup of coffee on the table that had gone cold and took a small sip, but after just one taste, he immediately put the cup down in disgust. What is this? It doesn't have any sugar or milk added. 0 stars. For a moment, everyone present didn't know what to say. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Bruce coughed a couple of times and then resumed a serious expression. Actually, I called you here to continue the discussion from the last meeting, if you remember. The members of the Howling Commandos were also in the room, with 2 of them stationed at the door to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Their ears were extremely sensitive, and they wouldn't miss any noise in the room, serving as the first line of defense against listening devices. The other members looked at Bruce with puzzled expressions. You're talking about the future? Howard also became serious. I didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. Everyone finally realized the importance of this meeting, and one by one, they returned to the serious state they had during the previous meeting, even feeling a bit tense. Bruce didn't sit down but stood there, arms crossed leaning against the wall behind him, saying, "That's right. Actually, in the future I foresee, after this meeting, we originally had a buffer period, which is our time to rest, and also because Hydra still has some small movements outside that we need to handle." Howard asked, "But what about?" But just like Steve said before, if Schmidt really wants to make him feel pain, then everything has changed significantly. You should understand what I mean. I'm talking about changes in the future. "So, you mean we have to participate in the final battle with Hydra?" Steve said, clenching his fists with a determined expression. "That's what we need to discuss next." Bruce shrugged. "This battle specifically concerns how each of us should fight." Everyone showed confused expressions. Bruce explained, in simple terms, it's about planning for our future. Howard suddenly seemed to think of something. "You're leaving, aren't you? After this battle?" The others immediately turned their attention to Bruce. Bruce scratched his head. "Although, Howard, your leap in logic is a bit much, and it doesn't quite align with my reasoning. Yes, I'm leaving, but not after everything is finished, rather after this battle." Saying everything is over, haha, believe me, that's still a long way off. In an instant, everyone fell silent. The only Asian member of the Howling Commandos, Ace, was the first to speak up. "Your comic is only at issue 3, boss. What are we supposed to do if you leave?" Bruce opened his mouth slightly, momentarily unsure how to respond. This guy just doesn't play by the rules. "Why don't I sign something for you now?" he tentatively asked. At this, Dugan quickly stepped forward and held Ace down, saying, "But this battle isn't over yet, boss. We're the Howling Commandos, the elite of the elite, and you're the one who kicked us into shape. After Hydra is defeated, we will definitely continue to fight on other fronts. Are you really going to let us idiots out of your sight?" Bruce couldn't help but laugh. I've never heard anyone describe themselves as the elite of the elite and then call themselves idiots in the same breath. Are you an elite idiot or an idiot elite? Dugan wanted to say more, and in fact, not just him, the other members of the Commandos also looked like they had a lot to say. Just then, Steve raised his voice slightly to capture everyone's attention. "Everyone quiet." The room immediately fell silent, and the noise disappeared. Steve slowly spoke. "Bruce is ultimately a prince of a nation. He has his own responsibilities. We shouldn't make it too difficult for him, especially since he has done so much for us already." The room remained silent. A hush fell over it. Bruce looked at Steve, and just then, Steve looked back at him, and the two shared gaze. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the atmosphere in the room inexplicably began to take a strange turn. Ahem. At this moment, Peggy stepped forward to take charge. All right, we've wasted so much time already. Let's focus our energy on what Bruce wants to tell us. We can discuss other matters after this meeting." "Oh, right, back to the point. As he said this, Bruce shot a glare at Howard. It was this guy who had just derailed the conversation. "I won't go into too many details about the fight. After all, while you may not be as skilled as I am in combat, you're still decent enough. What I need to talk about next is mostly about things outside of fighting." Bruce began to outline some of his plans. Time passed bit by bit, 1 minute, 2 minutes. By the time 3 minutes had passed, Bruce and the others had reached the later stages of their meeting. After discussing a lot of trivial matters, Bruce summarized his previous content. "That's about it. Do you have any questions?" Howard said, "Yes, I object." Peggy also said, "Yes, I object too." All members of the Howling Commandos chimed in unison. "Yes, I re." Bruce shot them a look. In an instant, all members of the Commandos fell silent. Steve asked, "Why didn't you mention my arrangements?" "All right, it seems this isn't the end of the later stages after all." Bruce thought to himself, while secretly revealing a slight smile. Using a not-so-mature plan to motivate those present is a little trick he had often used before. While it hadn't always worked well in the past, this time seemed a bit different. Bruce's initial plan was very simple and crude. He merely made some changes based on the original storyline, but the result was a complete mess and extremely unreasonable. Consequently, a second meeting had to be called. Had he not mentioned his intention to single-handedly infiltrate Hydra's headquarters in the Alps, perhaps everyone would have been willing to humor him a bit out of respect. As the meeting reconvened, this time they did not let Bruce monopolize the discussion, but instead actively participated, truly becoming part of the debate. However, it wasn't long before they were embroiled in another heated argument over Bruce's insistence on going into battle alone. In Schmidt's eyes, "You're already as good as dead. Why would you strut out there like that? Are you trying to attract enemy fire and be a target?" Howard said vehemently, "He's right. You can play a much bigger role by staying hidden. Peggy chimed in. Steve, try to mediate. Everyone, let's calm down. I think Bruce's plan might actually be tailored for me. Right, Bruce? Bruce looked bewildered. Huh? No, I just want to go see Schmidt myself. Haven't you already faced him? It's my turn this time. Steve asked helplessly. But what am I supposed to do? Without hesitation, Bruce replied. You'll hide, stay in the shadows, and wait for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Everyone stared at Bruce in confusion. Bruce blinked, a bit clueless. Isn't this plan good? Steve frowned. Bruce, please stop joking around, okay? Bruce shrugged. Are you saying you have to take my place and insist on it? Steve nodded firmly. Yes. Is there no changing your mind? Steve nodded again. Yes. Fine. Bruce patted Steve on the shoulder. Then the charge in a battle is up to you. Only then did the others realize that Bruce had been playing hard to get all along. Now, let's arrange the future for the others. Wait. Howard raised a hand to stop him. What about Steve? You've finished discussing all his arrangements and future. Yes, I'm done. You haven't said how Steve is supposed to reach our future. Is it going to be like how you went to Asgard? Are we all supposed to go? Bruce suddenly fell silent. After a long moment, he finally managed to force a smile. I was hoping to discuss these things in a lighter atmosphere, but it seems I couldn't hold it together. The others watched him quietly, sensing something was off. All members of the commandos, at attention. Bruce suddenly shouted. In an instant, Ace and the others executed his command without hesitation, standing straight at their respective positions. What is the highest military order I've given you? Bruce asked loudly. All members of the commandos shouted in unison. Obey. Say it again. Obey. Didn't hear clearly. Obey. Bruce walked to the middle of them, looking at them with satisfaction. Good, at ease. Everyone followed the command, standing with hand behind their backs, right foot slightly forward, body straight, eyes fixed ahead, perfectly synchronized. I can tell you clearly that I have an extremely important mission to assign to you, a mission that will require the rest of your lives to complete. This means I won't arrange for you to go to Asgard with me, nor will I arrange for you to sleep. It will be difficult for you to see me again in the future. Are you willing to accept this? Wait. Steve started to speak, but he was pulled back by Peggy. Peggy gave him a look, signaling him to observe first and not to speak out. Willing. All members of the commandos answered without hesitation, giving a unified response. Bruce saw the glimmer of tears in their eyes, like Ace, who shared his Asian heritage, and Dugan, the big bearded guy who was usually the boldest and loved to mess around with him. And, however, there was not a trace of resentment or dissatisfaction in their eyes. At that moment, beyond Steve and Peggy, Howard finally couldn't hold back any longer. Bruce, I thought this time you really wanted to discuss with us and hear our opinions. Bruce looked at him. It is a discussion, but it's about other matters concerning the three of you. Steve also stepped forward, unable to contain himself, but Bruce slightly raised the corners of his mouth. They are our pride, the pride of the entire army. Am I right, you elite idiots? All members of the commandos shouted in unison. Yes. Bruce looked at Steve. With such a group of brothers, are you proud? The members of the commandos chuckled, asking, Captain, do we make you proud? Steve looked at each of them seriously and slowly murmured, Of course, absolutely. All members of the commandos, at ease. Bruce suddenly shouted. All members of the commandos responded in unison. Yes. Stand guard until this meeting is over. We will leave the room only after this. Understood. Once everyone left and the door was closed again, Bruce turned to the remaining three, calmly stating, Now we get to the real business. Before they could respond, he directly said, The first thing is Steve will be frozen during the final battle against Hydra and will not be unsealed until 75 years later, thus reaching the future I've been mentioning. What? Howard and Peggy exclaimed simultaneously. Peggy immediately asked, Is there another way? Like, going to sleep again? Bruce looked at her. For Steve, this is the best option. His super soldier genes will make the so-called freezing equivalent to the sleep we have in Asgard. As for safety during that time, I have other means to ensure it. Steve took a deep breath, concealing his inner unease. He finally understood why Bruce had been reluctant to share his plans for him earlier. His expression remained neutral. Let's move on to what you have planned for Peggy and Howard. Speaking of the two of you, that's the second thing. Bruce looked at them with deep meaning. First, I want to state that you have a lot of autonomy in your choices. What I have here is a plan for you to consider. After defeating Hydra, You can work together to ensure the safety of the world, and when the timing is right, I will come back to temporarily take you away from Earth to my Asgard, allowing you to enter sleep and wait for the arrival of that future. Howard and Peggy both fell into deep thought upon hearing this. So, we're actually similar to the members of the Commandos? Howard asked. Bruce replied, if you must compare it that way, then yes. Is there really another choice? Of course. I said we're discussing this with you now. Howard asked, so what do you mean by the right time? I can't say that in advance. Howard and Peggy were both caught in a dilemma. After a while, Peggy was the first to make a decision. Looking at Steve, looks like someone's going to be on my lips for a long time. Steve opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond to Peggy. He understood the answer she had given. Shortly after Peggy gave her answer, Howard smiled and said, it seems there's no better solution than your proposal. Bruce smiled back at Howard. What's this? Aren't you supposed to make your own decisions? Now that I'm giving you a chance to participate in the discussion, you're choosing to listen to me? Howard rolled his eyes at him. You think I'm a fool? If a person who knows the future gives advice, and I don't listen, wouldn't I just be contrarian? Please, I'm the best scientist in America, not some clueless person. Bruce shrugged. So it's settled then? He looked at the other three, who all turned to him and nodded in unison. Creak. The door to the room slowly opened, and Bruce and the others walked out. Howard began to mumble complaints, something that could be solved in just a few words, and yet you had to drag it out and make it so formal. Bruce shot him a glance. Mr. Howard, do you have any objections to my approach? If you do, feel free to voice them, and I will accept them humbly. Howard replied seriously. Next time there's a meeting like this, make sure to include me. I just realized that I've completely fallen in love with every meeting you host. Bruce laughed so hard that his eyes squinted into slits. I'll consider it. He let Howard and the other two leave first before summoning the members of the Howling Commandos, who had been waiting outside the room. Do you remember I said I had a very important mission to assign to you? Bruce smiled as he looked at the members surrounding him. Although the Commandos were all sturdy, muscular men, their eyes were slightly red for some unknown reason. Hearing Bruce's question, Ace, the usually gentlest member of the team, was the first to speak up. In fact, he was almost always the first to respond whenever Bruce asked a question. We've talked about it, and we believe that you want us to continue holding our positions and protect this world. Wow, Bruce exclaimed. I didn't expect my team to become so smart and enlightened. He punched each of them gently on the chest. You guys did great. I'm very proud. No, we should feel proud to follow you, boss, Dugan, the big bearded guy, said. Come on, everyone make way. Let me show boss a special skill. He had everyone step back, including Bruce. Then, he leapt into the air, spread his legs wide, leaving 2 deep footprints in the mud, and then struck a solid horse stance. He pushed his hands forward slowly, exhaling deeply with a proud and boastful expression. Boss, how's my form? Everyone, including Bruce, was momentarily stunned by Dugan's display, blinking in surprise and unable to speak. The once jovial atmosphere fell into a silence so thick that you could hear a pin drop. Oh, where did this country bumpkin come from dancing folk dance? Keep it going, don't stop. Yeah, that looks great, keep going. At that moment, a group of tall soldiers walked by from a distance. Upon seeing Dugan's antics, they immediately began to mock him loudly. The members of the Commandos instantly turned their heads, glaring at the soldiers with clenched fists, eager to teach them a lesson. Hey, Bruce suddenly let out a long sigh. His sigh reached the ears of the team members, instantly calming them down. Dugan, who had been ready to fight, thought of something and loosened his fists, feeling a bit dejected. As soldiers, we must always keep our composure. As comrades, we should unite as one. Boss, you're trying to make us understand this, right? Our earlier performance must have disappointed you. That's not at all what I meant. Bruce chuckled as he stepped forward, casually placing a hand on Gabe's shoulder. I was just lamenting that in this day and age, there are still people in the army who don't recognize the Howling Commandos. Upon hearing Bruce's words, the members of the Commandos froze for half a second before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Their laughter caught the passing soldiers off guard, leaving them confused. The soldier who had first mocked Dugan grew furious from the laughter. What are you laughing at? Bruce replied, We're laughing at your butt chin. His words caught the attention of the soldiers and their friends, who suddenly looked at him, and one by one, they began to notice that his chin did indeed resemble a butt. The members of the commandos laughed even harder, while the friends of the mocking soldier struggled not to laugh. "You yellow-skinned pig, wandering around the barracks in strange clothes at night. You must be a spy. I'm going to execute you on the spot." Saying this, the soldier with the butt chin actually drew a handgun and aimed it at Bruce. The laughter from the commandos stopped instantly the moment the soldier spoke, and when they saw him draw his weapon, they all stepped forward in formation, protecting Bruce from behind. "Step aside. If you dare shield the enemy spy, I'll take you all down with him." The soldier was evidently very sensitive about his chin and treated it as a taboo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been provoked to this extent by Bruce's one comment. Of course, he dared to act this way in public, likely because of his background. Dugan and the others realized that the soldier was serious about causing trouble in the barracks and became serious themselves. "Boss, how should we handle this?" Bruce stretched his arms. "Just give him a lesson. Hurry up, everyone has things to do tomorrow. We can't let this affect our sleep quality tonight." The others laughed and responded loudly. "Understood. I'm Dugan of the Howling Commandos. You dare to shoot today? Try it." Under Dugan's lead, all members with fierce expressions stepped toward the butt-chin soldier. Hearing Dugan's name, the soldier indeed hesitated to aim his gun at them, but his hesitation didn't mean Dugan and the others would let him off easily. What are you going to do?" He took a small step back. Dugan grinned menacingly. "What are we going to do? No need to ask. I'll show you right now. And no, don't come closer. You all are just standing there. Help out." However, none of the soldier's friends dared to move. No one moved to intervene, escape, or speak, standing there like wooden dolls. Under the night sky, a piercing scream rang out. Hey, I heard that after we left last night, you took the commandos to brawl with someone." "Yeah, so what? Is there a problem? Is that even question? You didn't invite me to something so exciting. You were the one who left the fastest, and now you're here complaining. Besides, it was just a bunch of kids messing around. It wasn't really a brawl. Come on, the ugly guy who got a tooth knocked out doesn't think so. And I know very well that this morning, his uncle dragged him over to apologize and bring gifts." Ha. Howard and Bruce were currently lounging on the ground, chatting casually. It had been a whole night since the tall guy had foolishly provoked the Howling Commandos and spat insults at the mysterious prince, only to be thoroughly beaten up. After paying a small price, the butt-chin soldier had put this minor grievance behind him along with Bruce. They were now leading the army to the foot of the Alps, where they had completed their ambush at a very hidden spot. Once Steve initiated the attack, they would move in according to plan. "By the way, buddy, can I ask you a few questions?" "You wait until now, just before the action, to ask." Bruce glanced at Howard, then casually looked at the scenery elsewhere. "Go ahead. Last time, when we discussed Bucky, you even printed out a detailed future report for us. Why didn't we have that this time?" Bruce's expression became slightly strange as he looked at Howard. "What's this? You're really concerned about this?" "Ahem." Howard coughed lightly, just a little. "Mainly, I want to know about my own situation. Should I just summarize it for you right now?" Howard's eyes lit up. "That would be perfect." "You will die in the future," Bruce bluntly stated, summarizing it. "I knew it. I knew I would definitely." Howard started excitedly, but then confusion washed over his face, doubting his own ears. "What did you say?" Bruce rolled his eyes. "You heard me." Howard was in disbelief. A genius like me, I'm going to die just like that? He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Bruce chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "You asked for it. I just told you the truth." Howard blinked repeatedly. "Will I die? Painfully?" Bruce struggled to hold back laughter. "You want to know again?" You jerk. I'm dying, and you're still laughing." Howard was getting more and more frustrated. "You disaster magnet. Just think how much trouble this world would be spared if you were gone. How could I not laugh?" I'm going to dock your pay. I'll get back at you." Just as Howard finished his sentence, Bruce's expression shifted from friendly to cold and ruthless. "What did you just say?" Howard quickly realized and blurted out. "I said I'm going to give you a raise. Another $1 million." Bruce immediately brightened up. "You really are the best boss in the world." Howard looked pained. "Then you better think of a way to save me." "I already saved you. What do you think we held that meeting for yesterday?" "All right." Howard's clever mind was racing. "So, when you said you'd take me to Asgard, it was to save me? You can understand it that way. And Peggy? Is she coming with me?" "No. Her latest decision is to just disappear in 5 years." "What about me? What about me?" Bruce looked at Howard with disdain. "You, the playboy, suddenly don't want to get married or meet your soulmate?" Howard quickly understood Bruce's implication. So you're saying Peggy and I will be split into two groups, and I'll be in the last batch because I'm single? Exactly. You little jerk. Why didn't you say this last night? Peggy just came to me this morning. She asked if it was possible, and I said yes. Oh, you must be teaming up against me. It has to be. Howard suddenly asked, by the way, why does Peggy want to do that? Bruce looked at him as if he were an idiot. Because in 70 years, if she doesn't start sleeping early, how is she going to face Steve when he wakes up, looking like an old lady? Howard instantly felt a wave of sadness wash over him, hard to control. But in an instant, he perked up again, clenching his fists and resolutely saying, I must find my soulmate as quickly as possible and live blissfully, making you jealous of this. Bruce innocently widened his eyes at him. He immediately connected the last part. Handsome and charming mysterious prince. That's not right. My other half will age and die on Earth. So this, as he spoke, Howard's eyes actually began to redden, looking pitiful. Are you done? Also, can you please act a little more seriously? Bruce rolled his eyes. I've already considered this. I'll take you all together when the time comes. That would be wonderful. By the way, what about my kids? I wonder. Howard rubbed his hands together, looking at Bruce with anticipation and a bit of embarrassment. Bruce suddenly broke into a big smile. Mr. Howard Stark, are you looking for 100 ways to die painlessly? If so, I'd be more than happy to demonstrate them to you right now. No, absolutely not. I never want to know about that. Howard shook his head vigorously. Just then, not far ahead, the sound of a motorcycle engine suddenly roared to life. As he heard the motorcycle, Bruce's lips curled into a slight smile. He stood up from the ground and walked toward the motorcycle that was hidden behind some branches, starting it up. Here's the key to my Earth cloud. Take good care of it, especially don't let that old man Phillips touch it. After he saw it last time, he's been thinking about it nonstop. He pulled out a keychain from his pocket and tossed it to Howard, who was now standing up and half squatting on the ground. At this point, the previously roaring motorcycle had already sped away, quickly disappearing into the distance. Howard caught the keychain. Steve has already started his move. Aren't you going to chase him? Bruce shot him a glance. Chase what? He can handle it alone. Let him draw the pursuers, and I can save some energy. Howard asked, so what exactly are you planning in that personal solo operation of yours that you're keeping absolutely secret from us? Bruce did not respond. He simply flashed a confident smile and quickly twisted the throttle of the motorcycle, speeding away like the wind, disappearing down the road in pursuit of Steve. Why, you look absolutely amazing. Howard pouted, exaggerating his tone. The motorcycle Bruce rode was much simpler in function compared to Steve's, which could shoot grappling hooks, spew fire, and even serve as a self-propelled explosive. Bruce's bike was merely a standard motorcycle with passenger capability. Despite his high speed, as he had told Howard earlier, he had no intention of catching up to Steve. After riding for a while, he leisurely stopped. In front of him was a steel cable deeply embedded between the trees lining the road, and further down lay two overturned, unmanned motorcycles belonging to Hydra soldiers, left behind by those Steve had defeated. His intention in stopping was to switch vehicles, but instead of immediately walking toward the next motorcycle after getting off, he hummed a little tune and strolled over to the two dead Hydra soldiers nearby. He took some time to strip clothes from one of them, and then easily jumped over the steel cable, swapping onto the Hydra motorcycle, restarting the engine, and smiling as he continued to ride forward. Along the way, he saw the charred pavement, the wreckage of exploded motorcycles, and the unrecognizable bodies of Hydra soldiers. Finally, when he arrived at the entrance of the Hydra base, dressed in black with a helmet, he found that Steve had been successfully captured by Hydra. This was precisely the detailed action plan that had been discussed with Steve and the military before the meeting yesterday, pretending to be captured. Seeing the plan executed smoothly and watching Steve being escorted into the Hydra base, he slowly stopped his motorcycle, got off, and turned off the engine, even appearing remarkably calm as he greeted nearby Hydra soldiers. He didn't raise any suspicions as he walked in behind the soldiers escorting Steve through the entrance. The path they took led directly to Schmidt's location, but that wasn't where he needed to go. After recognizing the route, he chose to refuse to follow at the last turn and continued straight ahead. Steve's figure gradually disappeared from his sight to face his own mission, while he maintained the pace and demeanor of a Hydra soldier, marching forward confidently. When he finally found what he was looking for, some time had passed. At that moment, Gunfire began to echo in his ears. Clearly, according to Steve's original plan, the Howling Commandos had successfully breached Schmidt's lair, and Phillips, this stubborn old man, had also begun a full assault on Hydra. Bang, bang, boom, bang. The continuous sound of gunfire and explosions reached Bruce, who showed no hesitation, swiftly climbing the ladder, hanging from a fighter jet, and entering the aircraft. Yes, the place he was heading was inside Schmidt's fighter jet, and his purpose was to board this aircraft that would carry Steve into slumber. He didn't intend to claim the fighter jet for himself. He had normal aesthetics. Even the Earth Cloud, which he had stolen from Schmidt, had its Hydra insignia removed at Howard's request afterward. Why would he want this aircraft that looked like a bat? Moreover, he couldn't take it for himself because it was about to serve a crucial role. His main reason for doing this was to get a step ahead, enjoying the thrill of being proactive while also nipping any potential accidents that might happen to Steve in the bud. Nothing more. Howard and the others thought he had some major plans and actions, unaware that all his plans had officially come to an end after they agreed at last night's meeting. What he needed to do next was merely to act as a friend, safeguarding Steve and the others, watching them complete the final stretch of his planned route. That's all. Upon entering the fighter jet, 2 Hydra soldiers approached him, clearly the reception crew. He maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, then walked over casually. The moment their gazes shifted away from him, he quickly turned around and struck both of them in the neck with his fists, instantly breaking their necks. After that, he began the process of dealing with the bodies and searching for any lone enemies inside the fighter jet. The personnel on board were already few in number, only about 6 or 7, and they could not withstand his onslaught. Just as Red Skull Schmidt had barely escaped onto the fighter jet, Bruce had quietly eliminated 5 enemies. If those 3 Hydra soldiers had come in separately instead of together, he could have acted even faster. At this point, Schmidt had boarded the fighter jet, which meant that Steve would soon follow. He recalled the scene he had seen in the Captain America storyline from his dream last night, and decided to abandon the idea of actively attacking and dealing with enemies one by one. Instead, he chose to lie in wait and headed directly to the bomber's location. The waiting process was extremely dull, especially knowing what was about to happen next. Feeling the slight tremor of the aircraft, he knew Schmidt was about to take off, yet he remained unperturbed, deciding to let the fighter jet fly for a while. In the distance, he heard the faint sound of footsteps, clearly Hydra soldiers responding to Schmidt's orders, getting ready for the bombing operation. Just then, he finally moved. He ambushed from a concealed position, and when the 3 Hydra soldiers approached, he leapt out, attacking fiercely like a tiger. Out of the 3 Hydra soldiers, only one reacted and had a chance to gasp for breath because he didn't want to use his feet. The other 2 issued muffled groans before Bruce snapped their necks. Next was the 3rd soldier, who panicked and fired a shot, hitting a nearby load-bearing steel plate. If it weren't for the robust design of the fighter jet, the loss of a load-bearing plate wouldn't cause major issues. Bruce even doubted that the fates of Schmidt and Steve could be altered by this nameless soldier. Bang! With the sound of a fist colliding with flesh, the last Hydra soldier on the aircraft fell dead. Then, a stronger acceleration suddenly surged toward him. He firmly planted his feet on the ground, stabilizing his stance, and eagerly looked toward the opening floor not far away. That was where the fighter jet retracted its landing gear. Sure enough, as the landing gear was pulled back from the outside, a man dressed in a red and blue tight suit, tightly clutching the landing gear and rising with it, came into view. It was none other than Steve, who had finally fought his way into Schmidt's fighter jet. "What took you so long?" he casually asked, even wishing he had a cup of coffee in hand at that moment. Upon seeing Bruce, Steve let out a sigh of relief and ignored the corpses of the Hydra soldiers on the ground, saying, "You knew all along?" Bruce shrugged. "What can I say? I'm a seer." Stepping beside Steve, he pointed to a pile of bombers behind him and said, "These troubles have been dealt with. Now it's your time to show your heroic self. Just a heads up, I did pay the admission fee for this." He gestured with his chin toward the bodies on the ground, indicating they were his admission fee. "No problem." Steve took his shield from his back, gripping it tightly as he looked at Bruce, saying, "Seer." The 2 slowly walked toward their ultimate goal. As they walked, Bruce suddenly recalled something and asked, "Please tell me the vehicle you used to chase the fighter jet wasn't my Earth Cloud, right?" Steve hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can only say Howard is a very outstanding driver." "Shit. All soldiers, immediately take the bombers to execute your respective missions." Schmidt's voice came clearly through the communicator in Bruce's hand. Steve turned to Bruce and said, "If Schmidt finds out that all his soldiers assigned to the mission have been taken out by you, he'll hate you just as much as he hates me." Bruce shrugged innocently, spreading his hands. "I'm just a dead man, killed by him no less. How could I have the ability to come back and take revenge on him?" "You can tell him that later," Steve replied helplessly. They entered the cockpit of the fighter jet, only to be surprised to find that the pilot's seat was empty. Schmidt had vanished without a trace. Bruce suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Your climbing onto the fighter jet wasn't just known to me. Schmidt is very aware of it too." Steve looked utterly speechless. Hey. At that moment, Schmidt appeared behind them, hidden in the shadows, holding a Hydra-enhanced energy gun. His expression was strange, hard to discern whether it was menacing or joyful. "I didn't expect my mysterious prince could survive that explosion. I'm so pleased to see you again. But where's that other guy? Did he meet an unfortunate end in the blast?" Noticing the energy gun ready to fire in Schmidt's hand, Bruce smirked and said, "I told you I knew you'd sneak up on us like this. Do you believe me?" He deliberately avoided mentioning Bucky's fate, successfully convincing Schmidt that Bucky Barnes had been killed in the explosion. Schmidt lightly shook the energy gun in his hand and said, "So, Captain, in this situation, how many people can your little shield protect?" Steve remained silent, merely glaring fiercely at him. Bruce blinked and said, "I'm just here to find a seat and watch a movie. Do you believe me? Why don't you just pretend I'm not here as an audience?" "Ah, what do you think, Your Highness? What's the answer?" Schmidt suddenly shouted, stopping Steve from making a move to charge at him with his shield. Forced to halt, Steve sighed and turned to give Bruce a deep look, saying, "Is it too late to get a refund?" Bruce rolled his eyes and replied, "What do you think?" Steve turned back to Schmidt and asked, "If I told you that I move very fast, would you believe me?" Schmidt raised an eyebrow, but unfortunately, at that moment, he had lost all face, and no one could recognize what his expression meant. "I believe it, just not compared to the speed at which I pull the trigger." "Then all right." As Steve spoke, he suddenly unleashed an incredible surge of power and charged toward Schmidt, shield raised. Schmidt immediately aimed the gun at Bruce, who had remained still all this time. Bruce exploded with anger. "You really dared to shoot at me?" Since he and Steve were standing at a distance, Steve had no way to block the shot in time, so Bruce had to dodge on his own. He swiftly sidestepped and leaned back, completing the entire maneuver in the blink of an eye. The energy projectile whizzed past him, just barely missing the distinct black clothing he wore. With textbook agility, he successfully dodged the energy blast aimed at his chest. "What?" Schmidt exclaimed in disbelief, firing off 2 more energy blasts at Bruce. He was sure he was aiming at Bruce. Yet, he watched in astonishment as Bruce simply used 2 very ordinary dodging maneuvers, effortlessly evading his energy blasts. After dodging, Bruce quickly dashed to the cockpit, plopped into the pilot's seat, and said in frustration, "Shoot again, I dare you." Schmidt was left speechless at Bruce's display. This is impossible. He didn't dare to say something like, "Go ahead and try it." At that moment, Steve finally reached him, mercilessly slamming his shield in Schmidt's face, knocking him to the ground and disarming him of his energy gun. "Impossible." Steve mocked him, deliberately provoking, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention someone's faster than me." Sitting in the cockpit, Bruce raised his hand proudly, waving it around and muttering to himself, "If only I had popcorn and soda right now. Ugh, I suddenly miss that little rascal Howard. You've taken out my soldiers, caught up with my fighter jet, and knocked me to the ground. Do you think this is the end?" Schmidt said, his face filled with resentment. "Of course not." Bruce shouted loudly from his seat. "Go get him, Captain. Take him down. An action movie isn't complete without some good punches." Steve turned his attention from Bruce back to Schmidt on the ground and asked, "Did you hear that?" Then, he threw a powerful punch at Schmidt. Schmidt's previous words were not a declaration of surrender. He understood he was at a definite disadvantage and that it was impossible to defeat both Steve and Bruce. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, a new plan formed in his mind. He narrowly avoided Steve's heavy punch, then kicked Steve away and started running around him. He vaulted over the iron railing, facing Steve across a fragile and easily crossed barrier. But this wasn't a stalemate. It was still part of his plan. He took a moment to glance at Bruce, seeing him still eagerly watching from the cockpit, which eased a significant amount of his worry. With the iron railing at a 90-degree angle, he was on the inside while Steve was on the outside. In front of him was Steve, and beside him was a path without Steve. While Steve hadn't noticed his intention, he quickly climbed over the railing and sped down the path. In a flash, the once dominant Steve was now trailing behind this cunning Schmidt. Bruce, who had been observing the situation, blinked and broke into a meaningful smile. Steve ultimately did not catch up to the fleeing Schmidt, because Schmidt had already reached the center of the glowing blue circular device, pulling out the energy handgun at his waist and aiming at the device. That was the very apparatus housing the Tesseract. "Wow, I never expected you'd use this as your trump card one day," Bruce exclaimed from his seat. After Bruce spoke, Schmidt's hatred and attention immediately shifted to him. "Who the hell are you?" Bruce pointed to himself in confusion. "Are you asking me?" "Damn right. You, that despicable little shit prince," Schmidt shouted in fury. "Why is it that you all possess powers that rival the gods, yet are so foolish, parading around in these ridiculous uniforms pretending to fight for your country? What is the reason for this?" Oh, Bruce quickly interrupted Schmidt. "Don't look down on me. I'm not fighting for some so-called freedom of America. You just asked me who I am? I'll tell you. I'm the most handsome and toughest mysterious prince in the universe, destined to protect cosmic peace. And my power is not on par with the gods." Wait, no, I need to think about this nickname. Howard gave me this name, and it's really terrible. He suddenly muttered to himself. Bullshit. Bullshit. Schmidt fumed. "You're all garbage destined to be swept into the trash heap. And now you think you can jump in front of me and stop me? Do you really think you can prevent the rise of Hydra's era?" Bruce weakly raised his hand. "Can I still speak?" Schmidt's dark eyes locked onto Bruce. "Well, to be honest, I've seen what the future looks like," Bruce said earnestly. "And it's really nothing like what you said. The future isn't something you get to dictate. Shit, you all will die with me," Schmidt declared, raising his gun at the Tesseract's storage device. "Steve!" In that critical moment, Bruce shouted Steve's name, as if he were summoning a superhero. Steve didn't let Bruce down. He hurled his shield with all his strength toward Schmidt. The shield sliced through the air with a loud thud as it struck Schmidt, causing his gun to veer off, and an energy projectile shot into the ground, creating a sizable hole. Fortunately, the impact wasn't enough to penetrate the fighter jet structure. Schmidt was still struggling, trying to trigger the Tesseract, but it was too late. The moment Steve threw the shield, he began charging toward Schmidt. As Schmidt's gun just barely lifted, Steve was already at his front, kicking the revolver out of his hand. With a smack, Bruce reached out and expertly caught the flying energy revolver, tucking it away without hesitation. "It's all over," Steve declared. Schmidt laughed. "Is it?" He kicked out, forcing Steve back, then pressed a button on the large circular device. A cylindrical container holding the Tesseract slowly emerged from the device. At that moment, Steve charged back in, throwing a punch directly at Schmidt's nose, which Schmidt ignored as he was too focused on seizing the Tesseract. Thud, thud, thud. Schmidt stumbled back 3 steps, but managed to stabilize himself with the Tesseract in hand, grinning wickedly. "You've lost. You've lost. I don't know about losing, but I do know you have no real understanding of that thing." Bruce cheerfully chimed in, even feeling a sense of schadenfreude at the moment. "What do you mean? Hey, do you really think Steve didn't try to grab that thing because he didn't want to? He gave you that punch for a reason." Bruce proudly lifted his chin. "I told him to do it." "What do you mean?" Steve replied coolly. "Bruce told me that you would be banished by the Tesseract, instructing me to stay away from you the moment you touched it." "Ha ha ha." Schmidt looked at Steve as if he were an idiot. "The opportunity to gain godlike power is right in front of you, and you're going to give it up because of what that guy, who has never helped you, said?" Steve remained unfazed. "You know your provocation is childish, right?" Oh, I just remembered. There's a legend in America that many people know but refuse to believe. They say this mysterious prince is actually Captain America's teacher." Schmidt looked at Bruce. "Tell me, Prince Teacher, is that true?" Bruce shrugged indifferently. Schmidt lost patience in continuing to stalemate with Steve and Bruce. He pulled the Tesseract from the cylindrical container, saying to them, "I now have a very peaceful proposal. I wonder if you're interested in hearing it. Here's the thing, Mr. Schmidt." As he saw Schmidt's actions, Bruce's tone suddenly became unusually gentle. "Have you ever traveled to places beyond Earth?" Schmidt furrowed his brow. "I suggest you listen to me. The initiative is now in my hands." Bruce remained gentle in his tone. "I don't think so." "What? Have you changed your mind and want to risk fighting me for it?" Schmidt pulled out an energy grenade. "That's not a good idea." Oh no, 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 Mr. Schmidt. You've completely misunderstood. Bruce's tone was as smooth as a customer service representative from 70 years in the future. I want to remind you that the initiative is not in your hands, but in the Tesseract you hold. Schmidt dismissed Bruce's nonsense, ready to present his peace proposal. But just then, the Tesseract in his hand began to heat up. What? He lifted his hand to inspect the Tesseract, only to see it glowing brightly, increasing in brightness without any external stimulus. No, he realized the situation was beyond his control, but in the next instant, the energy being released from the Tesseract reached a critical point, opening a massive rift above him, leading to the universe. From that rift, the breathtaking view of countless stars filled his vision, making one marvel at the vastness of the universe and humanity's insignificance. Of course, Schmidt had no such thoughts at that moment. The power of the Tesseract began to fill his body, and a bright light emitted from it connected him to some distant point in the universe. His body started to lose its outer skin from the point where he grasped the Tesseract. Suddenly, Bruce felt fortunate for Schmidt, as he had already experienced the sensation of his skin peeling away from his body beforehand. That experience had laid a solid foundation for him at this moment. Judging by that seemingly endless scream, his foundation still seemed insufficient. Suddenly, the continuous scream stopped abruptly, and the massive rift that had just loomed over Bruce and the others began to shrink rapidly, soon disappearing without a trace. The light emitted by the Tesseract dulled from glaring to weak, and without Schmidt's grip, it fell under the force of gravity, quickly melting through several layers of steel and dropping into the ocean. The once great Schmidt, the first leader of Hydra, ultimately disappeared into the other side of the universe along with that light, officially leaving the Earth. "So is this it?" Steve asked, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Bruce shrugged and replied, "What else do you want? To have an epic showdown, fighting for 3 days and nights until we smash him to bits." "No, it's not that." Steve snapped back to reality. "It's just hard to believe that everything is really over. It feels somewhat unreal." Bruce raised an eyebrow, adjusting his position from kneeling in the pilot's seat back to facing the cockpit controls. He beckoned Steve over. "All right, enough with the nostalgia for now. We need to clean up the last loose ends." "You're right." Steve's mood became heavier. "By the way, the Tesseract has fallen into the ocean below. What are you planning to do about it? Did you have a plan all along?" "Sort of," Bruce replied. "I've been shouting about retrieving it, but now isn't the time to return it to its rightful owner. It still has some unfinished business on Earth." Steve chuckled wryly. "Sometimes I wish I could pry open your head and see just how much you know as a seer." "Not too much, not too little," Bruce answered. He pointed at the map on the control panel and told Steve, "Because I save us a lot of time, we still have at least 3 minutes of flying time to your designated sleeping spot, which is enough for you to say quite a bit." After a moment's thought, he added, "Of course, since our control panel isn't damaged, I could just fly us around in circles until the fuel runs out, dragging this out as long as I want." "No need for that. I've already said everything I needed to say to Peggy last night." Steve smiled. "Even though you turned my emergency landing into a risk-free act, I should still perform it authentically and not waste your efforts." "I'm glad you're so understanding." Bruce shrugged, but then suddenly adopted a curious expression. "So, you two were together all night? Is that why you came to find me with Peggy this morning? I figured that big red lipstick mark on your face had to mean something." Steve stammered, "Why, yeah, TSK, I never would have guessed." Bruce playfully punched Steve on the shoulder. "The rookie who once sought love advice from me and Howard has now solved the problem of being single before Howard did." At this point, Steve was at a loss for words. Ahem. After teasing Steve for a moment, Bruce regained a serious demeanor. "Since you and Peggy have nothing else to say, let me have the time. I have quite a bit to say to Howard to make sure he remembers." "Sure, you could do whatever you want." Steve suddenly froze. "You're not planning to go back? You're leaving?" "Yeah, things are pretty much settled. The opportunity to escape is right in front of me. Why stay here?" Steve was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. "All right, so it's settled. You just chat less with Peggy and leave time for me." Bruce began operating the controls, opening the communication channel to Hydra's command center. "Hello, is anyone there?" "Hey." Soon, a response came through the console. "It's me. How are you? What's your status? Is Steve okay?" It was Peggy's voice. Bruce looked at Steve with a strange expression, as if to say, "Didn't we agree to finish everything last night? Why is this woman the one jumping in to talk now?" Steve awkwardly averted his gaze, focusing on the beautiful clouds in front of the plane. We're on Schmidt's fighter jet. Schmidt is dead, and Steve is unharmed. However, the flying function of the jet is damaged and cannot land properly. Just then, Howard's voice piped up from the side. Don't panic. Quickly check if the control stick of the plane is still operational. Bruce pretended to examine the perfectly functional control panel, taking a while to respond. I think it's not completely broken. Then there's still a way to land safely. Howard hurriedly said, listen to me. Follow my instructions step by step. Bruce was taken aback. He felt like Howard had completely forgotten that he was the Asgardian prince who had lived for 1,000 years and seen much of the universe. No need. This plane is loaded with missiles, each powerful enough to level New York. We've decided not to take that risk, and we'll force it to land while it's still over the sea, letting it sink. After saying this, there was silence on the other end of the line. After a long pause, Howard's voice came back, slightly somber, so I guess this is where we say goodbye. Peggy's voice followed from the speaker. Maybe there are other ways, Steve, are you still there? Bruce inwardly screamed. Can this woman please stop stealing the spotlight right now? But on the surface, he spoke in a gentle tone. I've calculated that we have about 2 minutes left before we need to land, and I'd like to use this last bit of time to say some things to you. Howard, go ahead. Bruce, first, my precious Earth cloud is temporarily staying with you. I will definitely come back to get it later. Okay, but don't take too long, or it will gather dust. Won't you help me maintain it? Bruce instinctively countered. Next thing, I've left something for you in the secret compartment of Earth Cloud. Inside are the armor and helmet you got for me, plus my paycheck. But that's not a gift for you. Please hold on to my paycheck because it's been inconvenient to carry around, and don't touch the armor. Don't make any changes. Just dye it silver white. I like black, but the armor must be silver white. It's my belief. Is that clear? Howard, got it. Ahem. Realizing he had become a bit too excited, Bruce adjusted his tone and continued. Also, Phillips isn't around you right now, right? I'm here. What do you want, you little brat? Oh, nothing, just asking. He lowered his voice and whispered. You must protect my Earth cloud and absolutely cannot let that old man touch it. Understood? Phillips. I hear you loud and clear. Hey, old man, isn't it a bit rude to eavesdrop on others? Phillips. Is it? Then why don't you fly back and beat me up? This line successfully widened Howard and Peggy's eyes in surprise. Even on the other end of the line, Steve looked at Bruce as if he were some sort of deity. Realizing what he had just said, Phillips regretted it the moment the words left his mouth. He thought for a moment and then struggled to explain to Howard and Peggy. That time, I just had a stomachache. I get it. Bruce reassured him. It's just me, a young man, being too much for you. It's not a big deal. Are you planning to remember this for life? Don't worry, I've prepared a little compensation for you, tucked away in the newly renovated trunk of my Earth cloud. It will definitely be a surprise. Philip scoffed. Really? What is it? Of course, it's the 10 complete autograph copies from Steve that you've always wanted. Take them home for your wife and kids. It will definitely give you bragging rights. Why 10 copies? Are you shortchanging me? Did you swallow a few? Phillips replied, annoyed. And talking about this, it's something I deserve. How can you treat it as a gift? Don't want it. Want it. At this moment in the plane, Steve quietly asked Bruce, didn't I give the Colonel 14 signed copies? Bruce whispered back, I kept 4 for my collection. You know, they'll appreciate in value over time. Shit. You two brats better not talk without turning off the mic next time. Phillips sounded furious on the other end. Is that it? Steve asked, his tone laced with uncertainty. Bruce shrugged and replied, what else do you want? A grand showdown where we battle for 3 days and nights until we smash him to bits. No, it's not that. Steve snapped back to reality. It's just hard to believe that everything is really over. It feels somewhat unreal. Bruce raised an eyebrow, adjusting his position from kneeling in the pilot seat back to facing the cockpit controls. He beckoned Steve over. All right, enough with the nostalgia. We need to clean up the last loose ends. You're right. Steve's mood grew heavier. By the way, the Tesseract has fallen into the ocean below. What are you planning to do about it? Did you have a plan all along? Sort of, Bruce replied. I've been saying I want to retrieve it, but now isn't the time to return it to its rightful owner. It still has some unfinished business on Earth. Steve chuckled wryly. Sometimes I wish I could pry open your head and see just how much you know as a seer. Not too much, not too little, Bruce answered. He pointed at the map on the control panel and told Steve, Because I save us a lot of time, we still have at least 3 minutes of flying time to your designated sleeping spot. That's enough for you to say quite a bit. After a moment's thought, he added, of course, since our control panel isn't damaged, I could just fly us around in circles until the fuel runs out, dragging this out as long as I want. No need. I've already said everything I needed to say to Peggy last night. Steve smiled. Even though you turned my emergency landing into a risk-free act, I should still perform it authentically and not waste your efforts. I'm glad you're so understanding. Bruce shrugged, but then suddenly adopted a curious expression. So, you two were together all night? Is that why you came to find me with Peggy this morning? I figured that big red lipstick mark on your face had to mean something. Steve stammered, why, TSK, I never would have guessed. Bruce playfully punched Steve on the shoulder. The rookie who once sought love advice from me and Howard has now solved the problem of being single before Howard did. At this point, Steve was a loss for words. Ahem. After teasing Steve for a moment, Bruce regained a serious demeanor. Since you and Peggy have nothing else to say, let me have the time. I have quite a bit to say to Howard to make sure he remembers. Sure, you could do whatever you want. Steve suddenly froze. You're not planning to go back? You're leaving? Yeah, things are pretty much settled. The opportunity to escape is right in front of me. Why stay here? Steve was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. All right, so it's settled. You just chat less with Peggy and leave time for me. Bruce began operating the controls, opening the communication channel to Hydra's command center. Hello, is anyone there? Hey, soon, a response came through the console. It's me. How are you? What's your status? Is Steve okay? It was Peggy's voice. Bruce looked at Steve with a strange expression, as if to say, didn't we agree to finish everything last night? Why is this woman the one jumping in to talk now? Steve awkwardly averted his gaze, focusing on the beautiful clouds in front of the plane. We're on Schmidt's fighter jet. Schmidt is dead, and Steve is unharmed. However, the flying function of the jet is damaged and cannot land properly. Just then, Howard's voice piped up from the side. Don't panic. Quickly check if the control stick of the plane is still operational. Bruce pretended to examine the perfectly functional control panel, taking a while to respond. I think it's not completely broken. Then there's still a way to land safely. Howard hurriedly said, listen to me. Follow my instructions step by step. Bruce was taken aback. He felt like Howard had completely forgotten that he was the Asgardian prince who had lived for 1,000 years and seen much of the universe. No need. This plane is loaded with missiles, each powerful enough to level New York. We've decided not to take that risk, and we'll force it to land while it's still over the sea, letting it sink. After saying this, there was silence on the other end of the line. After a long pause, Howard's voice came back, slightly somber, so I guess this is where we say goodbye. Peggy's voice followed from the speaker. Maybe there are other ways, Steve, are you still there? Bruce inwardly screamed. Can this woman please stop stealing the spotlight right now? But on the surface, he spoke in a gentle tone. I've calculated that we have about 2 minutes left before we need to land, and I'd like to use this last bit of time to say some things to you. Howard, go ahead. Bruce, first, my precious Earth cloud is temporarily staying with you. I will definitely come back to get it later. Okay, but don't take too long, or it will gather dust. Won't you help me maintain it? Bruce instinctively countered. Next thing, I've left something for you in the secret compartment of Earth Cloud. Inside are the armor and helmet you got from me, plus my paycheck. But that's not a gift for you. Please hold on to my paycheck because it's been inconvenient to carry around, and don't touch the armor. Don't make any changes. Just dye it silver white. I like black, but the armor must be silver white. It's my belief. Is that clear? Howard. Got it. Ahem. Realizing he had become a bit too excited, Bruce adjusted his tone and continued. Also, Phillips isn't around you right now, right? I'm here. What do you want, you little brat? Oh, nothing, just asking. He lowered his voice and whispered. You must protect my Earth cloud and absolutely cannot let that old man touch it. Understood? Phillips. I hear you loud and clear. Hey, old man, isn't it a bit rude to eavesdrop on others? Phillips. Is it? Then why don't you fly back and beat me up? This line successfully widened Howard and Peggy's eyes in surprise. Even on the other end of the line, Steve looked at Bruce as if he were some sort of deity. Realizing what he had just said, Phillips regretted at the moment the words left his mouth. He thought for a moment and then struggled to explain to Howard and Peggy. That time, I just had a stomachache. I get it. Bruce reassured him. It's just me, a young man, being too much for you. It's not a big deal. Are you planning to remember this for life? Don't worry, I prepared a little compensation for you, tucked away in the newly renovated trunk of my Earth cloud. It will definitely be a surprise. Philip scoffed. Really? What is it? Of course, it's the 10 complete autograph copies from Steve that you've always wanted. Take them home for your wife and kids. It will definitely give you bragging rights. Why 10 copies? Are you shortchanging me? Did you swallow a few? Phillips replied, annoyed. In talking about this, it's something I deserve. How can you treat it as a gift? Don't want it. Want it At this moment in the plane, Steve quietly asked Bruce, didn't I give the Colonel 14 signed copies? Bruce whispered back, I kept 4 for my collection. You know, they'll appreciate in value over time. Shit. You two brats better not talk without turning off the mic next time. Phillips sounded furious on the other end. At the end of the Bifrost in Asgard, as Heimdall slowly pulled his sword from the switch of the Rainbow Bridge, the entire operation of the bridge came to an abrupt stop. A handsome young man of Asian descent, dressed entirely in black, stepped out as if emerging from the rainbow, standing firmly in front of Heimdall. This was Bruce Odinson, who had finally returned to Earth after much tribulation. Phew! This feeling, no matter how many times I experience it, still excites me, Bruce said with a smile, speaking slowly. As I activated the Rainbow Bridge, your father and mother headed this way, along with Thor and Loki. Heimdall's emotionless voice echoed in the large hemispherical room. Odin can't stand my mischief anymore and is coming to punish me. Bruce asked, confused. No, he has decided to bestow upon you a godly title. What the foo? Bruce's tone shifted. Then why are they coming here? We are your family. When family comes home, we must come to welcome you. The gentle voice of Queen Frigga echoed from outside the door. Behind her, the king of Asgard, Odin, held his head high, speaking lightly. It just so happens that I have nothing to do today. Frigga insisted on dragging me along, so I figured I'd take a walk. Hey, brother. Thor, Bruce's nominal older brother, appeared next, his face lighting up with a beaming smile upon seeing Bruce. He rushed over and gave Bruce a hearty hug, nearly squeezing the breath out of him before releasing him. Loki, Bruce's second brother, followed Thor. He didn't display as much excitement as Thor, but offered Bruce a welcoming smile, saying, Welcome back. Thank you. Bruce smiled in return. He suddenly noticed something strange. Due to his keen observational skills honed over the years and his understanding of Loki over the past 1,000 years, he couldn't detect any hint of disappointment, disdain, or it's good you're not my biological brother in Loki's eyes, expressions, body language, or facial micro-expressions. All he observed were feelings of happiness and occasional surprise that slipped out unintentionally. This was so inconsistent with Loki's usual demeanor. After exchanging greetings, Bruce cautiously asked Frigga, Mother, how did you get here so quickly? Frigga shot him a reproachful look. If we didn't hurry, who knows if some little rascal would run off to another planet? Bruce awkwardly scratched his head. All right, let's head back. This isn't a place for you all to chat, Odin said with authority. As Bruce's family of 5 walked back, Thor kept pestering Bruce with questions about his experiences on Earth. Watching Thor's curious demeanor, Bruce smiled and answered each one, sharing the intriguing stories that left Thor in awe. I want to see all the things you mentioned. I can't believe a primitive planet civilization can develop to this extent in such a short time. At this point, Odin remarked lightly, If you want to go, you can. Just be ready to face the 3 years of prison time you'll incur for violating the law. I allow you to travel anywhere at any time. Thor immediately fell silent. Oh, so the real face is finally showing? Huh? I knew this wouldn't be so simple. Just tell me when you plan to lock me up. Tonight or now? Bruce began to banter back with Odin. You have misused Asgard artifacts 5 times. 5 times. Odin said, his single eye fixed intently on Bruce, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. According to the law, your crime warrants 30 years. Plus, you'll have to share with Heimdall. Right now, we're just planning to lock you up for 3 years. Just a plan. And you dare speak to me like that. But he was only trying to bring back the Tesseract for us Asgardians. He did nothing wrong, Frigga quickly interjected. That's why I'm only planning to lock him up for 3 years. Odin's eye twitched slightly, struggling not to reveal whether Bruce was truly trying to retrieve the Tesseract. In truth, he hadn't intended to punish Bruce at all. He just thought letting Bruce go out to clear his head and be a bit removed from Asgard would help. After some time, he figured Bruce would return and everything would go back to normal. However, He never expected Bruce to be so audacious, treating the Rainbow Bridge like his personal toy, frequently using it to travel back and forth between Asgard and Earth. If he didn't take any action, his authority as king would truly be diminished. Bruce swayed his head back and forth, pouting, mimicking Odin's tone. That's why I'm only planning to lock him up for 3 years. Frigga looked at him. Bruce. He quieted down. This confrontation between father and son would have been impossible in the past, but for him now, it felt like no big deal. He wasn't sure whether the high and mighty Odin shared the same feelings, but at this moment, Odin, as his father, should not be genuinely enraged to the point of a heart attack. Otherwise, his 3-year sentence would likely have turned into a 10-year minimum. Of course, Thor, who had originally wanted to chat with Bruce, fell silent, while Loki seemed lost in thought. Upon returning to the palace of the All-Father, Bruce, who had been quiet, suddenly said, "Father, I think it's time for us to have a serious talk." Odin looked at him steadily and slowly replied, "All right, you all can leave," he said to Thor and the others. However, just as he finished speaking, Bruce turned to Frigga and said, "Mother, I hope you can stay." Frigga sensed that Bruce had intentionally waited until Odin finished speaking to add this comment, causing her heart to tremble slightly. Frigga looked at him, and he nodded slightly. She then gently smiled and said, "Okay, then let me hear what my child wants to say." As Thor, Loki, and the guards who stood watch in the palace left, the once spacious throne room became even more empty with just Bruce, Odin, and Frigga remaining. "All right, it's just us now. What do you want to say?" Odin and Frigga both looked at Bruce. Bruce smiled gently. "What else could it be but the fact that I'm not your biological son? It's been dragged out for so long. We should have an open and honest discussion about it now." Frigga immediately took his hands, her eyes filled with determination. "You are certainly our son, now and forever. That fact will never change." After Bruce explicitly acknowledged this mutual understanding, Odin sighed lightly, shifting from the role of king to that of father. "Fine. How do you want to discuss this openly? Let's start by making it public that I'm not your biological son." Frigga and Odin exchanged confused glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Did you just say you want everyone in Asgard to know you're our adopted son?" Frigga asked Bruce seriously. Bruce shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Even if we don't say it explicitly, how could anyone see our resemblance and not think we're family?" Frigga looked at him gently, saying softly, "It's all right. After all these years, with all the rumors we've faced, you see your father and me, right? We're still here, unharmed. Then what about you, old man? What do you mean by that?" Bruce turned to Odin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You know, this is a golden opportunity for you to pave the way for your eldest son to shine." Odin snorted, his displeasure evident in his gaze. "There's no need for that. Just be a good third prince." "TSK, I see you're not completely devoid of feelings, old man." Bruce sighed, a smirk growing on his face. "But I've already made my decision. Even if you disagree, I'll find a way to make it happen. So, let's move on to the next topic, shall we?" "Bruce," Frigga gently caressed his cheek, her eyes full of concern. "Why do you want to do this?" "Of course, it's for our future. I never thought Thor would be so indifferent to my absence, and now he's eager to follow in my footsteps. To prevent him from being influenced when he undergoes his transformation in the future, I must set everything up before he realizes what's happening." Frigga and Odin exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Odin spoke dismissively. "Thor is destined to be a worthy ruler, even with 2 strong competitors around him. That won't change." Bruce immediately chimed in. "You mean that's how it's destined to be under your autocratic rule, right?" Odin's single eye widened in anger. "Fine. After I grant you the title of God of Slaughter tomorrow, I will reveal to everyone that you are not my biological son." Frigga sighed silently. She knew this matter couldn't be changed and chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. "You mentioned it's for our future. What exactly does that mean?" As soon as Frigga asked, Bruce's spirit perked up as if he had found someone to confide in, despite having shown great energy since returning to Asgard. "Mother, you finally let me get to the main point." Just as Bruce was about to continue, he suddenly paused, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. He turned to Odin and asked, "We had a deal?" Odin felt a surge of anger at being doubted by his own son. He nearly wanted to draw his eternal spear to demonstrate his authority. But on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor, letting out a low grunt. Satisfied, Bruce nodded. "Good. Now we can get down to business." He spoke casually. I am now a seer. What? What did you say? Frigga and Odin both widened their eyes in surprise, asking simultaneously. Why are you both so shocked? Is this really so hard for you to accept? Bruce looked at them, puzzled. Frigga paced back and forth, deep in thought. After a moment, she said, Did this happen after you received the knowledge from your artifact? Bruce's expression turned a bit strange as he replied, Actually, those are not knowledge, but some of my own memories. As for my identity as a seer, it's indeed thanks to their assistance. Frigga eagerly asked, What memories? Odin quickly followed up, What do you know now? They spoke in unison, and after Frigga finished, she shot a glare at Odin, saying, What do you mean by that? Odin hastily explained, I just think we should respect Bruce's privacy. Frigga huffed and said, I see you're not really concerned. You only care about what matters to you. Of course not. How could I think that? Odin, seeing Frigga genuinely angry, quickly blinked at Bruce, signaling him. Ahem. Bruce said to Frigga, Mother, don't be angry. We all know Father never really considered me his son. Odin, for a moment, Odin felt as if his heart had been struck hard, feeling an impulse to embrace Bruce and plunge into an endless abyss with him. However, Frigga suddenly laughed, poking Bruce's forehead playfully. You little rascal, you think you can stir trouble between me and your father? Bruce grinned and said, With a mother as beautiful and wise as you, my little trick being discovered is only to be expected. Frigga shot a glance at both him and Odin, saying, All right, continue. Say what you want to say. Sure. Bruce kept a cheerful demeanor, but secretly shook his finger at Odin, signaling, In making Mother happy, you'll never beat me. Odin understood his meaning, and a sense of defeat bubbled up within him. He felt a desire to immediately exit this battlefield. The memories I received are from before I started remembering things. It was because of receiving those memories that I learned I was just a baby drifting in the endless universe. Odin then added, Moreover, you are naturally closely connected to us Asgardians. It was destined that you have a deep bond with us. Bruce pouted and remarked, You mean that's why you were willing to adopt me? You wanted to figure out why an outsider baby would have a connection to Asgard. Odin awkwardly chuckled. That was at the beginning. Frigga looked at her husband speechlessly and then smiled at Bruce. But I'm different. I decided from the start that you would be my child. I had no ulterior motives. Looking at Frigga's tender smile, Bruce's thoughts drifted back to when he was still a baby. He had been rescued by Heimdall from the universe and brought to the Rainbow Bridge. Shortly after, Frigga and Odin arrived upon hearing the news. Frigga's first words were, How could anyone bear to throw a child into the universe to fend for himself? How could they be so cruel? Don't be afraid, child. You're home now. Returning to reality from his memories, Bruce snapped back, resuming his playful demeanor. So that's why you'll always be the most beautiful goddess in the universe and the woman I love the most. Frigga playfully scolded him. Flattery will get you nowhere. While the mother and son shared a warm moment, Odin feigned indifference, asking, Oh, is that so? Then what if you find a princess one day? Bruce rolled his eyes at the king, who was trying to stir trouble between him and his mother, and said, Is that something a grand king should worry about? Odin was left speechless, secretly cursing. You little brat, you dare to play tricks on me. Bruce. Frigga shook her head helplessly. Let's focus on the important matters. After all, Bruce's behavior in many situations was quite out of sync with his identity as the third prince of Asgard. Who would have thought that since a certain pivotal moment, he had made such a qualitative leap in this regard? It was truly surprising. All right, mother. Bruce shrugged nonchalantly. What were we talking about again? Frigga pondered for a moment. You remembered your memories from infancy? All right, it's those memories that made me realize I'm not your biological son. Do you know who abandoned you? I still don't know. Bruce displayed a hint of disappointment and then said, But it really doesn't matter. Does it? Frigga played along with him. Yes, it doesn't matter. The previously light atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. In fact, Bruce had just lied, or rather concealed part of the truth. The memories from before I started remembering. He referred to actually pointed to his memories from infancy combined with the complete memories from his past life on Earth. That was his true thought. He deliberately used these words to guide Frigga and the others. Even though over 1,000 years had passed, his past life felt very distant, and he had concluded that life perfectly. The topic of his previous life should have been insignificant to him, and he could speak of it easily. Yet, he still preferred to keep the matter of his crossing as a little secret, known only to himself. With the restoration of memories, although he still didn't know how he specifically crossed into this Marvel universe, he had recalled the loneliness and helplessness of drifting in the cold universe as a baby. He didn't know how this new body, which was remarkably similar to his original self yet superior in every way, was born, but he would never forget the warmth he felt when Frigga first held him in her arms. So, for him now, it was enough to know he was the third prince of Asgard, the son of Frigga and that old man Odin, and the brother of Thor and Loki. All right, now I should talk about my identity as a seer. Do you still want to hear it? Frigga replied, of course, if you're willing to share. Well, listen. Odin interjected, I have a committee meeting soon. Frigga shot Odin a fierce glare. Odin immediately corrected himself. I misspoke. That meeting is tomorrow. Bruce said, okay, about the seer part. Actually, I didn't explain it accurately earlier. To be precise, the seer is not me, but my two artifacts, wind and moon and wind. Great. All of Asgard knows about their relationship with you, and that no one else can use them, so we don't have to worry about anyone coveting your prophetic abilities. Frigga shot a meaningful glance at Odin. Odin, feeling unjustly implicated, thought to himself, I really just asked casually. I'm not coveting my son's prophetic abilities. Bruce continued to explain, they can see fragments of the future, and I'm responsible for interpreting those fragments to predict the future. So far, I've seen glimpses of the future 2 or 3 times. Then what did you see before? Odin remained quiet, and it was Frigga who asked this time. It's about some events happening on Midgard, all related to Steve Rogers. Frigga pondered. So that's why you wanted to go to Midgard. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Bruce chuckled awkwardly. Would you have agreed if I had said it earlier? Frigga considered for a moment. Probably not. Bruce. He had lied once more. Wind and moon and wind, being his exclusive artifacts, were completely under his control. It was impossible for them to present visions on their own while he could only passively read them. Furthermore, when he predicted the future, he could choose to look or not look. However, for something as mysterious as being a seer, he had to present it this way for Frigga and the others to believe he was telling the truth and not boasting. Because in this world, seers often acted mysteriously, exaggerating their abilities to make others think they were impressive, yet sometimes they couldn't even foresee or protect their own futures. As for why he could watch the movie Captain America, the first Avenger, in his dreams, the reason was simple. It was just a small feature of wind and moon and wind. He could not only watch Captain America, the first Avenger, but he could also view the subsequent Marvel movies, although he hadn't focused on that yet. The series of Marvel movies were stored separately by wind and moon and wind, guaranteed quality, never expiring, and no unexpected situations would arise. He suspected this was a little perk prepared for him by the person who brought him here. By the way, since your memories were restored after retrieving your artifacts, why did you have those impressive fighting skills before that? Even basic techniques like the horse stance, which are often overlooked, you knew. Don't tell me you learned them on Midgard. Bruce answered Frigga's question. That is indeed strange. Although you might not believe it, those fighting skills are something I inherently knew. But knowing doesn't mean I could do them. You know, I spent a long time practicing those techniques, including the horse stance. This time, he didn't lie. His daily practice of martial arts and his understanding of various fighting techniques from that Eastern ancient country were indeed things he inherently knew. It was only after receiving wind and moon and wind that he realized those fighting techniques were actually things he had known in his previous life. This time he didn't lie. He just didn't share the latter part of his thoughts. Frigga and Odin exchanged glances, and Odin spoke lightly. Some people are born wise. Although this phenomenon of early wisdom is rare, it's quite normal for a few to appear in the vast universe. All right, I think I've said everything I needed to say. Bruce stretched, relieved. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Stop. Frigga suddenly chided in a low voice. Bruce halted mid-step, maintaining his playful grin as he asked, Beautiful goddess, what can I do for you? Frigga huffed lightly. Last time a little rascal promised to take me out for drinks and ended up slipping away halfway through. I wonder if that little rascal remembers. Bruce blinked, feeling a twinge of guilt and thinking this isn't good. So what do you think we should do about it, goddess? Even though Frigga was smiling sweetly, Bruce couldn't shake the feeling that there was an undercurrent of danger in that smile. Naturally, that little rascal should make up for the drinks he left unfinished, and he should also bring Leo along. Bruce tentatively asked, "Can I refuse?" Frigga looked at him with kind eyes and said slowly, "What do you think?" The next day, Asgard announced two significant matters to its citizens, both personally declared by their king, Odin. The first was that Bruce Odinson was officially crowned with the title of God of Slaughter. The second announcement followed immediately. Bruce Odinson was Odin's adopted son and not his biological child, and as of this moment, he officially lost his claim to the throne. Typically, royal family affairs wouldn't stir up much gossip among the populace, especially since Bruce had contributed significantly to Asgard, which everyone could clearly see. Therefore, the revelation of Bruce's background didn't cause much of a stir throughout the kingdom. However, starting from that day, Bruce's appearances before the citizens of Asgard gradually decreased. Those who didn't know the truth speculated that he was intentionally doing this to diminish his influence in the hearts of the people, thus signaling to Thor and the others that he genuinely wished to withdraw from the competition for the throne. But those who knew the truth, like Thor and the others, understood that Bruce wasn't doing it deliberately and didn't harbor as many thoughts as the citizens believed. He simply wanted to become stronger, strong enough to summon both wind and moon and wind simultaneously. So he began rigorous training. Thor even teased him about it. "My dear brother, when you truly reach the high standards you've set for yourself, my only advantage in strength will probably be outmatched by you." Bruce responded, "Does that give you a sense of urgency?" Afterward, Thor also started assigning himself a series of physical training tasks based on Bruce's regimen. He absolutely could not let that day come. Time flowed like water, quietly passing by. 1 year, 2 years, all the way to the 5th year. Bruce paused his targeted physical enhancement training plan, keeping this day firmly in mind. He approached the Bifrost and directly asked Heimdall, "Have you found that woman?" "Yes. She has established a global security organization with your wealthy friend. It's called Homeland Strategic Security." Stop. Bruce quickly interrupted Heimdall. "Just tell me if you've contacted her." "No." "What? I asked you to take care of this 3 days ago, and now you're telling me no?" Heimdall replied, expressionless, "Yep. Bruce rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Fine, let me talk to her myself. All requests require the king's approval." Bruce internally grumbled, then said, "Tonight my mother has improved the recipe for the jade white flour-flavored hot pot soup. I'll have someone deliver a portion to you." "All right, you can go ahead and communicate with her. She's been waiting in a secluded place for a day. By the way, Howard is with her." Bruce casually sat on the central steps of the Bifrost control room and began fiddling with the glowing device on the platform. Hey, this is Bruce. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Bruce, you bastard. You better tell me Steve is really okay, or I won't let you off the hook. Hey, bro, I've already met the woman of my destiny. Can't we just go hang out with you?" This was Howard's voice. Bruce sighed helplessly. Afterward, he chatted with Howard and Peggy for a while, then used the excuse of an urgent matter to extricate himself from Howard's chatter, activating the Bifrost to teleport Peggy over. Afterward, he closed the communication with Earth. Ignoring Peggy's awestruck reaction upon arriving in Asgard, he reassured her multiple times that Steve was fine before calling Leah to cast the slumber spell on Peggy. Watching Peggy drift off into a peaceful sleep, a weight lifted off Bruce's shoulders. "Hey, bad guy, why haven't you approved the applications I submitted over the years?" After casting the slumber spell, Leah asked angrily. Bruce replied helplessly, "The third sequence only accepts warriors. Even if you apply 100 times, I won't agree." "Just wait. I will eventually join your third sequence as a healer." With that, Leah angrily stormed off, leaving Bruce with a wry smile. He thought of Howard still on Earth. Once Howard arrived, he would inevitably ask Leah for help again. He could even imagine the chaos that would ensue when Bucky and Peggy woke up unexpectedly. Putting those trivial matters aside, Bruce dove back into his busy life of eating, training, and attending classes, occasionally executing combat missions for Asgard as the god of slaughter or the captain of the third sequence. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could directly enter dreams and randomly select Marvel movies to watch. Time seemed to fly by. When one immerses themselves completely in something, it passes particularly quickly, as if just a blink of an eye. Asgard's timekeeping was different from Earth's. By the time Earth reached 1990, Bruce finally emerged from his palace due to an unofficial task and walked directly toward the Bifrost. "How's your day?" was the first thing Heimdall said when he met Bruce. Bruce waved his hand casually. You know what, I've been busy with these years. Don't waste my time with small talk. Just tell me what I want to know. Your wealthy friend is working hard right now, if that's what you wanted to know. Let me talk to him. Bruce started fiddling with the glowing device at the center of the Bifrost control room. Howard, this is Bruce. Can you hear me? Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing noises came from the other end, as if many things had been knocked over. After a while, Howard's voice, slightly more weathered, replied, "You scoundrel, I'm officially telling you that your salary is gone." From the tone, it seemed Howard was still relatively composed. Is that so? Have you heard the name of the other artifact that corresponds with wind and moon? You don't try to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Howard's previously calm demeanor fell apart. Bruce, Frigga said, shaking her head helplessly. Let's focus on the important matters. Bruce, who often appeared out of sync with his identity as the third prince of Asgard, had surprisingly made a significant leap in this regard after a certain pivotal moment. All right, Mother. Bruce shrugged nonchalantly. What were we talking about again? Frigga thought for a moment. You remembered your memories from infancy? All right. Those memories made me realize I'm not your biological son. Do you know who abandoned you? I still don't know. Bruce displayed a hint of disappointment and then said, but it really doesn't matter. Does it? Frigga played along with him. Yes, it doesn't matter. The previously light atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. In fact, Bruce had just lied, or rather concealed part of the truth. The memories from before I started remembering. He referred to actually pointed to his memories from infancy combined with the complete memories from his past life on Earth. That was his true thought. He deliberately used these words to guide Frigga and the others. Even though over 1,000 years had passed, his past life felt very distant, and he had concluded that life perfectly. The topic of his previous life should have been insignificant to him, and he could speak of it easily. Yet, he still preferred to keep the matter of his crossing as a little secret, known only to himself. With the restoration of memories, although he still didn't know how he specifically crossed into this Marvel universe, he had recalled the loneliness and helplessness of drifting in the cold universe as a baby. He didn't know how this new body, which was remarkably similar to his original self yet superior in every way, was born, but he would never forget the warmth he felt when Frigga first held him in her arms. So, for him now, it was enough to know he was the third prince of Asgard, the son of Frigga and that old man Odin, and the brother of Thor and Loki. All right, now I should talk about my identity as a seer. Do you still want to hear it? Frigga replied. Of course, if you're willing to share, we'll listen. Odin interjected, I have a committee meeting soon. Frigga shot Odin a fierce glare. Odin immediately corrected himself. I misspoke. That meeting is tomorrow. Bruce said, okay, about the seer part. Actually, I didn't explain it accurately earlier. To be precise, the seer is not me, but my two artifacts, wind and moon and wind. Great. All of Asgard knows about their relationship with you and that no one else can use them, so we don't have to worry about anyone coveting your prophetic abilities. Frigga shot a meaningful glance at Odin. Odin, feeling unjustly implicated, thought to himself, I really just asked casually. I'm not coveting my son's prophetic abilities. Bruce continued to explain, they can see fragments of the future, and I'm responsible for interpreting those fragments to predict the future. So far, I've seen glimpses of the future 2 or 3 times. Then what did you see before? Odin remained quiet, and it was Frigga who asked this time. It's about some events happening on Midgard, all related to Steve Rogers. Frigga pondered. So that's why you wanted to go to Midgard. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Bruce chuckled awkwardly. Would you have agreed if I had said it earlier? Frigga considered for a moment. Probably not. Bruce. He had lied once more. Wind and moon and wind, being his exclusive artifacts, were completely under his control. It was impossible for them to present visions on their own while he could only passively read them. Furthermore, when he predicted the future, he could choose to look or not look. However, for something as mysterious as being a seer, he had to present it this way for Frigga and the others to believe he was telling the truth and not boasting. Because in this world, seers often acted mysteriously, exaggerating their abilities to make others think they were impressive, yet sometimes they couldn't even foresee or protect their own futures. As for why he could watch the movie Captain America, the first Avenger, in his dreams, the reason was simple. It was just a small feature of wind and moon and wind. He could not only watch Captain America, the first Avenger, but he could also view the subsequent Marvel movies, although he hadn't focused on that yet. The series of Marvel movies were stored separately by Wind and Moon and Wind, guaranteed quality, never expiring, and no unexpected situations would arise. He suspected this was a little perk prepared for him by the person who brought him here. By the way, since your memories were restored after retrieving your artifacts, why did you have those impressive fighting skills before that? Even basic techniques like the horse stance, which are often overlooked, you knew. Don't tell me you learned them on Midgard. Bruce answered Frigga's question. That is indeed strange. Although you might not believe it, those fighting skills are something I inherently knew. But knowing doesn't mean I could do them. You know, I spent a long time practicing those techniques, including the horse stance. This time, he didn't lie. His daily practice of martial arts and his understanding of various fighting techniques from that Eastern ancient country were indeed things he inherently knew. It was only after receiving Wind and Moon and Wind that he realized those fighting techniques were actually things he had known in his previous life. This time he didn't lie. He just didn't share the latter part of his thoughts. Frigga and Odin exchanged glances, and Odin spoke lightly. Some people are born wise. Although this phenomenon of early wisdom is rare, it's quite normal for a few to appear in the vast universe. All right, I think I've said everything I needed to say. Bruce stretched, relieved. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. On this day in Midgard, 1995, Bruce had gained permission to act freely outside of Asgard after a secret discussion with Odin, leveraging his title as a seer. He bid farewell to Thor and Loki, leaving their palace amidst Thor's reluctant gaze and Loki's thoughtful expression as he walked towards the Bifrost. I wish I could earn the right to venture out like Bruce and explore the universe. Thor exclaimed, filled with envy. Loki patted his shoulder. You'll have to graduate from the academy first, brother. After all, Bruce and I graduated 10 years ago. Thor immediately grew sullen, unable to understand how that cunning Loki managed to graduate before him, and why Bruce, who had skipped so many classes, was also ahead. It just didn't seem fair. Bruce rode his steed, Skycloud, to the Bifrost, letting it frolic while he casually walked into the control room of the bridge. I thought you'd stay holed up in your palace until the next century of Midgard. Heimdall teased. Bruce shrugged off the jest. You've already been notified of my destination. Don't make any new troubles for me. Heimdall remained expressionless. A broken planet called Tofa, right? Don't worry. I found it. Although you still haven't told me why you want to go there. Please don't sound so resentful. Bruce checked his gear. He was still wearing the same black cloak he favored on Earth, and, thanks to proper care in Asgard, it hadn't faded over the years. He was broke and carrying nothing but the various flavored candies Frigga had packed in his pockets. He thought to himself that maybe he should consider wearing clothes without pockets next time, or perhaps have a new cloak made in the same style without pockets. He stepped to the teleportation position on the Bifrost and looked at Heimdall. Understanding his intent, Heimdall activated the bridge. In an instant, Bruce was enveloped in a colorful light tunnel. A brilliant rainbow streaked across the cosmos, but sadly, such a beautiful cosmic phenomenon went unseen by many in the vast universe. On the edge planet Tofa, a dazzling rainbow descended from the sky, landing in a desolate area. The rainbow quickly dissipated, and Bruce emerged from where it touched down, officially embarking on the first stop of his journey. The year coincided with the events of Captain Marvel, and the planet he was on was precisely where Captain Marvel would soon arrive. Days prior, he had spent a full 3 minutes planning how to meet Captain Marvel, how to connect and build a rapport with her, among other strategies. Additionally, his mission targets extended beyond just Captain Marvel. He also intended to recruit the poor Skrulls who had lost their homes. He checked his attire and appearance one last time, ensuring there were no foreign objects on his face before stepping forward. At this moment, he felt confident and prepared. You're going the wrong way. Those shape-shifting Skrulls you mentioned are behind you. Heimdall's voice suddenly reached his ears. Bruce halted in his tracks. Could you let me know these things earlier next time? I thought our god of slaughter would know, Heimdall replied. Bruce let out a long sigh. Heimdall, how long has it been since we practiced together? Since you skipped class to find me 100 years ago and got caught by the All-Father, I think. What's up? I was thinking that when I get back, we could have a good sparring session and relive the good old days. Heimdall hesitated for a moment before responding. You know, many have made great strides over the years. Not just you, right? Yeah, I know, but that makes it more interesting. Don't you think? Heimdall remained silent. Next, Bruce walked quietly across the desolate landscape. With each long stretch he made, he would look back to check if his footsteps formed a straight line, ensuring he wouldn't lose his way. While popping various flavored candies into his mouth from his pockets, he regretted arriving at such a deserted place. Had he not meticulously planned this trip and come to this planet early, he might have foolishly missed Captain Marvel's exciting story due to distance. A month passed. Dressed in peculiar clothing, he had managed to blend in with the planet's indigenous Tofans, bald people, using his fluent universal language, English. Along the way, he also got to know some Skrulls who had taken on bald appearances. Those Skrulls, believing their shape-shifting abilities were unparalleled and thinking he was oblivious to their true identities, had been naive enough to think they could keep him in the dark. However, he saw through it all and found it amusing, choosing not to explain or confront them yet. After all, based on his observations over the past few days, none of the Skrulls he interacted with were in leadership positions, so they couldn't make important decisions. He didn't want to waste time, and he had been enjoying his life as a mercenary for a month. Another half-month passed. That day, after completing another mercenary job, earning enough local currency to feed himself for the next week, he was on his way to a place where he could spend it. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked down from the sky, catching his attention. Though the star quickly disappeared into the river, he knew it was what he had been waiting for. It was the person he had been anticipating. "The Kree you've been waiting for have arrived." Heimdall's emotionless voice echoed in his ear. A smile crept onto Bruce's face. "I see them." "Hey, you really found that Earthling among the Kree, just like you said? Your seer abilities are quite impressive." Heimdall teased, but Bruce brushed it off. Feeling the urgency of the situation, he quickened his pace. This was the crucial first step to winning the favor of the Skrulls, and he needed to perform well. His movements were lithe and cat-like, his gaze sharp and senses heightened. A dark, broad-bladed sword materialized in his hand, and after 2 minutes of swift running, he located an excellent vantage point. From his position, he had the clearest view of everything within a radius of several hundred meters, making it the ideal spot to provide sniper support for Captain Marvel, who was known as Veers due to her memory loss. As long as the female sniper in the combat team wasn't foolish, her first shooting point would surely be here. Soon, he heard footsteps approaching and immediately concealed himself, waiting for the prey to come closer. The footsteps grew louder. Peeking out, he saw it was Minerva, the blue-skinned sniper from Veer's team. Seeing Minerva take the high ground, he cast his gaze around, searching for the Skrull who would later transform and infiltrate the combat team, only to be killed by Minerva before he could even reveal his name. Before long, he spotted the Skrull and witnessed the remarkable transformation from green to blue skin occurring in mere seconds. He patiently waited until the transformed Skrull approached, close enough to see everything, before deciding to make his move. With the advantage of surprise, few could escape his grasp, and Minerva was no exception. He swiftly dashed behind her, striking her neck with the edge of his hand, and in the next moment, Minerva's eyes fluttered closed as she collapsed to the ground. He smirked at the cautious Skrull approaching and said, "Do you know that your current form is called Atlas? I've done you a favor. How are you going to thank me, Atlas?" The Skrull's expression turned serious. "What do you mean? Don't play dumb. I saw you transform from a distance. Stop pretending." After a moment of silence, the Skrull asked, "Bruce, who exactly are you?" Bruce grinned, finally getting to the point. "So you do know me, Skrull? Don't worry. I'm here to help your entire race. Remember my words, because you'll soon become a witness." Then he glanced down at Minerva. "You wicked woman, with your malicious heart. Here's a lesson for you." With one hand holding the sword, he swiftly made 2 cuts across Minerva's face. "All right, she's all yours." With that, he leaped gracefully, jumping several dozen meters down, right in front of the Skrull. At that moment, 2 diagonal, V-shaped wounds appeared on Minerva's face, and green blood began to seep out. Bruce swiftly navigated through the complex terrain, soon finding the iconic stone bridge from the story, where he concealed himself. Noticing the surrounding quiet, he knew he had caught up with the imminent multi-person skirmish about to break out. He refrained from making any rash moves, scanning his surroundings again, as he remembered there was also a male sniper nearby. Tap, tap! The sound of footsteps approached from the front. A man with skin matching that of Atlas was jogging toward the stone bridge, seemingly trying to catch up with the combat team on the other side. "Huh, there you are, Atlas." He sprang from his hiding place, employing the same technique with the same force. Thud. The male sniper, who wielded dual guns and was positioned at the high point, was knocked unconscious by Bruce's strike. He didn't kill him, knowing these individuals could still be useful. He needed them to help the plot continue to unfold. Bruce advanced without any hindrance, estimating the time. Carol should have already made contact with a mission target, a Kree undercover named Sullivan, who was actually a transformed Skrull. Outside, he saw a group of Tophans transform from Skrulls in confrontation with the combat team. Realizing the timing was right, he charged toward the combat team, laughing maniacally. You're all done for. His actions drew the attention of the combat team, causing them to mistakenly believe they were surrounded, leading to an immediate attack from behind. A chaotic brawl erupted between the two factions, and soon, the half-faction he represented stealthily infiltrated the cave behind the Skrulls while everyone was distracted. Deep inside the cave, he was fortunate enough to see a green-skinned Skrull using a high-tech stun baton to incapacitate Carol. Wow, my timing is just perfect. His voice broke the silence of the cave. Ordinary human appearance, black hair, a pretty face. You must be the recently arrived Bruce? The Skrull general was taken aback by Bruce's sudden appearance. Who are you really? Bruce was equally surprised. A general like you knows my name? Just in case, the green-skinned Skrull shrugged. So, Mr. Bruce, why have you come all the way out here? In the open area beyond the valley, Carol's combat team, having lost the sniper's fire support, lost the advantage of launching the attack first. Coupled with their numerical disadvantage, they were now surrounded by numerous Skrulls. If it weren't for their advanced high-tech combat gear, they would have likely lost the ability to defend themselves, either perishing there or becoming captives. Under these circumstances, unless an unexpected situation arose, their only option was to retreat. So far, the only thing they had done was issue a warning to Carol in the cave at the start of the battle, but that warning clearly had no effect. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, the team leader, S.H.I.E.L.D, shouted, "Retreat immediately! Where are Atlas and Minerva?" A blue-skinned Kree with a big beard responded, "One is behind us, and the other is on that mountain, and they haven't moved. Break through. Forget about Valles for now. Let's break through immediately," S.H.I.E.L.D said as he fought and retreated, charging towards Atlas's position with the others. At this moment, both sides had forgotten about Bruce, who would suddenly appear and disappear. If Bruce were still on this battlefield, he would probably be helplessly rubbing his forehead and sighing. Because after he took care of the two most threatening snipers in the combat team, these Skrulls, relying on their numbers, still suffered double-digit casualties. Despite factors like overwhelming equipment and uneven combat quality, it must be said that these Skrulls were indeed the epitome of poor teamwork. Boom! Boom boom! The intense explosions from outside the valley reached the cave, giving Bruce a rough idea of the battle situation outside. He smiled slightly, casually found a rock to sit on, and said, "You must be Thales. I know what you want, and I can fulfill that for you. How about we cooperate?" General Thales of the Skrulls looked at him in confusion and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you just ask me the purpose of coming here? Now I'll tell you. I came here for you. Me or us, or... Exactly, it's you and your tribe, and of course, that woman you knocked out on the ground." Thales was even more puzzled. He readied himself for battle and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "All right." Bruce seemed to suddenly remember something. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Bruce Odinson, the third prince of Asgard, son of Odin, with the title god of slaughter." Thales blinked, and the air instantly fell into silence. "You don't understand what I'm saying at all, do you?" Bruce narrowed his eyes slightly. "In fact, I do know, but I have my doubts. Doubts that I'm lying to you. Asgard is renowned throughout the universe, but never opens its doors to outsiders. Now, to help us, they've sent a prince all the way to the planet Topha. Don't you think I should be suspicious?" Bruce took a deep breath and then suddenly laughed. "It's simple. Once I help you retrieve what you want, everything will become clear." "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean." Bruce gave Thales a meaningful look. "As for now, why don't we take this woman back to your spaceship? How much do you know?" "You will naturally find out about these things later." Bruce appeared relaxed, while Thales was filled with confusion, and with Carol still unconscious, the three of them left the cave. Upon arriving at the Skrull ship, Thales instructed his subordinates, "Lock her up first." The her he referred to as Carol, and when he issued the order, Bruce was standing beside him. He watched as Carol was restrained in an upside-down position on some sort of device by these aliens. Not only did he not intervene, but he also watched with great interest. His face was almost written with the words Schadenfreude. "What are you laughing at?" Thales asked in confusion. "I just remembered something happy." Bruce covered his mouth with the back of his hand, trying to suppress his laughter. "What happy thing?" "I saw your spaceship getting blasted with several holes." Thales looked bewildered. In fact, Bruce wasn't intentionally neglecting to remind Thales of the consequences of his actions. It was just that he hadn't built enough trust with the other party yet. Rather than exerting effort to say things that the other party wouldn't easily believe, it was better to conserve his energy and sit back to enjoy the show. He wandered around the lab, looking here and there, touching this and that, quietly observing without making a fuss. Of course, this was also the place where Carol was being suspended upside down by some high-tech device to read her memories. At this moment, Thales, who had just left, walked back in through the door. Bruce noticed that Thales's gaze toward him had changed. Bruce sensed the shift in Thales's attitude and said, "It seems you've heard from some subordinate about some of the things I did before." Thales didn't reply, heading straight to the control console, and said to the Skrull scientist beside him, "Can we start?" "Yes, we can." "Good, begin." The scientist began operating at the console. As he moved, the device suspending Carol shot 2 streams of blue-purple energy towards her temples. These energy streams clearly had an effect, as once they connected with Carol's head, her eyelids began to flutter, and her brain became extraordinarily active, even more so than when she was awake. The large screen on the console began to display images, showing a perspective of someone walking out from a huge aircraft hangar into an open area under the morning sun, surrounded by many white-skinned men in military uniforms, with various military vehicles and fighter jets neatly parked in the distance. Because the perspective's owner was wearing sunglasses, everything he saw appeared somewhat dim. At that moment, a black woman wearing sunglasses approached the perspective's owner and asked, "Where's your head at?" The perspective owner replied, "In the clouds, where's yours?" It turned out that the owner of this perspective was Carol, and the scene that Bruce and the Skrulls are now witnessing was a memory being read from Carol's mind. The black woman responded to Carol's question, "On my shoulders." Bruce, who was watching the show, couldn't help but chuckle. He had already seen this footage numerous times in his cinema and was well accustomed to it, but experiencing it in real time still made him laugh. The other Skrulls looked at him in confusion. Bruce blinked and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Isn't this funny?" He cleared his throat, deliberately pretending to be serious as he coughed twice, and then said, "You all continue, just ignore me." On the screen, the black woman asked Carol with an expression of anticipation, "Are you ready to show those big boys our approach?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Carol's eyes as she replied, "Higher, faster, farther, baby." "Exactly." Carol lovingly stroked her fighter jet before boarding the aircraft and sitting in the cockpit. She intentionally exchanged a glance with the black woman next to her, but at that moment, the woman unexpectedly transformed into a blue-skinned alien woman. The cockpit door slowly closed, and, as the glass door descended, the blue-skinned alien woman vanished, reverting back to the original black woman, as if everything that had just happened was merely a figment of Carol's imagination. The fighter jet took off into the sky, while Thales, who was watching the whole process outside, said to the scientist beside him, "No, this isn't the right place. Look further ahead." Bruce rolled his eyes in disdain and muttered to himself, "Every day he just gives random orders, really thinks he knows everything just because he's a general?" Thales, who had been holding back from turning around to argue with Bruce, felt a surge of anger rising within him, as if several black lines were about to appear on his forehead. Suddenly, the scene on the screen shifted dramatically, transforming from the vast sky into a go-kart track designed for children's play. The perspective's owner, Carol, was sitting in a speeding go-kart. Her small hands appeared so tender, and her arms were particularly slender. That clueless Thales, paired with a scientist who didn't understand what fine-tuning or micromanaging meant, actually managed to directly access Carol's childhood memories. Next to Carol, a big boy came up from behind her and said, "You're driving too fast. Slow down." As he spoke, the big boy suddenly hit the gas and overtook her cart. Although the screen didn't show Carol's foot movements, it was evident that after the boy's provocation, Carol instantly floored the accelerator, her cart shooting forward like an arrow, closely tailing the cart ahead. However, disaster struck. She made a mistake while steering, and during a sharp turn, Her wheels accidentally collided with the rear of the big boy's go-kart that had overtaken her. The provoking big boy was unharmed, but her cart suddenly bounced up, instantly losing control. Immediately afterward, she, in her cart, flipped off the track, rolling violently outside the course. During the entire rolling process, for some unknown reason, two scenes unrelated to this crash unexpectedly appeared intermittently. Combined with the earlier sudden appearance and disappearance of the blue-skinned alien woman in the fighter jet, those with experience could already tell that Carol's memories had been tampered with, presenting significant issues. Just like Bruce. On the screen, as the smoke and dust from the crash gradually cleared, the perspective's owner, childhood Carol, struggled to climb up from the go-kart. At that moment, a tall adult man rushed in front of her, hands on his hips, with a face full of anger. "What were you thinking? You don't belong here." Carol looked up defiantly and replied, "You let him drive too." Outside the screen, Thales spoke again. "Are we in the right position now?" The scientist replied, "I think we may have gone back too far. Let me try again." Watching all of this, Bruce chuckled gleefully and thought to himself, hee hee, now there's a good show to watch. He even felt like going to get some popcorn to enjoy this memory farce. With a flurry of operations from the scientist at the control panel, the screen shifted to a new location. The perspective's owner, Carol, appeared on a thick rope hanging down from a great height, gripping it tightly with both hands. The height was quite daunting, and her breathing rhythm seemed unstable, indicating she was a bit nervous. Beneath her, a group of strong young men shouted up to Carol, saying things like, "You don't belong here," and "Just give up already." The people below and Carol herself were all dressed in dark green military pants, white t-shirts, and military boots. Judging by the surrounding dense forest, they were likely soldiers undergoing special training. Suddenly, Carol made a move. She shook her body vigorously, swung back hard, and then swung forward due to gravity. She let go of the rope, reaching out to grab another rope hanging down from above. However, she failed. Although she grabbed the other rope, she couldn't hold on tightly. With a thud, she fell into the soft mud below. In this sequence, Carol's memory displayed a third scene unrelated to this high-altitude fall experience, although it was still very brief. General Thales finally noticed that something was amiss. He crossed his arms and said helplessly, "It seems I'm not the only one who has tampered with these memories." Bruce sarcastically echoed, "Uh-huh, you're the best, you know it all." Thales angrily turned around and shouted at Bruce, "Can you be quiet for a moment?" Bruce casually extended his hand, grinning, and said, "Do you have something to eat? It better be enough to stuff my mouth." Thales glared at Bruce and shouted, "I don't have any." On the screen, the fallen Carol was being scolded by a man in military uniform. But for some reason, just as the man finished his sentence, the environment around her underwent a drastic change. The forest transformed into a dimly lit large room, and the man in the dark green uniform was replaced by a short-haired man. The short-haired man said to her, "You are an excellent pilot, but you are too." Before he could finish his sentence, Carol suddenly found herself sitting in an ordinary little bar. The ending of that previous sentence, the word emotional, was only uttered in the bar, and the short-haired man who spoke to her changed faces again as soon as he appeared in the bar, becoming a new short-haired man. Then, this new short-haired man seamlessly continued the previous short-haired man's line, smiling at Carol and saying, "You do know why they call it a cockpit, right?" These chaotic memory fragments even caused Bruce, who was watching from outside, to click his tongue in astonishment. The person involved managed to live for 6 years with such a chaotic mix of memories. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a tough person!" After Thales shouted loudly at Bruce, he turned away and focused all his attention on everything happening on the screen. He had to admit that there was indeed an element of gambling involved. However, after he had yelled so rudely, Bruce showed no reaction, which began to unsettle him. For a moment, he even had the impulse to treat Bruce the same way he treated Carol, wanting to dig out all the secrets from Bruce's mind. But that impulse was suppressed within just 0.5 seconds. Based on the intelligence gathered about Bruce over the past month, coupled with the goodwill Bruce had shown towards his Skrull race today, Thales concluded that he had no need to take the risk of potentially offending a top cosmic power like Asgard. In fact, the main issue was that the previous descriptions of Bruce had been exaggerated. That one person could single-handedly eliminate a 30-man combat team sent by the accuser Ronan sounded like a fairy tale. Even if Bruce were not a prince of Asgard, he was certainly not someone to be provoked without reason. On the screen, Carol, who was being reprimanded by several short-haired men, began to immerse herself in other activities. The location was still that small bar, but those strange men had disappeared, and the black woman who had previously flown with her was now back at her side. They were playing pool, drinking, and singing karaoke together. The joy and happiness seemed to almost overflow from the screen. Unfortunately, Carol's memories were indeed very chaotic at this time, and with that clumsy scientist fiddling around, these useless happy memories appeared for only a moment before vanishing again. The scene shifted to the boundless starry sky, where young Carol was lying on the grass next to a young man, gazing at the stars as he told her stories about them. In the next moment, she suddenly transformed into her adult self, happily lying on 2 lounge chairs with another little black girl, while continuing to enjoy watching the stars. The previously seen black woman appeared from the house behind them, wearing a long home dress, calling to them, "You two better come in. It's time for dinner." She picked up the little black girl and cradled her in her arms as she walked toward the house, saying, "Preparing for takeoff, Lieutenant." After these warm memories, the scientist said, "Wait, I think I found it," and quickly operated the console a couple of times. The scene switched back to the aircraft hangar that had appeared at the beginning, but this time there were not as many people outside. Only one vehicle was parked there, beside which leaned a short-haired middle-aged woman in a leather jacket and an orange cat. As the sun rose, Carol approached the woman, bent down, and petted the collar-wearing orange cat. "Gus likes you," the middle-aged woman said. "She usually doesn't get close to people." Carol looked at her and asked, "Since this morning?" The middle-aged woman chuckled. "Actually, it was last night. When I'm working, I can't sleep." "How about that? Does it sound familiar?" Carol replied. "Flying your plane never feels like work." The middle-aged woman crossed her arms and gazed at the distant scenery. "It's a beautiful view, isn't it?" Carol responded. "I prefer the perspective from up in the sky." "You'll get there soon." Outside the screen, Thales recognized the middle-aged woman. Wait, it's her. Bring her back." The scientist quickly operated the console. "Done." In the image, Carol began to fall into a bizarre loop. She clearly saw the middle-aged woman walking away with her hands in her pockets. But behind her, another middle-aged woman suddenly appeared and said to her, "It's a beautiful view, isn't it?" Carol answered according to the established memory in her mind, "I prefer the perspective from up in the sky." "You'll get there soon." After saying this, the middle-aged woman once again turned around with her hands in her pockets and walked away. Thales noticed some words on the middle-aged woman's chest. "What does it say on her clothes?" "I can't see clearly." The scientist operated the console again. A third identical middle-aged woman appeared behind Carol. "It's a beautiful view, isn't it?" Carol replied. "I prefer the perspective from up in the sky." The middle-aged woman continued. "You'll get there soon." Thales began to control Carol's subjective consciousness, whispering in her ear, "Focus, look down, focus." Finally, in Carol's field of vision, the words on the middle-aged woman's chest became clear from blurry to legible. Thales read the content aloud. "Pegasus, Dr. Wendy Lawson." "That's her." Carol began to realize something was wrong. She asked Wendy Lawson, "Did you hear those voices?" Thales ignored this and asked the scientist beside him, "Did you find her location?" After fiddling with the console, the scientist replied, "Found it." At the same time, the still unconscious Carol began to struggle in her dreams. "Quickly track Lawson until we find that energy signature." The scene shifted to a chaotic crash site of a fighter jet. Wendy Lawson stood in front of Carol, raising her gun toward a certain direction. She turned to look at Carol. Just then, a Skrull holding a gun suddenly appeared in Carol's view. Thales sensed something was off and realized the scientist had skipped ahead in the story again, quickly saying, go back to before this." Finally, Carol appeared in a fighter jet capable of flying in space, wearing a flight helmet, with Wendy Lawson preparing to take off from Earth in outer space. Thales was immensely excited. Yes. Now let me see where you're really going." Guided by Thales, Carol looked at the coordinates displayed inside the fighter jet. "Look at the coordinates. Focus. Thales's voice echoed in Carol's ear. In the next moment, the image suddenly flickered and jumped into the same energy explosion scene as before, erupting from the dirt. Fortunately, this scene, like the previous ones, was fleeting and nothing major occurred. Meanwhile, Thales continued to chatter incessantly. "Don't resist, it'll be over soon. Yes, that's it, focus. Quick, get her to rewind. Hurry, and rewind her." Thales shouted anxiously. As soon as his command was given, Carol on the screen rewound, as if on tape, returning from the sky back to the cockpit of the fighter jet. However, regrettably, he still did not obtain that crucial location coordinate from Carol's memory. The device reading her memories seemed to have suddenly failed. This doesn't make sense. Thales was discussing with his scientists what could be going wrong. Meanwhile, Bruce, realizing that the device hadn't failed but that Carol had awakened from her coma, quietly walked up behind her. Ahem! He cleared his throat and, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, leaned close to Carol's ear and whispered, "Just to be clear, I'm not with them for now. When you make your move later, don't come looking for me. Right now, you're not my match." Just waking up and quickly pretending to stay asleep, Carol was filled with confusion. She couldn't respond to the man babbling behind her, and upon realizing she was suspended upside down and unable to move, she began to think quickly about what to do next. "Hey, can you hear me?" Bruce's voice buzzed in her ear. "I've made my stance clear. Even if you tear this ship apart, I could turn a blind eye. Just don't come looking for me after you break free, got it?" Carol was growing increasingly agitated inside. She couldn't exactly say, "I understand." "All right, you don't want to expose yourself, do you?" Bruce thoughtfully pointed that out, "So I'll take it you understood. I'm going to step aside and watch the show for a bit." With that, he deliberately backed away several steps, distancing himself from Carol and the others. "How much actionable information have we found so far?" Thales said irritably. A technician replied, "We only know Winnie Lawson is on planet C-53. We're heading there now." Thales exclaimed, "Then continue to dig." Carol's fist began to release photon shockwaves. The steel tubes binding her arms had turned red from the heat, yet none of the Skrulls present noticed this anomaly. A short Skrull approached Carol and poked her forehead with his fingertip, causing the previously still screen to flicker. "Oh, that worked. Try it again." Thales turned to instruct the short Skrull. However, he still didn't notice the abnormality at the ends of Carol's arms, but instead focused on Bruce standing in the distance. "What are you doing over there? Weren't you interested in this?" Bruce shrugged. "That was then, General Thales. I'm not interested now, all right?" His unusual attitude finally made Thales sense that something was off, but it was already too late. With a loud bang, a sound erupted from Carol's arms as she used her unique photon shockwave to destroy the steel tube that confined her, breaking free with one hand. With that liberated hand, she punched the tube, restraining her other hand, freeing it as well. Without hesitation, she struck the locks that held her feet with both fists, finally extricating herself completely from the device that had suspended her. Bruce thought he might be the only one with this thought. He found Carol's landing position, hands on the ground and one knee down. Quite cool. "Whoa, awesome." He cheered from behind. Meanwhile, Thales, who had witnessed everything Carol had done, exclaimed, "What?" Some Skrull soldiers wanted to immediately shoot at Carol, but Thales forcibly stopped them. "Don't shoot." Carol was already engaged in combat with a group of Skrulls, and with the two hard tubes in her hands, she seemed to hit harder. None of the Skrulls present were her match. After a group of Skrulls fell to the ground, Carol dashed to Thales, pinning him against the console with the glowing red end of one tube aimed at his head. "What did you do to me?" Thales, who had to bow his head under the eaves, answered honestly, "We were just looking for some information." Carol pressed on, "What did you put in my head?" Thales replied, "Besides what was already there, nothing else. But those are my memories." At that moment, with his life in someone else's hands, Thales even teased Carol. "Yeah, it's like a bad trip. I'm not surprised you can't sort them all out. They really did a lot to you. Enough. Stop playing your mind games. What do you really want?" "Dr. Wendy Lawson, of course. Actually, her name is Marvell. That's the person we want." It wasn't Thales who answered Carol, but Bruce, who had been watching from the side, not lifting a finger to help even as the Skrulls were beaten down. Carol turned to him. "You're the one who's been nagging in my ear?" Bruce replied, "Hi, I'm Bruce. And you don't need to thank me." "Thank you for what?" "Of course, for not exposing you and for cheering you on when you were fighting just now." Carol turned back to Thales. "Is what he said true? Dr. Wendy Lawson?" Thales responded, "Yes, and we've already found clues in your head." Carol felt a wave of confusion in her mind. She couldn't tell if it was a side effect from the device or if this Skrull genuinely didn't seem to be lying. Ding dong. Bruce suddenly reminded her, "A new batch of Skrull combatants who want to get physical with you has arrived. Get ready." Carol threw Thales high against the wall, smashing the display that was showing her memories, then looked at Bruce with a face full of confusion and wariness. "Who exactly are you? Oh, please. Why does everyone have to ask me that once I get here?" Hood. Suddenly, Three Skrulls rushed in from two different corridors, completely ignoring the fact that their team was still lagging behind, and charged directly at Carol. However, Carol was not someone to be trifled with. With her arms bound in steel tubes, she swung her fists fiercely, and with a few loud thuds, knocked the three Skrulls to the ground, rendering them unconscious. The three super electric batons that could have put Carol into a coma had failed to have any effect at all. I'm Bruce Odinson. I think you actually don't need to run away right now. Maybe we can sit down and have a good chat. Seeing Carol's fierce demeanor, Bruce quickly raised his hands to show he meant no harm, trying to persuade her. Carol advanced step by step, her eyes glinting with coldness. You're special. Since you're not a Skrull, why are you here? Bruce sensed her intent to attack him and thought to himself, this isn't good. I've been on Tofa for a month, and the state of this planet is entirely the work of the accuser Ronin. His words seemed to have some effect. Carol frowned slightly. What are you trying to say? Bruce forced a smile, trying to be amicable. Perhaps you have some misunderstandings about the Skrull race? At that moment, new footsteps echoed from the corridor behind Bruce. Carol raised an eyebrow, her eyes flashing with alertness. Well, maybe you're right, but for now, step aside. The tubes binding her fists dimmed momentarily before glowing again. Maybe you don't want to do this? Bruce attempted to stop her. Without saying a word, Carol swung a punch directly at him. With no other option, Bruce had to defend himself, and he caught Carol's iron fist with his previously raised hand. Wow, this thing is really hot. He grimaced. How exactly did you manage to achieve this strange ability through science? Carol couldn't comprehend his complaint, but seeing him easily grip her iron fist deeply furrowed her brow. What? I really think we need to talk, Bruce urged again. Right? After you go down. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Carol's eyes as she swung another punch at his face. Then, Bruce caught her other iron fist with his free hand. Feeling that the universal language couldn't accurately express what he wanted to say, Bruce suddenly blurted out in Chinese, "You're really something, aren't you?" This unexpected remark left both Carol and Thales, who was struggling to get up from the ground, looking confused. However, Bruce didn't mind. He suddenly shouted at the approaching Skrulls, who were eager to attack Carol. Everyone stop right now. If anyone dares to come forward, don't blame me for being rude. Thales, you wouldn't want our fragile friendship to be easily destroyed, would you? If not, let me handle the situation here. Thales, rubbing his lower back, straightened up. Are you really sure you can handle this, Your Highness? Bruce scoffed. Do you think your so-called elite can handle everything? Thales was rendered speechless and reluctantly waved his hand at his subordinates, signaling them to step back. On Carol's side, Thales' words, Your Highness, suddenly reminded her of many things. While continuing her amusing struggle with Bruce, she asked, As far as I know, Skrulls don't have a title like Prince. Where did you come from? Bruce feigned realization. Oh, so now you want to have a proper talk with me? Carol tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation. Maybe. Bruce released his grip, appearing relaxed, as if he genuinely believed her words after just a sentence or two. Carol remained vigilant, but seeing him actually stop moving due to her words, she slowly straightened up. I know you have many questions right now, and you firmly view these green-skinned creatures as enemies, Bruce continued, patting himself. But thankfully, I'm completely different from them. Meanwhile, Thales had transformed into Bruce's appearance for a brief moment, leaning against the apparently malfunctioning console, speaking in Bruce's voice. You do realize that what you just expressed was a form of racial discrimination, Your Highness? Bruce looked at the Thales who had taken on his form, a satisfied expression on his face. No matter how many times I see it, I can never get enough of this face. Carol glared at him. Mr. Odinson. Oh, sorry, Bruce quickly said, suddenly producing a dark-colored broadsword from seemingly nowhere. Here, to show my sincerity, let me help you get your iron fists open. He had Carol raise her arms. Then, with a swift swing of the sword, he struck the bottoms of her iron fists twice with a ding-ding. Carol had extended her hands, thinking that Bruce couldn't hurt her, and Thales, who had transformed into Bruce's appearance, shared the same mindset. Thales added, Come on, this is made from some of the most precious metal materials in the universe. Do you think you can just use a sword to? Clang, clang. Before he could finish, the two seemingly indestructible steel tubes binding Carol's arms fell to the ground, split into 4 pieces by Bruce's 2 sword strikes. Fails as Bruce exclaimed in shock. What the fuck? Carol happily looked at her hands, then turned to Bruce, her defensiveness reduced by at least half. Bruce turned to the second him and said, "You should turn back. Listening to yourself say bad words about yourself is really unsettling." Fails reluctantly transformed back to his original appearance. "Bruce, right?" Carol surprisingly extended her hand to Bruce. "I'm called Valles." "Come on. Your name isn't Valles. Your real name is Carol Danvers," Bruce stated casually, treating this serious matter for Carol as if it were nothing. He had intended to reach out for a handshake, but stopped midway. "You're not planning to use your photon punch on me, are you? Are you scared?" A hint of provocation flashed in Carol's eyes. Bruce stood his ground. "Try me." A competitive spirit. What a fascinating phenomenon. At first, Carol had no thoughts in that direction, but after Bruce's provocatively stated, "Try me," a sudden idea blossomed in her mind. Instead of unleashing her photon shockwave at full power right away, she controlled it to about 15%. An orange-red glow flickered on her hands, and through the contact with Bruce, he could distinctly feel a tingling warmth emanating from his hand. So he boldly proposed, "How about we just go all out?" Carol raised an eyebrow, confident that Bruce was not a Skrull. In her view, no Skrull could withstand the full force of her photon shockwave. She doubted even 15% would be manageable. A smile crept on her face. "All right, as you wish." In the next instant, the light in her hands flared brightly, transforming into a blazing flame that quickly shifted to a brilliant blue. "Enough, enough!" Bruce shouted, quickly pulling his hand away from Carol's grasp. While his hand was mostly fine, the intense heat that had momentarily surged through him made him realize that even though Carol was not at her peak, she still possessed enough power to injure his godly form. After all, even a mild burn counts as an injury. Carol thought Bruce was intimidated, a smirk forming on her lips. "So, Mr. Odinson, what do you plan to talk about next?" She immediately retracted all her energy as she spoke, knowing from her judgment of Bruce's exceptional physical prowess that he would be fine. Bruce shrugged and didn't respond to her, instead directing his gaze toward Thales, who had been watching from the sidelines. "Hey, do you have any drinks around here?" Thales blinked. "What do you want?" "A glass of milk, please." Thales looked baffled. "What is that?" "Forget it. Someone like you wouldn't understand." Bruce waved his hand in disappointment. "Then just give me a cup of coffee with lots of sugar." "What is that?" "Never mind." Bruce turned back to Carol. "Next, we need to start discussing something you need to accept, and that is—" Carol watched him quietly. "Okay, it's to help you understand that what Thales and the others did to you was not implanting memories, but rather reading your memories." Carol remained silent. "Otherwise, think about it. If they wanted to implant memories, why not directly implant ones that would make you one of them, instead of ones unrelated to them?" Bruce's words began to sway Carol's thoughts. After pressing Thales earlier, her inner resolve wavered for the second time. "All right, actually, I have a very simple way to prove all of this." Carol blurted out. "How do you prove that?" "Go to that planet in your memories. As long as you verify everything step by step as per those memories, it'll be easy to find out what's true and what's not. If it turns out to be false, fine. You've seen that I mean no harm. You won't lose anything beyond wasting some time. But if it's true—" Bruce didn't finish his sentence because he could already see Carol coming around. She turned to Thales. "If everything on Tofa is truly unrelated to you, then why were you there?" Thales replied helplessly. "As this Mr. Bruce said earlier, everything on Tofa is the doing of the accuser, and we just need a place like that to survive. Ever since our planet was destroyed by the Kree, we who remain have become refugees in the universe." Carol frowned deeply. "What? That's impossible. You're lying. You're the invaders." Bruce quickly stepped forward. "Hey, take it easy. Take it easy. You can't even be sure you're truly a Kree. Don't rush to pick sides. Maybe you yourself are a victim of Kree civilization." Carol looked at him, raising a non-glowing fist. "Do you know something?" Bruce raised his hands innocently. "If I told you now, you wouldn't believe me and would think I was crazy." Carol glared at him for a while, then angrily turned back to Thales. "Okay, you said your planet was destroyed by the Kree. Then tell me, why did the Kree do that?" Unconsciously, she had stopped using terms like "we" regarding everything related to Kree, instead directly calling them the Kree. Thales said, "Because we resisted their rule." "You heard me right. Those cold-blooded, ruthless Kree were once our rulers. We've never stood on equal footing with Kree, let alone become the so-called invaders in your eyes. Carol found it hard to accept this fact, but couldn't find a strong enough argument to refute it. Suddenly, she turned to Bruce. That planet, C-53, right? How do we get there? Bruce let out a long sigh, feeling invigorated. Finally, we're getting to the point. Thales has a spaceship. If you think it's slow, we can take his ship and leave right now. Carol exclaimed, You know the way? Then let's set off immediately. Bruce walked straight out with Carol, saying as they went, Of course I know. I'm very familiar with the star charts around that planet. The two of them left in a manner completely unconcerned, while the Skrulls could only watch helplessly as they departed and quickly sought Thales for guidance. Unexpectedly, Thales directly followed behind Bruce and Carol without a word, making a gesture for them to wait in place. That's my spaceship. Besides, do you two even know how to pilot our ship? You'll find out soon enough. Really? As far as I know, Asgard doesn't seem to be a tech-savvy place. Their voices gradually faded as they distanced themselves, leaving a group of bewildered Skrulls looking at each other. What should we do now? One Skrull asked. Let's wake them up first. A group of Skrulls quickly sprang into action. The perspective returned to Bruce and the others. Seeing Carol's face reveal a hint of hesitation, Bruce spoke up. Hey, tough girl, are you scared? He intentionally used the term tough girl in Chinese. Of course not. Carol immediately replied, then curiously asked, You said Biao Nyang Men twice in a row. What does that mean? What's wrong? Bruce settled into the cockpit of the small ship. His voice reached Carol's ears from the cockpit. Is your universal translator malfunctioning? After saying this, he started the ship and was the first to fly out from Thales' warship. Carol, Thales, who had also started his own ship, followed closely behind, his voice coming through the communication device to Bruce. So, you really can pilot a spaceship? Bruce replied nonchalantly, his voice reaching both Thales and Carol's cockpit. Humph, I have plenty of skills. Bruce and the others quickly piloted their spaceship into Earth's atmosphere. Just then, Bruce seemed to suddenly remember something important. Oh, right. We need to make a bit of a commotion to attract the attention of the people on this planet and get their help faster. Carol looked at him with a confused expression. What do you mean? Bruce explained casually, Well, with your Kree-enhanced body, you should be able to withstand a ground impact from this height, right? Upon hearing this, Carol became furious. What? You wanted to crash? Why don't you try it yourself? Bruce remained calm. It's not a crash. It's just a jump. So if I do this, will you agree? Carol glared at him. What kind of joke is that? When would I agree? Boom! A loud explosion erupted as a purple energy projectile struck the rear of Carol's spaceship, tearing a large hole in its hull. Fuck you! In a desperate struggle, Carol was ultimately ejected from the fragmented body of her ship, beginning a free fall through the air. She was ready to unleash a photon shockwave at Bruce's ship flying above her to give him a taste of flying in the air, but unexpectedly, the next moment, Bruce burst out of his ship and rapidly charged toward her. As Bruce landed triumphantly in front of her, Carol furiously shouted, Are you crazy? Bruce grinned. Just a friendly reminder, we haven't landed yet. Without hesitation, Carol unleashed a photon shockwave with over 50% power straight at Bruce. However, Bruce was unfazed. He used the recoil from the shockwave to slow his descent. Realizing her recent action, Carol discovered her new ability. With her fists pointed downward, she activated a continuous photon shockwave. Sure enough, as she did this, her free fall slowed significantly. She thought to herself that with a little adjustment in power settings, she might actually be able to fly. You can't do that, you're cheating. Bruce, who had been blasted away, flew back toward her. He grabbed Carol's shoulders, transferring some of his weight onto her, which slowed him down while speeding her up. A win-win situation. At first glance, their movements appeared quite romantic, but it would have been even more harmonious had Bruce not used Carol's shoulder to push off and gain height. Boom! With Carol crashing down, she smashed into a music store, creating a loud impact sound that echoed from the store's roof. Carol broke through the ceiling of the music store, creating a large hole. Bruce, meanwhile, landed safely outside the store. Compared to Carol, he was in much better shape, leaving only 2 medium-sized footprints on the concrete ground and some irregular cracks from the excessive force. He stood up and walked into the music store, finding Carol attempting to get up from the floor. The Kree put a lot of effort into your genetic modifications. Look, you're fine after that fall. If it were a Skrull, A simple car crash would be fatal for them. Carol had a million curses in her mind, but they were stuck in her throat. If it weren't for the fact that she felt weak from the fall, she would have loved to retaliate with another photon shockwave at Bruce, even knowing it would be pointless. Just to vent her frustration, she staggered to her feet, shaking her head to clear the dizziness, and looked at Bruce. "You better hope what you just did was useful. Otherwise, I'll make you pay." Bruce shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll remember that." He then stepped outside. Carol followed him. "You've repeatedly said I'm a Kree. Are you so sure about everything regarding me? Are you certain I'm from this planet C-53? Just based on those memories you've seen that I don't even know are real." Bruce turned back to look at her intently. "I know much more than you can imagine." "Hope so." When they stepped outside, Thales was already standing in front of them, waiting alone. He was green all over, casually leaning against a nearby vehicle. "Your Highness, did you plan to blow up my 2 ships when you boarded mine?" Bruce scoffed. "Come on, if I hadn't been here, that big ship of yours would have been blown to bits by this woman. You should thank me." Thales didn't respond, silently estimating Carol's combat potential. Carol raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" Bruce said to Thales. "All right, enough of this useless chatter. Don't blame me for not warning you. Earth has a very strong aversion to beings that look like you. You'd better change your face quickly." Carol looked at him in confusion. "Earth?" Bruce glanced at her. "As I said before, I'm very familiar with this place." Thales didn't argue with Bruce. His efficiency was high. He quickly transformed himself into an ordinary-looking white male, a face he must have picked up from somewhere. Carol grimaced at Thales's entire transformation process. "That's disgusting, right? I knew I wasn't the only one who thought that." Bruce chimed in casually. "He keeps calling you Your Highness and mentioned Asgard. Are you from there?" Bruce looked at her with pity. "You see, even this Skrull, a cosmic refugee, knows our great name in Asgard. You've lived with the Kree for 5 or 6 years and still don't know. That shows how severely the Kree have blocked information from you." Carol suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The longer she stayed with Bruce, the more she began to doubt everything about herself, questioning if the version of herself Bruce spoke of was the real one. The reason she hadn't reported anything to her captain, S.H.I.E.L.D, was also because of Bruce. Even after he had just blasted her ship apart, she still believed he meant her no harm, convinced she would be fine. This feeling was akin to facing her family or older brother. No matter what they did to her, she believed they would never hurt her. At that moment, a police car approached from a distance, slowly drawing near to Bruce and the others. Seeing the police car, Bruce's eyes lit up, and he became energized. "Haha, after waiting so long, finally, here you are." The police car came to a steady stop in front of them, and inside sat a chubby white guy with a bushy beard. Bruce walked up and tapped on the car window. The little cop inside seemed stunned, slowly rolling down the window as a classic 90s rock tune spilled out. After thinking for a moment, Bruce recalled what the original Carol might say to this little officer and reached out to greet him. "Hi, I'm Bruce Oliver, a cosmic traveler from outer space. This is Midgar, right?" The chubby white cop looked bewildered, fearfully gazing at Bruce as if worried he might make some aggressive move. But Bruce was clearly enjoying himself. "Did you understand what I said? Is my human language not clear enough?" The white cop stammered. "I understood." All right," Bruce replied. "Are you the one responsible for the safety in this area?" The cop hesitated before answering. "Sort of. The cinema over there has its own security personnel." After thinking for a moment, Bruce continued. "Okay, did you just see that meteor falling from the sky, glowing brightly? The one that crashed into the building behind me?" "Yes. That meteor is her." Bruce pointed at Carol, an intergalactic warrior from the Kree Star Force. He didn't care whether the chubby cop understood or not. He continued speaking, confident that the little cop would make the right call. "Clearly, this situation is beyond your capacity to handle. So no matter who you can contact, hurry and reach out. Just tell them we'll be waiting at that place, called the phone booth." Bruce stood upright, and the chubby cop remained dazed. It wasn't until Bruce walked away with the 2 individuals who looked human, albeit dressed in strange attire, that he finally snapped to attention and urgently called for backup. Carol followed behind Bruce, puzzled. "Sorry, I remember you saying you wanted to create a big commotion to get the locals' help, right?" Bruce turned his head and replied with a smile. "Yeah, what's wrong? I don't see how what you just did helps us at all." Bruce smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, help will arrive soon." "Where are you taking me now?" "Right here." Bruce stopped in front of a public phone booth. Carol examined it closely, and they both recognized it as a communication device on Earth. This is a communication tool on Earth. Exactly. What are we doing here? Bruce explained with a grin. To make it convenient for you to contact your captain, S.H.I.E.L.D. Carol was even more confused. From Bruce's perspective, she couldn't understand why he would want her to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. at this moment. Bruce patiently explained. Remember when I said I was confident in my judgment about you? So, if I'm right, it proves that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others are not good people, that they have ulterior motives regarding you. And if it comes to that, I think you want to see them pretty badly. Carol gave Bruce a serious look. You initiated this. Bruce shrugged dismissively, making a gesture for her to proceed. How to use this crude Earth device to contact them? I think you have more experience than I do. The hell I do, Carol replied, starting to fiddle with the phone booth in front of her. As they descended, it was almost dawn on Earth. By the time Carol finally figured out how to use the phone booth, the first light of the sun began to rise in the east. Thales watched Bruce and asked, "Are all Asgardians this confident and arrogant?" Bruce thought of his two brothers and shrugged. Yeah, especially among royal members, these traits are particularly pronounced. Over there, Carol finally got through to S.H.I.E.L.D. on the interstellar phone. Valles. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s voice came through the receiver Carol held to her ear. Verification code, CTC 39. Carol answered without hesitation. GRXV 1600. Is everyone all right? What happened? That was a Skrull ambush. Everyone is okay. Except Minerva is missing. We suspect she's been captured by the Skrulls. We thought you might. Have you found S.H.I.E.L.D.? Carol replied, That's not S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a Skrull in disguise, and I know his security code. That's impossible. His security code was destroyed in his subconscious. Carol said, Now we know it's possible. Okay, where are you now? Carol glanced at Bruce, who was leisurely watching the birds in the sky. I'm on C-53, and the Skrulls are coming after me. How far are we from planet C-53? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired someone nearby. From the receiver, they could hear the response. The nearest space jump point will take 22 hours to reach. Then S.H.I.E.L.D. said, Valles, do not act for now. Wait for us to arrive, and we'll stay in contact. Just as Carol was about to explain that staying in contact was impossible, a sweet woman's voice came through the receiver. I'm sorry, you. Carol helplessly hung up the phone and turned to Thales. Minerva was captured by you? Thales replied, Thanks to your Highness's intervention, otherwise that warrior would have killed many of us. Bruce interjected, No need to thank me so hastily. I told you I'm here for you and your people. Carol asked, What's happening with her now? Thales shrugged. We haven't had time to do anything to her, and it seems unnecessary now. She was captured by your Highness, so I'm willing to hand her over to you for handling. Can you stop calling me your Highness? Mr. Odinson? Or Mr. Oliver? Definitely not that. Then how about God of Slaughter? Bruce smiled slightly. While they were discussing trivial matters, a few police cars and two black sedans slowly approached from a distance and stopped in front of the music store where Carol had fallen. Bruce gestured toward them. See, I told you help has arrived. Thales and Carol looked over, both revealing puzzled expressions. Carol directly asked, Who are they? Are they different from that previous person? Bruce chuckled mysteriously. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They're old friends. Bruce, along with Carol and Thales, stood casually waiting as a group of people exited the police car. Among them, one particularly stood out, a short-haired black man in a black suit, Nick Fury. With his hair intact and eyes unharmed, he approached Bruce and the others after having a brief exchange with his assistant, Coulson, who had remained in the police car. Fury immediately recognized that Bruce and the others were intentionally waiting for him. Excuse me, everyone, we're looking for someone who blew a large hole in the roof of that music store over there. Does anyone have any information? According to a witness, it seems to have been a woman or a young Asian in a black trench coat, he said. I know. The person you're looking for is her, Bruce said without hesitation, pointing at Carol. Carol blinked her innocent, wide eyes at Bruce, confusion written all over her face. Did you just say they were the help? I have some questions for you, Nick Fury said, pulling out his agent identification from his suit pocket. May I see your credentials? Sorry, none of us have any, Bruce replied with a bright smile. Then, as if recalling something, he added, All right, I used to have a nearly universal pass here, but I left it with a friend, and I don't know where he put it now. Nick Fury, very easygoing, smiled in a way that was both friendly and disarming. So, sir, May I know your name and your friend's name? Of course. Bruce's smile seemed even brighter than Nick Fury's. I'm Bruce Oliver, and my friend is Howard Stark. Fury blinked, his smile fading as he scrutinized Bruce's face with a serious expression. Is my face that captivating to you, Agent Fury? Bruce asked, raising an eyebrow. Fury didn't respond. Hey, the help you mentioned, could it be this guy? Carol muttered softly. Bruce lowered his voice in response. Yeah. Thales joined in the conversation. But I think this guy seems unreliable. Why don't I just... Bruce immediately interrupted him. Do you want to find what you're looking for? If so, just listen to me. Thales had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. Agent Fury. Yeah. Maybe I need to provide you with more concrete evidence. Please? Bruce gestured toward the police officer behind Nick Fury. Give us some space. The officer wisely stepped aside. Positioned at a corner, Bruce moved to the other side of it, confirming that no one was around. With a thought, he summoned wind and moon into his hands. A silver-white long spear appeared out of thin air, its exquisite patterns reflecting dazzling sunlight. Nick Fury's eyes were glued to him. Upon seeing this, he took 2 excited steps forward, momentarily unsure whether to look at Bruce or the spear that had materialized. Just before Fury's drool could hit the ground, Bruce quickly stored wind and moon away. Fury managed to regain some composure. Hey, why does it turn to a long spear again? It wasn't this last time. How many different weapons can you manifest? Carol asked curiously. Just these 2, nothing else. Nick Fury grinned broadly. Can I ask what the other weapon is, boss? Both Carol and Thales frowned in confusion at the name Nick Fury used for Bruce. Carol asked, why do you call him boss? Nick Fury looked to Bruce for guidance. Bruce replied, that's another story. For now, let's focus on what's at hand. Fury stated, so this woman really is an alien. Boss, are you also one? Is that why you survived that crash? Have you been off in outer space all this time? Bruce looked puzzled by Fury's enthusiasm. You're my fan? According to Nick Fury's character, he shouldn't be the type to idolize anyone. Fury explained, not originally, but since becoming an agent, I found clues related to Boss in some files at the agency. Combining those clues, I discovered that about 75% of the content in those comics about Boss is true. So, Bruce was speechless. Steve's exploits are almost all true too, except for that bit about him beating Adolf Hitler. But you're his mentor. Bruce, After some consideration, it was clear that Nick Fury was indeed a fan, and quite possibly an obsessive one. Boss, they've checked the area, and, strangely, the shape of that hole seems like it was made by a person falling. A detailed report will come later, Nick Fury's assistant, Coulson, called out. Coulson suddenly stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Bruce, stammering and looking to Fury for answers. Fury said helplessly, yes, it's exactly as you're thinking. Coulson glanced between Bruce and Nick Fury, his head bobbing back and forth between the two. Bruce found it amusing, but Fury felt deeply embarrassed. Is there anything else? Coulson leaned closer to Fury and whispered, Boss has a spear that can appear and disappear at will. Have you checked it out? This is confidential information from the agency that I looked at secretly. An ordinary person can't impersonate him. Fury replied, of course I've checked. Wait, what else have you been looking at? Coulson's eyes flickered. Just that. Did you look at Captain America's file? I didn't. Caught in Nick Fury's gaze, Coulson eventually nodded sheepishly. Yes. All right, young man, who hasn't done something impulsive for their idol in their youth. Bruce timely diffused the tension in the air. With Bruce's intervention, Nick Fury quickly brushed aside the earlier awkward moment with Coulson. He smiled broadly at Bruce. Boss, would you mind signing something for me? Bruce rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, I'll sign it after we take care of business. Great, Nick Fury exclaimed, clearly excited. What can I do for you, boss? First, get in the car and shake off the people behind us. I need to keep a low profile. Nick Fury nodded immediately. Got it. The 5 of them walked out from the corner of the street, with Bruce and the others walking ahead, while Nick Fury and another person followed behind. At first glance, it looked as if Bruce and his companions had been subdued by them. Nick Fury said proudly, See? Just cooperate with us, and I guarantee nothing will happen to you. The previously uniformed officer walked over, producing a pair of handcuffs to offer Nick Fury. Sir. Nick Fury waved his hands dismissively. Oh no, I don't need those. Besides, do you think one pair is enough? He led Bruce and the others in his car, with Bruce sitting in the front passenger seat and the other 3 crammed into the back. Where are we going, sir? To investigate. Nick Fury casually replied, starting the car and driving away from the spot and onto the highway. Where are we headed, boss? Before we get into that, I want to mention that what you're doing is against protocol, and I noticed there was someone more formally dressed than you over there. No problem. I'll explain it to Keller. For instance, you, boss, are also a witness to the case, or maybe you were just a drunken passerby, or you have some evidence and are currently cooperating with us. Coulson, the rookie who had just joined the force and still saw Nick Fury as a beacon of integrity and justice, cautiously asked, you were joking about all that, right, sir? Oh, of course not. By the way, boss, where are we really headed now? Bruce thought for a moment and said, a small bar, I think it's called. He turned to look at Carol. Carol looked back at him, puzzled. What are you looking at me for? Thales interjected. Market Liquor. I remember that's the name. Bruce nodded slightly, turning back to Nick Fury. Did you hear that? Sure, I know that place. We'll get there quickly. Nick Fury pressed the accelerator, and the car began to speed up. As they traveled, the five of them engaged in casual conversation. By the way, boss, can you answer my earlier question? What question? Boss, are you really an alien? Bruce feigned mystery with a smile. Sort of. Coulson's eyes widened in astonished disbelief, as if he had just uncovered a huge secret. After a moment, Coulson asked cautiously, Boss, may I ask you another question? Bruce could tell Coulson was going to ask about Steve, and he directly replied, If it's regarding Steve, no. Coulson felt crushed by the rejection from one of his idols, momentarily unsure what to say. So, that means you know a lot about the missing captain. Boss, is that why you survived the crash? Have you been off in outer space all this time? Bruce was confused by Fury's enthusiasm. You're my fan. According to Nick Fury's character, he shouldn't be the type to idolize anyone. Fury explained, not originally, but since becoming an agent, I found clues related to Boss in some files at the agency. Combining those clues, I discovered that about 75% of the content in those comics about Boss is true. So, Bruce was speechless. Steve's exploits are almost all true too, except for the part where he punched Adolf Hitler. But you're his mentor. Bruce, after some consideration, it was clear that Nick Fury was indeed a fan, and quite possibly an obsessive one. Boss, they've checked the area, and, strangely, the shape of that hole seems like it was made by a person falling. A detailed report will come later. Coulson's voice came from behind Nick Fury. Coulson abruptly halted mid-sentence upon seeing Bruce, stammering and seeking answers from Fury. Fury said helplessly, Yes, it's exactly as you're thinking. Coulson glanced between Bruce and Nick Fury, his head bobbing back and forth. Bruce found it amusing, but Fury felt deeply embarrassed. Is there anything else? Coulson leaned closer to Fury and whispered, Boss has a spear that can appear and disappear at will. Have you checked it out? This is confidential information from the agency that I looked at secretly. An ordinary person can't impersonate him. Fury replied, Of course I've checked. Wait, what else have you been looking at? Coulson's eyes flickered. Just that. Did you look at Captain America's file? I didn't. Caught in Nick Fury's gaze, Coulson eventually nodded sheepishly. Yes. Then, Boss, everything you're doing now is to make Carol recall the past, to bring her back to our Earth's camp, and to expose the ugly face of the Skrulls, right? The group member Tellus responded, Your description is very accurate, Agent. Boss, is this guy really a shape-shifting alien? Don't worry. He won't have the idea of transforming into some important Earth official to invade and occupy Earth. Am I right, Tellus? Tellus silently nodded. Boss, how can you be so sure? Could it be that you actually are? If he dares to do so, I will mobilize my forces and kill every Skrull that tries to meddle with Earth. Bruce's tone was flat, but his words were filled with lethal intent. Boss, may I have the honor of knowing which race you belong to? The Asgardians, at least that's what we call ourselves. Oh, why does that name sound so familiar? Coulson interjected from behind. That's the race of gods in Norse mythology. All right, that's from Norse mythology. Nick Fury's voice grew softer. After recognizing Bruce as the mysterious prince from years ago, Nick Fury's eyes were once again filled with surprise and astonishment. What? Is the fact that I come from mythology so hard for you to accept, Nick? A little bit. Carol and Tellus both felt curious. What myth story is that? Bruce said, You can look it up in the library when you have time. By the way, boss, you mentioned looking for a Dr. Winnie Lawson. What is the purpose of finding her? This woman is about the past. And this Skrull, well, he says it's to find Lawson's light speed engine. Bruce revealed a meaningful smile, which made Tellus doubt that he must know something else. After a long drive, the group arrived at a large military secret base, rarely visited by people. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of the base's gate, nestled between the metal poles on both sides. A man's voice came from a device on one of the metal poles. "This is government territory. Please stop your vehicle." Nick Fury, having already parked the car, sighed and helplessly took out his agent credentials to display. "Nicholas Joseph Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." The voice said, "Press your finger on the panel." Nick Fury complied. "Wait a moment. You may enter." Nick Fury said, "Thank you." As the military base's gate slowly opened, they finally entered the place. After driving a short distance inside, they saw other people besides themselves at the large cave entrance ahead, 4 soldiers on guard duty. The soldiers seemed not to see them, and they pretended not to see the soldiers, boldly driving straight into the cave. They drove all the way to the interior of the base before Nick Fury finally stopped the car. Getting out of the vehicle, Bruce smirked. "This Pegasus isn't that impressive." Nick Fury said, "Government buildings are always like this." At this moment, Bruce turned to Carol behind him. "Oh wait, I forgot about this." Carol looked at him in confusion. Bruce sighed. "Your outfit really doesn't match here at all. It's even more out of place than mine." The others finally noticed the issue thanks to his reminder. Carol was still wearing a full Kree interstellar combat suit. Nick Fury said, "What should we do? I don't have any spare clothes in my car." Bruce looked at Tellus with a mischievous grin. "Every time you shape-shift, you can also conjure up a suit, so those clothes of yours can actually be taken off, right?" Tellus blinked, suddenly realizing everyone was looking at him. "I don't care how you do it. Hurry up and get her a suit." Tellus said, "But I—" Everyone just stared at him quietly. "Fine, give me a minute." Saying that, he dove back into the car and closed the door. Nick Fury lowered his voice and said, "This Skrull race is truly amazing. They can even change clothes." Bruce responded in a low voice. "They say they can transform into many more things." Coulson joined in, whispering, "Can they turn into vending machines?" Carol asked quietly, "What's a vending machine?" Coulson explained, "It's a machine where you put in coins and food or drinks come out. I especially love the latte coffee inside. It tastes great." Bruce asked, "Really? Is it sweet?" Coulson, recalling certain records in the confidential files about Bruce, cautiously replied, "Average taste, not too much sugar added." Bruce disappointingly exited the group chat. At that moment, the car door opened, and Tellus walked out holding a suit just like Coulson's. "Here," Nick Fury curiously asked him, "can you really change into anything?" Tellus didn't say a word and just frowned. When Carol stepped out of the car wearing a black suit, Bruce and the others had just finished negotiating with a short, chubby middle-aged man. The middle-aged man handed Nick Fury's credentials back and said to them, "Follow me." Behind this man were 2 armed soldiers, seeming ready to shoot if they didn't cooperate. The 5 of them followed the middle-aged man away from the place, and then they were all brought into a small room, and the door was locked behind them. "I think that guy might have some misunderstanding about us," Coulson said. Bruce said, "Don't think too much. Maybe he just doesn't like you S.H.I.E.L.D. people because he's part of the U.S. government." Coulson, once again hit by a criticism from his idol. Bruce yawned. "Looks like we need to think of another way to get out, Nick." Nick Fury asked in confusion, "Huh?" Bruce said, "It's time to show your excellent qualities as an outstanding agent and open this password door for us." Nick Fury hesitated. "How about, boss, you just break it down?" Bruce said, "No way. This is a great opportunity for you to showcase your talent. Come on, I believe in you." Boom! Suddenly, a slight sound echoed. Everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the sound. A door with a small hole blown open, and Carol, with an expression of nonchalance, was lowering her fist from the explosion point. "I guess you were discussing how to open this door?" Bruce released his hand and said helplessly, "Ah, what a pity, Nick, you missed an opportunity to showcase yourself." Nick Fury awkwardly smiled. "I'd rather not embarrass myself in front of you." The group opened the door and stepped outside. Bruce oriented himself. "Let's go, the archive room is in room 511. They took the elevator down to level -5, and as they exited, a well-behaved orange kitten squatted on the ground came into view. "Oh, so it's you, little clever one, waiting for us here." Bruce stepped forward and scooped it up into his arms. "Meow. Boss, you like cats too?" Nick Fury's expression changed noticeably upon seeing the little orange cat. Bruce hesitated for a moment on whether to inform Nick Fury about the kitten, but ultimately decided to let him maintain that naive impression. "Yeah, especially this one." I like it a lot. Holding the orange cat, he walked ahead of the four and continued leading the way. In fact, the kitten had initially appeared to wait for Carol, but it seemed to have a good feeling about Bruce. After being held by him, it remained quiet and calm. The five of them arrived at the entrance of the archive room. Bruce stepped aside and gestured for the tough girl Carol to go ahead. After you. Boom! The familiar sound of a small explosion echoed. They pushed open the unlocked archive room door and entered one by one. The lights in the archive room were sound-activated, illuminating one by one above their heads as they entered. Bruce looked at Carol. You know what documents you're here to find, right? Carol shrugged and confidently walked deeper into the archive room, beginning her new round of exploration. Meanwhile, Bruce stayed at the entrance, playing with the orange cat and having a great time. Before long, I found it, Lawson. The others hurried over to Carol's side, with Tellus being the most enthusiastic. Bruce merely walked to the storage shelf and did not venture further inside. Coulson looked at him in confusion. Boss. Bruce pointed to the crowded space. Don't you think it's a bit cramped in here for 5 people? The remaining 4 exchanged glances. After he mentioned it, they suddenly became aware that their breathing had become difficult. The passage between the 2 shelves in the archive was designed just wide enough for one person to pass through. Cough, cough. Carol, holding a large box, and Nick Fury, with a small box, joined the others in the corridor. Let's see what's inside. Carol and Nick Fury began rummaging through the contents, with Tellus joining them, while Bruce and Coulson watched from the side. Lawson's Lightspeed engine project, but why was it terminated? Nick Fury pulled out a notebook. Maybe because she was a weirdo. Carol looked at the notebook, which was filled with various bizarre symbols and shapes that were completely indecipherable. This is Kree writing. Lawson isn't a weirdo. She's a Kree. Well, she's already dead. She died in an unauthorized test flight, crashing along with an ace pilot. I guess that's the reason these people are so friendly to us. They are hiding the truth. Only then did Bruce join their discussion. I think this is enough to explain many things. Carol, you are that pilot who, although dead, has never been found. Your memories and the previous evidence support this claim. Carol frowned. But we still can't be sure, can we? Tellus was focused on another aspect. What about the Lightspeed engine? Nick Fury found a black and white photo of the crash site, totally wrecked. Tellus immediately shifted his attention elsewhere. What about that notebook? Sorry, I forgot you're an Earth person. Carol, could you let me take a look? Nick Fury felt mocked for being illiterate. Carol didn't hand the notebook to Tellus, continuing to flip through it. I can read it too. All right, the accident happened in 1989, 6 years ago, Nick Fury added. Carol asked while looking at the notebook, is there any other evidence? Bruce, you know I need more direct evidence. Bruce smiled mysteriously. Well, you must remember this cat Goose, right? Did you forget? Carol looked up and carefully examined the orange cat Goose. I don't remember. Well, it seems Goose is destined to be with me from now on. Tellus had been subtly distancing himself from Goose, and upon hearing Bruce's words, he quickly spoke up to Bruce. You're Mr. Odinson. Do you know what you were holding? Upon hearing Tellus's new title, Bruce broke into a broad smile. I don't need you to remind me. I know this is just a flirkin. Tellus's eyes widened, looking at Bruce as if he were the most dangerous person in the universe. Oh, and please don't call me Mr. Odinson anymore, who my father's doesn't need your reminder. If you must call me something, you can call me Commander from now on. Tellus blinked, but I'm not under your command. His voice grew softer under Bruce's gaze. Bruce smiled at him again. Remember what I said? You and your kind are also among my targets, so don't speak too confidently. Life is unpredictable. How do you know what will happen between us in the future? Tellus, but trust me, your family will be reunited with you soon. So you really have always known. Bruce smiled without speaking. While they were talking, the other 3 unknowingly focused their attention on their conversation, and when they realized Bruce wasn't planning to answer that question, they suddenly became anxious, all 3 speaking up at once. What do you know? Nothing much. By the way, have you found any more evidence? Bruce asked Nick Fury. Carol looked at him disdainfully and said, do you know you're not very good at changing the subject? Bruce pretended to be clueless. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The others looked at him helplessly, and prioritizing Bruce's words, Nick Fury said, although we haven't found direct evidence to prove that boss is right, it says here that the last person to see that pilot and Lawson was Maria Rambeau. So if we can find her, everything will be clear. Well, that's straightforward. What are we waiting for? Bruce said, walking towards the door while holding the cat. Wait, wait, wait. Nick Fury hurriedly called them back. I think we don't need to find her. There's new evidence. He pulled out a color photo from his folder. The photo featured Maria Rambeau, the person Nick Fury mentioned, as well as Wendy Lawson, who appeared in Carol's memories, and Carol herself in an Air Force uniform. As soon as Carol saw the photo, two very fragmented memories immediately surfaced in her mind. One was Lawson standing in front of her saying, "This is not for war, but to end it." The other was her piloting a fighter jet, skimming over treetops and urgently landing on water. "I think I need to meet this Maria Rambeau immediately," she murmured. Holding Goose, Bruce said, "Is that so? Then to prevent that short, chubby guy from causing us trouble, I think we need to change our mode of transportation." Nick Fury, "So my car." Bruce, "Don't worry, it will still belong to you once everything is over." Carol, "So what do you mean by a new mode of transportation? What do you think?" "Our amnesiac ace pilot." The others all turned their gaze to Carol. Carol, "Can't you or Tellus fly a plane?" Bruce and Tellus blinked. "But this is an Earth plane, and we've never flown one." "Right, Tellus?" Tellus, "That's right, and we trust you." Carol looked at them with disdain. "You don't trust me at all, and I don't need it." Tellus. The five of them walked towards the door, and just as they reached it, Bruce suddenly remembered something important. "Did you find a CD in those two boxes?" Nick Fury, confused, "No, why?" Bruce explained, "The plane crashed 6 years ago, but the black box from that plane was not damaged. It was preserved. So if it's not in that box, then—" Nick Fury understood Bruce's implication. "It's either in the box belonging to Carol, or it was secretly stored by the military." Bruce shrugged. "Hurry up. I'll just wait here by the door for you." The four of them re-entered the archive room, leaving Bruce behind to play with the cat. He said to Goose in his arms, "Why do you only say meow like a regular cat? I've studied dozens of languages from different races in the universe, but can you tell me where I can learn cat language?" Inside the archive room, Nick Fury and the others successfully found the box labeled with Carol Danvers' name, and indeed found a CD inside. Without delay, the five of them headed up the stairs to the surface and found the most distinctive and eye-catching white fighter jet parked at the landing site. With no one around, they all climbed in. Carol sat in the pilot's seat, Bruce in the co-pilot's seat, and the others took positions in the back. Carol hesitated and spoke up. "Before everything starts, are you sure you really want me to do this?" "Bruce, what's there to be afraid of? You, the former Earth pilot, have flown several types of spacecraft." Carol stopped, deflecting, and focused her mind on the control stick and console in front of her. Gradually, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she instinctively turned on the two switches above her head and a knob. The plane powered up, pushing the throttle forward and gripping the control stick as the plane slowly lifted off the ground. The old feeling of control returned to Carol. Bruce smirked. "See? Isn't it flying just fine? Sometimes you really can't underestimate muscle memory." The plane flew out of the landing area, out of the cave, and into the blue sky. Once it was finally flying smoothly in the air. "Can I ask you a question?" Carol suddenly spoke. "Bruce, what? How do you know so many things?" Suddenly, the other people on the plane became interested in this question and leaned in to listen. "Why can't I escape this question no matter where I go?" Bruce rolled his eyes. "Tell us. Who else has asked you the same question?" "Plenty. Howard, Steve, Heimdall, and so on." Heimdall's voice echoed in Bruce's ear. "I'm here. What do you need me for?" "Bruce." Nick Fury. "Boss, what did you mean by that? Are you saying you know more than just what's happening now, even about Captain and the others?" "Bruce, everything about them is a secret. But Carol, I can tell you about your question, considering you guys are qualified and consider the good guys." Tellus blinked. "Am I honored?" Bruce replied while petting the cat. "This is my ability. I can see some images of the future that have yet to happen. It's that simple. That's why I know so much." "Carol, you mean you're a prophet?" "Uh-huh." "Carol, then what can you see?" "Not sure. What's in those images, who is there, is completely out of my control." "So what have you seen?" Bruce pretended to think. "I saw the Skrulls, a poor refugee race, being slaughtered by your team. Of course, I've changed that. Then I saw you slaughtering the remaining Skrulls on their ship. I've changed that too. Next was the scene of the Skrulls coming to Earth and getting hit by a car. I changed that as well. And then, why are you all looking at me like that?" "Carol, simply put, the images you see must involve someone dying." Let me think, pretty much." "Carol, what about Lawson?" "I saw her too," Bruce said with a look of regret. "But unfortunately, I had something to do at that time, so I couldn't save her." This was also the truth. He had originally planned to go to Earth a month in advance, so he could use Howard's power to arrange some things. By the time he saved Lawson, even if he couldn't persuade a talented scientist like her to come to Asgard, he could deepen their friendship, which would be beneficial. But then there was turmoil either in Vanaheim or in one of the worlds under Asgard, and the one causing the turmoil even called himself the god of death. This forced him to join Thor and Loki's expedition team and personally go to that world. By the time the war ended and his investigation into the god of death concluded, he perfectly missed all the plot lines related to Wendy Lawson. What frustrated him the most was that the information he found about the so-called god of death turned out to be just a simple misunderstanding. It was utterly distressing. Maria Rambeau is Carol Danvers' closest friend and comrade, currently living in a picturesque and pleasant rural area in Louisiana. She is a retired pilot. When Bruce and the others finally found her residence after some time, they had only eaten some American fast food along the way, which left Bruce feeling quite dissatisfied, as he has high standards for food. Although Maria lives in the countryside, her life is evidently going quite well, as can be gleaned from Carol's previous memories. The five of them slowly approached the open hangar where Maria parked her small private plane. Bruce, looking displeased, called out to Maria, who was busy working at a distant workbench. "You must be Maria Rambeau. We need to talk to you." Maria looked up from her workbench, and, at the same time, a young black girl sitting in the small plane came into their view. Because she was so small, they hadn't seen her properly before. The little girl, full of excitement, jumped down from the plane and shouted, "Aunt Carol! Mom, look, it's Aunt Carol!" She then joyfully ran over, completely ignoring Bruce and Nick Fury, who had just spoken, and hugged Carol tightly. Maria Rambeau looked incredulous. She walked several steps and seemed to take a while to reach Bruce and the others. Carol, feeling very apologetic, pulled the little girl away and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not the person you think I am anymore." The little girl looked at her in confusion and then turned to Maria behind her. "We're here for an important matter, Maria," Bruce said to the three women who were still silent. To cut a long story short, Carol has amnesia. Behind him, Nick Fury muttered, "This is really simple and direct, totally boss style." Coulson nodded in agreement. At this point, Bruce and the others had all entered Maria's charming little wooden house and found places to sit. Nick Fury and the others had been explaining various things regarding Carol to Maria. "This is the craziest thing I've ever heard," Maria remarked. Her daughter Monica firmly declared, "I don't believe there are aliens in the world." Carol, could you do me a small favor?" Bruce, who had been busy at the kitchen counter, suddenly spoke up. Carol turned around to see him pointing at the large silver kettle. After a moment of silence, she walked over and placed her hand on the kettle. A few seconds later, the sound of boiling water echoed from the kettle. Puff, puff, puff. All right, thank you so much." Bruce gratefully lifted the kettle and poured the water into a cup he had just prepared, filling it to the brim. This cup contained the most expensive instant coffee, the priciest whole milk he bought from the supermarket before arriving, and a generous spoonful of sugar sourced from Maria's home. It was clear that he borrowed money from Nick Fury and Coulson, each lending him $100 to buy these items. Bruce took a sip from the cup, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. The previous displeasure from eating fast food had vanished. Monica exclaimed, "Wow, this is so cool." Maria furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "You said you came from a secret base to get this coffee?" Nick Fury quickly explained, "Oh, we picked it up on our way when Boss bought it while we were taking a break." Maria's eyes widened in surprise. "You got off the plane to eat and buy coffee? While on such an important mission?" Bruce replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, we were hungry." Maria looked exasperated. "I'm sorry, but what exactly qualifies you to lead this group?" "A former ace pilot, 2 seasoned agents from S.H.I.E.L.D, and 1. Excuse me, who are you?" Tellus said helplessly, "Oh, I'm a shape-shifting Skrull." Maria let out an expletive. What the fuck? Clearly, they had glossed over some details in their storytelling, even neglecting to mention that Tellus had transformed into a human. Okay, we've completed our primary purpose for coming here so far. Carol, now you believe in your identity, right? The time, events, and evidence all aligned perfectly, Bruce said, having drunk about half of his coffee. The little girl Monica suddenly said, "Oh, I saved all your stuff. I'll go get it." And she bounced off excitedly. Carol said, "By the way, that's CD." Nick Fury took the CD out from his belongings and asked, "What's up?" "It records everything from the plane crash, right? Now, how do we open it?" Bruce quickly said, Wait, don't rush. Take it step by step. It's still early before Jorg and the others arrive. Calm down. You're just one layer away from the final truth. Okay. Bruce patted Carol on the shoulder and said, maybe you want to have a private chat with your good friend? Then he turned to the others in the room and said, come on, let's go help the girl move her things. Tell us, looking puzzled, asked, are we all going? Nick Fury scoffed, fine. As their figures disappeared down the corridor, Carol slowly sat down beside Maria, her face clearly showing some awkwardness. I'm sorry, she pointed her head. Maria understood and said, I know, amnesia, but at least you're still alive. I'm glad. Actually, I saw some brief glimpses of us playing together and drinking. Maria smiled and said, I think that's because you really can't let go of me. You can't be without me as your wingman, right? They exchanged glances and laughed together. By the way, who exactly is this Bruce? He should be a prince from some country in the universe, but I don't know why Nick Fury and the others call him boss. Wait, Maria looked at her with a strange expression. Prince? Boss, are you sure you're not mistaken? Of course, why do you ask that? Because based on your description and his appearance, I can't help but associate his identity with a hero who emerged decades ago. Hero? Who? You really don't remember, do you? The only 2 comics you ever collected. One of them was about him. Bruce, if I'm not mistaken. Bruce and the others waited until the warm moment between Carol and Maria came to an end before re-establishing their presence. For Maria, who was seeing her friend return from the dead after 6 years, and for Carol, who had endured 6 years of nightmares, this reunion held profound significance. They certainly didn't want to, nor could they, interrupt as unwelcome guests in their heartfelt exchange. Seeing Maria wipe away her tears, Bruce signaled for the little girl, Monica, to start speaking. Come look, all these things belong to you. Bruce and the others stood around a long dining table, which held a large box filled with Carol's belongings. Carol approached the table, and Monica began showing her photographs one by one, providing real-time commentary. This is a picture of us on Halloween. I'm Amelia Earhart, and you're Janis Joplin. Look at this one. This is your childhood photo. It seems you didn't get along well with your family. Mom says we are your real family. This is us at Christmas, wearing pajamas together. This is when you graduated. This is you. And this one. As Monica narrated, Carol gradually immersed herself in the collection of photographs. All right, and your jacket. Ever since I got ketchup on it. Mom won't let me wear it anymore. Monica ran off to fetch the jacket, while Carol casually rummaged through the many items and pulled out a small piece of metal that had survived the explosion. Though it was charred, the word Carol could still be clearly seen on it. Maria remarked, this is the only thing left from that crash, of course, that only refers to before. Carol pouted, looks like I can never use the name Veers again. Maria laughed along with her. Monica returned with a brown leather jacket in hand. Look, it's this one. Carol took the jacket, nodding seriously, yeah, it's definitely cool. Bruce made himself a new cup of coffee and walked over. Great, now we can start uncovering the last mystery, Nick. Nick Fury produced the CD. Maria curiously asked, you said that CD records everything from the crash? She had been focused on Carol until now, only just remembering what the existence of that CD truly meant. Nick Fury nodded silently. But those people said this thing was destroyed in the explosion. Nick Fury replied, clearly not. Where's your computer? The CD was inserted into the computer, and the slow loading time of the 90s seemed endless. Maybe it took a minute, maybe 2, perhaps even a century. During this quiet period, where even a falling pin could be heard, Carol foolishly asked, what's happening? Nick Fury, sipping his hot water, answered, it's reading the files. Carol, Bruce, closest to the computer with his coffee, said just give it some time. He then happily took another sip from his cup. After an indeterminate amount of time, the computer finally completed loading the files from the CD. The voice of Kree Dr. Lawson echoed, input coordinates, 5229, -47, 8.768, 0.2. Then came Carol's voice, got it. Where are we going, Doctor? As the voices played from the computer, the memories that had been buried deep in Carol's mind finally surfaced. She felt as if she had returned to the day of the incident. Bruce and the others also began to learn about all the details of the accident from 6 years ago through the audio. On that day, Lawson was supposed to take Carol to her lab, but while flying in the air, they discovered they were intercepted by Jorg and Minerva. Carol belatedly noticed the enemies appearing behind them, and after several rounds of maneuvering and probing, an intense aerial battle ensued. Eventually, Carol failed. She had locked onto the target, but at the same time, the enemy had locked onto her as well. Worried that an attack on her would injure Lawson in the back seat, she relinquished her chance to attack and performed a barrel roll maneuver to evade, only to be hit by a stray bullet. Then came the forced landing crash. They attempted an emergency ejection, but unfortunately, it failed. The hatch ejected, but they remained inside the cockpit. They skimmed over treetops, glided over the lake, and tumbled onto the ground together. After the violent movement concluded, a still conscious Carol crawled out of the cockpit and pulled Lawson out with her. The crash left Lawson bloodied and unconscious, revealing to Carol the big secret that Lawson's blood was blue, and she realized Lawson was actually an alien. Lawson, however, was unfazed and humorously remarked, "Yeah, but look at my hairdo, what do you think?" Lawson explained that her purpose in this work was to end an unjust war, but the war was much grander than Carol had imagined. She revealed that her real name was not Lawson, but Mar-Vell from the planet Hala, and urged Carol to leave right away, only needing her to remember the coordinates to save some people. After disclosing this crucial information, she struggled to pull out a gun and aimed it at the fighter jet's engine, wanting to destroy it despite her severely injured state from the violent impact. Then, with a bang, Jorg, who had been walking slowly from afar, shot her in the heart, and she fell to the ground forever. Carol picked up Lawson's gun and confronted Jorg. Jorg wanted to kill her and acquire the energy core, and in a heated moment, she shot the plane's engine. The engine exploded, releasing a massive amount of energy, which returned along her trajectory and ultimately entered her body. After the explosion, she was left unconscious but alive, taken by Jorg to Hala, where most of her memories were altered, making her live as the Kree Veers for 6 years. Until today. Except for Bruce and Carol, who were the main parties involved, the others were completely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the engine explosion. However, this did not stop them from imagining the crash scene in their minds. After listening to the entire recording, Carol appeared somewhat dazed, perhaps because the truth was as Bruce had said, or perhaps because everything had finally come to light, leaving her with a sense of disorientation. "I need to get some fresh air." After saying this, she walked outside alone. Behind her, Bruce and the others followed suit. He stood with his hands in the pockets of his coat, looking cool from 3 meters away from Carol. "I told you already. Don't forget, I'm a prophet. How could I be wrong?" Carol stared blankly. "So, all that stuff about the Skrulls is true?" Tellus nodded from behind. Carol felt lost. "What should I do now?" Bruce shrugged. "Do what you originally planned to do. Don't forget, you promised Mar-Vell before she died." Carol shook off her confusion. "You're right. There are people waiting for me to rescue them." Unlike the original plot, throughout all these experiences, Carol had friends by her side, especially Bruce. Well, she could reluctantly include Tellus, the Skrull, in that list. From the very beginning, they had stayed with her, with Bruce offering important reminders at critical moments, significantly aiding her, so she was never fighting alone. Although they couldn't be called comrades in arms or life-and-death friends, their bond had deepened in a short time, and in Carol's heart, Bruce had completely replaced Jorg's position, becoming one of the people she trusted the most. After Carol mentioned that someone needed her help, Tellus's expression became unusually excited. "The coordinates, they're waiting for us to rescue them at those coordinates, right?" The others couldn't help but look at Tellus, and Carol asked in confusion, "That's true, but what does that have to do with you?" "It has everything to do with me because Bruce walked over and placed a hand on Tellus's shoulder. Those are his last family members." "Carol, excuse me?" Bruce turned to Tellus. "At this point, you're not still holding a grudge, are you?" "Tellus, please go ahead, Prophet." At that moment, he suddenly felt that what Bruce had told him earlier might very well become reality. Perhaps he and his people really would be swept up by Bruce, following him from then on. Bruce addressed everyone. As I previously mentioned, their Skrull planet was destroyed by the Kree, leaving them as a refugee race in the universe, fleeing everywhere. Tellus's family and a few surviving kin were saved by Mar-Vell and hidden in her spaceship. "That's why he absolutely needs to find Mar-Vell," Carol murmured. "She spent half her life involved in a shameful war." Bruce replied, "Now we all understand what kind of war she was referring to." Tellus interjected, Friends, while I don't want to interrupt, shouldn't we figure out those coordinates first?" "Bruce, there's nothing to figure out because they don't really count as spatial coordinates." "Carol, That's a trajectory route statement. Tellus frowned. Nick Fury explained to him. Simply put, just fly along that route. Didn't our boss say your family is in her spaceship? Tellus suddenly understood and regretted not bringing his scientific advisor to Earth this time. If he had known that even his scientific advisor had failed to decipher this simple trajectory in the original plot, he might have felt better now. So, are you guys going to outer space? Maria asked. Bruce replied, obviously everyone, are you ready? Except for Maria and Carol, the others were somewhat excited upon hearing the news, including Monica, who had been quietly listening. She even jumped up in excitement. Yay, Maria. Yay for what? You can't go anywhere, Monica replied. I didn't say I wanted to go. I know I'm still little and have no experience in flying, but you can go, right? This is going to outer space. Maria, stern-faced, I'm not going anywhere. Monica loudly asked, why not? You're a pilot. Shouldn't you set a good example for me? Maria, I'm retired. Carol interjected, wait a minute, is it just me thinking about how we're supposed to get to outer space with all these people? Nick Fury matter-of-factly said, you just go back the way you came to Earth. He suddenly remembered the hole in the ceiling of the video store, and his expression turned a bit strange. You're not saying your spacecraft is broken, are you? Carol looked at Bruce helplessly. Thanks to him, it was his idea to blow up the ship to attract your attention the fastest and get you to come help. Nick Fury suddenly changed his expression. That's a brilliant idea. Efficient, simple, and direct. No wonder your boss. Coulson softly cleared his throat behind Nick Fury. Nick Fury innocently turned his head. What? Did I say something wrong? Bruce said, yeah, I think Nick has a point. Coulson smiled subtly. No, I just think the director's description isn't quite accurate. It's missing something. Bruce, so? What's missing? The most handsome boss on the whole planet. Using the last remaining spacecraft of Tellus to go to outer space was impossible. That tiny cockpit could barely fit a second person. In the original plot, it was the scientist beside Tellus who modified the fighter jet that Carol had flown in, allowing them to take it into outer space. After all, that fighter jet was originally designed by Marvel for space travel. But here, without Tellus as scientist, everyone ultimately agreed to board Tellus's spacecraft, which could quickly descend from outer space. Ah, yes, it was impossible to summon that scientist to modify the ship and then take it into space. Otherwise, it would be like buying the box and discarding the pearl. They directly switched to a more convenient and faster mode of transportation. Meanwhile, a heated debate erupted between Maria, the retired pilot, and her daughter Monica about whether Maria should join them on their trip to outer space. While Tellus was calling the ship to prepare for descent to Earth, Bruce and the others took on the role of judges, responsible for determining the outcome of this debate. In the end, Bruce, Carol, Nick Fury, and Coulson unanimously declared Monica the winner. Maria sighed in resignation. You really don't need me. Bruce patiently explained, you can't say it like that. Earlier, when Carol was talking to Jorg, she revealed that the Skrulls are after her. This means the Kree will come to Earth with a fully trained intergalactic army. Carol continued from where Bruce left off. Yes, we should gather every bit of strength we can to face them. Maria retorted, but you're the mysterious prince. Those people aren't a threat to you at all. Bruce blinked and, a bit helplessly, said, could you stop bringing up that unflattering name? Did I reveal myself so obviously? When exactly was I exposed? He looked curiously at the others. Tellus looked bewildered. Carol was rolling her eyes, and Nick Fury and Coulson quickly shook their heads, indicating they weren't the ones who leaked the information. Monica excitedly asked, really? Are you actually that person from the comics? What about your partner, Captain America? Everyone perked up, eager to hear some explosive news, but Bruce just smiled mysteriously and said, secret. Monica pouted in disappointment. Fine, I admit your identity. You're that so-called prince from over 40 years ago. Ugh. I swear I'll change that awful name. Giving that task to Howard to come up with a cool nickname was the worst decision I ever made. Seeing everyone looking at him, Bruce took a deep breath, trying to stay calm and cheerful, and steer the conversation back to the topic at hand. But you need to understand that it's an intergalactic army. When they come, we must be prepared and gather every bit of strength to face them. What do you think? His reasoning left Maria, who had just been forced to lose the debate, speechless, and even young Monica gave him a thumbs up. Finally, the personnel list for the trip to outer space was confirmed. Bruce and his 5-member group, plus Maria, Carol's friend, the retired ace pilot. Tellus's ship descended slowly from the sky and, to avoid detection, hid in a deserted area far away. Nick Fury couldn't help but exclaim, Earth's outer space surveillance capabilities really need to improve. Bruce patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. Earth's technological advancement rate far exceeds your imagination. Moreover, don't think we Asgardians are blind. Earth has been calm for thousands of years. Do you know why? My old man lost one of his eyes to drive a bunch of frost giants off the planet. Nick Fury paused, confused, and asked, So the legendary king Odin really only has one eye? Wait, why did I say also? Bruce nearly burst out laughing at Nick Fury, but managed to hold it in. So, just take it one step at a time. Earth isn't as fragile as you think. In the distance, Monica was saying her goodbyes to Maria and Carol. Maria gently said, Stay close to your grandmother and dad. Don't run around. I'll be back soon. Monica playfully responded, Oh, I know. Your most important job right now is not to worry about me, but to go be a hero with Aunt Carol, executing the coolest flight mission of your life. As for me, I'll behave and sit on the couch watching my new prince, waiting for you to come back. Maria exchanged a helpless smile with Carol. All right, I just remembered something. Carol suddenly spoke up. Maria and Monica looked at her curiously and asked, What is it? Carol pointed to her clothes and said, If I'm going to complete this mission I've waited 6 years for, I can't keep wearing this outfit. Besides, I'm no longer a Kree. Since arriving on Earth until now, she had always worn the green Kree intergalactic combat suit, and she had long since discarded the suit she wore to enter the secret military base, returning it to Tellus. So, she smiled at Maria and Monica. Any good suggestions? Maria thought for a moment and said, Maybe you can wear your jacket. Of course, I'll wear that, but Carol fiddled with a miniature device on her left arm, and as she adjusted it, the green combat suit transformed into various colors, brighter greens, deep blacks, sky blues, and a riot of vibrant hues. Clearly, Carol still had a youthful heart. Monica exclaimed, This is so cool. Why not keep it black? It's the same color as the mysterious prince's armor. By the way, speaking of the mysterious prince, can you give me his autograph when you get a chance? 2 copies, please. Carol asked in confusion, Why 2 copies? Monica mischievously replied, One for me and one for Mom, so she won't steal mine. Carol looked skeptically at Maria. Maria awkwardly cleared her throat and said, Considering your memory hasn't fully returned, it's normal not to know these details. Carol shrugged, saying, Okay, I'll remember to ask for 3 autographs. Maria and Monica widened their eyes in surprise. Huh. Carol raised an eyebrow and said, Just to prevent me from regretting it once my memory fully returns. The spaceship smoothly flew to its destination along the designated trajectory, quietly coming to a stop in the vastness of space. Goose sat obediently on Bruce's lap, who had positioned himself in the spot with the best view. He softly remarked, We've finally arrived. Tellus appeared quite anxious and couldn't help but ask, But why can't we see anything here? Nick Fury speculated, Could it be that the ship's speed was too fast, and we just flew past it? Bruce rolled his eyes and looked at Carol. What do you think? Carol explained, Mar-Vell is a Kree, and her spaceship naturally uses Kree technology. As she spoke, she extended her left hand and projected a virtual image in the air, then gently tapped it. An electronic voice emanated from her hand. Cloaking removal activated. As a model of the spaceship appeared in the virtual display, the long, box-shaped spacecraft gradually deactivated its optical invisibility, clearly coming into view before them. Moreover, this box-shaped ship was significantly larger than Tellus's ship, at least 3 to 4 times bigger. Bruce stood up while holding Goose, silently critiquing the ship's design in his mind, and then got straight to the point. All right, now we need to think about how to get inside. You should have a way, right? Carol replied. This type of ship usually has its entrance in the middle. Of course, if the people inside know how to control it, we could also enter through a larger door. As Bruce walked, he didn't even glance at Tellus. Then let's not overthink it. We'll take the normal route you mentioned. Tellus innocently said, Come on, they're just ordinary civilians. Can't we go in? Besides, this is a Kree ship. They've surely been instructed not to attempt contact with the outside. Bruce sighed. You may have a point. The 6 of them arrived at Tellus's hangar, as only by piloting these small ships could they enter through the opening in Mar-Vell's spaceship. Passing by 3 empty spots for the ships, Bruce instructed Nick and Coulson without a hint of embarrassment. Nick, Coulson, You can't pilot a ship, so just squeeze in with Carol and Tellus. As if he genuinely had enough ships for everyone to ride in. The others, who were already aware of where the 3 ships were headed, remained silent and each boarded their respective cockpits. Nick Fury, forced to stand behind the pilot's seat due to the lack of seats, said, "I'm glad there's enough space in here for me to stand." His voice carried through the communication device to the other ships. Coulson, standing behind Tellus, chimed in, "Yeah, me too." The ships powered up and slowly flew into space. The 6 of them piloting 4 ships as they entered through the opening of Mar-Vell's spaceship. Maria remarked, "Now I've gained another skill in flying a spaceship." Nick Fury responded with a hint of jealousy. "What's so hard about it? I think I could do it too." Tellus laughed. "Don't worry. When you go back to Earth, you'll have plenty of opportunities to practice." Nick Fury asked in confusion, "Excuse me?" Tellus explained, "Your boss asked me to leave that ship for you." I agreed. "He said it was your reward for helping us this time." Coulson quickly added, "Cough, I don't mean anything by it. I just wanted to say—" Bruce interjected, "All my works and signed editions along with Steve's entire collections will be given to you the next time I return to Earth." "How does that sound?" Coulson hurriedly replied, "I don't mean anything. I just want to help boss out." "Wait, why did you say next time you return to Earth?" Bruce explained, "Aren't Tellus and the others homeless? We agreed beforehand that once everything is over, I'd take him to Asgard to see it, and if all goes well, he and his people will become the newest citizens of Asgard after nearly 1,000 years. Carol exclaimed, "Wow, you've been hiding this good news until now. That's amazing." Bruce affirmed, "Absolutely." They flew to the entrance of Mar-Vell's ship and successfully entered her spacecraft. Stepping off the ships, the group walked on the hard metal floor, slowly making their way down the dimly lit corridor. Tellus picked up a pristine, well-maintained baseball from the floor of the corridor and continued walking with it. Bruce chuckled softly, saying, "Looks like they were having a lot of fun here before we arrived. That's a good sign." Tellus could no longer contain his excitement and quickened his pace, leaving the others behind. Bruce and the others hurried to catch up, and as they approached, the doorway sensed their presence and opened with a swish, leading them into a spacious laboratory. Clearly, this was the main workspace on the ship when Mar-Vell was still alive. Tellus walked straight into the adjacent empty room of Mar-Vell's lab and let out a unique Skrull call. His appearance had already changed back when he boarded his ship, which had surprised Maria, Nick Fury, and Coulson, who had never seen him like this before. Maria bluntly remarked, "That's disgusting," garnering the agreement of Bruce and the others. It wasn't until Nick Fury quietly asked Tellus, "You really can change into any race and any gender, right?" that the target of everyone's disgust shifted from Tellus to Nick Fury. Tellus's long howl was soon met with various responses. The commonality among these responses was that anyone could tell at first hearing that they were not human. As the sounds of doors opening echoed, cautious and fearful Skrulls began to emerge from the corridors. Those who had responded to Tellus were among them. Among these Skrulls were elderly, children, males, and females. The only thing missing was the strong and capable Skrulls who could become qualified soldiers. Tellus quickly spotted his wife among the crowd and hurried over to embrace her warmly. Bruce and the others watched, and at that moment, Nick Fury remarked, "Now I understand why they became a refugee race. Compared to them, we are indeed much happier." Coulson, who typically said little, agreed. Who can argue with that? In this moment, Carol truly realized how wrong she had been in her actions over the past 6 years. After Tellus and his wife and child shared their tender moment, she slowly stepped forward and said with a face full of guilt, "I'm sorry." Tellus comforted her. "It's okay. I'm very sure you will stand by our side." Bruce also approached, saying, "Of course. She's going to be a champion of justice in the universe." Carol looked at Bruce and smiled gratefully, saying, "And thank you for stopping me from making an even bigger mistake." "Who said I'm a prophet?" Bruce's expression seemed helpless, but it actually carried a hint of pride as he casually shrugged his shoulders. "I'm happy to have a prophetic friend like you." Carol lightly punched his chest. He frowned and looked at Carol's chest. "You aren't deliberately bullying me because I can't fight back, are you?" Carol's momentary guilt was instantly dispelled by his words, revealing a smile. "Maybe a little." Bruce raised his voice slightly. "All right, Tellus. You go explain the follow-up arrangements to your people first. You promised to come over. I'll be waiting for you over there." Saying this, he took Carol back to Marvel's laboratory, arriving in front of the cosmic cube that had been quietly placed there. They hadn't noticed this object before, but because Bruce had said, "I'll tell you about this later," they temporarily ignored it. At this moment, looking at the cosmic cube emitting blue light, Carol asked, "Is this the cosmic cube she mentioned in her notes, the core that Tellus and the others have been trying to find?" Bruce nodded. "That's right, but this time I really want to take it back to Asgard." Carol looked puzzled. "Take it back? Are you saying it originally belonged to Asgard?" Bruce frowned slightly. "Is it so hard to believe? Over 40 years ago, I came to Earth to retrieve it, but it was activated by an idiot and fell straight into the sea from 10,000 meters high. By the way, didn't Marvel record how she got this thing in her notes?" Carol chuckled awkwardly. She said she used somewhat improper means to steal it from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's eyes widened. "What? But there haven't been any theft incidents in the agency for years." Bruce and Carol looked at him simultaneously, their expressions resembling those of adults looking at a naive child. "Wait, you might not fully understand my current position," Nick Fury hurriedly explained. "My position is equivalent to being the boss, except for the top boss above me, Keller. I still have some authority to read about missing items." Bruce felt that continuing this topic might spark a war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, so he decisively changed the subject. "This matter is somewhat related to Steve and is a not-so-small secret, so I can't say more right now." Nick Fury and Coulson nodded in understanding, and Bruce successfully ended the topic with a big truth. "Well, anyway, you guys shouldn't have any objections to me retrieving the cosmic cube now, right? And if you're interested, I can tell you an additional piece of news. There's a very powerful guy in the universe busy collecting similar items, and I'm pretty sure no civilization below or Asgard can stop him." At this point, Bruce paused and added, "All right, actually, even before we engage, we can't say for sure that Asgard has a guaranteed win." Carol looked at him in surprise. "Excuse me, is there really someone who can make you lose confidence?" Bruce slightly lifted his chin. "Don't worry, you'll run into this guy someday. You saw him again? You can think of it as a premonition from a prophet. Suit yourself, I wasn't even planning to have this thing in the first place. How about telling me this guy's name in advance?" Goose jumped onto the shelf where the cosmic cube was placed as soon as he entered the room, guarding the cosmic cube and occasionally reaching out with his claws to scratch it. Bruce petted Goose on the back of its neck, making it comfortably squint its eyes, before reaching out to take the cosmic cube off the shelf. "Don't worry, when you hear about his deeds in the future, you'll know right away that he's the one I mentioned." Sounds like quite an impressive character. Bruce held the cosmic cube and gestured to Nick Fury. "As for returning it to its rightful owner, even S.H.I.E.L.D. shouldn't have much to say, right?" Nick Fury chuckled dryly. "Boss, why don't you just toss it into some corner of the universe?" This guy was actually thinking about that. He wasn't worried about who the cosmic cube belonged to, but was more concerned about Bruce's safety. Clearly, the Bruce who stood before them was no longer just an idol, but someone they genuinely recognized and respected. Bruce smiled. "The last time I earned the respect and trust of that bunch from the Howling Commandos, it took me 3 days of hard battles. How come you elite agents are easier to deal with than them?" Coulson scratched his head. "Maybe it's because last time, boss, you dealt with an Earth event, but this time you're handling interstellar issues with us?" Nick Fury chimed in. "And then there's your charisma, boss." Bruce said solemnly, "There's one thing I can finally confirm now." Nick Fury and Coulson looked at him in confusion. "What?" Bruce said seriously. "You will definitely become one of the top leaders of S.H.I.E.L.D. in a few years." Nick Fury and Coulson blinked, and just as Nick Fury was about to say something, Bruce beat him to it. "Don't worry. Asgard has protected the Earth a number of times over the years. While it definitely doesn't reach 3 digits, it surely has hit double digits. You have to believe in the strength of our mythic civilization." Nick Fury and Coulson were left speechless. At this moment, Bruce began to worry about where to store the cosmic cube. He wasn't keen on moving the candy box that belonged to Marvel. He found it hard to accept the idea of having Goose swallow it. But apart from that, he couldn't find any other suitable container for the cosmic cube in this large spaceship and laboratory. "If I had known, I should have taken magic classes with that Loki guy back then," he muttered quietly. Just as he was troubled about the storage of the cosmic cube, Tellus was walking over with his wife. Behind them, a group of Skrulls were cautiously watching them. The long-standing lack of security made it so that, no matter how much they desired it, they couldn't easily offer the same level of trust to others as Carol and the others did. The one responding to Bruce was Tellus's wife, who said solemnly, "We long for an environment suitable for all to live in, and we want our children to grow up in a better environment. Moreover, Tellus believes in you. He has told me a lot about you. Bruce looked at Tellus in surprise. Wow, it only took me a little over a day to win you over. Tellus explained. Actually, it's been over a month. I've learned about the good deeds you did on Torfa and the refugees you helped. Bruce smiled helplessly. Those were just small things I did on a whim. They don't represent me at all. I never claimed I want to save everyone and turn Torfa into a paradise in the universe. Tellus said seriously, when you could have easily chosen to ignore others, you opted to help instead, rather than standing by or kicking them when they were down. Even when they had offended you in the past, and some even stole from you, you merely gave them a light punishment before letting them go. Bruce suddenly looked suspiciously at Tellus. How much information have you gathered about me? That guy who tried to steal my last piece of candy last time wasn't one of your people, was he? Tellus quickly waved his hands. Absolutely not. I swear. Bruce chuckled. Just kidding, don't be so nervous. So, have you all made your decision? Are you coming with me to Asgard? Tellus slightly bowed his head to Bruce. If this won't cause you any trouble, my prince. Bruce said with satisfaction. It seems I've solved another problem. Now, we have just one last thing to do. Carol asked curiously. Are you referring to Yolrog and the others? Bruce pondered and said, if we calculate the time, how long do you think it will take them to arrive? Carol recalled, when I contacted them, they were about 22 hours away from the nearest warpoint. Nick Fury remarked, I didn't expect the Kree to use hours for timing. That's quite amazing. The others all exchanged speechless glances at him. Nick Fury awkwardly chuckled. All right, according to the time estimate, the Kree should arrive on Earth in about 5 to 6 hours. Bruce frowned. Why is it taking so long? Nick Fury quickly replied. Maybe it's not that they're slow, but that bossier efficiency is just too high. Bruce shook his head helplessly. Well, Carol responded. Uh-huh. Bruce said, notify Yolrog that you know everything now, and mention the Skrull situation. Then he'll know what to do. Carol asked doubtfully. You want him to bring a huge interstellar force over? Bruce smiled mysteriously. Sort of think of it as a gift for the new citizens of Asgard. Carol was even more confused. What do you want to do? Bruce patiently explained. It's not about what I want to do, but what you're going to do. Carol was even more puzzled. What do you mean? Bruce patted her shoulder. I'll explain it to you later. For now, go contact him. I think on this Kree ship, you shouldn't have any signal issues contacting the Kree anymore, right? Carol nodded. All right. Then she walked aside to make the call. Bruce looked back at Tellus. This is a counterattack to regain dignity. You can't miss it. Tellus said firmly. Please give your orders, my prince. Bruce smiled slightly. Very well. First settle your people. Then come find me. Then Bruce turned to Nick Fury and the others. Guys, the big scene you've been waiting for is coming. Over 6 hours later, Yolrog's Special Operations Team, along with a large interstellar fleet led by the Accuser Ronin, traversed the warp point in space and arrived at Earth's location. At this time, the cosmic ship belonging to Marvel that had been parked next to Earth had disappeared, replaced by Tellus's much smaller Skrull spaceship. Yolrog initiated a communication request to the Skrull ship, and inside, Tellus chose to accept. Yolrog eagerly asked, where are they? He was referring to Carol and Minerva, who had already been captured by Bruce. The response came from Tellus's emotionless voice. Want to know? Then come chase me. The Skrull ship instantly accelerated, racing away from Earth in front of many Kree. Yolrog immediately made a judgment. It must be a trap, Ronin. Even among the Kree, the notorious Accuser Ronin's emotionless voice sounded. I understand. With Ronin's command, 3 of the 4 Kree warships he brought launched and pursued the fleeing Tellus and his team. After the 3 Kree warships flew off, a brand new square spaceship suddenly appeared beside the Skrull ship, which was Marvel's ship. Seeing Marvel's spaceship show up, Yolrog and his ship froze for a moment before finally uttering, shit. He realized he had made an extremely foolish principled mistake. Because his teammate Minerva had indeed been captured by the Skrulls, and the previous phone call from Carol had made him furious, he had come to this backward star region without even conducting basic reconnaissance, focusing all his attention on the Skrull ship. If Marvel's ship had launched a surprise attack on them at that moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wait, why hadn't this hidden ship attacked them, but instead revealed itself? Yolrog fell into confusion again. Just then, a communication request was sent from Marvel's ship. Yolrog hesitated for a second, but ultimately chose to connect. Minerva is with me. Want to save her? Then keep that executioner you called there and don't move. This is an internal matter for our team, and let us resolve it privately. I think we should have a lot to say to each other right now, right? After saying this, before Yelrog could respond, Carol directly hung up the communication. By her side, Maria and Tellus's wife accompanied her, and Maria worriedly asked, "We will succeed, right?" Carol said firmly. Even though Bruce made this sound very unreliable, I actually believe him, so, of course, we will succeed. She encouragingly patted Tellus's wife's shoulder. Don't worry, Tellus has been bravely resisting against the Kree's pursuit for so many years, and with Bruce, they must be safer than us. Tellus's wife nodded firmly. Bruce, Nick Fury, and Coulson boarded Tellus's ship. On board, alongside Tellus, were the other Skrulls who were supposed to have perished in the original storyline, but survived thanks to Bruce. They traversed the vastness of space, while 3 Kree warships under Ronan relentlessly pursued them. Nick Fury and Coulson were already in the airship bay, preparing alongside the other Skrulls. They were set to pilot the small airships, following Tellus's larger ship as his escorts, assisting him in this interstellar battle. Nick Fury's voice, tinged with uncertainty, came through the communication device. Boss, are you sure you want us to do this? We have no experience flying planes." Bruce was in the main cockpit of the ship, standing beside Tellus. The cosmic cube that he had been holding onto, unable to find a suitable container for, was now mysteriously hidden away. He addressed Nick Fury and the others. "Didn't someone just say that this simple operation could be learned in one go? Now I'm giving you the chance to prove yourselves. Aren't you excited?" Coulson had a long face. "But I never said that, boss. Can't you let the commander handle this alone? Thank you for boss's trust. Thank you for this opportunity, boss." Nick Fury loudly interrupted Coulson. "We will make you proud, boss." Coulson looked like he was about to cry. Bruce nodded with satisfaction. "That's the spirit." After closing the communication, he asked Tellus, "The 2 main cannons and over 10 secondary cannons on your ship are ready, right?" Tellus replied firmly, "Rest assured, my prince. I won't give them any opportunity before I explode." "All right, get ready. The moment I leave, you fire back immediately and show them what we're made of." As he spoke, the moon and wind appeared in Bruce's hand. He retreated to a more spacious area, waving it a couple of times but feeling somewhat awkward. He helplessly said, "Sure enough, when it comes to a grand scene like this, it feels wrong not to have some armor on." Tellus stared for a moment. "If you need it, my prince, we have spare battle suits." No need." Bruce quickly waved his hand. "I don't wear that stuff. I prefer the traditional way." "All right." Tellus couldn't find any other topic to discuss, so after thinking for a moment, he turned back to the large screen, keeping a close eye on the pursuing enemy forces behind them. Bruce was calculating the distance. Once he felt it was about right, confirming that the enemies behind them wouldn't be able to return to Ronan's side anytime soon and that Ronan couldn't provide immediate effective support. He spoke up, "Tellus." Tellus turned back. "My prince?" "Begin." As soon as the words left his lips, Bruce leaped back, grasping a dark blue, broad-bladed sword, and jumped into a blue spatial portal that had just appeared behind him, mixed within thick dark gray clouds. The portal was just the right size for him to enter and exit, with countless flickering flashes of lightning in the dense dark gray clouds, and blue energy light mixed in, making it difficult to discern its true form. At its center was a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. After Bruce disappeared into the portal, the deep gray clouds, the flickering arcs of electricity, and the dazzling blue energy light quickly vanished into the hole, and everything returned to calm. Except Bruce was no longer on the ship. Having witnessed this phenomenon, Tellus decisively turned and communicated to all the waiting Skrulls, "Counterattack immediately." After saying that, he first controlled one of the ship's most powerful main cannons, repositioned the ship, and fired the first retaliatory shot at the pursuing enemies. With a loud bang, Tellus's shot hit one of the 3 Kree warships, creating a large breach on its flank. A blue-skinned Kree aboard the damaged ship sneered coldly, unconcerned about the damage. "So, they finally stopped running? Deploy all fighters. I want to annihilate them at the fastest speed." With his command, all fighters on board the 3 Kree warships were launched simultaneously. Meanwhile, on Tellus's side, Nick Fury and the others, having gotten somewhat familiar with the airship, had also grasped the basic methods of flying it and flew out to participate in the interstellar battle. Tellus's earlier shot seemed to be a signal. and from that point on, his ship and the 3 Kree warships began exchanging fire in the vast universe. The 4 large yet agile birds dodged each other's lethal attacks while trying to eliminate each other. Smoke filled the air, and flames soared into the sky. At first glance, it seemed Tellus was about to face annihilation. At that moment, one of the Kree warships suddenly lost power for some unknown reason. The other 2 immediately inquired about the situation, but no one responded on the communication device. After a long wait of over 10 seconds, it finally started moving again, turning its direction and speeding toward one of the Kree ships, unleashing its firepower in a suicidal crash. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed. The ship that remained operational dodged in time, merely blocking the incoming shells from Tellus's side. In the end, after sustaining too much of Tellus's attacks, its entire hull exploded amidst the smoke, becoming the first of the 4 warships to fall. All of this was, in fact, the result of Bruce's actions within the spatial portal. He had actively summoned that portal. Several hours prior, after worrying for over 10 minutes about storing the cosmic cube, he had suddenly realized he had established a connection with the cube in his hand, and in an instant understood how to use it. Well, it couldn't be said that he fully understood the usage. He just confirmed that he had the authority to use the cosmic cube openly, as if the cube recognized him. He didn't know if the cube had been asleep during those previous minutes. A simple acknowledgement had taken so long. Afterwards, he concealed the cosmic cube beside him, employing a storage technique akin to magic he had never learned before, where the item remained right there, but no one else could find it, except for him. Until just now, he had opened a passageway leading to one of the 3 Kree warships using the cosmic cube, successfully infiltrating it, activating a no-match assassination mode, and found and entered the Kree control room, eliminating everyone who could potentially send a warning, and took control of that Kree warship to launch a suicide attack on the other 2 allied ships. The only regret was that he found it challenging to operate such a large spaceship alone, having to fire and maneuver simultaneously, leading to the failed suicidal attack. However, the final result was indeed gratifying. He had successfully destroyed a Kree warship, along with the many Kree soldiers who were still alive on board, hadn't he? When Tellus and the others saw the Kree warship experiencing abnormalities, they immediately realized that Bruce had succeeded. The morale of all of them surged due to the enemy's downfall, and the previously suppressed situation drastically changed because of Bruce's actions. Nick Fury couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, you're just too cool." Tellus responded in a flat, emotionless voice instead of Bruce's. "Stop with the flattery. He can't hear you now. Can you focus during combat, rookie?" Nick Fury looked incredulous, unable to believe that he had just been called a rookie. Did he just call me a rookie? Coulson, the newcomer who had always been referred to as a rookie by Nick Fury, quickly chimed in, "I didn't hear anything." Before Bruce's current ship was about to explode, he opened a new spatial portal and arrived on top of the 2nd Kree warship. Last time he had been lucky, or rather, he had a talent for using the cosmic cube, but this time, his luck seemed to have vanished. Last time, he had appeared in an empty weapons storage room on the Kree warship, which made his infiltration and assassination very smooth. However, this time, he found himself directly above the control room of the warship. With a loud thud, his foot landed heavily on the ship's metal floor. In fact, there was no need for any sound to alert the people around him, as the deep gray mist swirling around the blue spatial portal that accompanied his appearance had already made everyone in the control room understand what was happening. "Something's changed. We are in control." The one who wanted to alert Ronan far away hadn't finished his sentence before Bruce rushed forward, claiming the first kill with his sword. Bruce slowly withdrew his weapon from the neck of the apparent leader, finally getting a chance to catch his breath. What bad luck, huh? The remaining Kree quickly realized what was happening and drew their guns to shoot. Green energy projectiles flew towards him, and Bruce hurriedly swung his long sword to deflect them one by one. However, gradually, the bullets increased in number as some of the soldiers who hadn't had time to draw their guns finally pulled them from their waists. Bruce didn't want to continue this way. He began to run while blocking attacks. As his speed increased, it became difficult for these elite warriors to aim accurately at him. They could only rely on instinct to determine his approximate location and fire. One Kree soldier realized something was wrong and immediately attempted to report the situation to Ronan. He paused his shooting, raised his left arm, and opened the communication device. However, before he could say anything, Bruce swiftly cut his throat with a sword. The communication he had just initiated was abruptly interrupted, and Ronan on the other end saw one of his soldiers requesting communication, but when he tried to connect, nothing came through. Ronan sensed that something was wrong, but couldn't figure out what could go wrong when 3 elite warships were chasing a dilapidated Skrull ship. After cutting the throat of the soldier, trying to send a warning, and destroying his communication device, Bruce activated his new, no-match stealth on the new ship. His movements were incredibly swift as he glided around every Kree elite soldier. The moon and wind in his hands were extremely sharp. The combat suits of the Kree couldn't withstand the slicing power of his sword. Gah! Cries of agony echoed in the control room. The Kree warship where Bruce was had been inactive for a long time. Long enough for not only the remaining Kree warship to realize that something was wrong, but also for Tellus and the others to begin worrying about whether Bruce had encountered an accident. Rochelle, what's going on over there? Respond if you hear me. Cavis, respond if you hear me. Calls like this continually rang out from the central console of the control room, where Bruce was, but no matter how they called, a response was not destined to come from Bruce's side. Clang! The sound of a sharp sword slicing through metal rang out as the last Kree soldier fell beneath Bruce's blade. His gun was cleaved in two by Bruce, and, after struggling and catching one last glimpse of Bruce, he lost his final breath. To those outside, the Kree warship that had been silent for so long finally began to move. Amidst the cheers of Tellus and the others and the astonished gazes of the Kree, this warship launched a suicide attack against the last intact Kree warship. The spilling ammunition and the increasing speed of the warship mirrored the earlier scene perfectly. The commander on the last Kree warship, still unaware, became furious, unwilling to believe what he was witnessing. This is impossible. Commander, I believe now is not the time for us to question these things. We should report to Ronan immediately. The commander shot a fierce glare at the speaker, scaring him half to death. After a long pause, he finally conceded to reality. Report. What do you want to report? Bruce suddenly walked into the control room. He knew he couldn't complete a suicide attack alone, so this time he didn't stubbornly stay on the previous warship until it exploded before leaving. Instead, he handed that ship over to Tellus and the others to handle and immediately arrived on the last Kree warship. He found that he was gradually falling in love with the capabilities of the Cosmic Cube. The spatial abilities were incredibly useful during an invasion. Seeing Bruce, the commander furrowed his brows, realizing things were not simple. Who are you? How did you get in here? As he questioned Bruce, he secretly opened a communication link to Ronan behind him. Ronan, who had been helping Yolrog maintain control, had been wanting to contact the 3 warships he dispatched for a while. When the communication request came through, he immediately instructed his subordinate to connect. Thus, the next moment, all the Kree in Ronan's control room heard Bruce's playful voice coming through the communicator. Oops, I accidentally got discovered. Then, all Ronan and his crew could hear was a crackling sound of electricity. Beside Ronan, a man dressed similarly to him spoke. Ronan, what should we do now? This person was likely one of Ronan's trusted subordinates. Ronan, however, remained calm. Contact Yolrog and urge them to speed up. As long as they succeed, those Skrulls will definitely return. On Bruce's side, after he finished speaking, he used the moon and wind to block and his own powerful physical abilities to charge through the occasional green energy blasts, making his way to the Kree soldier who had activated the communicator. He first slashed down, cutting through and destroying the communication device on the soldier's left arm, and accidentally severing half of that arm in the process. Then, with a sincere and slightly apologetic expression, he said, I'm really sorry. It seems I used too much force. As compensation, please allow me to help you. He pulled the soldier behind him, using him as a human shield to block the bullets that had just begun to rain down. In an instant, the Kree soldier, clutching his severed arm and screaming in pain, was riddled with bullets from his own comrades. Bruce then finished the sentence he hadn't completed before, to free you from suffering. What followed was an unremarkable slaughter. Having gone through similar experiences twice before, Bruce found this third time to be quite effortless. He even felt he could yawn while reaping the lives of Kree soldiers like a Grim Reaper. Once everything was over, he stood alone amidst the corpses, shaking his head helplessly. Of all the people to mess with, you had to pick Ronan, the war fanatic filled with hatred. Your deaths aren't exactly unjust. He had initially thought to say something like, "Anyway, if I don't kill you today, you'll die at Carol's hands," but reconsidered. It was more important to inform Tellus and the others of the situation. After all, reasoning with a pile of dead bodies was rather dull. Putting away the moon and wind, he activated the communicator and joined the group chat with Tellus and the others. Nick Fury. "Aha, look, I blew that one up." Coulson. "Look over there, I contributed too." Tellus. "Please, it was just a couple of fighters. Can you not act like children?" Nick Fury. "This is my first time in an interstellar war." Coulson. "Me too." Bruce. He felt that if he spoke up now, it would ruin the joyful atmosphere of their little game. The previous second Kree warship had already been blown up by concentrated fire from Tellus and the others, and the dazzling scene was even more thrilling than the first warship's explosion, contributing to the current harmonious atmosphere. Cough. "The third warship is taken care of, but don't blow it up. We need to recover it." Upon hearing his voice, Nick Fury and the others in the communication channel fell silent. After a while, Tellus's serious voice came through. "My prince, do you want to come back now?" "No. I just dealt with the Kree in the control room. Just like the previous two ships, the Kree in other areas of this warship will be coming soon. I'll stay here to continue eliminating their remnants." "How much longer will it take you to finish?" Nick Fury. "Although these guys are numerous, now that they've lost 3 main warships, boss, just watch. We'll definitely wipe them all out quickly." Coulson. "Exactly. All right." Bruce kept the communication channel open, eager to find out if Nick Fury and the others would revert to their true nature in his presence. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a group of Kree soldiers walking in the corridor outside reached Bruce's ears. He lightly scratched his head, blowing away some dandruff, and before hearing Nick Fury and the others revert to their previous demeanor, he decided to kick off his party. This time, he didn't even pull out a weapon. He lightly tapped his toes and picked up a gun from beside one of the corpses, checking the safety before. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The energy gun in his hand fired a continuous stream of glowing projectiles, as if it would never stop. He moved around the control room with an easy demeanor, occasionally stopping and stepping back to evade attacks from those trying to reach him. He had to admit he needed a dodge. His physical strength was still somewhat lacking at the moment. Those energy blasts hitting him were far from pleasant. Once he had exhausted the energy in the gun, he finally released the trigger. Looking back at the Kree soldiers who had tried to eliminate him, he saw that they had all been wiped out, with not a single survivor. He casually tossed the energy gun aside and picked up 2 brand new guns from the ground that hadn't been fired yet. He knew that his game of guarding the control room was far from over. On Nick Fury and the others' battlefield, due to Bruce's presence, the immense pressure they initially felt gradually eased and then completely vanished. Now, they had entered a state where they could easily handle the enemy, killing them as easily as chopping vegetables. After a relatively long, intense battle, they finally eliminated all the enemies and dealt with everyone pursuing them. "Oh yeah," Nick Fury exclaimed in excitement. "I'm going to be the #1 man in S.H.I.E.L.D, motherfucker." Coulson. Cough, sir. Watch your language. This good-hearted guy, even at this moment, was still mindful of Bruce, who had yet to exit the group chat. Bruce had also cleaned up all the Kree on this warship. He checked the console and found that the entire ship showed no signs of life except for himself. Upon hearing Coulson's words, he chuckled heartily. "It's fine. I've known Nick for a long time." Nick Fury. "Boss, I love you." Bruce. "Come on, don't mess around." "Ha-ha." Meow. Goose's faint voice came through the communicator. Tellus's voice instantly turned tense. "I think Goose might be missing you, my prince." Bruce raised an eyebrow. "All right, send someone to take over this warship and clean up the battlefield here. Besides your ship and the one I'm on now, bundle up everything else and send it to Earth." Bruce was completely unconcerned about how this arrangement might impact the future of Earth, at least not in a significant way. He vividly remembered the original storyline, where S.H.I.E.L.D. not only obtained various technological assistance from the Kree, but even acquired the bodies of Skrulls. He wasn't sure if S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to extract anything useful from the Skrull bodies afterward, but he knew that many of their technologies would undoubtedly see a qualitative leap due to this event. Regarding the Tahiti Project, the TV series, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and related plots or characters, this book will generally not cover them. This is a prior notice for those who may mind. As a spatial portal opened on Tellus's ship, Bruce stepped through and appeared before Tellus and the others. Nick Fury and the others had also disembarked from their fighters and arrived at the scene. Seeing Bruce's dramatic entrance, they were left speechless, mouths agape for quite some time. Eventually, Nick Fury muttered, "If anyone says the Cosmic Cube isn't Asgardian again, I'll knock their teeth in." Coulson chimed in, "Who says it isn't?" Goose hopped onto Bruce's shoulder, and Bruce helplessly halted his shrugging motion, saying, "Aren't you two going to help? You know the recovery of those warship fragments basically falls on you too." Nick Fury replied, "We think it's more suitable to stay close to you, boss." Coulson nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Bruce turned to Tellus. "What about you?" Tellus finally caught on to Bruce's meaning and asked, "My prince, are you going to join Carol and the others now?" Bruce smiled. "I can't just wait until their performance is over before stepping into the audience, can I?" Tellus immediately instructed a green-skinned Skrull nearby. "You will be in command here from now on. Contact me immediately if anything happens." The Skrull responded respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Then Tellus turned back to Bruce. "My prince, I'm ready." Bruce reminded him, "If you really want to join us in Asgard, it's time for you to change how you address me." As he spoke, Bruce opened a new spatial door leading to where Carol and the others were. He was very familiar with Marvel's ship, and the location where the portal opened was a standard bedroom, which was empty. The four of them stepped through the portal and arrived on Marvel's ship. Tellus asked, "What should I call you then?" Bruce suggested, "Would you be interested in joining my personal combat team as an intelligence officer?" Tellus asked curiously, "You mean to only follow your orders?" Bruce explained, "Of course not. Besides my orders, you will also listen to the orders of the vice captain I appoint, and you must follow King Odin's commands, especially when Frigga's orders conflict with Odin's. You must prioritize Queen Frigga's commands." After pondering for a moment, Tellus said, "As long as you don't mind, I'm more than willing." Bruce replied with satisfaction, "Great, then you can call me Captain from now on. That's what the people in my squad call me." At that moment, Marvel's entire ship was silent, as if it were empty, but they all knew that wasn't the case. This could only mean that Bruce's previous plan with Carol and the others had succeeded. His arrangement was as follows. Carol was responsible for dealing with the incoming Yolrog and his team, while Maria and Tellus's wife were tasked with leading all Skrull refugees on the ship to hide and play a game of hide-and-seek with Yolrog's team. Their sole mission was to ensure that no one besides Carol was caught by Yolrog. That's right. He had planned for Carol to be captured. He had seen the power suppression device on Carol's neck and knew that such a simple technological object could be easily dealt with by a quick slash. However, he reflected that Carol's experience of fully awakening her powers, illustrated by the imagery of her getting up after each fall, was what truly transformed her from a Kree warrior into Captain Marvel, a symbol of perseverance, making her forever a pure and vulnerable human from Earth rather than just a woman filled with the superpowers granted by the Cosmic Cube. Yes, at that time, Bruce also explained to Carol the relationship between her superpowers and his Cosmic Cube. Although Carol had her suspicions, she was still surprised when Bruce confirmed it. "Well, let's go with what you said," Carol had replied to Bruce at that time. As Bruce and the others stepped out of the bedroom, he suddenly remembered, "This was your child's room, right?" Tellus replied, "Yes." Bruce went back and handed a baseball to Tellus. "Here." Tellus quietly accepted the baseball and placed it with him. Aside from the arrangement that Carol must be captured, having Maria and the others overseeing a group of Skrulls playing hide-and-seek with Kree on this ship was actually not difficult. First, they had lived here for many years, giving them some familiarity with the terrain, even if it wasn't a significant advantage over the Kree soldiers who had just boarded. After all, no Kree soldier could remember the model and layout of every ship produced by their people, especially since certain details of this ship had changed significantly over the years, like the arcade game that shouldn't exist or the weapons room being converted into a bedroom, among others. Marvel did her utmost to ensure that the children found safety and happiness in this place. Additionally, Maria had once been an excellent Air Force soldier, and Tellus's wife was countless times stronger than an ordinary refugee. They would be far more difficult to deal with than the Kree imagined. Even if the two sides accidentally clashed, Maria and the others could take the enemy by surprise rather than simply surrendering. Finally, Bruce had them utilize the ship's ventilation ducts. This meant that, with their more agile forms and relatively slender sizes, the Kree would find it challenging to grasp at their clothes before the ship was destroyed. This would be a battle of pipes within the ship, giving Bruce and Carol sufficient time to perform excellently in the upcoming show. Bruce led Tellus and the others towards a room on the ship that connected to the Kree's supreme intelligence. At this moment, the entire ship had become exceptionally quiet, which meant that Carol's final connection with the Kree's supreme intelligence had begun. Besides Bruce himself, Nick Fury, Coulson, and Tellus all remained vigilant, their faces showing signs of tension. Seeing this, Bruce had to stop and softly say, "Relax, let's not forget we have one of their people with us." Nick Fury and the other two exchanged glances and realized they had been overly tense, so they collectively lowered their hands that had been poised to pull the trigger at any moment. As they were about to reach their destination, Bruce signaled for them to stop. He quietly pointed ahead and whispered, "Look, those guys are in that room." They were just around the corner from the room where Carol was being held and connected to the Supreme Intelligence. Nick Fury mimicked Bruce and asked quietly, "So what do we do now, boss?" Bruce calmly replied, "We wait." Nick Fury looked puzzled. "So we just wait?" Bruce affirmed, "Exactly. We wait for Carol to burst out of that room glowing with golden light, and then we'll finish this together." Yolrog stepped out of the doorway of the room where Carol was. He looked human and was the captain of Carol's original team. He looked at Bruce and the others with confusion, asking, "No offense intended, but did you come here just to be spectators?" Bruce looked at him bemused. "We just want to find a front row seat for the show. Is that such a low request? By the way, how did you find us?" Yolrog pointed to the camera above their heads. "Ronan just sent me a message saying his 3 warships encountered an accident. So, to prevent anything from going wrong here, I took a quick look at the surveillance, and guess what I found?" Bruce rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Carol! Carol!" Yolrog frowned. "What are you doing? And how did you get on this ship? You weren't here before." And Ronan definitely didn't notice any ships approaching. Bruce continued to shout, "I'm speeding up Carol's awakening process. Carol! Carol! It's time to wake up." Just then, the ship's power supply suddenly malfunctioned, and the lights in the corridor flickered several times, but this anomaly quickly disappeared. Yolrog scoffed, "Don't waste your effort. Under the proper guidance of the Supreme Intelligence, she will ultimately become one of our Kree heroes." He raised his gun and aimed it at Bruce, saying, "Hands up, don't move." This last remark was directed at Nick Fury and the other two, who were eager to act. Bruce remained calm, looking at Yolrog and saying, "I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I absolutely hate it when someone points a gun at my head." Yolrog sneered. "Oh, really? Then I hope you get used to it." Bruce shrugged. "All right, I admit I didn't say that, and I don't particularly have a problem with people pointing guns at my head because so far everyone who has done so has ended up dead." Nick Fury muttered quietly, "Is that true, boss?" Bruce replied softly, "Of course not. I'm just saying that. Who in Asgard would dare point a gun at me?" Yolrog furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" Bruce smiled mysteriously. "Why don't you guess?" Yolrog prepared to pull the trigger, feeling increasingly wary at the mention of Asgard. He knew that Asgard was not only powerful and exclusive, but also that every person from there was a lunatic. Nick Fury quietly remarked, "I think you just made the atmosphere even more tense, boss." Bruce shot him a glare. "Shut up." Nick Fury immediately complied. Just as Yolrog was about to pull the trigger on Bruce, and Bruce was ready to change plans and incapacitate Yolrog himself, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from Carol's room. This light signified that Carol had truly awakened, breaking the power suppression device on her neck and transforming into the superpowered Captain Marvel. Yolrog quickly shouted, "What's happening?" His subordinates rushed out of the room. "She destroyed the power suppressor. She's betrayed the Supreme Intelligence." Carol stepped out into the corridor and, upon seeing Bruce and the others, quickly realized that they had completed their part of the mission. Without any apology, she addressed Bruce and the others. "Sorry, I took a bit longer during that heartfelt talk." Bruce smiled generously. "No problem. As compensation, you can take care of that Kree warship outside. Go chase it off." Yolrog and his entire team raised their guns at them. "Shut up." Bruce frowned, his handsome face tense. "Are you really not nervous at all right now?" Yolrog's tolerance for Bruce reached a peak at that moment. "Fine, this is on you." He pulled the trigger on Bruce. A green energy blast hit Bruce, knocking him and the 3 behind him to the ground. Nick Fury, Coulson, and Tellus fell to the floor, groaning in pain. "Arg!" Bruce angrily exclaimed. "You guys are still acting. If it weren't for your bullet, I definitely would have dodged." Yolrog and his team stared in disbelief at Bruce, who had taken a shot and was still standing, looking perfectly fine. "What?" Carol aimed her fists at them. "It's nothing too serious. As Asgardians, I understand if you don't know. But how could you not know? She unleashed photon blasts at a blue-skinned, yellow-bearded soldier and the fortunate surviving sniper. Neither of them had physical capabilities comparable to Bruce's, and after taking 2 photon blasts from Carol, even with their combat suits mitigating some of the impact, they felt like they had lost half their lives and couldn't even get up. Yelrog activated a fork-like weapon on his left hand, one capable of generating forces in various directions. He had previously used it on Carol, which had rendered her powerful body, unharmed from a fall from 10,000 meters, completely defenseless before him. "It seems we'll have a gun-free war between us," he said. Next to him, a bald black man drew 2 green lightsabers, adopting a stance and preparing to launch an attack. This prompted Bruce to shout, "Did you pay copyright fees for those lightsabers before using them?" When he realized that the 2 were not actually lightsabers, but regular swords covered with a laser coating, he added, "Sorry, I misunderstood you." The black man looked at him as if he were an idiot. Bruce, who was obsessing over copyright fees, had never considered the possibility that the company making the Captain Marvel movie might be the same one producing the movie he imagined with laser sword battles. "Let's see who's faster," Bruce said to Carol. Carol eagerly responded, "Sure. How do we compete?" The moon and wind instantly appeared in Bruce's hand. "I'll handle the sword fight. The other one is up to you." Carol looked a bit puzzled. "What about the other 2? And the other Kree on the ship?" Bruce rolled his eyes helplessly. "Come on. Let's not act like we're the only ones who can fight on this ship." Carol pouted, "Fine." Yelrog suddenly yanked down the nearby hatch with his fork-like weapon. Seizing the moment while Bruce and Carol were talking, he launched a surprise attack, violently smashing the hatch toward Carol. At this moment, they were positioned in a triangular formation, the Kree bursting through the hatch, Bruce's group ready for a show, but not quite getting one, and Carol single-handedly taking down 2 Kree warriors right after exiting the hatch. Bang! Watching as Carol was hit by Yelrog due to a slightly delayed reaction, Bruce tilted his head back slightly, saying, "That looked painful." Boom! Carol exerted all her strength to blast the hatch off her, getting up from the floor and grumpily saying, "You couldn't give me a heads up?" Bruce looked innocent. Watch out." Carol rolled her eyes and then turned to Yelrog. "You really just attacked without warning?" As she spoke, she soared into the air like an arrow, lunging toward Yelrog. A photon blast, akin to a rocket's propulsion, provided her with immense power, allowing her to break through the ship's wall with Yelrog and crash into the wall of the adjacent room. Clearly, that collision wasn't pleasant for either of them. Carol still needed time to adapt to her newly acquired powers, while Yelrog had to adjust to the reality of his team member becoming so formidable. A Kree soldier wielding a lightsaber tried to rush in to assist Yelrog, but was blocked by Bruce. Bruce provocatively looked at him. "Hey, you sword-wielding wannabe, the real master of swordsmanship is right here in front of you. Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy?" This black man, who would later become Ronan's right-hand man, had to replace a missing piece of his skull with metal and would ultimately be killed by a ridiculous-looking alien. His fate was truly tragic. But right now, he thought he looked pretty cool as he twirled his lightsabers and swung them at Bruce. Bruce gripped the moon and wind, effortlessly meeting the incoming lightsabers. Clang, clang. The 2 lightsabers snapped in half. Clang, 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 clang. The broken lightsabers fell to the ground. Bruce swung his sword back, leaving a deep gash on the skull of the black man, who hadn't yet realized his own weapons were useless. The man fell to the ground. Nick Fury gasped. "Is he dead?" Bruce quickly clarified. "How could he be? I have a power-absorbing technique. You guys capture him and remember to toss him to Ronan later." "Oh, and what about that woman locked up by Tellus? Is she still alive?" Nick Fury and Coulson fell into thought, and Tellus replied, "We don't have extra food for her, so she'll probably die of thirst in a few days." Bruce sighed helplessly. "I didn't expect you Skrulls to be so merciful to your enemies, letting her live this long." Tellus explained, "I thought she might be useful to keep around, plus she's a prisoner you brought back." Bruce waved his hand dismissively. "All right, since she's not dead, let's package her up and send her to Ronan too. Consider it a gift for some future little ones." Without asking further, Tellus immediately issued commands to the people on the ship. Bruce crossed over the hole that Carol had created and entered the adjacent room, with Nick Fury and Coulson following behind, inquiring about their next steps. Bruce instructed, "You guys go with Tellus to assist the other Skrulls on this ship. Move quickly." Nick Fury and the others acknowledged the order and left, before specifically handcuffing the Kree who were lying on the ground. On their way to support Maria and the others, Coulson spoke up, puzzled, "Sir, I've always wondered why it was even necessary for those Skrull civilians to come into contact with the enemy. Why did Boss arrange it this way?" Nick Fury glanced back at Coulson, continuing to move forward cautiously. "Oh boy, after everything we've been through, you're still my little rookie. Tell us, do you mind explaining this to my little rookie?" Since they could encounter battle at any moment, Tellus remained vigilant, constantly observing their surroundings. Tellus slowly explained, "Well, the captain did this for all of us. We've been running and hiding from the Kree for years, and we've been slaughtered by them for years. In the eyes of our people, Kree have long become an unbeatable existence, so..." Coulson suddenly understood. "So Boss hopes to show them through this that Kree aren't that impressive, that they can be led around by the nose, mocked, and can fail." Tellus nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Sure." Nick Fury suddenly signaled for them to be quiet. There should be enemies around the right side ahead. He exchanged glances with Coulson and Tellus, seeing the same answer reflected in each other's eyes, and they nodded in unison. In the next moment, they all stepped out from around the corner in unison and simultaneously pulled the triggers at the enemies who were blindly searching for Skrull civilians. Meanwhile, on Bruce's side, after a bit of time, Carol had Yulrog pinned down and was delivering a series of powerful blows. Yulrog's force field weapon had been dismantled and scattered across the floor. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed in the confined space, and an uninformed observer might have thought that Yulrog had betrayed his own team. After what felt like an exhausting fight, Carol stretched and finally stood up from Yulrog, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. He managed to speak weakly. "You're cheating." Carol looked down at him from her height. "What do you expect? Should I keep controlling my emotions and have a real fight with you? I don't have anything to prove anymore." Yulrog was utterly speechless. She turned to Bruce. "Did you beat me to it again?" Bruce shrugged helplessly. "With your efficiency, it's hard for me to hold back." Carol rolled her eyes. "What's the situation now?" Bruce shrugged again. "It's fine, we're just waiting for you to fly out and deal with that Kree warship. If nothing happens here soon, Ronan will probably start firing at us." Just as Bruce finished speaking, the ship suddenly shook violently. A loud rumble echoed throughout the ship. Bruce quickly corrected himself. "Okay, I overestimated Ronan's patience. He's already firing at us." Meow. Goose let out a sound from Bruce's shoulder. Bruce smiled and said, "See, even Goose is urging you to go take care of Ronan." Carol looked puzzled. "Since when did you understand cat language?" Bruce reached out to pet Goose's head, saying, "We have a connection, right, Goose?" Goose contentedly mewed in response. Carol asked helplessly, "Are you serious?" Bruce replied earnestly, "Of course. I believe you can do it. You just need to believe in yourself." Carol couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this another one of your prophetic predictions?" Bruce grinned proudly. "You're really clever." Carol felt like Bruce was toying with her and sighed. "All right, just tell me what I should do." Bruce's eyes lit up as he mysteriously said, "That's the spirit. Follow me." He grabbed a rope and tied up the 4 captives on the ground, dragging them along as he led Carol to the door that led to outer space. Along the way, Carol kept asking him what he was planning, but he remained silent. When they reached the door, Bruce asked Carol, "Are you ready?" Carol exploded with frustration. "How can I prepare when you won't say anything?" Bruce smiled slightly. "I brought you here, so isn't my intention pretty obvious?" Carol, exasperated, retorted, "How am I supposed to know your intentions?" Suddenly, Bruce swung the door open and pushed Carol out with a strong shove, quickly closing the door behind her. Carol angrily pounded her fists against the door. "What are you doing?" Bruce widened his eyes and pursed his lips, saying, "Isn't that obvious?" As he finished speaking, he activated the energy shield that separated the ship from the outside world. Carol found herself at the docking bay of the ship, where several Kree ships they had just arrived and were parked, as well as Yulrog's ship. Bruce's sudden opening of the door not only sucked the air out of the docking bay, but also thrust those ships into outer space. Naturally, Carol, who was still figuring out how to fly, was among them. She activated her battlesuit and used her powers to spread energy across her body, allowing her to survive in the vacuum of space. Her voice came through the communicator to Bruce. "Fuck you, Bruce." Bruce tilted his head, pondering for a moment, and replied, "Why do I feel like I've heard that line before?" Carol didn't respond. Instead, she began to focus on the flying techniques she had been eager to practice, having been pushed into a corner. Meanwhile, upon seeing the glowing figure of Carol appear in space, Ronan and his crew instinctively ceased firing, feeling a deep sense of threat emanating from her. The ship's shaking stopped, which relieved Bruce, and even Goose let out a pleased meow, seemingly happy for their safety. Bruce glanced at Goose on his shoulder and said, "Phew, little guy, I guess I'll have to comb through the library when I get back to see if there are any books on Flurkin language." A voice came through the communicator. Report, "Captain, the commander wants us to check in directly with you. Should we just throw this Kree woman into space for Ronan to recover?" It turned out to be a Skrull soldier under Tellus. Bruce responded, "No need. I just realized that those guys probably aren't just focusing on following Ronan right now, so I've changed my mind. After you clean up, bring the ship to my location and recover the intact ships I just tossed into space." Understood. The communicator fell silent. Ever since Tellus declared Bruce his captain and informed his subordinates of his identity, the Skrull soldiers had changed their attitude toward Bruce to one of both respect and fear. After a while, Carol was still struggling alone in space. Although she only needed to master her powers to handle the situation, Bruce found it puzzling. He questioned, "What are you doing? Why aren't you unleashing your powers and flying? Don't you see Ronan's crew is staring right at you?" Carol seethed, "Shut up." Bruce continued, "If you fly up, I'll shut up. Embarrassment is minor. If they fire a shot and hit you, our ship is going to be in trouble." Carol's frustration exploded. "Shut up already." Suddenly, she was enveloped in blinding light, just as she had been when she first emerged from the connection room with the Supreme Intelligence. Bruce remarked, "It seems emotions are truly an essential remedy for her." Huh. Yolrog's recovering voice sounded behind Bruce. "Don't get complacent. We won't be defeated so easily." Bruce turned around to see Yolrog standing strong, his right hand activating the force field weapon he had used during the fight with Carol. Fortunately, Carol had fully awakened due to his earlier little stimulus, so Bruce focused his attention on the resilient Kree warrior, Yolrog. "I just realized you always had 2 of those force field weapons." Yolrog retorted defiantly, "We searched for the energy core for so long, but thought the Skrulls had hidden it. We even left one alive. Now that I think about it, you seem to be their leader." Bruce jested, "Oh no, I've exposed myself again. It must be my outstanding appearance and charm that make me so unique. But really, aren't you going to call those 2 pretending to be dead to join in on the fun?" Yolrog regained his confidence. "Where's the energy core?" He deliberately avoided mentioning the 2 down teammates, pretending as if Bruce hadn't revealed anything. A long sword appeared in Bruce's hand. "Cut the act. I wouldn't mind if you were 3 against 1. But don't forget, Minerva is still in my hands. Get them up." As he spoke, he slashed down with his swords, cutting the handcuffs off the 2 Kree lying on the ground. "After all, there's only a little fighting left outside, and I should synchronize with you guys," he muttered to himself. Inside the ship, Bruce strolled leisurely down the corridor as if he were taking a casual walk in the park, occasionally teasing Yolrog and the other 2 Kree who had gotten up after pretending to be incapacitated. Yolrog suddenly swung his weapon, tearing apart the surrounding walls and floor, then controlled the ripped metal fragments to rain down on Bruce as a typical area attack. Faced with the sharp metal shards rushing toward him, Bruce wielded the moon and wind as if they had transformed into a mere illusion. Using his agile reflexes and excellent blocking skills, he deflected most of the metal shards back along their original path. Seeing that Bruce was starting to counterattack, Yolrog knew he couldn't match Bruce's precision. He had to stop his assault and desperately leaped aside to avoid the dense rain of metal fragments. Just then, the other 2 Kree on either side of Bruce saw their opportunity and swung punches at his face. Bruce, with his keen sense of hearing, accurately judged the timing of their attacks. At a crucial moment, he jumped high into the air, splitting his legs apart and executing 2 beautiful flying kicks, sending both Kree warriors flying. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds of their bodies hitting the ground echoed, indicating they had collided hard. Suddenly, a buzzing sound reverberated nearby as Yolrog activated the binding function of his weapon. The force field weapon instantly exerted immense force on Bruce, making it difficult for him to move, and veins bulged on his exposed skin. "Now, I understand why. Carol had to destroy your toy right away." Bruce gasped, struggling against the overwhelming force. But even with all his might, he could barely move, and his punches were so slow that even a disabled person could easily evade them. Yle-Rog coldly remarked, "I also know you're really an Asgardian." In that moment, Bruce couldn't determine if Yle-Rog's words were meant as a compliment or a taunt. In the distance, the two Kree warriors whom Bruce had kicked away struggled to get up. One finally remembered to activate his energy gauntlet, while the other picked up a metal rod of similar size from the ground, seizing the opportunity to launch a new round of attacks, while Bruce was restricted by the force field. D! They shouted in unison, charging toward Bruce with the same attack pattern and speed. Bruce crouched down slightly, and as the two came closer, he gathered his strength and leaped into the air. Below him, the metal rod struck the yellow-haired Kree's head, while the yellow-haired Kree's fist simultaneously hit the other Kree's face. They couldn't stop in time, and both were sent crashing to the ground from the mutual impact. After being knocked down for the third time, they completely lost the strength to rise, feeling as if death was near, destined to follow in the footsteps of their fallen black teammate. Through this jump, Bruce not only successfully escaped Yle-Rog's force field, but also took care of the two Kree warriors. He had to thank the spacious design of the ship. Otherwise, he would have had to break through the ceiling like Carol to escape Yle-Rog's control. Ow, that looked painful. Don't they know to learn their lesson? Bruce teased Yle-Rog. Yle-Rog remained silent, aiming his weapon at Bruce once more. He had deliberately chosen to act after Carol left because he believed that Bruce, as an Asgardian, wouldn't use photon blasts and would be easier for him to handle. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. However, just as he was about to launch another attack, he suddenly found himself losing control over Bruce. It turned out that Bruce had been playing a game of chase, evading Yle-Rog's force field pressure in the spacious area. Although Yle-Rog only had to make a slight motion to trap Bruce, Bruce had to run desperately. Ironically, it looked like Bruce was the one in control. "You don't think I'm as clueless as you when it comes to learning from mistakes, do you?" Bruce's relaxed voice echoed in Yle-Rog's ears, causing him to feel a surge of anger as he couldn't accurately aim at Bruce. This Asgardian was nothing like the others he had encountered, and his speed was astonishing. "Hey boy!" Bruce's irritating voice nearly drove him to madness. "The game is over." As Bruce's voice fell, the moon and wind slipped from his hand. The broad, dark sword shot toward Yle-Rog like a lightning bolt from his side, rapidly growing larger in Yle-Rog's eyes. In the next moment, the moon and wind sliced through the force field weapon on Yle-Rog's right hand, completely destroying his last intact weapon. Bruce stopped, hands on his hips, grinning with pride. "So, now you know how terrifying a qualified warrior is in Asgard, right?" Yle-Rog, seeing this, took a defensive stance. "I haven't lost to you yet." With the moon and wind embedded deep into the wall, Bruce mimicked Yle-Rog's fighting stance, palm forward and fist back, even making a provocative gesture to beckon him over. Yle-Rog, undeterred, stepped forward and threw a punch at him. Bruce deflected the punch, causing it to go awry, and followed with a powerful punch aimed directly at Yle-Rog's nose. He had gauged Yle-Rog's strength well, understanding that Yle-Rog had managed to break free from Bruce's earlier binds. Therefore, he didn't dare take Bruce's punch head-on and quickly retreated to avoid it. Bruce immediately pursued, not giving Yle-Rog a chance to escape his 1-meter range. Yle-Rog had a clear understanding of Bruce's punching power, but he lacked the courage to even attempt to measure his own. The combat between them was simply not on the same level. At that moment, Yle-Rog realized how foolish it was to voluntarily engage in a hand-to-hand battle with an elite Asgardian warrior. However, it was too late for regrets. His earlier punch at Bruce had become his only attack in this battle. Bruce suddenly changed pace, quickly closing the distance, and Yle-Rog barely had time to attempt a punch aimed at Bruce's temple before he was pushed back and tripped by Bruce's foot, falling heavily to the ground. As he lay there, he finally realized that it was Bruce's foot that had tripped him. Bruce towered over him, looking down with contempt. "Is this it? The combat quality of you Kree is quite mediocre. I give you a passing score of 60 at best." Yle-Rog felt frustrated enough to spit blood. Then, he could only see Yeshu's soul grow larger in front of him, and with a loud thud, everything went black as he lost consciousness. Bruce had knocked him out with a stomp, and the impact of his head against the heavily damaged floor dealt him double punishment from the destroyed environment. Bruce carefully stowed away the moon and wind, then opened communication with the Tellus spaceship. "Where are you now?" Tellus responded on the other end. "Captain, we've arrived near your ship. but the fighting there is too intense. We're worried we can't get through safely, so we stopped." Bruce asked anxiously. "Very intense? How intense is it exactly?" Tellus's voice revealed a hint of surprise. "Ms. Carroll has already destroyed 31 Kree fighters, and she's about to wipe out all those fighters." Upon hearing this news, Bruce's heart jolted, and his desire to go outside and witness Carroll's grand scene instantly vanished. He helplessly said, "Forget about that. Come to me immediately and contact me once you arrive." After saying that, he hung up the communication and started calling Carroll. He secretly rejoiced that although the Skrull communicator wasn't as advanced as the Kree's and came with a mini-assist system, it could at least connect with the Kree's communicator. After a brief wait, Carroll's somewhat impatient voice came into his ears. "What do you want this time?" Bruce cautiously asked. "You haven't taken down Ronan yet, have you?" Carroll's voice carried a hint of pride. "No." Bruce sighed in relief, easing his anxious heart. "Phew, that's good." He wasn't particularly afraid of characters like Ronan because he had many ways to deal with them. What he truly worried about was the unknown variable that could lead to more complications. If by accident the last surviving Titan appeared in the galaxy a decade early, he would be so furious he'd pull out all his hair. He tried to lighten his tone. "So how do you plan to deal with Ronan?" Carroll replied without hesitation. "Blow him up." Bruce was somewhat surprised. "Does it have to be so violent?" Carroll scoffed. "He is Ronan, the accuser who has destroyed countless planets. Death is a mercy for him." Bruce was at a loss for words. "Are you kidding me?" Carroll cheekily replied. "Yep." Bruce helplessly said. He continued to ask, "You seem pretty relaxed right now. How come Ronan hasn't blasted you to bits?" Carroll was currently flying alone in the vastness of space, surrounded by the wreckage of exploded Kree fighters. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile, because he already tried, and it didn't work at all. Bruce shook his head helplessly. All right, let's leave it at that. As long as you know what you're doing, I really can't be bothered about how to deal with someone like Ronan." He suspected that Ronan would later be expelled by the Kree, assuming Carroll was somehow behind it. He even thought that perhaps Carroll herself hadn't anticipated that Ronan would become a terrorist in the universe. Just then, a communication request from the Skrull spaceship came through, indicating they had arrived as Bruce had instructed. Carroll's voice continued to echo in Bruce's ears. "By the way, my troublesome lieutenant asked me to get a signature from you. Do you have—" Bruce quickly interrupted her. "Sure, no problem." Without waiting for her to finish, he hung up the communication and reconnected to Tellus's spaceship. "Have you arrived?" Tellus's voice came through. "Yes, as per the captain's request, we have recovered all the intact small ships that drifted into space." Bruce commanded, "Bring over a Kree ship and take that Kree woman with you." Tellus replied, "Yes." Soon, a group of Skrull soldiers arrived on Bruce's ship aboard a Kree fighter and a Skrull fighter. Bruce opened the energy protective shield door for them, and after they disembarked from the fighters, he opened the second hatch for them. The Kree woman Minerva was half dead as they brought her in. Her face had been disfigured by Bruce, and her condition was similar to that of her companions whom Bruce had dealt with. A Skrull soldier reported, "Report, Captain, the prisoner has been brought in." Bruce nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay. You all keep an eye on him here. I'm going to take a quick look around, and we'll be back soon. Oh, and remember to put handcuffs on them." He was worried that the Skrulls might be overpowered by a few weak Kree. The soldiers responded in unison. "Understood." Bruce used the power of the cosmic cube to open a spatial rift and arrive in the main control room of the Tellus spaceship. From here, he had an excellent vantage point, but unfortunately, he arrived a bit late and missed the exciting scene of Carroll destroying countless Kree fighters, only catching the final act of the show. He saw Carroll facing Ronan's warship alone, extremely arrogant, clashing her hands together, creating a dazzling and intense light in the universe. That light shimmered white with gold, gold with blue, and blue with purple, immensely eye-catching. Through the screen, after witnessing the power Carroll exhibited, Ronan glanced back at the people behind him and calmly said, "Return to the space jump point first. We will come back later to retrieve our weapons." One of the people behind him asked in confusion, "But we still haven't found the true clue to that energy core." Ronan firmly replied, "I'm not referring to that energy core. I'm talking about this woman." Under Carroll's gaze, Ronan piloted the only remaining warship, disappearing from the space jump point into the other side of the universe. It was only at this moment that Bruce could no longer contain himself. "Oh ho! Captain Marvel is awesome." Carroll turned around, looking towards the ship where Bruce was, and smiled. When did I ever call myself that? Bruce feigned surprise. What? Don't you like the new name I gave you? Carol rolled her eyes at him. It's not any better than your mysterious prince. Why would I like it? Bruce said earnestly. I specifically thought of this for you, and it can even commemorate your dear friend Marvel. It's so meaningful, and you don't like it? Carol frowned. Then explain to me what captain means. Bruce scratched his head. Oh, this? Didn't you say Steve was once your idol? It's normal to show a bit of respect to your idol, right? Carol rolled her eyes. I remember I didn't say it like that. Bruce awkwardly chuckled. Oh, really? Maybe I misremembered. It doesn't matter. What's important is that starting today, you are the renowned Captain Marvel of the universe. You better work hard, woman. Captain Marvel flew in front of Bruce's ship, demonstrating by squeezing her fists. Bruce pretended to be calm. What do you want, woman? I'm not afraid of you. Carol suddenly changed her expression, smiling at him. Okay, as long as you give me 3 copies of your signature. Bruce frowned in thought. Didn't you just say you only wanted 1 signature? Carol smiled mischievously. Deal? Bruce sighed helplessly. Fine, for the peace of the universe. Signing is completely fine, Carol said triumphantly. And it must state that it's a gift from mysterious Prince Bruce. Bruce's mouth twitched. How could that be? I keep my promises. The service will definitely be done perfectly, since integrity is the foundation of being a person. Carol smiled satisfactorily. I knew you wouldn't let us loyal fans down. Bruce shook his head helplessly. Sigh, having a fan like you, I really... Bruce returned to Marvel's spaceship with Carol. As soon as Carol entered, her first words to Bruce were, Are you deliberately showing off your cosmic cube by zipping between 2 ships like that? Bruce looked puzzled. Am I that obvious? Carol rolled her eyes at him without responding, walking straight towards the pile of former comrades on the floor. Jorg was already awake, supported by his teammates, and the first thing he did upon waking was search for Bruce's figure. When he saw Bruce behind Carol, he couldn't help but ask, How did you do it? Carol turned back in confusion, looking at Bruce. What is he talking about? Bruce grinned slyly. After you left, this guy was restless, so I taught him a lesson again. Look at the shoe print on his face. With that, he lifted his foot and pointed to the sole of his shoe. Carol suddenly understood. So why did he ask, How did you do it? Bruce cleared his throat and answered Jorg. It's simple. Just observe the trajectory of your arm movements, make a precise judgment in advance, and then mislead a bit to easily avoid it. Carol finally grasped what they were discussing. She remembered that Jorg's force field weapons were always equipped with both hands and that she had previously destroyed one of them. Combined with Jorg's earlier question and Bruce's answer, it was clear they were exploring how Bruce had successfully evaded Jorg's weapon lock-on. Hearing Bruce's answer, Jorg's expression turned to one of disbelief, and he seemed lost. So you weren't dodging my gun, you were dodging my hand? Bruce and Carol exchanged a glance and blinked. Does he believe it or not? Carol shook her head helplessly. Does it matter? Bruce shrugged nonchalantly, raising his foot to walk towards Marvel's workshop, his voice echoing back to Carol and the others. You can handle these guys however you want. Today, he didn't want to kill anyone. Considering that Jorg and his crew had played along nicely with him, he didn't mind letting them off the hook. Besides, regardless of whether he did or not, those guys wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Comparatively, he had something much more important to do. Signatures. As he walked, he recalled where the paper and pen were placed in Marvel's studio. Carol looked down at her former comrades and smiled slightly. Nice to see you. No one responded, but she didn't mind. She turned to the Skrull soldier standing beside her and asked, Did you guys specially bring that Kree ship over? The Skrull soldier respectfully replied, Yes, the captain instructed us beforehand. This ship and everything here is under your command. Carol muttered to herself. Looks like we all know what to do next. She led her former comrades onto that Kree ship, switched the flight mode to automatic, and set the course to return to the Kree capital, Hala. Jorg looked at her with a complicated expression. What does this mean? Carol coldly replied. Do you think this is over? This is just the beginning. I want you to deliver a message for me. What message? Tell the Supreme Intelligence that I will be coming for it soon, and I will end everything it has created. War or lies. I will hold it accountable for all. Jorg's first reaction was, You can't do that. All right, you have new friends now. Carol chuckled lightly. You see, that's our difference. When you think of friends, you always consider what you can get from them. Don't worry, I won't let him come. You just need to prepare the Supreme Intelligence. This is our business, and it can only be resolved by us personally. With that, Carol confidently walked off the ship, opened the hatch separating them from outer space, and watched as the ship flew off into the distance, soon disappearing from her sight. She turned back to the Skrull soldiers behind her. "Let's go check on the remaining mice on that ship." Bruce, carrying 5 copies of his signed signature, found Nick Fury and the others. At this moment, Nick Fury and his team had already eliminated most of the Kree through guerrilla warfare and were engaged in a final standoff with the last remaining group of United Kree. Though they were at a numerical disadvantage, their previous victories had left a deep psychological impact on the enemy. Before this, the Kree could hardly imagine that their powerful energy weapons could one day be outmatched by primitive kinetic weapons, just like a child defeating an adult armed with a mace. It was simply unbelievable. Bruce couldn't stand it any longer. Dragging this out would only waste time and be meaningless. He patted Goose on his shoulder. "Hey, little guy, want to show what you've got?" Goose comfortably squinted his eyes, enjoying the moment, then gently leaped down from Bruce's shoulder, letting out a meow as he walked forward. Nick Fury and the others were stunned. "Boss, what are you doing?" Nick Fury, a seasoned cat lover, was desperate to rush out and grab Goose back. If he didn't know that stepping around the corner would leave him riddled with bullets and firmly believed Bruce had his reason for doing this, he would have dashed out long ago. Bruce instructed Goose from behind. "Remember, just scare them. Don't open your mouth." Goose meowed, as if he understood. The Kree didn't blindly attack Goose upon seeing him. They responded very cautiously, fearing it was a trap. They remained vigilant until one guy finished scanning Goose, and, seeing the results, cautiously said, "Shit, don't attack. This is a flirkin." The others asked, "What do we do now?" The guy helplessly said, "Duh, don't show hostility. Just run." Nick Fury looked confused. "Did they mumble?" "I think I heard them say to run." Coulson affirmed, "I'm sure you didn't hear wrong because I heard it too." Maria, who had been fighting alongside Nick Fury and the others, noticed a new situation. Why are so many people calling Goose a flirkin? Beside Maria, Tellus's wife said helplessly, "Because that's what his species is, a flirkin." Nick Fury was full of questions. "Is flirkin your new term for cats in the universe?" Tellus's wife confidently replied, "I can assure you it absolutely is not." Bruce said solemnly to Nick Fury and the others, "Get ready. The opportunity has come." Nick Fury and the others didn't dare to slack off for a moment and immediately focused all their attention on the movements of the enemies. They used the 90-degree turn in front of them as cover, while the Kree, lacking such cover, were forced to split into 2 groups and hide in the rooms on either side of the corridor. As Goose moved closer step by step, the Kree, knowing the moment was crucial, one of them shouted immediately, "Retreat." The Kree guarding the door surged out of it like a tide, fleeing backward. Although they understood that Nick Fury's group was hidden nearby and knew they needed to leave someone behind for cover, when the covering person saw Goose open its mouth wide, they panicked and ran forward, abandoning their teammates behind. In reality, Goose was just yawning. Seeing the opportunity arise, Nick Fury and his team wasted no time and, without a trace of soldierly honor, fired at the backs of the enemies. Bayubiu, Bayubiu Bobiu. After witnessing the enormous gap between traditional kinetic weapons and energy weapons, they all switched to the Kree's energy weapons. One Kree after another attempting to escape fell to the ground, and after a prolonged standoff, they ultimately could not escape the fate of death. Maria and Tellus's wife were responsible for chasing down the only Kree survivor from the recent battle, while Nick Fury put away his gun and walked over to Goose, holding it in front of him. He was extremely fond of Goose. "Huh, so what kind of mysterious species are you, Goose? Are you our nemesis? You must be our lucky cat, right?" Goose was unhappy with the way Nick Fury was holding it, opened its mouth, and let out a meow as a show of defiance. However, Nick Fury ignored Goose's serious expression and cheerfully said, "The bad guys in the universe are all waiting for you, too." Before he could finish, Goose slapped its paw right on the dark face that was almost touching it. "Ow!" Nick Fury exclaimed in pain, covering his left eye with his hand and hurriedly letting go of Goose. "Mother Flurkin!" Goose fell to the ground and quickly scampered back to Bruce's feet, using its strength to climb back onto his shoulder. Bruce walked over to Nick Fury, watching this scene with an amused expression. He had anticipated that something like this would happen. He just didn't expect it to occur so quickly and easily. "Are you all right, Nick?" he asked with concern. Nick Fury immediately squinted one eye and said, "Of course, it's just a little injury." Ultimately, on this day, Nick Fury became the one-eyed bald man after Goose's attack. Bruce didn't dwell on this matter further. At this moment, all he felt was amusement, as he couldn't help but picture Nick Fury boasting about losing his eye to Steve in the future. Coulson, being the only one who had been right next to Nick Fury and clearly witnessed the entire little scratch incident, shook his head upon hearing Nick Fury's answer. Oh no. When Carol found Bruce and the others, everything had already been wrapped up. The Skrulls who had been behind Carol had dispersed to other parts of the ship to clean up the battlefield, and Maria, Entellus' wife, had also left to gather the scattered Skrull civilians throughout the ship. Carol asked Nick Fury, "What happened to your eye?" Nick Fury instinctively glanced at Bruce. Carol, puzzled, asked, "Did he blind you?" Bruce had no choice but to explain to Carol. Then, Carol exclaimed, "Oh, so that's what happened." Before she could finish her sentence, she couldn't help but laugh. Nick Fury said, "Hey." Carol replied, "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." 2 hours later, Bruce had handed out his signatures to Nick Fury, Coulson, Maria, and Carol. All the Skrulls happily returned to their original rooms on Mar-Vell's ship. Carol had decided to gift them this ship to avoid the hassle of moving things back and forth between the two ships in the short term. Of course, anyone with eyes could see that she was giving this ship to Bruce, as he had now become the temporary leader of these Skrulls. Nick Fury and Coulson represented S.H.I.E.L.D, acquiring all this scrap metal after the space battle, in addition to a small spaceship that could start normally, capable of taking them back to Earth, along with a sizable number of alien bodies and the weapons and ammunition they had used. The remaining intact small ships were all recovered by Tellus. Bruce had taught him to do this, saying that the Asgardian officials would pay a considerable sum to recover these weapons from the new Asgardian citizens. This would significantly shorten the time for these newcomers to develop their lives in Asgard. After all, Asgard could not infringe on the property of its citizens. To reduce the threat from new immigrants, it could only adopt a policy of conciliation. I don't remember you saying during your discussion with the king that you would let them become new citizens of Asgard directly. I recall the king saying there would be a review period. Heimdall's voice rang in Bruce's ear. Bruce replied, "Aren't I shortening that review period to the absolute minimum? If they aren't citizens, without policy support, purely from a commercial standpoint, our Asgardian financial department would suffer a huge loss this time. After all, I don't believe they would turn a blind eye to that enormous Skrull warship. That's a lot of money, quite a bit indeed." Heimdall responded, "You calculated all of this beforehand? According to what you're saying, they could complete the entire citizenship registration process in just a few days." Bruce retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not admitting to anything." Carol asked, "Who are you talking to?" Tellus said, "According to legend, Asgard has an omnipresent god, and it seems that this is true." Carol remarked, "Well, it seems this is our moment to part ways." Bruce asked, "Are you sure you want to give me this ship? Are you really not going to regret it?" Carol replied, "Only when they all safely reach Asgard does it belong to you. Don't get it wrong. Tisk, you're not only fierce but also quite generous." "So what does this meow mean?" Nick Fury cleared his throat. "Boss is extremely fond of Eastern culture. I guess it should be a Chinese character." Carol said, "So it's not anything good, right?" Bruce resolutely left, despite Carol's attempts to persuade him to stay. He cited urgent matters at home as his reason for departing, taking Tellus and the others with him. Once aboard the ship that originally belonged to Mar-Vell, Tellus entered Asgard's coordinates and curiously asked Bruce, "Captain, why do we have to leave in such a hurry? Didn't Maria say she would invite us for dinner?" Bruce frowned slightly and replied solemnly, "No wonder I felt something was off. It's because of how you all refer to me." Tellus blinked in confusion. "Huh?" Bruce explained slowly, "Oh, you mentioned going back to Earth for dinner, and to be honest, that's the reason I need to leave quickly. I spent several months on Earth, and still haven't adjusted to the food there. Now that I've finally managed to adjust the menu in my palace to suit my tastes, I should definitely head back soon." Tellus nodded, as if he somewhat understood. "Then maybe you should take the rainbow bridge you mentioned?" Bruce shook his head repeatedly. "No way. It's your first time going to Asgard. You still need someone to make a strong impression. I don't want any trouble, and we need to finalize the integration of our races sooner rather than later. By the way, I'm quite sure that intermarriage was initially prohibited between our two races, so you need to keep an eye on your people, especially your kin. You understand what I mean, right?" Tellus replied earnestly, "Don't worry, Captain. I will not allow my people to use such improper means for their own gain." Bruce comfortably propped his legs up, sitting in the command chair with a lazy cat on his shoulder. He secretly lamented how the coffee milk he bought at the Earth supermarket had already been completely consumed shortly after his arrival. Suddenly, Tellus remembered something and asked, "Oh, Captain, you mentioned earlier that our way of addressing you felt strange." Bruce casually responded, "Oh, that? It's nothing. Anyway, I won't run into Steve right now, so just focus on piloting your ship, Captain Tellus." Tellus straightened his chest with pride. Yes. Behind him, his wife and daughter looked at his back with pride, their eyes filled with hope for the future. In the vast universe, a large and a small spaceship sped toward Asgard at superluminal speeds, leaving behind two dazzling trails of light in the boundless space. As night fell on Earth, Carol and the others had returned to Maria's home, gathered around the dining table, enjoying dinner. At the table, Maria's daughter Monica smiled brightly. "Good thing I asked Mom to get a signature from the mysterious prince in advance." Carol smiled back. Yes, I'm the one you should be thanking. Don't get it wrong, troublesome lieutenant." Nick Fury, with one swollen eye open and the other closed, joked, "That's right, thank our Captain Marvel." Monica excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, Aunt Carol is now a superhero with her own nickname." Coulson chimed in, "Yes, considering what she's done and her powerful abilities, we think she truly deserves the title of superhero." Monica nodded eagerly. Carol said with a forced smile. "I will definitely get rid of this ugly nickname in the future." Coulson replied seriously, "I think Captain Marvel suits you perfectly, Ms. Danvers. Besides, you use your nickname to get the boss to tacitly acknowledge his long unpublicized nickname, even personally signing it as Mysterious Prince. This has never happened before, and I think it's quite impressive." Maria nodded in agreement. "Yes, just thinking about the effort and contribution from Carol on that signature warms my heart. Right, Monica?" Monica happily nodded again. Carol sighed helplessly. Okay, Captain Marvel actually sounds decent." After dinner, Carol and Nick Fury were in charge of washing the dishes. Coulson, claiming his eyesight was poor, wanted to help but was refused by Carol. While washing the plates, Nick Fury tentatively asked, "Even your good friend wants to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Aren't you considering it?" Carol replied without looking up, "I've got a ton of official and personal matters to deal with. You know I'm busy." Nick Fury said helplessly, "Fine, but our doors at S.H.I.E.L.D. will always be open to you." Carol rolled her eyes at him. "How many people have you said that to?" Nick Fury awkwardly laughed. Currently just you." Carol suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, how's your eye now?" Nick Fury feigned casualness. "I believe it's not a big deal. By the way, are you interested in our boss? Is that why you gave him a spaceship?" Carol shot him a glare. "What, are you jealous?" Nick Fury quickly waved his hands. "Cough, don't dodge. Answer my question directly, Ms. Carol Danvers. You must know our boss is the third prince of the cosmic myth kingdom, and he's a god, one of the hardest men in the universe to pursue. You think you can just give him a spaceship and win him over? That's nearly impossible." Carol said helplessly, "You really can't see that he just thinks of me as a good friend, a little sister in need of help, right?" Nick Fury looked regretful. After they finished washing all the dishes, Carol dried her hands and helplessly looked at Nick Fury. "You fans always think about these messed up CP relationships. I'm really happy to have met Bruce when I needed help the most. He has done everything he can for me. In my heart, he is my family. That spaceship is the most valuable and rightful return I can offer right now. Even if he doesn't necessarily need it, at least that ship can earn him some reputation in Asgard. Did I make myself clear?" Nick Fury scratched his head. Okay, it's just..." Carol impatiently interrupted. "Just what?" Nick Fury quickly replied. Nothing. I got it." Outside, Coulson, Maria, and Monica were eavesdropping on their conversation. Seeing Carol looking at them kindly, she asked, "What are you doing? Is your ear uncomfortable?" Nick Fury shivered inexplicably. No, not at all." Coulson and the others heard something very disappointing and left with regretful expressions. After Carol stepped away from the sink, Nick Fury's voice reached her ears again. "Oh, and one more thing." Carol immediately turned around, cutting him off. "You better think carefully about whether this matter is really that important." Her fist subtly glowed with a radiant light, looking particularly dazzling. Nick Fury swallowed hard and quickly said, "I just wanted to say, maybe you should leave a contact method. Otherwise, if we're separated at the ends of the universe, it'll be hard to meet again." Carol paused for a moment, then extended her hand. Nick Fury looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" Carol replied impatiently. Your pager. Bruce already told me about your issue. He said that even though you probably won't use it much, he still suggested I modify your latest communication device for contact purposes. Nick Fury happily accepted the pager, exclaiming, "Boss is indeed boss. Always so foresight." 10 minutes later, Carol and the others arrive in the backyard of Maria's house, and she was still wearing that jacket of great significance to her. She was about to leave Earth, and everyone was saying their goodbyes. Monica hugged her tightly. "I will fly to find you later." Nick Fury added, "Yes, but you need to be able to glow all over like Aunt Carol first." Monica retorted, "I can build a spaceship too." Nick Fury raised his hands in surrender, still holding the pager Carol had fixed for him. Carol warned Nick Fury, "Don't contact me unless it's an emergency, or I'll fly back and beat you up." Nick Fury nodded repeatedly, "Got it, got it." Maria came over and hugged her. "Let's not say goodbye between us." Carol smiled. "That's what I wanted to say." Coulson, being a bit of a wallflower, stood quietly to the side, clasping his hands, not saying a word. Suddenly, he spoke up, "This scene is really touching." His sudden interruption drew everyone's attention. Realizing his awkwardness, he quickly added, I didn't mean to ruin your mood. Sorry." Carol and the others exchanged helpless glances, and Maria gently smiled. "Go ahead." Carol turned around, her body glowing with light. She took a running leap and, with a burst of acceleration in the air, transformed into a shooting star, leaving Earth in the blink of an eye. Nick Fury sighed long and deeply. "Next up, I have a long report to write." Coulson stepped forward, gazing at the night sky where the shooting star had been, and sighed, "Who isn't, sir?" In the palace of Asgard, deep within the underground of Prince Bruce Odinson's palace, the tranquil atmosphere was broken by Bruce's footsteps. He walked straight towards the second room in the basement, followed by a beautiful young girl, Leia, the finest healer of the younger generation in Asgard, who had been part of Bruce's third combat team for over a decade and remained steadfast to this day. "Tsk, no matter how many times I come here, I can't help but admire my own excellent design concept, successfully distinguishing the environment style here from Asgard," Bruce said as he led Leia to the bedside of the 3 people who were sound asleep in the room. The awakening spell required the caster, and today was the day Bruce had set for Howard and the other 3 sleeping individuals to awaken. However, their physical conditions were far inferior to those of Bruce's kin. Therefore, even waking them up required specialized personnel. "All right, it's your turn," Bruce said to Leia. Leia, still sulking from Bruce's earlier rejection of her kiss, stomped over to the bedside and lightly tapped each of the 4 on the forehead. "Howard, Maria, Bucky, and Maggie. All done." Bruce was taken aback. "I didn't expect it to be that simple in the end. Had I known, I could have done it myself." Leia retorted indignantly. "Simple? You think I just slapped them lightly? This is my improved awakening method, infused with various power combinations and magical techniques. Do you understand?" "Forget it. You wouldn't get it, Bruce nodded seriously. Right, you're absolutely correct." Leia, clenching her small fists in frustration, looked adorably fierce. Just wait. We still have 2 years until our agreed time. I will definitely hold on until then. And when I become your princess," Bruce interjected, "nothing will change at that point, and you will also lose my mother's favoritism. You're destined to be bullied by me for life, so you better think it through." Leia exclaimed defiantly, "I'm not afraid of you. You can't shake me off. It's impossible, bad man." With that, she turned and stomped away. That has to be the worst wake-up scene ever," Howard's lively yet aged voice echoed behind Bruce. Hearing that familiar voice, Bruce's lips curled up slightly as he replied, "Well, let's see if you can forget everything that just happened in 1 second." Turning around, he saw that Howard and the other 3 had fully awakened. He calculated that it was now the year 2008 on Earth, the perfect time for everything to unfold, as well as the best moment to bring these 4 back to Earth. Bucky was experiencing his 3rd awakening and was the only one among them who had gone through 3 phases of sleep. Having recognized his 3 sleeping companions, Howard, Maria, and Maggie, during his previous awakenings, he was not surprised to find them here this time. After all, it felt like only a few days had passed since he last parted with Howard. Howard, on the other hand, was quite excited. After casually commenting on Bruce's romantic issues upon waking, he got out of bed and walked directly up to Bucky. Thanks to Bruce, Howard, a researcher, had become significantly closer to the entire Howling Commandos. So, seeing Bucky awake, he hugged him tightly. Long time no see, Bucky. Bucky, just getting out of bed, was about to inquire about the current time, but seeing Howard's action made him pause before responding, patting Howard's not-so-sturdy shoulder, of course. A researcher who rarely exercised may never have had a sturdy shoulder. You too, Howard. After hugging Bucky, Howard intended to embrace Maggie as well, but she mercilessly pushed him away. You old man, don't try to take advantage of me, Maggie said. Perhaps due to the years that had passed, Howard had somewhat forgotten Maggie's personality and retorted, You're not that young anymore, old woman. His words touched a sensitive nerve for the two women present. Maggie didn't even need to act. Maria, who had been quietly standing behind Howard, spoke up. So that's how it is, Howard? Is that how you see me in your heart? Her expression was filled with sorrow and pity, as if she might cry and shed tears at any moment. At once, the other three stood there, watching Howard's show. However, Howard was clearly a man who had suffered countless times from this tactic. He quickly turned around and gently held Maria's shoulders. You will always be the most beautiful woman in the world and the one I love the most. In this world, you are my one and only. Maria calmed down, no longer causing trouble. Maggie was about to press her advantage against Howard when Bruce stepped in. He said, all right, stop the noise. You've all been bedmates for so many years. Can't you be a bit nicer to each other? Maggie glared at him. You have the nerve to say that? You're a prince who can't even find a decent room for me and Maria to share with them. Despite being dismissed, Howard and Bucky wisely chose not to speak up. Bruce nonchalantly replied, This way, it's more convenient for me to watch you all and saves time. He pulled out 4 labeled transparent vials from his pocket. His actions successfully silenced Maggie. Holding 2 vials in each hand, he passed them to Howard and Bucky, each vial labeled with their respective names. Howard, Maria, Maggie, and Bucky. Here, match your names. 1 for each, drink it down. Howard asked, What is this? Bruce explained, This is Gene's serum from other civilizations. Just take it orally. It can enhance your physical condition. I specifically adjusted these 4 vials according to your genes, so they can have different effects based on each of you. Bucky noticed a problem. Other civilizations? Did you really go to other realms in the universe just for the 4 of us? Howard questioned, Didn't you say that Asgard has similar potions? Why did you go out of your way to find something from other civilizations for us? The others did not suspect that Bruce was a selfish person unwilling to reveal Asgard's secrets. They all knew that Bruce had broken countless laws and done many things for their sake. They felt both touched and a bit puzzled. Bruce rolled his eyes at them and said, The various enhancement potions from Asgard are only suitable for Asgardians. They require specific methods to use. Otherwise, there will be significant side effects. Howard pressed on, What do you mean by methods? Bruce impatiently repeated, Magic, 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 and more magic. Bucky then asked, And what are these side effects you mentioned? Bruce replied helplessly, Death, body collapse, mental instability, etc. It varies from person to person. Both Howard and Bucky gulped upon hearing this. Bucky resignedly said, All right, thanks. Howard, feeling excited by the gene serum in his hands, eagerly asked, So we just drink it, right? How effective is it? Can it make us like Steve? Hearing this, Bucky also turned to look at Bruce. Bruce shrugged and said, Theoretically, Bucky and Maggie have a chance, with Bucky having a slightly higher probability. Howard immediately became disgruntled. Why can't my wife and I do it too? Bruce replied bluntly, Because you two are old folks, and you're not warriors. You're even less capable than Maggie. You think you can compare yourselves to Steve? Howard chuckled awkwardly. That does make some sense. Bruce shot him an unimpressed look and said, The gene serum I prepared for you is specifically adjusted for longevity, while Bucky and Maggie's is warrior-focused. Any questions? If not, drink up. Howard weakly asked, Just one last question. Bruce felt a vain throb on his forehead and asked, Why do I feel like I've heard that line before? Howard, not intimidated by Bruce's demeanor, he had been accustomed to Bruce's style of dramatic flair for decades, just smiled awkwardly and asked, Will it hurt when we drink this gene serum? Bruce realized that Howard was worried about experiencing something like what Steve had gone through in the past. It made sense. After all, he was a frail researcher. Bruce replied seriously, Your bodies will definitely change, especially the 2 of you. After drinking it, you may experience a return to youth, significantly more so than the others. But the pain has been minimized, so you don't need to worry. After saying that, Bruce watched the four of them drink the gene serum. Each vial contained enough liquid for them to take 2 sips. Soon, subtle expressions began to appear on their faces. Howard groaned in pain. "Brother, you said the pain was minimized. Why does my whole body feel like it's starting to hurt?" Bruce shrugged nonchalantly. "Come on, don't be like a baby. This little pain is nothing compared to what Steve went through. I only said the pain was minimized. I never said there would be no pain." Among the four, Howard was the most vocal, while Maria bit her teeth and remained silent. Bruce crossed his arms against the wall and said, "Don't worry. The pain will pass quickly. During the genetic adjustment phase, you'll sweat a lot, and your physical fitness will improve significantly. That's it. Also, considering you've been asleep for a long time, I've prepared bathing facilities and clean clothes for you to use shortly." Aside from Howard, the other 3 listened while trying to crawl back to their hard beds. They feared that if they stayed upright for too long, they might collapse. Only Howard was left in agony, unable to move. Seeing the others' actions, he gave Bruce a pitiful look. "Please." Bruce sighed and walked over helplessly. Once everything was tidied up, and Howard and the others had finished their enhancements, taken a shower, and changed into Earth-style clothing, they reconvened in the reception hall of Bruce's palace. Howard looked at his suit in amazement. "I thought we would be changing into Asgardian garments like you. Speaking of which, how do you guys even have suits? I thought that coat you brought back was the only piece of Earth clothing here." Bruce explained, "Asgard has changed a bit over the years, like acquiring a skilled tailor who can create any clothing." Maggie asked in confusion, "But aren't you guys not that fond of Earthlings?" Bruce smiled. "I didn't say she was an Earthling. She just has a husband who's seen Earth fashion styles." Bucky urged, "This is getting complicated. Let's talk about what we all want to know, like Steve, or what we need to do now that we're awake." Bruce thought for a moment and said, "Earth is doing pretty well right now and doesn't need you all that much. I woke you up so you could enjoy the prosperous world you fought to build." Maggie asked with concern, "What about Steve? How is he doing?" Bruce pondered and replied, "He should be waking up soon. I haven't paid much attention to Earth these years, as I've been busy training and preparing the 4 vials of gene serum for you. The last part took me a lot of time and effort. After all, it's not something you can just buy with money." Bucky asked, "How much did you put into this?" Bruce shrugged. "Half a year of traveling in space and a lot of physical labor." The 4 of them looked at Bruce in confusion. Bruce shrugged again. "Fine, I worked as a space mercenary for half a year." The 4 fell silent for a moment. The 3rd prince of a nation became a mercenary. Howard, being the one with the best relationship with Bruce, was the first to speak up. "All right, when are we heading back to Earth?" Bruce replied, "If everyone's ready, we can go now." Bucky stated firmly, "Of course I'm ready, boss." Maggie smiled, "I can't wait." Bruce looked around and saw Howard and Maria nodding in agreement, chuckling lightly. "Is that so? Then, that's the best."